6 hours prior to the cataclysm, Chu Yan not only possessed memories of the future, but also held dominion over the ultimate secrets of genetic evolution. He was destined to become the most formidable deity of the apocalypse. He frantically stockpiled resources, forged weapons, modified vehicles, and raced against time to rescue his parents. He was determined to exact vengeance upon his enemies and reverse his fate. Yet, peculiarly, the 18th floor of the company inexplicably vanished. His colleagues insisted that the building had a maximum of 17 floors, but he inadvertently discovered that the elevator button illuminated with the number 18. His high school roommate, Tian, who had lived with him for 3 years, was denied existence by the entire class. The pivotal figure in his rebirth, Tian, had been erased from reality. Most chillingly, during his previous life when the time machine activated for his rebirth, the unknown spear that had once assassinated him was inadvertently forged by his own hands in this life. Why would a spear that only manifested in this life have been the instrument of his demise in the past? The apocalypse finally descended, with zombies rampant and the mysterious organization, Blood Moon, emerging to launch a global manhunt against him, a man of seemingly no significance. In his struggle for survival, Chu Yan uncovered a colossal conspiracy that transcended time and space hidden behind this disaster. The betrayal of his former girlfriend appeared to harbor shocking secrets, and she might be the sole key to unraveling all the enigmas. With the core of evolution in his grasp, could he reverse the flow of time and identify the individual who had once attacked him at the end of time in order to save everything? Chapter 1. Countdown 6 hours. Where's the knife? Chu Yan suffered a severe headache, laboriously opening his eyes as his right hand instinctively reached for his waist. There should have been a steel knife there, one that had severed countless zombie heads. Yet his fingertips met only the synthetic fabric of an office chair, smooth and warm, devoid of any metallic chill. He squinted, his blurred vision catching the gleaming chrome sign of photon technology under the sunlight. The air conditioner hummed, the keyboard clicked, the aroma of coffee wafted through the air, which was devoid of any foul stench. Where were the zombies? Where's the blood? He sat upright in shock, his gaze directed towards the monitor before him, dusted with a fine layer of gray. In the lower right corner of the pitch-black screensaver, a line of clear white text read, January 27th, 2023, Thursday, 10:01 and 37 seconds a.m. January 27th, 2023. A tempest of astonishment surged within him. The time machine had succeeded. Time had reverted to the very day the catastrophe struck, the genesis of the world's descent into the abyss 20 years prior. Before he could regain his composure, the screen of the phone on the desk suddenly illuminated, an urgent news alert flooding the display. National Astronomical Observatory latest news, asteroid number 2023 BU is poised to pass perilously close to Earth, its size comparable to that of a heavy-duty container truck. It is expected to skim past Earth at a record-breaking distance of 3,540 kilometers around 4 p.m. Beijing time today. Experts assert there is no collision risk, labeling it a once-in-a-century astronomical marvel. Watch now. That's it. What do you mean skimming past? At 4:05 p.m., it will be dragged into Earth's gravitational pull and obliterated into fragments. An unknown substance triggered a gamma-ray burst, instantaneously crippling global power grids and communications, leading to the destruction of intelligent devices and the onset of a barbaric era dominated by machinery and human labor, a gear era. Even more deadly, the extraterrestrial microorganisms in the meteor dust would instantly transform 1/4 of humanity into zombies. 6 hours. Only 6 hours remain until the asteroid detonates. Memories of 2 decades of apocalyptic struggle surged forth. Huddling in the cold night amid crumbling walls, witnessing companions collapse from hunger, and enduring the darkness that offered no glimmer of hope, no matter how desperately one fought. But now he had 6 hours. This time, he would not be the ordinary individual, bound to a 9-to-5 existence, powerless to witness the apocalypse unfold. He would no longer be the pitiful creature struggling to survive in the cracks of the apocalypse. This time, while others remained oblivious to the impending doom, he possessed the knowledge of the secret to rapid evolution following the disaster, 5 years in advance. This time, he would seize power before anyone else. Chu Yan surveyed his surroundings. Beside him, Shunzi smiled at the screen, while the steaming cup of goji berry tea belonging to Sister Li sat next to him. And in the corner, Su Shui peered shyly through her glasses. The door to the conference room stands resolutely shut, while his girlfriend, Lu Tingyun, prepares for a final futile report for a world destined to disintegrate into ashes in mere hours. He vividly recalls that fateful afternoon before the cataclysm of his previous life, when he and his girlfriend visited clients separately. Her phone remained unanswered. Where was she that afternoon? Was she safe? Moreover, there were his parents, toiling in their ancestral village several hundred kilometers away. In the aftermath of the calamity in his former life, communication ceased. It was not until 2 years later, after he narrowly escaped the city, that he returned to that remote hamlet, only to find collapsed walls and remnants of clothing scattered about. These memories became an obsession that tormented him for 20 long years. Given the gift of a second chance, he vowed not to leave any regrets this time. His foremost objective was to rescue his parents from the besieged village. He could not allow them to be trapped there. Next, he must ensure the safety of his girlfriend, Tian. As for his colleagues and friends, such as Shunzi, Li Jie, and Su Shui, he would extend a helping hand if the opportunity arose. Yet with the apocalypse looming, time was of the essence. Should they choose to disregard the warnings, he would not squander his precious life attempting to persuade them. They must accept their fates. And then there was revenge. Those who had cast him into the abyss in his past life, especially the friend who had betrayed him at a critical moment, causing him to stagnate in the second realm and forcing him to wander the wasteland for over a decade, would experience true despair this time around. The flames of vengeance would serve as his additional motivation for living anew. Yanzi, what are you daydreaming about? Shunzi's voice, tinged with mockery, interrupted his reverie. Have you finished the project materials? The client arrives at 11. We're counting on you for the presentation. You know manager whose temper. He'll be spitting mad at you again. Chu Yan turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Shunzi's acne-riddled face, and replied in a grave tone. Shunzi, listen to me. There's no time for a PowerPoint presentation. Go home, lock the doors, and find a way to barricade the windows. Fill every container you can find with water and bring all the food inside. This afternoon, trouble is coming. He recalled the horrific sight of Shunzi's demise in his previous life and added more directly. Zombies. Have you heard of them? The kind that eats people globally. They will emerge after 4 o'clock this afternoon. Shunzi instinctively glanced at the doors and windows, then erupted into a loud, mocking laugh, the signature tuft of hair on his forehead bobbing wildly. Ha ha! Oh my! Yanzi, have you been up all night gaming and lost your mind? Or have you become obsessed with those apocalyptic novels? Zombies eating people? Do you really think your little frame can outrun them? Ha ha! He laughed exaggeratedly, doubling over in mirth. The surrounding colleagues, drawn by his laughter, leaned into pique, their expressions clearly filled with derision, convinced he was behaving oddly. Chu Yan's heart sank, realizing that further words would be futile. He quickly assessed the situation, having just completed 2 years at work, with a new apartment burdened by a mortgage and no car. His bank account held a mere 31,000 yuan, a pittance that would barely scratch the surface of the doomsday supplies list, let alone entertain the thought of purchasing a vehicle. Yet, a vehicle was imperative. Only by welding reinforced steel railings to its body could he hope to traverse the disaster-stricken terrain and rescue his parent from the clutches of death. At present, acquiring funds had become his utmost priority. He rose, the legs of his chair screeching against the tiled floor. Ignoring the stares of his colleagues, he strode out of the office, heading directly to the elevator hall. With a clear objective in mind, ascend to the 18th floor and request an advance on his salary from his boss, Tang Guang. In the elevator hall, the flickering lights of the LED advertisements dazzled his eyes. Chu Yan felt a momentary disorientation as the dancing light spots on the advertisement screen overlapped with the remnants of the time machine's digital display from his memories, pulling him back to the last moment before his rebirth. Fragmented images flashed chaotically in his mind. The erratic numbers on the time machine screen, his limbs bound, the twisted face of an elderly man screaming, and the jarring electronic voice declaring, "Core energy below threshold. Emergency activation of backup time anchor 6 hours before the disaster." The clearest image being that of a spear piercing through the wall, aimed directly at the back of his head. It dawned on him that just before the time machine activated, he had been struck unconscious by that spear. No wonder the memory of that moment was so hazy. Who was it, after all? Who sought to kill him at the critical juncture? What had that white-haired man been shouting? "What's wrong, Yanzi?" A colleague named Lao Liang, who was smoking in the corner, noticed his unusual expression and approached him with concern. "It's nothing, nothing at all." Chu Yan exhaled, steadying himself, only then realizing Lao Liang was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Lao Liang was the driver for boss Tang Guang, often sneaking out to smoke, filling the elevator hall with a pungent odor. Chu Yan composed himself and casually changed the subject. "Lao Liang, is boss Tang in his office on the 18th floor?" 18th floor. Lao Yang's hand froze in midair, holding a cigarette, and he chuckled. "What a joke. This building only has 17 floors. Where would an 18th floor come from?" Chu Yan found it peculiar, pondering aloud. "Isn't our usual practice to report to General Manager Tang by ascending the staircase to the next level and entering room 1818? As he spoke, he made his way towards the staircase. Doesn't General Manager Tang relish smoking cigars in front of that expansive floor-to-ceiling window on the 18th floor? Where else can one find such a splendid view apart from room 1818? Before he could finish his sentence, his steps faltered at the staircase. The 17th floor only extended downward, with no passage leading to the 18th floor. He turned his head and beheld old Liang, who was bowing his head to cough from the smoke, ash nearly falling onto his coat. Once old Liang cleared his throat, he chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. As for whether room 1818 has a bright view, I truly cannot say. What I do know is that our company only leases the 17th floor. Besides, General Manager Tang has never smoked. Why would he indulge in cigars? He pointed at the elevator panel with a cigarette, but look for yourself. The buttons here only indicate downward options. There are none for upward. The 17th floor is indeed the top. As he spoke, he casually pressed the down button. The elevator was conveniently empty, and with a gentle chime, the door slid open soundlessly on the 17th floor. Chu Yan nodded, realizing that perhaps due to the prolonged hardships he endured in the apocalyptic era prior to his rebirth, his memory had faltered regarding the floor. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he caught sight of the wheelchair-accessible button on the side, prominently displaying the number 18 beside 17. Chu Yan's complexion drained of color. As his fingertips instinctively reached to pry the doors open, someone had already pressed a floor button, causing the car to sway slightly and begin its descent. Oblivious to his unease, old Liang tugged at him and pointed towards the end of the corridor. General Manager Tang's office is over there. He's inside. So hurry. I know you've taken this long route to try and persuade me to quit smoking. Chu Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves of anxiety within, fully aware that he must prioritize the immediate concerns at hand. Let us attend to the pressing matters first, he murmured to himself, casting aside distractions as he stepped towards the corridor's end. Upon reaching the office door and looking up, he could clearly see the sign reading General Manager's Office, and upon closer inspection, the room number was 1714. 14, he whispered, a fresh wave of confusion washing over him. General Manager Tang was a quintessential Southern businessman who traditionally harbored an aversion to the number 14 and favored 18. Why would he choose this room number? Furthermore, he distinctly recalled Tang having publicly stated on multiple occasions that when founding the company, it was the allure of room 1818 on the 18th floor that attracted him to this office building. He had remarked that the view from that floor-to-ceiling window would enhance his clarity of thought during work. He even jested that the auspicious phonetics of 1818 had contributed to the company's prosperous development over recent years. Chu Yan tightly closed his eyes and reopened them, forcefully repressing the rising tide of suspicion within him. He grasped the cold doorknob, pushing the door open and stepping inside. His boss, Tang Guang, was engrossed in signing a thick data report, his gold-rimmed glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. Noticing Chu Yan entering without greeting, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. In his 40s, Tang Guang had a background in technology and was known for his magnanimous demeanor. He exuded a refined elegance, with an underlying sharpness concealed within his gentility. Chu Yan approached the expansive desk and got straight to the point. General Manager, my family is hospitalized at the City Oncology Hospital, and the surgical expenses are insufficient. I require an advance on 2 months' salary. He had frequented the general manager's office numerous times, the redwood executive desk remaining as familiar as ever, with the room's decor consistent with his recollections. Just as he exhaled in relief, a sudden wave of confusion struck him. He noticed a detail. The familiar cigar box was absent from a desk. Turning his gaze toward the window, he realized there was no floor-to-ceiling window, only a standard glass window. Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Chapter 2. The vanished 18th floor. Chu Yan raised a hand to press against his brow, momentarily dispelling the questions swirling in his mind. 2 decades of grappling for survival had forged a resilient spirit within him. No matter how bizarre the circumstances, he had learned to set aside distractions. A fundamental principle that had enabled him to endure in the wasteland, to concentrate solely on matters within his grasp, those that could be resolved. Before his desk, his boss, Tang Guang, displayed a fleeting expression of astonishment, his keen gaze scrutinizing Chu Yan's pallid visage and the cold sweat beating at his temple. The office was suffused with the subtle ticking of an antique clock on the wall. After a brief silence, Tang Guang set down his pen, refraining from inquiring about the specifics of Chu Yan's illness or the particulars of his family's plight. Instead, he pressed the speakerphone button on his desk and dialed a short extension. Accountant Chun, immediately advance Chu Yan 40,000 yuan, covering 6 months of his salary from my special reserve fund. Attend to it at once. Yes, right now. To Chu Yan's surprise, the anticipated interrogation did not materialize, rendering his prepared statements unnecessary. He regarded Tang Guang's gentle countenance, but refrained from uttering the words of gratitude that lingered on his lips. Instead, he solemnly declared, General Manager Tang, after 4 o'clock this afternoon, a catastrophic event will unfold. The power will fail, and something will come to prey upon us. We must arm ourselves. We cannot afford to be lenient in confronting these entities. Above all, we must endure the initial 3 days. His words hastened as he spoke. Tang Guang gently interrupted him, leaning slightly forward, concern evident in his eyes. Your father's illness is a grave matter. If funds prove insufficient, do not hesitate to ask again. He paused, softening his tone. Our unicorn enterprise, comprising over 30 individuals, is on the brink of acquisition. I understand the burden you carry. Before Tang Guang could finish, a metallic box in the corner emitted a faint humming sound. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against the box, his expression momentarily faltering as he urgently addressed Chu Yan. Let us leave it at that for now. Once we weather today's storm, we can discuss everything in detail. His concern was genuine, yet the stability of his thoughts remained unshaken. Chu Yan's last flicker of hope for persuasion extinguished. He ceased speaking, merely nodding resolutely at Tang Guang before striding out of the office. Tang Guang watched the retreating figure, which was almost breaking into a run, and remained silent for a long while before picking up the phone. Chu Yan hastened toward the conference room. Time slipped through his fingers like sand, and he had mere hours to address his parents, Lu Tingyun, and the supplies necessary for survival. He burst into the conference room, determined to take Lu Tingyun home. Inside, the dimly lit room featured a projection screen displaying the characteristics of high-dispersive carbon nanotube powder, a theoretical tensile strength of 100 GPa, a strength reaching 100 times that of steel. Product manager Hu Jia stood beside the screen, tall and impeccably dressed in a tailored dark gray suit, his hair meticulously arranged. Rumor had it that his father possessed extensive connections in both political and business spheres, and he was here to assist in acquiring this technological unicorn enterprise. At this moment, he leaned on the conference table with one hand while gesturing toward the screen with the other, his tone authoritative. The core logic of this phase lies in user retention. We must. Lu Tingyun sat at the table across from Hu Jia, her head lowered, her silky hair cascading down her shoulders, obscuring her face and revealing only a slender neck. She occasionally stole glances at Hu Jia, her fingers flying over the keyboard of her notebook, diligently recording the meeting's key points. Another team member, Zhang Ma, occupied the lower position on Hu Jia's side, leaning forward attentively, nodding frequently, ready to echo any sentiments. Ignoring the atmosphere, Chu Yan strode directly to Lu Tingyun's side, seizing her delicate wrist and attempting to pull her away. Tingyun, come with me. We need to go home. Now. His voice tightened with urgency. The meeting was interrupted. Hu Jia's composure evaporated, replaced by a surge of anger. He slammed his hand on the table, causing pens to leap and teacups to rattle. Chu Yan, what madness is this? Can't you see what we're doing? Get out, he barked, his tone embodying the condescension of a superior. Zhang Ma sprang to his feet, positioning himself between Chu Yan and Lu Tingyun, deliberately leaning forward to block Chu Yan's path, nearly spitting his words. Yanzi, what are you doing? This isn't your home. Get out. If the project falters, you want to have 10 heads to spare. Zhang Ma was Hu Jia's loyal sycophant, commonly referred to as Zhang Ma Pai behind closed doors. There was no time for explanations. Chu Yan cast a cold glance at the two men, grasped Lu Tingyun's wrist, and declared, Tingyun, we're leaving. Forget about the project. Lu Tingyun winced at his grip. Instinctively, she glanced at Hu Jia, her brow furrowing as she pulled back, a hint of irritation in her voice. Forget about the project? Chu Yan, what are you doing? Why do you always act so self-righteous? Do you have any idea how many sleepless nights I've endured for this project demonstration? Her voice trembled as she added, if this project fails, we lose our bonuses. Relying on your meager salary? We can't even scrape together enough for our wedding banquet during the May Day holiday. Her voice rose, and when she met Chu Yan's ashen face, she swallowed her words, softening her tone. Yan, you go first. We could talk about this after work at noon. At noon? Chu Yan muttered to himself. There was no time to linger. He inhaled sharply, the cold air biting as he replied hoarsely, fine. Just remember not to wander off today. Any further discussion would be a waste. Taking his girlfriend away would only lead to endless explanations and the expenditure of energy in futile arguments. He would return to fetch her at noon. He turned and strode out of the conference room. Time. His time was slipping away rapidly. In the elevator hall, Chu Yan fished out his phone. He intended to dial his hometown's number, yet his fingers felt uncooperative, repeatedly pressing the wrong digits. Finally, the other end of the line crackled with a cacophony of background noise. Chickens clucking, dogs barking in the distance, and his mother's loud complaints, laced with a thick rural accent. That wretched chicken. It's pecked the vegetables again. Hello, Yanzi. Why are you calling so early? Aren't you busy? Mom, is Dad there? Chu Yan blurted out, his voice rising in urgency, losing the usual gentleness as he shouted, You too. Right now. Immediately. Go to the town's supermarket. Buy rice, flour, sugar, salt, oil, bottled water. Get as much as you can. Compressed biscuits, meat. The more the better. Buy as much as you can. Huh? His mother on the other end sounded bewildered, hesitantly asking, Why do we need so much? Today is still the 7th day of the new year. We still have plenty of a New Year's goods. The fridge is almost full. Go buy now. Chu Yan nearly yelled, his voice firming as he adopted a tone of feigned mystery. My old classmate from the army, you know? That Wong DePeo from the secret unit? He secretly sent me a message. Something is about to happen. A lot of people will die. The bacteria, it's highly infectious. His words rushed out like bullets. His palms slick with sweat. You both need to secure the house doors and gates with thick iron wire. Do you hear me? Promise me. There's a moment of silence on the other end. Even the chickens seemed to pause. His mother's breath grew heavier. Is it true? What Wong DePeo said. Are people really going to die? Then I'll call your dad to buy some, and we'll save as much as we can. Mom, you have to believe me this time. The cold metal of the phone pressed painfully against his cheek as Chu Yan hung up, leaning against the hard wall. Tears blurring his vision. After 20 years, he wondered if he would truly see his parents again in this life. He was acutely aware that, in mere hours, the city would devolve into a desolate wasteland. Skyscrapers reduced to mere concrete shells, subways rendered inoperative, traffic immobilized in a metallic gridlock, and power, communication, and smart devices obliterated. At that point, the numbers of his parents would forever remain unreachable. The journey home, stretching hundreds of kilometers, would no longer be a smooth asphalt road, but rather a treacherous labyrinth filled with zombies and barricades. Presently, he had no choice but to prepare for the impending disaster. Otherwise, not only would he fail to rescue his parents, but he too would become a casualty of the zombie tide, turning this rebirth into a grim farce. The elevator chimed and arrived. Chu Yan squeezed into the cabin with a throng of people as it began its descent. In that fleeting moment of weightlessness, a name suddenly surged into his mind. Tian. He had to contact his high school roommate, his bunkmate Tian, immediately. This thought was utterly irrational, yet it clung to him tenaciously. Chu Yan retrieved his phone, the screen reflecting his pallid visage. His fingertips trembled slightly as he accessed his contacts. He scrolled rapidly, searching for names beginning with H. Hu Jia, Huang Li, phone. He scrolled to the very end, but there was no sign of Tian. His heart sank a fraction deeper. Impossible. Just a few days ago, they had spoken during the new year, and traces of likes on social media still felt fresh. Switching to his messaging app, he scoured the contact list from top to bottom. Tian. The search bar remained empty. HT. Still blank. Friend request history. Pristine. Chu Yan was jostled out of the elevator by the crowd. The moment he stepped into the lobby, something struck him as he glanced at the elevator buttons. The number 18 emitted an eerie green glow. There was indeed an 18th floor. Just before the elevator doors closed, he took one last look, seeing the number 18 flickering erratically between light and dark, suddenly transforming into a charred void. Dazed, he exited into the first-floor hall, the chill of the street air striking him. The lights were dim and shadows gaunt, his mind entangled in a web of confusion. A taxi screeched to a halt before him, its tires crunching over the pavement. Chu Yan ducked into the back seat, leaning against the seat back with exhaustion. Driver, take me to the nearest car rental agency. A large one. Please hurry. Chapter 3. The eerie bunkmate from high school. The taxi jostled as Chu Yan closed his eyes. His fingertips unconsciously pressed against his brow, gradually recalling memories. Tian was a classmate from high school. They had shared a dormitory for 3 years. Yet their relationship was rather mundane. Tian was an academic achiever, aspiring to enter Tsinghua University, while Chu Yan's grades hovered in mediocrity. Their post-graduation interactions were limited to festive greetings and the occasional likes on social media. High school, Shanhua No. 1 High School, Class 167, Dormitory 504. Memories began to resurface regarding Tian. Fragments of a long-dormant recollection gradually sharpening in Chu Yan's mind. The dormitory was perpetually suffused with a blend of sweat and the greasy aroma of cafeteria food. The iron-framed beds creaking incessantly. He occupied the lower bunk, directly beneath Tian's. In his recollections, Tian was always as silent as a stone, spending nearly all his time hunched over his desk, only emerging for meals and sleep, his thick glasses concealing eyes that seemed to harbor unfathomable depths. After graduation, their encounters became scarce. Following the cataclysm, they had a brief intersection. Subsequently, there were 2 decades of grueling survival, until the final moments before his rebirth. Chu Yan encountered Tian once more in the depths of a large survivor base. At that time, Tian was just over 40, yet his hair was stark white, and his frame was emaciated, resembling a reed that might snap at any moment. When he saw Chu Yan, he was extraordinarily agitated, his bloodshot eyes igniting with a remarkable brilliance. It was during that meeting that Tian first articulated the plan, codenamed Chasing Light. His words flowed rapidly, laced with the peculiar obsession of a scientific madman, revealing that their center had secretly constructed a time machine using the last vestiges of protected equipment and reserve resources in the 4th year post-catastrophe. The objective was to send someone back 5 years before the disaster to warn the authorities. allowing them to strategize against the cataclysmic electromagnetic pulse and preserve the flickering ember of human civilization. However, the requirements for participants in chasing light were exceedingly stringent. Tian's exact words were, mental fortitude, neural reflexes, and physiological endurance. All were indispensable. Over the course of a decade, only 3 volunteers had been sent, and Tian had painfully shut his eyes, shaking his head, his voice strained. All had failed, their signals lost in the turbulent currents of time and space. Not even a bubble had surfaced. Then he had grasped Chu Yan's arm with a grip that was startlingly fierce, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through one's soul beneath that snowy hair. Chu Yan, your experiences, your physique, you're the most likely to succeed. You must try. It's a desperate gamble for the sake of all humanity. We cannot be cowards. As for how Chu Yan became the most likely candidate, whether he ultimately agreed, and what transpired while entering the time machine, those memories were shrouded in a veil of fog due to his brain injury, leaving only Tian's penetrating gaze and the words chasing light buzzing in his mind. Chu Yan swallowed hard, forcing his thoughts back. Now was not the time for reminiscence. He needed to reach Tian. He had an overwhelming number of questions that required face-to-face confrontation regarding chasing light, the memories lost due to his brain injury, and even about this extraordinary rebirth. Unable to locate Tian in his contacts, Chu Yan opened his frequently used chat application. Accessing the long-dormant high school class group, Shanhua number 1 high school class 167, forever young. Surprisingly, there was no mention of Tian in the group. Chu Yan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, his fingers stiffening slightly. He took a deep breath, opened the chat window, and noted that the conversation history had stalled at the recent Lunar New Year greetings and red envelopes. Chu Yan had no time to peruse those. He quickly typed, "Does anyone have Tian's phone number? Urgent matter, need to find him. Waiting online." Once the message was dispatched, the green bubble hung forlornly in the chat window. He rubbed the edge of his phone, his urgency pulsating with the flickering screen light. In the interim, memories of the high school dormitory surged back. Back then, Tian slept in the upper bunk. When returning from evening study sessions, if Chu Yan was scratching his head over English papers, Tian would occasionally slide down a piece of draft paper filled with problem-solving steps or offer a rather emotionless explanation, subjunctive mood. Use were. It was thanks to these sporadic acts of generosity from Tian that Chu Yan barely scraped past the 110 mark in English during the college entrance examination. Tian eventually made it to the computer science department at Tsinghua, while Chu Yan only enrolled at the local Tanzhou University, pursuing an obscure major in mechanical engineering. Chu Yan pulled his thoughts back to the present. On his phone, responses had begun to appear in the class group. Tian? Who is Tian? Yinzi, did you send this to the wrong group? Came a reply from the former sports committee member, nicknamed Big Bear. Chu Yan, is there someone named Tian in our class? I have no recollection, replied the class monitor, a girl. No recollection? A sense of dread washed over Chu Yan. How could that be? In his previous life, Tian had once saved him. He remembered it vividly. About 2 months after the disaster, it was April Fool's Day. April 1st. He was scavenging for supplies in a devastated residential area in southern Tanzhou, like a mouse startled by a hunter pursued by a small group of zombies. Just as he was nearly cornered in a foul-smelling alley, an unremarkable iron door beside him suddenly opened a crack, and a hand yanked him inside. The door slammed shut behind him. Breathless and shaken, Chu Yan leaned against the cold wall, and upon lifting his gaze, he saw Tian, still wearing those gold-rimmed glasses. But the light in his eyes was far brighter than during their student days. Tian guided him through the maze-like corridors, using the terrain to evade the relentless zombies. In the aftermath, Chu Yan sought refuge in Tian's home, a sanctuary cluttered with specialized books and electronic components, until the zombies were lured away by other sounds. Sitting upright in the taxi, he swiftly typed a message. "You mean the Tian from our class 167, the one from the upper bunk in dormitory 504. As soon as he sent it, responses flooded in. "Are you still half asleep, Yinzi?" chimed in Lu Tao, a former dorm mate known as Mouse. "In our 504 dorm, your upper bunk? That iron-frame bed has been broken since the first year of high school. The central beam has been bent, and no one has ever been assigned to it. It's been empty for 3 years, just a place for luggage. Have you forgotten?" "That's right." Yinzi, another classmate, Wang Haiba, joined in with a teasing tone. "Did you mix up your college classmates with high school? There's no one like that in our class." "And the upper bunk? All you have up there is air and dust." "Ha!" Chu Yan stared at the screen, a chill enveloping him, cold sweat instantly saturating his undershirt. How could there be no one? The image of Tian was vividly etched in his mind. During that disaster, hiding in Tian's home, he was no longer the taciturn figure from high school, his eyes sparkling with vitality. In casual conversation, he revealed that after graduating from Tsinghua, he joined the renowned National Supercomputing Center in Tanzhou, discovering his life's purpose. When the catastrophe first struck, he was at work. He spoke vaguely about his workplace, just mentioning that the protective measures were somewhat better, and some equipment retained partial functionality. As for why he took the risk to return home that day, he only cryptically stated he was back to grab some things, fortuitously encountering Chu Yan, who was fleeing like a stray dog. There was an air of mystery in Tian's words, especially regarding the actions of that supercomputing center post disaster, which he only hinted at, mentioning the project code-named Chasing Light, with a 5-year goal, or perhaps even sooner. When Chu Yan pressed for details, Tian merely shook his head and diverted the conversation. Inside the taxi, Chu Yan wiped his face, steadied his trembling fingers, and continued typing. Impossible, there must be. The one who got into Tsinghua's computer science program. He often explained problems to me during evening self-study, and I owe my 110 in the English part of the college entrance exam to his last-minute help. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a buzz cut. Have you really forgotten? This time, the group chat erupted. Messages poured in with an exuberant energy. Tsinghua computer science? Yinzi, you got all mixed up. The one from our class who got into Tsinghua is Lu Yang. Law. Lu Yang, come out. Someone S stealing your major. De Xiong was the first to stir the pot. Gold-rimmed glasses? Buzz cut? Buffed? Who in our class is so ostentatious? It's not like we have the headmaster among us. A girl responded with a laughing emoji. Chu Yan, buddy, are you under too much stress lately? Seeing things? Lu Yang himself chimed in, his tone laced with good-natured teasing. My law degree is still at home. I've never learned a code. If you really had a Tsinghua genius living above you, tutoring you daily, how could you only end up in the mechanical engineering department at Tian University? You'd have soared long ago. Mouse delivered the final blow, accompanied by a dog emoji for comic relief. The glow from the phone screen illuminated Chu Yan's face, rendering it pale as all color drained from it. He slumped in the car, the energy that had propelled him to race against time seemingly evaporating in an instant. The screen still glowed. The banter and laughter in the group chat continued to scroll upward. Non-existent? The space above him had been empty for 3 whole years in everyone's memories. That figure with the gold-rimmed glasses, patiently explaining complex English sentences after countless evening study sessions. Those memories of Tsinghua's computer science program, the life-saving hand on April Fool's Day, the aged visage 20 years later whispering about time machines. Was it possible that his memory had gaps or distortions? Impossible. He firmly recalled something Tian had said that had touched him deeply. The Chasing Light project. You could call it time travel or rebirth. The key is that all your memories will be preserved clearly. Chu Yan shook his head vigorously. The brief sensation of dizziness and suffocation lasted no more than 10 seconds before he straightened up again. He had endured a hellish apocalypse, personally slaying countless mutated creatures and witnessing the darkest and most twisted facets of humanity. His nerves had been tempered like steel. The past could not be changed, but the future could still be fought for. Right now, the only reality was the countdown ticking away. Survive first. Only then could he explore this enigmatic void. He no longer looked at the rolling messages filled with mockery and confusion in the chat. His finger pressed the power button with determination. Can't find it? Then I'll ask directly. Chu Yan's gaze shifted to the window, as if penetrating through the concrete jungle of the city, reaching the familiar area in the south of the city. He remembered that alley, remembered that unremarkable iron door. 2 months later, on April 1st, April Fool's Day. At that time, at that place, Tian would undoubtedly appear. He must appear. Chapter 4. Being followed by a mysterious person, leaning back in a seat. Chu Yan took a brief respite before reopening his phone. Sweat made the screen slightly slippery. Without hesitation, he swiftly clicked on the colorful loan app icons on his phone. Weimi loan, Jiebe, Jingxi white bill, green poison loan. His breathing steadied somewhat. His eyes fixated solely on the numbers and progress bars flashing on the screen. Scanning his ID, facial recognition, granting authorization, he mechanically went through the motions. One by one, he overdrawn the limits of his credit cards at lightning speed. As for the loan platforms with lengthy approval cycles and cumbersome processes, he had to forego them. Red prompts indicating approved applications popped up in rapid succession. The digits in his bank account balance on the screen surged uncontrollably. Weimi loan, 200,000, approval granted. Tadpole, Jiebe, 100,000, funds received. Industrial and commercial bank credit card, 100,000, cash withdrawal successful. These cold numbers accumulated silently, carrying an absurdity akin to a doomsday carnival. After deducting the platform's service fees, handling charges, and risk management fees, those so-called head-cutting interest, with existing assets of 300,000, it was sufficient. In the eve of the apocalypse, money was merely the entrance ticket to survival. With a creak, the gray-green taxi came to a halt. Chu Yan pushed open the door, a wave of biting cold air striking his face. starkly contrasting with the warmth inside the vehicle. Pengcheng Car Rental became his first stop on the path of frantically acquiring equipment. Inside the rental shop, Chu Yan neither chose the luxurious, eye-catching sedans nor the comfortable gasoline-powered SUVs. Instead, his gaze fell upon a blue pickup truck, the Hilux, parked in a corner of the lot, significantly bulkier than the others. It was boxy and sturdy, resembling a weathered tough guy, standing out among the elegantly dressed cars with its rugged and primitive demeanor. The strong electromagnetic pulse during the disaster had rendered most civilian smart devices ineffective, and the electronic components in cars were likely damaged. This old diesel pickup, with its simple structure and minimal electronic controls, especially that antiquated mechanical pump diesel engine, had a high chance of surviving the electromagnetic pulse. In the wasteland a decade later, such a durable old workhorse remained the backbone of scavenger fleets. A deposit of 10,000 plus a 2,000 fine for any violations. Chu Yan did not bother to scrutinize the voluminous contract terms. He swiftly inscribed his name on the electronic signature screen, completing the car rental procedure in a matter of moments. Grasping the car keys, he proceeded towards the hulking Hilux. His strides were brisk, yet his peripheral vision caught sight of a service attendant clad in a blue uniform, conversing with a man draped in a deep brown coat. The attendant gestured apologetically towards the blue pickup truck he had just rented, seemingly explaining that the vehicle was already leased. Chu Yan initially paid little mind, his gaze casually sweeping over the man in brown attire. The individual had his back turned, his silhouette unremarkable, poised to turn away. However, in that fleeting moment when the stranger began to pivot, Chu Yan's attention was abruptly arrested by the sight of an object adorning the man's left wrist. A bracelet. Its dull metallic texture and peculiar design were neither gold nor silver, nor did it resemble common alloys. It bore intricate, indecipherable engravings that glimmered with an unnatural cold light under the fluorescent bulbs of the car rental office. That object! Chu Yan felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered it before, yet no clear memory surfaced. A chill akin to the bite of a venomous serpent coiled around his heart. A surge of primal dread emanating from the depths of his soul. His own wrist throbbed with phantom pain, as if it had once been shackled by something similar. He halted his steps, straining to focus. The figure in brown had already melded into the sparse crowd at the parking lot S exit, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The lot was sparsely populated, with only a few rental cars and a handful of languid attendants. The sunlight was blinding, and the air was thick with the scent of gasoline and dust. Was it merely an illusion? Chu Yan vigorously shook his head. After 2 decades of struggle in a post-apocalyptic world, his nerves occasionally frayed, making him hypervigilant. He suppressed the inexplicable anxiety and slid into the vehicle. The amalgamation of leather and motor oil enveloped him, momentarily dispelling his unease. Time was of the essence. He inhaled deeply and began to jot down a procurement list on a notepad. The first item was pharmaceuticals, with a particular emphasis on multivitamins and whey protein powder. These were crucial for aiding evolution in a world transformed by catastrophe, serving as one of his key advantages in gaining strength before others. The quantities of antibiotics, antipyretics, and wound care medication were limited to 5 boxes each. These were essential in the early stages but would gradually lose their efficacy in the face of genetic mutations. Necesitating no excess. Survival supplies, rice, flour, oil, salt, compressed biscuits, canned meat, energy tools, solar panels, handheld welding guns, etc. After some contemplation, he added walkie-talkies, steel ropes, animal traps, as well as bleach, drain cleaners, alcohol, super glue, mosquito coils, and even a small mechanical alarm clock and glow sticks for children. Though these everyday items appeared unremarkable, their combination could transform into formidable weapons in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Reinforcement measures, fortifying the pickup, securing his residence. These required a visit to the building materials market, and weapons and armor necessitated a trip to a physical store. Time slipped through his fingers like sand in an hourglass. Racing swiftly, he needed to plan these 2 tasks meticulously. Finally, he added number 8 shore fishing line to the survival supplies section. A common fishing line found in tackle shops, yet it would become vital for suturing wounds in the latter stages of the apocalypse. As standard suture kits would long expire and become unusable, 1 meter of number 8 line could be bartered for a bullet. He opened a local delivery app to place an order, engaging in a frenzied shopping spree. However, the compressed biscuits were out of stock, and there were insufficient canned meats. A visit to a physical store was imperative. The supermarket owner swiftly sent a message, expressing skepticism regarding the large order. Open a convenience store, Chu Yan replied tersely, stifling the inquiry. The order for pharmaceuticals was successfully placed. The vitamins and protein powder were crucial, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. He accessed the medical module to buy medicine, relieved to find a comprehensive array of pharmaceuticals, momentarily easing his frayed nerves. The car radio announced the time, 11 o'clock sharp, and Chu Yan felt the urgency of time pressing upon him as he started the pickup, racing towards the commercial district of Wui Square. His objective was clear: locate a labor protection store and procure a substantial supply of compressed biscuits and canned meat. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, he instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. The traffic flowed normally, and pedestrians hurried along. Yet, an unsettling sensation akin to a prickling unease crept up the back of his neck. Someone was following him. It was no mere figment of his imagination. 2 decades of survival in the wilderness had ingrained within him an instinct for the lurking presence of formidable predators. The rearview mirror remained empty. Yet that intangible feeling of being watched clung to the back of his vehicle like a chilling shadow, refusing to dissipate. Who was it? What was their intent? Why pursue someone as seemingly inconsequential as a lowly clerk? Chapter 5. The Clue of the Schemer. The pickup truck raced towards a secluded alley from his memories like a wild stallion, unbridled. During the early days of the Cataclysm, he had once followed a survivor team into a nondescript shop in this very alley, where they fortuitously uncovered dozens of boxes of well-preserved military-grade compressed biscuits and canned meat, which helped them endure the most arduous times. Deep within the alley, an inconspicuous shop named the Veteran Service Society came into view, its weathered sign and modest facade aligning precisely with his recollections. A surge of joy coursed through Chu Yan. This was the place. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The dim interior revealed a gaunt old man in tattered military fatigues, slumped in a wrought-tan chair, his eyelids barely lifting, the glow of his phone screen illuminating his expressionless face. "The goods are on the shelves. Help yourself," he drawled, his accent marked with a hint of Sichuan dialect. Chu Yan pointed at the shelves and directly addressed the proprietor. "Boss, I need 50 boxes of this replicated 90s-style compressed rations and 25 boxes of military canned meat. They must be delivered to Unit 1401, Building 1, by Scene Garden before 3 this afternoon." Only then did the old man lazily raise his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over Chu Yan. "Young man, dressed ordinarily, yet your tone is audacious," he quipped, his lips curling downwards. 50 boxes? 25 boxes? Do you think I, Old Joe, run a wholesale market here? Or is this your personal warehouse? He rapped his knuckles against the weathered counter, producing a dull thud. "Those goods are reserved for old comrades," he continued. "You can take 1 box and be grateful for it." Chu Yan frowned. "I can pay extra. This is urgent." "Extra pay?" The man, who introduced himself as Old Joe, scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He dug into his ear and flicked away non-existent earwax. "Do I need your trifling coins? I didn't create this product to profit. I specifically had it replicated for the old brothers of the 478th Regiment S Reconnaissance Unit as a memento. It's not a novelty for you to toy with." He waved dismissively, like swatting away a fly, adding coldly, "Don't waste my time here." With that, he shrank deeper into his wrought-tan chair, fingers swiping across the screen with greater speed, thoroughly dismissing Chu Yan as if he were air. The 478th Regiment S Reconnaissance Unit. A strange tremor coursed through Chu Yan's heart. This designation belonged to a friend from his past life who had propelled him into the abyss. And in the early days of his rise, he had relied on the retired veterans of this reconnaissance unit. "Do you know him, Mungzi?" Chu Yan in Guit Gon Li. Old Joe, who had been handling a porcelain cup, paused, spilling some tea as his hand trembled. He suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Chu Yan's face, his Sichuan accent slightly changing in pitch. "You how do you know our captain?" Chu Yan's heart was ablaze with clarity. He regarded Old Zhou's weathered visage, and a long-buried nickname sprang to mind. "Zhou, Sichuan?" Chu Yan fixed his gaze upon him, stating it as a fact rather than a question. Old Zhou's lips quivered slightly. This nickname was known only to a few close brothers back in the company, as he often lamented that the rise from the southern frontier lacked the fragrance of that from Sichuan. How could this young man possibly be aware of it? Old Zhou's gaze swept over Chu Yan's unnaturally youthful yet eerily serene face, over his stance that stood straight as a javelin yet seemed to harbor explosive power, and that chilling aura that inadvertently seeped through, an aura exclusive to those who have truly clawed their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. "This young man is one of our own, and the matters behind him are monumental enough to shake the heavens." Old Zhou sprang to his feet, the wrought-tan chair groaning under the sudden weight. His hunched back straightened. All traces of languor and mockery vanished without a trace, replaced by the solemnity and reverence one reserves for comrades. 1:30. Old Zhou's voice rang out, resolute as if issuing commands on a battlefield. 90s-style replicated rations. 50 boxes in total. 10 boxes of canned goods from mail-in. 25 boxes. Ensure new dates and long shelf life. I will personally oversee the transport. By 3 o'clock. Neatly stacked at your doorstep. If the warehouse is insufficient, I will call someone to drive to the factory for more. This promise carried the weighty responsibility of a veteran, along with a profound apprehension towards the invisible force represented by that aura. Chu Yan understood that old Zhou was mistaken. He did not offer an explanation, for none was necessary. He nodded, swiftly settled the payment, and turned to leave. Upon stepping outside, the frigid air rushed into his lungs. He had a lead. Finding he Mengzi would allow him to locate that friend in advance. A cold glimmer flickered in Chu Yan's eyes. That despicable schemer. Once hailed as a prodigy in his past life, your foundation I have already grasped in advance. In this life, let us see how you intend to turn the tables. Just as he was about to open the car door, Chu Yan suddenly paused, a chilling sensation creeping up the nape of his neck once more. Someone was following him. Could it possibly be the online loan collection team probing ahead? That was the only plausible explanation. The collection team was swift indeed. He cursed inwardly, but did not rush into the car. Instead, he deliberately turned into a narrow alley cluttered with debris, slowing his pace as if searching for other shops. The shadow appeared, pressed against the darkened newsstand on the opposite wall. Its movements were peculiar, lacking the professionalism of a true stalker. At times, it stood as still as a post, merging into the shadows, while at others, it glided silently between two shuttered doors. That awkward yet eerily efficient manner of stealth evoked a sense of vague familiarity in Chu Yan. The debt collectors lacked such skills. He changed his mind and decided to confront it. Suddenly, he propelled himself forward, his body snapping like a taut bowstring, darting towards the row of newsstands. The alley lay desolate, with only a tattered newspaper dancing in the wind. The shadow was gone. Just before he lunged, as if foreseeing his movement, it vanished into the complex terrain of the deeper corner at an astonishing speed. Chu Yan caught only a glimpse of a deep brown garment disappearing behind a wall, and the fleeting outline of a peculiar bracelet as the figure raised its wrist to shield itself. That bracelet again. A chill ran down Chu Yan's spine. He froze in place, breathing heavily in confusion. He truly could not comprehend. This version of himself was merely an ordinary, unambitious office worker, clocking in and out, wearing a smile for everyone, never having offended anyone. What trouble had he stirred up? He returned to his pickup, took a seat, and pulled out his phone, drawing the two peculiar symbols of the bracelet from memory and sketching them on the screen, utilizing the image search function after sifting through a plethora of irrelevant information. The search engine finally unearthed a highly relevant post in an obscure forum called Ancient Script Enthusiasts. The title of the post read, "Help! I found a symbol on an old artifact in Tian. Does anyone recognize it?" The discussions in the main thread varied widely, with guesses ranging from a variant of Oracle Bone script to Taoist talismans. It was not until Chu Yan reached the final page that he came across a reply highlighted and pinned by the forum moderator. The reply from a user ID times Old Ghost was succinct. This is water script, used by the Water Tribe shamans. The symbol on your artifact is a dual character combination. The half you've provided resembles a person trapped within a frame, meaning prisoner, staring at the glaring character for prisoner on the screen. A wave of cold dread surged from the depths of his heart. Prisoner? A mysterious figure stalking me with an unclear intent, adorned with a symbol signifying prisoner. This illogical answer lodged like a stone in his throat, making it difficult to breathe. What kind of vile curse was this? Or some incomprehensible, deranged provocation? He noted down the unfamiliar term water script. However, with disaster looming, he could only suppress this enormous enigma, even as the bizarre notion lingered stubbornly in the recesses of his mind. Chapter 6. Memory will not be lost. In a pickup truck, the radio was broadcasting news about a near miss by an asteroid. Chu Yan understood this was merely the calm before the storm. He sent a group message to his friend, off phone, and over a dozen close acquaintances. Bacterial infection. Outbreak at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Lock your doors. Stock up on supplies, and prepare weapons. Knowing it would be of little use, he sent it for the sake of his own peace of mind. After sending the message to off phone, Chu Yan pondered for a moment and scrolled through his contacts to find a name he seldom contacted, Chao Yiqiang. Without hesitation, he forwarded the earlier message. Although Chao Yiqiang was merely a wandering insurance salesman at present, in the post-apocalyptic world after the disaster, he would become renowned as Gun God Chao One Shot. This former insurance salesman would showcase astonishing marksmanship in the apocalypse, not only exhibiting decisive combat skills, but also becoming a leader of a large survivor base. Sending him this message in advance was merely a means to foster goodwill. Having completed this task, he immediately cleared his message drafts and sent items. No more mass messages. Otherwise, Uncle Hat would come knocking, accusing him of spreading false terror information and creating societal panic. Time was a luxury he could not afford. As for stuttering Li, Crab, and Zhu Suizhe, comrades he had only met after the disaster in his previous life, he currently had no means of contacting them and could only set that aside for now. There was still time. so he casually opened his phone and searched for theories related to time travel. The phone struggled to retrieve information. After searching for quite a while, he found nothing useful. A time theory article on Wikipedia barely touched upon the subject. This research, highly praised by Wikipedia, was marked under the time reversion theory entry, core paradigm, Iida's consciousness superposition state theory, Tsinghua University. Following this lead, Chu Yan finally located Professor Iida's paper titled Consciousness Superposition State in Time Reversion, ontological proof of the memory non-interference principle. The data in the paper was striking. It had won the only platinum paper award from Cosmic Physics Reviews that year, with a citation count of 15,000, attesting to the authority of its findings. In one section, it stated, according to Einstein's field equations, CTC allows space-time curvature to form closed-loop paths, enabling time reversion. Traditional CTC models induce many-body paradoxes due to the repetition of material entities, akin to having two identical particles existing in the same space-time. Consciousness, as a non-entity information stream, implants itself into the neural carriers of its past self, such as the hippocampus and prefrontal memory network, in quantum state form at the moment of reversion, without the need for additional material carriers. This mechanism aligns with Ori's proposed positive density material vacuum time machine model, where in spacetime, curvature requires only conventional matter, without needing negative energy density material support. Chu Yan, a student of mechanical engineering, found himself utterly bewildered by the theoretical terminology before him. However, he gradually discerned the crux of the matter. The time machine, at the moment it transported travelers back to the past, would map the traveler's neural signals onto their past self's neural network, thus averting the issue of physical duplication. This theory additionally elucidated a more vital point. The memories of time travelers would not vanish into thin air. Those experiences traversing time would be preserved intact within their consciousness. My memories are intact, he murmured to himself. Subsequently, he downloaded the paper, intending to study it meticulously later. As he drove the pickup truck at a brisk pace, a chill enveloped his heart. If his memories were indeed accurate, why did the company's floors and the pivotal figure in his rebirth, Tian, diverge from what he recalled? What had altered everything? He felt as though he had plunged into a colossal vortex. The pickup truck sped towards the central hospital of Tanzhou City. After parking, he hastily entered the bustling outpatient hall, heading straight for the front desk of the one-stop service center. With urgency, yet maintaining politeness, he inquired, "Hello, I apologize for the interruption. I am a courier from the pharmaceutical company, and I have a batch of urgently needed refrigerated medications requiring Director Wang's signature. May I ask where Director Wang Zhiping is currently? Is he in a pharmacy office or out on rounds?" The front desk nurse, without lifting her gaze, casually pointed aside. "Director Wang? He is consulting in room 3 of the internal medicine clinic. You can go directly there, but there are many patients, so you'll need to wait for your turn." Without hesitation, Chu Yan turned towards the internal medicine outpatient area. He did not queue outside room 3, but instead scanned the surroundings with keen eyes. A janitor had just emptied the trash bin at the entrance of room 3 and was preparing to leave. Seizing the moment, Chu Yan swiftly retrieved a discarded laboratory report printed with the internal medicine header from bin. He retreated to an unoccupied corner at the end of the corridor, crumpling the paper further, taking a deep breath, and adopting a facade of anxious confusion before barging into the consultation room. Inside, Director Wang Zhiping was attending to an elderly patient, visibly displeased at the interruption. Chu Yan raised the crumpled paper, his voice laced with feigned urgency. "I'm so sorry. Director, the nurse asked me to urgently present this result to you." Director Wang took the paper, glanced at it, and furrowed his brow. "Nonsense. Whose report is this? There's no name. This isn't even our department's examination. You've made a mistake. Go wait for your turn." Chu Yan pretended not to hear clearly and edged closer, pointing at an irrelevant indicator on the paper. "Ah, could it be? Please take another look at this value. ISNT, alarmingly high. Get out, get out." Director Wang impatiently waved him away. "Don't delay the patients. Go find your own doctor." In the brief seconds of their entanglement, Chu Yan skillfully shielded most of the view with his body. Meanwhile, his other hand deftly slipped over the edge of the desk, and a set of keys along with a blue access card vanished into his sleeve. Apologizing profusely, he pretended to exit the consultation room, not lingering, and swiftly slipped into the male doctor's changing room on the same floor. It was empty. He hastily donned a white coat from a hanger and secured a fresh mask. Now, he resembled a hurried young physician. Clutching the keys and access card tightly, he made his way towards the fire escape leading to the basement. The basement was markedly quieter than the floors above, the cold lighting casting a sterile glow, and the air was imbued with a mix of disinfectant and low temperatures. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy metal door, firmly shut, the cold storage for special medications. Rarely visited, its only security was this very door. Chu Yan approached and swiped the blue access card. The green light illuminated, accompanied by a faint click. He quickly extracted the sturdiest brass key from the keyring, inserted it into the mechanical lock, and turned it. The door swung open. A rush of cold air greeted him. Inside were rows of refrigerated cabinets. With unwavering determination, he strode directly to a cabinet in the corner that housed special medications. There was a box clearly labeled, Tigesicline XK-17. This unassuming medication was, in the future, a coveted treasure for evolutionaries. Breaking through the evolutionary barriers, particularly from the second to the third realm and from the third to the fourth, represented a monumental leap in life levels, fraught with high failure rates and peril. It not only required talent and accumulation, but also demanded a powerful external force to stabilize the tumultuous energy within, safeguarding the core genetic chain. Scientists of later generations would exhaust their efforts to confirm that this medication, designated XK-17, with its unique molecular structure and potent intervention on the human microbiome, could miraculously enhance the success rate of breakthroughs by over 80%. This implied that even those of average aptitude could harbor significant hope of becoming formidable powerhouses with its aid. In his previous life, Chu Yan had suffered greatly from its absence, forever trapped at the pinnacle of the second realm, helplessly watching his loved one succumb to the apocalypse. At this moment, the key to breaking through was finally clasped firmly within his grasp. Chu Yan swiftly placed the medication along with ice packs into a portable insulated box, sealing it tightly. He discarded the white coat in a corner and retraced his steps from the cold storage. Emerging from the hospital's entrance, he jumped into his vehicle and merged into the flow of traffic. Shortly after departing, a black sedan without license plates appeared from behind, shadowing him closely. Chapter 7. Where has my girlfriend gone? With a swift turn of the steering wheel, the pickup truck arrived at the nearest Wanjing building materials plaza. The most pressing matter at hand was to complete the fortification on the list and swiftly forge 2 melee weapons. In a post-apocalyptic world, survival necessitated possessing several effective offensive weapons. In the aftermath of the disaster, alien microorganisms swept across the globe, causing varying degrees of evolution and mutation among all life forms. The surviving humans not only had to compete with zombies and other survivors for resources, but also contend with mutated creatures. Only by continuously promoting their own evolution could they enhance their resilience and survive. Even if one sought refuge in a fortified bunker, a body that had not evolved might not withstand even the toxicity of a mutated mosquito, ultimately leading to demise. To live, one must perpetually grow stronger. The opportunities that had lingered in his mind from his previous life must be grasped with urgency. Once he had assembled the weapons, Chu Yan planned to immediately head to several critical locations to seize opportunities vital to his evolution. Particularly, he needed to reach the kiln cave at Tongguan Kiln without delay. The items that were overlooked in the early stages of the disaster, yet in a year or two, they would become invaluable currency for survival. With a fist-sized piece capable of trading for a woman. At the Hongfa steel store, Chu Yan pointed at the promotional image on the advertisement board. Boss, I need 100 of these HRB 500E steel bars, all cut to 1.5 meters long. A middle-aged man, resembling a proprietor, approached, his face beaming with a smile. You've got a keen eye, young man. This seismic-resistant steel bar is high-strength and certified to national standards. It's a fine product. Chu Yan had already formulated a plan in his mind. This steel bar would suffice to promptly seal off the corridor of the residential complex, allowing him to occupy the rooftop of that building. One of his greatest advantages in this second life lay within that confined space. The opportunity for first realm evolution must be realized there. He picked up a 15-meter sample, weighing about 7 or 8 pounds, and found its heft and feel quite satisfactory. Using this with a spear shaft was just right. The blood-soaked experiences recounted in the survival guide for non-evolved beings from his previous life made it clear. The most efficient cold weapon for dispatching zombies was the spear, piercing through the skull at vulnerable points, such as the eye socket or temporal bone. For every additional meter in length, the probability of survival quadrupled. Although it should not exceed 2 meters. Chu Yan was pleased and relayed the delivery address to the proprietor. Have the goods delivered to 1401, Unit 1, Building 1, by Koyuan, number 88 Wui Road. It must arrive by 3 o'clock this afternoon. He pointed towards the door, instructing, please reinforce my vehicle with seismic-resistant steel bars, encircling it with a structure capable of withstanding violent impacts, something akin to this. He recalled the design of an apocalyptic modified vehicle, illustrating a shape beside the car. The shopkeeper circled the blue pickup truck, revealing a look of sudden enlightenment tinged with a hint of mockery. With such fortification, my friend, are you perhaps preparing to hunt wild boars in Shaanxi? Wild boars? Chu Yan, struggling to find a plausible explanation, seized the opportunity and nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Time is of the essence. We set off early tomorrow. The shopkeeper swiftly tapped on his calculator. Today is the 7th day of the new year. Labor is costly. Including materials and labor, I shall charge you 8,000. Deal. However, the reinforcement of the pickup truck must be completed within 20 minutes. Aesthetics were secondary. But it needed to be welded securely. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yan produced his phone to make the payment. 8,000 for half a ton of premium steel and urgent processing was an incredibly reasonable deal in the face of the apocalypse. Observing the shopkeeper's beaming smile, Chu Yan seized the moment to present his most critical request. Boss, there's another matter. Please select 5 steel bars, cut them down, and create threads on one for another. Weld a threaded sleeve that can be connected, forming a detachable spear shaft. He gestured again. Do you have any quality steel? I need to forge a steel knife with a longer and sturdier blade, capable of slicing through wild boar hide. In his past life, Chu Yan always carried a large knife. In this world, he must find a good one. Steel capable of slicing through wild boar hide? The shopkeeper pondered for a while before lowering his voice. There's a place that might have what you need. Where? Chu Yan inquired eagerly. The shopkeeper glanced around cautiously and whispered, drive eastward, past 2 traffic lights, and you'll find an auto parts city. Look for used spring steel plates, especially those made from 65 millinewton steel from imported cars. If properly quenched, their hardness and toughness are remarkable. Not just wild boars. I reckon you could tackle any tough bone. Automobile spring steel plates? Chu Yan's eyes lit up. This high-carbon manganese steel, once subjected to heat treatment, possesses an exceptional blend of hardness and toughness, making it one of the finest materials for crafting practical knives. In his previous life, he had discovered a machete made from such material in an abandoned repair shop. Though rough, it was extraordinarily durable and had seen him through the most arduous months. A spring steel plate knife? An auto repair shop? Suddenly, Chu Yan recalled a person from the apocalypse and blurted out, Do you know certain Lao Zhang? The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before smacking his forehead. Ah, yes. There is such a person. There is an old Zhang's auto repair shop tucked away behind the auto parts city. He was once a level 8 blacksmith in a state-owned factory, a true artisan. When the factory closed, he opened this repair shop. He is a bit eccentric, but his skills are indeed extraordinary. I've heard he dabbles in crafting cold weapons. It's worth a try. Chu Yan was elated. Excellent. I'll have the vehicle reinforced. I'll return in 20 minutes. With the agreement made, he hurried out of the bustling steel shop. He hailed a taxi, racing towards the company. His girlfriend's phone was still unreachable. By the time he arrived at the Photon Technology office in the International Trade Building, it was already 12:10. The office was eerily empty, and his girlfriend, Lu Yun, was conspicuously absent from her desk. He began rummaging through her workspace, recalling that whenever she was unable to message him, she would leave a note on her desk. After searching for a while, he found nothing. No notes at all. As he searched, he inadvertently lifted the keyboard, revealing a torn scrap of paper hidden beneath it. The few words scrawled on it were chaotic and frantic, entirely at odds with his girlfriend's usual delicate handwriting. This Yin is a fake? The excessive question marks seemed to convey an overwhelming sense of dread. Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment before bursting into a hollow laugh. His girlfriend often enjoyed playing riddle games with him, making him ponder and guess. He dialed her number once more, but the line was still busy. Hastily, he rushed downstairs, where he encountered Shunzi returning with takeout. Upon hearing Chu Yan's inquiry about Lu Yun, Shunzi replied with a hint of confusion. Sister Tian left work early. She went downstairs with a manager who, probably on the same route. As Chu Yan dashed out of the elevator, he reminded Shunzi, remember, whatever strange creature you see this afternoon, if someone charges at you, don't hesitate. Fight back fiercely. Protect yourself first, and avoid the KFC. He recalled how, in his previous life, he had spotted a few colleagues besieged by zombies near the company's KFC while searching for his girlfriend. And Shunzi, along with Su Shui, seemed to be among them. Without waiting for a response, he hailed a taxi, heading toward the apartment where his girlfriend resided. Her apartment was on the 10th floor, and, as the elevator ascended, he repeatedly pressed the redial button, the busy signal resonating in his ears like a hammer, striking his eardrums. Just before the keys turned in the lock, he heard a cacophony of panic emanating from the living room. Upon pushing the door open, he discovered a pair of men's leather shoes on the shoe cabinet, and in the corner of the sofa, a man and a woman were hastily rising, their attire disheveled. The man was none other than Hu Jia, the product manager from his company, a wealthy second-generation scion driving a Porsche, and the pale-faced woman was his girlfriend, Lu Yun. Chapter 8. I hope you don't die too soon. Damn it. A surge of boiling blood rushed to his head, making Chu Yan's ears buzz. He lunged forward, fists aimed directly at Hu Jia. As Hu Jia raised several documents, attempting to offer excuses, he clearly did not anticipate Chu Yan's immediate aggression. especially not with such swiftness. He hastily raised his hands to block, and the two engaged in a struggle. Hu Jia, a tall man over 6 feet with a muscular build, had been a standout athlete in college. On ordinary days, two Chians would be no match for him. Yet now, as Chu Yan charged, he bore the same slender physique, standing just over 5 feet 7 as a technician in a technology company. But the ferocity and technique he exhibited were forged in the crucible of a desolate world. Chu Yan fainted before delivering a powerful punch to Hu Jia's nasal bridge, the human body's weak point. Hu Jia instantly felt a wave of pain mixed with nausea, tears and snot uncontrollably streaming down his face, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yan delivered a swift kick to his groin. Ugh! Hu Jia let out a pitiful wail, his hands dropping from his nose to protect his groin, his entire body curling up like a shrimp scalded by boiling water. Twitching in the corner of the sofa, a few sheets of A4 paper detailing profit distribution and loss responsibilities fluttered down. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, threatening, "If you dare hit me, tomorrow my father will acquire the company and have you thrown out." Thrown out? Chu Yan scoffed inwardly. "If it weren't for fearing the involvement of Uncle Mao and the delay it would cause, I would have sent you on your way by now." He shook his sore hand, lamenting that his current strength and speed were still too weak. It took so much effort to deal with a pampered rich kid who had never seen real blood. If this were his previous life, 10 of them wouldn't be enough to face him. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and he was about to charge forward to land a few more decisive blows to incapacitate him. Suddenly, a gust of ill wind swept from behind. Bang! A dull thud echoed, akin to being struck in the back of the head with a baseball bat. Chu Yan's vision darkened, and he stumbled forward, barely managing to regain his footing. Warm liquid immediately trickled down his neck. He raised a hand to touch the back of his head, finding it sticky with blood. Stiffening, he slowly turned his neck. Tian clutched a stainless steel frying pan, its edges stained with splotches of crimson. Panic etched across her face. She hurriedly positioned herself in front of Hu Jia. No, Chu Yan, I didn't mean to. Please stay calm. It's not as you envision. I must seek another way out." Her voice crescendoed with urgency. Calm? A sudden pang of anguish seized Chu Yan's heart, a bitter wave surging up his throat. 3 years of tenderness lay vividly in his mind, now betrayed by a heart-wrenching stab. Beneath the cherry blossom tree by the stream, her shy smile, the promises exchanged in flickering candlelight, her joyful twirls in the bridal shop. All those once warm memories shattered into countless shards of sharp glass, piercing his heart deeply. The wound at the back of his head throbbed, warm blood trickling slowly down his neck. This warmth ignited a fierce rage within him, compelling him to confront this unfaithful woman. Suddenly, a vague silhouette surfaced in his memory, accompanied by her voice. "Rest assured, I will help you." This image emerged inexplicably, seemingly foreign to Chu Yan's recollections. His fists clenched and relaxed, then clenched again, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. After a long pause, he sighed, his voice returning to a chilling calm, devoid of warmth. "Take care of yourself." He turned, his cold gaze fixed on Hu Jia, curled up on the sofa like a broken doll. "I hope you don't die too soon. I will come for you." With that, he left without a moment's hesitation, swinging the door open and striding out. "Chu Yan, please let me explain." Tian's tearful cries echoed behind him. Chu Yan feigned ignorance, shutting the door that had witnessed the last flicker of his foolishness. The dull thud of the door effectively severed him from the chaos and betrayal that loomed behind him. At 12:25, Chu Yan found himself once more in a taxi, returning to the entrance of Home Fa Steel. The vehicle, with its menacing crash barriers welded to the front and rear, bore protective grills over its doors and windows, its wheels encased in reinforced steel rings, and the cargo area transformed into a rectangular steel cage. The entire vehicle resembled a mechanical war elephant clad in armor, the welding seams still radiating residual heat. Chu Yan conducted a quick inspection. Indeed, reinforcing the structure was worth the doubled efficiency. Drawing a deep breath, he retrieved his phone once more. At a red light, his fingers trembled slightly as he dialed his mother's number. Would his stubborn parents heed his urgent plea for supplies? A sense of unease gnawed at him. What he heard on the line was no longer his mother's familiar complaints, but a cacophony of noise. The supermarket's promotional announcements, the harsh strains of music, the rolling wheels of shopping carts, and the buzzing conversations of the crowd. A sigh of relief escaped him. His parents had indeed taken his advice and were already shopping. He called out, "Mom, Dad, have you gathered everything? Are you still at the supermarket?" His mother's voice broke through the din, tinged with urgency. "Yinya, according to your instructions, we bought the oil and sugar." Chu Yan seized the moment, speaking faster. "Good. Listen, Dad, Mom, go to the pharmacy in town. Regardless of whether they're open, try to buy as many common medicines as you can, especially multivitamins. Do you remember? In his previous life, after the asteroid explosion, the stratospheric jet streams had swept alien microbial aerosols across the globe, causing a quarter of humanity to mutate into zombies upon inhalation. Among the remaining 3/4 of the immune population, some experienced genetic mutations, their strength, speed, and senses far surpassing ordinary humans, evolving into what could only be described as the evolved beings of the apocalypse. Years later, scientists gradually unraveled the mechanisms and criteria for evolution, when alien microorganisms engaged in a peculiar interplay with the human immune system. Dormant human genes could be activated under specific conditions. Comprehensive intake of vitamins was one such condition. Unfortunately, by the time these findings were published, the ember of civilization had long since flickered out amidst the desolation. Holding the secret of post-cataclysm evolution was Chu Yan's greatest advantage in this second chance at life. He needed to prepare his parents for the initial stages of evolution. After hanging up the call, he ignited the engine, shifted into gear, and the deep blue Hilux surged through the traffic like a silent beast, leaving a vortex of anxious vehicles in its wake. This is all a lie. Surviving is the only truth. He slammed his hands against the steering wheel. Feelings? They're a luxury in the apocalypse. Lu Tingyun, Zuya, in 5 days. At the KFC, I shall witness your fate. He erupted into laughter within the confines of the car, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 9. The Divine Arms of the Apocalypse. In the back alley of the auto parts city, the sign of old Zhang's repair shop was rusted and worn, hanging from a heavy green roll-up door that was slightly ajar, revealing a dim, cluttered space filled with automotive components. An elderly man, hair as white as snow and covered in grease, stood with his back to the entrance, hunched over a workbench, bellowing at a peculiar charred part. Damn it. Same work, same material, and yet it cracks after 3 heat treatments. Chu Yan approached, calling out, Master Zhang? Old Zhang did not turn around, but waved his hand in annoyance. His voice curt. Car repairs? Not today. I'll take on work after I sort this mess. Chu Yan's gaze fell upon the part, memories flooding back. It resembled the scrap pieces he had once diagnosed with fellow survivor engineers in a derelict factory during the harsh winter of the 18th year. The root cause was a memory distortion stemming from the material's exposure to abnormally low temperature quenching. Chu Yan spoke. The material is sound. It froze during transport, and the old injuries within it were triggered by heat. It's developed a crack. Old Zhang's hunched back suddenly straightened, his eyes wide with realization. 3 days prior, the temperature had plummeted, and the delivery truck had indeed frozen overnight on the outskirts. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Chu Yan. Oh, you understand materials? Metallurgy? Chu Yan replied candidly. I know a little, unconventional methods. This is survival knowledge honed in the apocalypse, adept at treating various ailments. He continued. Don't expect to temper it. That frostbite has become a death sentence for the grain boundaries. To save it, you must apply a potent remedy to disrupt its memory. He gestured toward the furnace, increase the temperature, far exceeding the standard by 50 degrees, perform a saturated solid solution annealing, extend the holding time by half, forcibly retrain its mind, and finally air cool it. Don't toss it back into the oil pot. Old Zhang's face displayed incredulity. This young man had pinpointed the source of the freeze damage, identified the critical issue with the grain boundaries, and even dared to suggest such an unheard of remedy. His breath caught, his gaze shifted several times before he slammed his palm on the table, shouting at an apprentice nearby. What are you waiting for? Adjust the furnace temperature, as this gentleman instructed. Chu Yan stepped closer, directly stating his intent. I need to forge a knife and 5 spearheads. I am heading to Shanxi tomorrow to hunt wild boars, and it is urgent. I must have them within 2 hours. They need to be sturdy enough to cut through boar hide and bone. Old Zhang scrutinized Chu Yan, glancing outside at the truck modified to resemble a prison vehicle. Chuckling derisively. Hunting wild boars? In 2 hours? Do you think I run a convenience store selling Swiss Army knives? He rummaged through the workbench and produced a piece of bent steel plate, rusted and pockmarked. The steel was long and curved, rough and uneven, exceeding 1.5 meters in length. Old Zhang slapped the thick, rusty steel plate. You'll need this for the knife. It's a spring taken from a scrap stair truck's rear axle, genuine bow steel. Boar hide is of little concern. As long as the timing is precise and the handling is adept, this material can be fashioned into a weapon capable of effortlessly cleaving bones. For the first time, a genuine spark illuminated his dry, weary eyes, akin to an old craftsman roused from slumber, reminded of the essence of quality materials. However, it demands considerable effort in processing and requires attentive care. 2 hours? A blade blank plus 5 spear tips? Typically, such forging would take 2 to 3 days. You need it urgently in 2 hours? Very well. 25,000. Can you afford that? Chu Yan gazed at the heavy steel plate fragments, marked by the passage of time, and understood implicitly. This was the truth behind the excellent materials that Old Li had spoken of, the scrap leaf springs from a decommissioned heavy truck. He recognized that this substance was intrinsically resilient enough to withstand the skulls of zombies. Very well, he could not afford to wait any longer. Any issue that could be resolved with money was no issue at all. Old Zhang's eyes glimmered with a hint of shrewdness. But make it clear, 2 hours? Just a rough blank. I can handle the quenching and tempering, but there's no time for meticulous grinding. The material is ready, but the cutting and shaping must be expedited, employing some unconventional methods. Unconventional methods? Chu Yan inquired. He was not concerned about Old Zhang's craftsmanship. After all, in his previous life, this master had gained considerable renown in the Tanzhou region as a master blacksmith of cold weapons post-disaster. Chu Yan's first steel knife had been forged by Old Zhang. Yet, back then, crafting a knife of mediocre quality took half a month. Now, to forge a manganese steel knife in 2 hours, what kind of unconventional methods could he possibly employ? Old Zhang snorted. With this knife shape and spear tip, hand forging alone wouldn't yield even a tip in 2 hours. Machinery is essential. He moved to a corner of the workbench and picked up a small scrap, illustrating the knife's silhouette. The blade profile must be cut using the plasma cutter from the metal shop across the street, which can complete the task in a minute. 10 times faster than gas cutting. Shaping is even simpler. The conical part of the spear tip can be pressed into a rough form using the 80-ton hydraulic press at Old Zhao's calibration shop in the Auto Part City. Utilizing the appropriate molds or spacers, this is a process 100 times faster than forging. Do you think 25,000 is expensive? The bulk of the cost goes into firing up these machines. Chu Yan comprehended, his heart resolute. The calamity was undeniably different from the aftermath of his previous life. Electricity was still operational, and utilizing the equipment network of the auto repair city could significantly compress time. Excellent. Let us proceed, as you suggest. He promptly retrieved his phone to make the payment. The pickup truck sped toward the street lined with window and door shops near his home. As he passed the provincial library, an idea struck him. He parked the vehicle hastily and rushed inside. He approached the administrator and inquired directly, "Do you have any books on WaterScript?" After a prolonged search on the computer system, the administrator turned back and confirmed, "Indeed. We have 2 books related to WaterScript. One is an academic treatise titled Research on Ancient Characters of Tian, which is quite thick. The other is a study of folk culture titled Lost Heritage, Civilizational Echoes in WaterScript, which is thinner, though the author's views appear to be quite controversial." Since the borrowing card allowed him to check out only one book, Chu Yan, pressed for time, chose the more authoritative and seemingly practical volume, Research on Ancient Characters of Tian. Once back in the car, he eagerly opened the hefty academic work. The pages had yellowed, filled with intricate citations and diagrams of character evolution. He soon discovered that WaterScript was an ancient writing system unique to the Zhuang people, recognized as a national intangible cultural heritage, serving as an encyclopedia for the Zhuang, encapsulating thousands of years of their history and wisdom. He quickly found the explanation for the character toe, aligning with what the Spectre of Time had said. However, as he continued to turn the pages, his heart suddenly constricted. The book mentioned that WaterScript often featured dual character combinations. He encountered the diagram of another character, one that perfectly matched the symbol he had seen that day. Sitting alongside Chill, following the index, he sought the translation of that character. In meantime, Chu Yan's finger halted on the page, a chill coursing through him. He combined the 2 characters. No longer was it simply Cho. Instead, it became Shicho, the prisoner of time. This phrase struck him like a lightning bolt, cleaving through his chaotic thoughts, yet plunging him into deeper darkness. Who is the prisoner of time? Is it the stalker? Or someone else? Or are we all? Without the luxury of further contemplation, the pickup truck had arrived at the street of window and door shops. With a sudden brake, he halted in front of Old Li's processing shop. Chu Yan leapt out of the vehicle, noticing the half-open rolling shutter revealing a flurry of sparks from a cutting machine. And a small compartment at the back showed a rudimentary lathe, a welding gun, and an old grinding machine. This was a workshop capable of hands-on processing. He cut to the chase. What is the most robust anti-theft door available? The slightly plump, bald owner pointed to a poster on the wall. Here it is. The top-tier version of the Diamond Shield. 12 millimeters thick steel plate. 7,800 yuan, installation included. We have a sample. Take a look. He gestured to an exceptionally hefty display door nearby. If you pay now, we can install it before 3 this afternoon. The address is just in the nearby community. Unit 1, Building 1, Baika Garden, 1401. Can you manage that? Chu Yan was pressed for time and had no opportunity for lengthy discussions. Old Li's smile faded slightly. Not even a deity could accomplish that speed. Ordering stock and processing would take at least 5 days. 5 days was far too long. He needed to transform his residence into a temporary bastion against the impending apocalypse. The anti-theft door was paramount. Chu Yan could feel the countdown ticking in his mind. He glanced at his phone. 1:20 p.m. There was no time left to seek another shop for anti-theft doors and windows. Moreover, the delivery and installation of such a large item would require at least an hour. Was he to rely on a primitive wooden door to withstand the assault of zombies? Chapter 10. The Beautiful Woman from the Hunting Bao Society. Chu Yan wasted no words. I want that sample door, and I'll pay extra, 20,000. He unzipped his backpack, slamming a thick stack of freshly withdrawn cash onto the counter as a direct offer. Old Lee stared at the pile of red bills, his eyelids twitching. Yet he shook his head. It can't be done. That door would need to be dismantled, requiring the cutting machine to slice through its base. Far too much hassle. He kicked at the heavy metal base fused with the tiled floor. 40,000. Chu Yan's voice remained steady as he doubled his offer. Money, after all, could quickly become worthless. He reached into his bag once more, slamming a second stack of cash beside the first. The entire shop fell silent, save for the faint noise of the grinding machine from back. Old Lee's eyes were glued to the frayed edges of the 40,000 yuan. Oblivious to the ache in his molars, the muscles in his face twitched. He had encountered a foolishly wealthy client. Making a profit of over 30,000 would suffice for 2 months' earnings for this small shop. Very well. For your straightforwardness, we have a deal. Old Lee slapped his thigh, his internal conflict evaporating. He swept the 2 stacks of money into the drawer, then bellowed towards the back. Zhuzi, don't bother with sharpening your old knife. Bring out the large cutting machine and the oxygen-acetylene torch. Hurry. He turned back to Chu Yan, grinning broadly to reveal teeth stained yellow from smoke. Rest assured, brother. The door will be delivered by 3, and it will be installed within half an hour. Chu Yan nodded slightly and turned to leave. His gaze swept past the cluttered little compartment filled with tools, where a somewhat aged, iron-gray diesel generator sat quietly in the corner. A purely mechanical diesel generator. A treasure for the apocalypse. Yet, Chu Yan paused only briefly before striding out of the shop, transforming once again into a fervent shopper, racing through the streets and alleys. In the photography equipment store, a birdwatching telescope was acquired, while Tongfei Sports City procured 4 sets of protective gear. An outdoor goods shop purchased a folding tiger claw and climbing Kevlar ropes. These items are essential for survival in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Additionally, they swept up 50 magnesium fire starters, a commodity of high value in the end times, impervious to moisture and extreme temperatures, theoretically capable of lasting until the end of days. However, a long-range weapon remained absent. He yearned for a bow, an armament that had never left his side in his past life, akin to a trusty knife. The International Finance Square, IFS, gleamed with sunlight reflecting off its glass facade, marking it as the pinnacle of commercial landmarks in Tanzhou City. As Chu Yan stepped into the 6th floor of the Hunting Bao Club, he felt as though he had entered a realm entirely apart from the bustling streets outside, laden with noise and dust. The air was infused with the scent of luxurious leather and a faint hint of pine resin. The dark walnut flooring shone like a mirror, silent beneath his feet. Elegantly designed compound bows and recurved bows adorned the walls, each displayed like a work of art beneath the soft glow of spotlights. A massive North American moose head mounted on the wall silently proclaimed the hunting heritage of the establishment. The golden plaque of the Hunting Bao Club exuded understated opulence. This space felt less like a shop and more like a private sanctuary for elite archery enthusiasts, where patrons were invariably affluent. Sir, may I inquire if you have an appointment? A cool, melodious voice broke the silence. Chu Yan turned to see a tall woman striding towards him, clad in an impeccably tailored deep blue suit. The taut collar of her white blouse strained against her ample curves, the top button appearing to struggle against the tension, as if on the verge of bursting. Her slender waist led down to a shapely posterior, encased in a fitted skirt that ended mid-thigh, revealing long, elegantly straight legs clad in sheer black stockings, accentuated by pointed high heels that elevated her already statuesque figure. Her chestnut waves cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her makeup was meticulously applied, her features striking, particularly her slightly upward-turned eyes, which bore an air of scrutiny and superiority. A small platinum name tag pinned to her chest identified her as Wang Xiaoya, the club's manager. As her gaze swept over Chu Yan, she noted the fatigue etched on his face, yet his features were unexpectedly sharp and defined, with a straight nose and a firmly set jaw. What caught her off guard was the calmness reflected in his eyes, not a hint of panic or embarrassment, but rather a profound tranquility akin to a deep pool. Her attention lingered on the worn cuffs of his windbreaker, stained with a conspicuous dark red mark. Her brows furrowed ever so slightly, and her professional smile took on a subtle edge of aloofness. Sir, we operate as a high-end private club, adhering to a membership system and do not engage in public sales. Her voice remained pleasant, yet the unmistakable note of rejection was clear, her demeanor suggesting an underlying disdain. Chu Yan sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Were it not for the memories of his past life, where the hunting bow club was the sole repository of the finest compound bows in all of Tianzhou, he would never have subjected himself to such condescension. He recalled the taciturn yet masterful archer he had once rescued during his wanderings in the wilderness. Perhaps he could leverage that connection. I was referred by Lian Wuxia, Chu Yan stated flatly, merely seeking to purchase a good bow suited for hunting wild boars. Surely you wouldn't refuse to sell to a non-member? Lian Wuxia? Wang Xiaoya's professional smile faltered for a moment. The name struck her like a stone cast into still waters, creating ripples of recognition within her eyes. Master Lian Han. Only those privy to the inner circle dared use the moniker Lian Wuxia, bestowed upon him after a private competition years ago, where he had struck a copper coin from 100 meters away with 5 consecutive arrows, leaving spectators in awe. Few knew of this nickname, and those who did were either true insiders or closely associated with Master Lian. She scrutinized the seemingly inconspicuous young man before her, her initial disdain softening slightly. Yet suspicion lingered. How could someone of Lian's caliber possibly refer such a disheveled individual? Ah, so you're a friend of Master Lian. My apologies for the oversight. Since you come recommended by him, I suppose that is acceptable. She paused, her tone subtly shifting. However, our club showcases only top-tier professional equipment, and the prices may, not be particularly accessible. For hunting wild boars, the Falcon Tactics 40 would suffice, she continued, gesturing to a sleek black compound bow. Her tone infused with the fervor of a saleswoman, yet tinged with condescension. With a draw weight of 40 pounds, it is more than adequate for such game. Her emphasis on more than adequate and moderate price seemed to imply she was granting him a concession. 40 pounds? Chu Yan shook his head, not even approaching the bow for a closer inspection. It's insufficient. The average thickness of a wild boar's shoulder blade exceeds 15 millimeters, and its frontal bone is particularly resilient. The kinetic energy and velocity of a 40-pound arrow would not guarantee a lethal strike in an encounter. His words were precise and calm, reminiscent of textbook data. Wang Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her dismissal to be called out so bluntly. The stark contrast between his coldly analytical assessment and his humble appearance was jarring. Well, you certainly sound knowledgeable. A mocking voice interjected. A muscular man, clearly a seasoned shooter, approached from the practice area, a recurve bow in hand. He was Zhou Qiang, a senior shooting coach at the club and one of Wang Xiaoya's admirers. Having observed the situation, particularly the way Chu Yan seemed to have put Wang Xiaoya in an awkward position, he seized the opportunity to play the hero. Zhou Qiang appraised Chu Yan's shabby attire with disdain, a smirk playing on his lips. You may spout theoretical knowledge, but how many wild boars have you actually hunted? A 40-pound bow is more than sufficient. It all comes down to the wielder. Someone of your stature would struggle to draw a heavy bow. You might dislocate your arm before even releasing an arrow. That would be quite the spectacle. He flexed his bicep for effect, eliciting chuckles from nearby patrons. Wang Xiaoya furrowed her brow, failing to intervene against Zhou Chang's taunts, instead regaining some confidence from his words. Indeed, no matter how proficient one claimed to be, they needed the strength to wield the equipment effectively. She regarded Chu Yan's unimposing physique, the fleeting glimmer of consideration in her gaze dissipating once more. Ignoring Zhou Chang's provocations, Chu Yan's focus shifted past both him and Wang Xiaoya, honing in on a compound bow displayed on a standalone pedestal at the far end of the exhibit space. It was a matte black masterpiece, exuding a mechanical elegance, inscribed with the name Ventum Pro 80. Its substantial weight and robust limbs silently proclaimed its formidable power. I want that one, Chu Yan declared, pointing directly at the Ventum Pro 80, his voice resolute and unwavering. 80 pounds draw weight. 80 pounds. Wang Xiaoya and Zhou Qiang exclaimed in unison, their expressions morphing into shock and disbelief. Nearby onlookers ceased their chatter, their gazes converging on him. 80 pounds. This was nearly the pinnacle of modern compound bow draw weights. The demands placed upon a user's strength, skill, and stability are exceedingly high. Within a club, the number of members capable of effortlessly wielding a compound bow with a draw weight exceeding 70 pounds is but a handful, let alone 80 pounds. Such a draw weight typically only appears in the realm of professional large-game hunting or long-distance competition, where the pursuit of ultimate penetration power is paramount. Sir, are you certain? Wang Xiaoya's voice was tinged with dryness, her disbelief palpable. Such bows are exceedingly rare, with only one displayed in the shop as a sample. The draw weight of 80 pounds is immensely significant. Without extensive professional training, an ordinary person simply cannot. Affirmative, Chu Yan interjected, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Where are the arrows? The accompanying carbon arrows are over there, Wang Xiaoya instinctively gestured towards a row of exquisite arrows. Not those. Chu Yan shook his head, his gaze fixated on the arrow cabinet. I require the Black Eagle Carbon Impact 400 with carbon aluminum composite shafts of the 850 grain variety. The vanes should utilize Arizona Archery X. Vane 20 with a slight offset. The arrowheads. He paused, clearly articulating his request for all to be replaced with G5 Outdoors Montec CS tungsten steel broadheads, 50 of them. With each precise model and specification he uttered, the color drained from Wang Xiaoya and Zhou Chang's faces, and the gasps of onlookers grew more pronounced. 850 grains. Tungsten broadheads. Wang Xiaoya felt as if she were on the brink of asphyxiation, adjusting her stance as the taut curve of her chest quivered. An 850 grain arrow is exceedingly heavy. This weight is nearly double that of standard hunting arrow. Tungsten broadheads are renowned for their exceptional hardness and density, designed specifically to combat the toughest bones and armor targets, striving for unparalleled kinetic energy and penetration. This configuration, 80 pounds of top-tier draw weight paired with 850 grain heavy arrows and tungsten broadheads, yields a terrifying kinetic energy and destructive capacity that far exceeds conventional hunting practices. Goodness, are the youth of today truly this formidable? A staff member behind Wang Xiaoya murmured, unable to contain himself. 80 pounds, 850 grain tungsten arrows. Is this setup intended for hunting wild boar or for taking down a tank? Zhou Chang's smirk froze, as if he had been struck with a powerful blow. He gazed at the Ventum Pro 80, exuding an aesthetic of violent beauty, feeling at a loss for words for the first time. Is this lad a madman? Or does he possess a confidence unknown to him? Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. She observed Chu Yan's calm, unyielding visage, for the first time sensing an unfathomable chill. To accurately pinpoint the specifications of such elite components and to pursue such an extreme configuration. The wild boar he mentioned is likely not as straightforward as it seems. Coupled with his connection to Lian Wush, who exactly is he? Chu Yan paid no heed to their astonishment, swiftly swiping his card to complete the transaction. The Ventum Pro 80, equipped with top-tier sights and a release aid, cost 70,000, and with the 50 specially designed heavy arrows and costly tungsten broadheads, the total exceeded 120,000. As the POS machine spat out a lengthy receipt, Wang Xiaoya's previous disdain evaporated entirely. He turned it apart, not casting another glance at Wang Xiaoya or Zhou Qiang. Hey! Zhou Qiang called out, his frustration boiling over as he watched Chu Yan's retreating figure, unable to suppress the lingering bitterness. That bow has quite the draw. Be careful with it. Don't let the bowstring cut your fingers before you even take down a wild boar. Zhou Qiang angrily tossed his gloves onto the table, muttering a barely audible threat to himself. I hope I never cross paths with you again. Yet, Chu Yan's steps remained unwavering, his silhouette vanishing at the elevator entrance. The powerful bow remained silent, save for the thunderous crack it would produce upon release. Chu Yan felt a nagging sensation that he had forgotten to purchase something. But time was not on his side. 2:30 p.m. Just an hour and a half left on the countdown. The sightseeing elevator glided smoothly to the first floor. Through the glass doors, Chu Yan's gaze was ensnared by a massive metallic gear sculpture across the street. The object was embedded beside a shop sign, its form starkly contrasting with the surrounding dazzling neon lights. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the emblem of a certain faction from his past life following a disaster. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he pressed the elevator door open button and stepped outside to observe it more closely. It turned out to be a cafe, name times sand. The facade was quite old-fashioned. Aside from the striking gear, a model of an hourglass stood beside it. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with not a single light illuminated, and it was utterly deserted. In stark contrast, the bubble tea shop Tian Guansei to the right was packed with chattering young people, while the exquisite duck neck to the left was also bustling with patrons, making this place feel like a forgotten corner of time. Judan Pia Kulosi. A bright red notice was affixed to the inside of the glass window, the lettering so vibrant as to be jarring. Opening hours, January 1st, 2024. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. Today is January 1st, 2023. What on earth is this? Opening a year from now, leaving an empty shell in this exorbitantly priced area? A form of performance art, perhaps? It is likely a gimmick conceived by some owner to capture attention. Such are the ever-evolving tactics of commercial streets nowadays. He shook his head and returned to the underground parking garage. As the pickup truck emerged from the International Financial Square, IFS, underground parking exit, merging into the flow of traffic, he noticed an elderly Taoist priest clad in a blue robe, obstructing pedestrians and fervently speaking to passersby, most of whom waved him off with impatience. As Chu Yan's vehicle passed by, the priest seemed electrified, abruptly turning to fix an intense gaze upon him, his expression contorted in exaggerated shock. He stumbled after the car for a couple of steps, exclaiming, "Ah, sir, wait, wait. This is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Your fortune is beset with ominous signs. There is bloodshed lurking ahead. I have been awaiting your arrival." Chu Yan paid him no mind, pressing the gas pedal to distance himself. The Taoist, growing frantic, pounded on the car window. Sir, do not leave. Our meeting is fate. I possess the means to dispel misfortune and avert disaster." Annoyed by the persistent tapping, Chu Yan halted at a red light, lowered the window, and mockingly replied, "Dispelling misfortune? What can you possibly dispel?" He scrutinized the itinerant priest, whose attire seemed entirely out of sync with modern society. The sleeves of his robe were worn to a sheen, his hair was askew atop his head, and he clutched a faded yellow flag, upon which the words "Authentic Maoshan" were blurred into an inky smear. Sensing an opportunity, the priest leaned closer to the car window, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Every calamity in the mortal realm has its remedy. What do you fear, sir? Legal troubles? Illness? Or perhaps—" He deliberately elongated the last word, gauging Chu Yan's reaction. Chu Yan gazed at the blinking numbers of the red light ahead and casually remarked, "Zombies. Can you dispel those?" "Zombies?" The priest visibly froze for a moment, then suddenly appeared enlightened, slapping his thigh with vigor. "Oh, you mean the undead? Why didn't you say so sooner? Our Maoshan sect has a 1,000-year legacy, specializing in exorcising evil. Dealing with zombies is our forte." A look of triumph crossed his face, as if he felt he had finally met a suitable inquirer. "Oh," Chu Yan elongated his tone, his eyebrows twitching slightly, genuinely amused by the exchange. Seeing a glimmer of opportunity, the priest hastily began rummaging through his greasy cloth bag. "Sir, look here, an authentic century-old peach wood sword, perfect for vanquishing evil. And this, a talisman for dispelling demons, can be affixed to your doors and windows to ward off all malevolent spirits. Also this." He fumbled in a flurry, the sound of clinking metal echoing through the air. Chu Yan's gaze drifted over the priest's frayed sleeves and mud-stained trousers, then back to his face, which bore the marks of life's struggles, despite his attempts to appear profound. The traffic light shifted from red to green, prompting the vehicles behind to honk impatiently. The Taoist, after a lengthy search within the depths of his trouser pocket, finally produced a small brass bell tarnished with verdigris, presenting it to the car window with a flourish. Indeed, this is well, the soul-calling bell. A gentle shake, and the spirits, those zombies will be utterly befuddled. Chu Yan surveyed the assortment of props, then glanced at the Taoist's eager and expectant gaze. The absurdity of a moment was swiftly supplanted by a deeper weariness. Having survived for 2 decades in this apocalyptic world, he was acutely aware that the supernatural held no sway here, just as the emergence of flaming zombies or shadowy corpses defied the laws of science post-cataclysm. With a sigh, he refrained from accepting the peach with swords and talismans, instead reaching for the unassuming brass bell, which felt weighty and chilling to the touch. With his other hand, he retrieved a wad of cash from the change compartment in the center console, estimating it to be around 1,000 yuan without counting, and thrust it into the Taoist's hands. Time was of the essence. Chu Yan's voice remained flat as he shifted gears, and the vehicle began to move forward slowly. "First, take care of your own survival." The Taoist, clutching the money far exceeding his expectations, stood frozen, his expression a mix of ecstatic joy, shock, and confusion. He gazed at the cash in his hands, and then up at the deep blue pickup truck accelerating away, mumbling to himself, my own survival, my own survival." As the vehicle merged into the flow of traffic, the desolate figure remained rooted in place, clutching the money like a lost soul. Before the apocalypse fully descended, the hearts of men were already in disarray. Chu Yan dismissed this brief episode from his mind and drove straight toward the back alleys of the auto parts city. Chapter 12. The Emergence of the Assassination Spear. At the entrance of Old Zhang's auto repair shop, a wave of heat mingled with the acrid scent of metal rushed forth. The furnace blazed brightly, and Old Zhang's hunched figure seemed forged from iron amidst the flickering orange glow. He seized a dripping orange blade blank and thrust it violently into a dark barrel of waste oil. A hissing explosion erupted, and dense blue-black smoke billowed into the sky, the oil boiling and bubbling violently, releasing a cacophony of crackling sounds, akin to vengeful spirits wailing in the oil pit. Moments later, the blade was lifted, now shrouded in a dark matte black, cold and unyielding, resembling fangs forged in the depths of hell. Old Zhang bellowed, "Quench it to imbue it with ferocity, temper it to grant it resilience." He then placed the blade onto a dark red tempering furnace, his gaze sharp as an eagle. With a small hammer, he tapped the spine of the blade, producing a crisp, ringing sound. The charcoal fire patiently licked at the blade, and the layer of deep black gradually receded, revealing a warm, pale golden hue that subtly refracted a spectrum of colors. Finally, he picked up the angle grinder. Amidst the piercing hum, sparks cascaded like a waterfall. Moments later, a glimmering edge emerged. Old Zhang casually struck the blade against a nearby rusted barrel. With a whoosh, the blade embedded itself into the barrel wall, and upon extraction, it drew forth a shower of sparks, the cut clean and precise. "Here it is," he declared, standing upright and tossing the cloth used to wipe the blade onto the workbench. He gestured to the knife and spearheads, explaining, "This manganese steel knife is crafted according to your specifications, made of solid 65 manganese steel, and tempered and quenched twice as per the rules. The edge has been sharpened. It will suffice for dealing with wild boar hide." Chu Yan up, go take sweeply. On the workbench lay the knife, gradually losing its brilliance. Entirely enveloped in a profound black tempered hue, the robust spine and broad blade radiating a sense of steady power. What captivated Chu Yan's attention most was its edge, clear, straight, and glistening with a cold, hard gleam. While it was far from mirror smooth, the fine abrasions left by the angle grinder were evident. Yet the cutting edge itself was remarkably sharp. Upon closer inspection, he could feel the oppressive sharpness. The bare handle remained wrapped in grimy rags, but the knife itself had transformed into a ferocious beast, poised to strike. The 5 spearheads nearby were equally impressive, their tapered tips sharpened to an alarming degree, reflecting glimmers of cold light even in the dim ambience, with the edges near the handles chamfered to prevent injury. Chu Yan's astonishment deepened. This was not what had been previously agreed upon. Sensing his confusion, Old Zhang raised his eyelids to glance at him, snorting through his nose, and pointed at the blade's edge. "How much effort can it take to sharpen a blade?" My little worn angle grinder buzzed for just a few minutes. I mentioned before that I could only make rough blanks, fearing that a sharpened blade would become a deadly weapon, worried you might cause some mischief. Alas, I couldn't resist. It turned out so well. It's perfect for dealing with wild boar. I guarantee it will pierce sinews and shatter bones. Isn't that sufficient? You can wrap the handle yourself. He tossed the rag aside, falling silent. Chu Yan grasped the knife, unable to part with it. The blade measured approximately 60 centimeters in length, with a cutting edge of about 45 centimeters, weighing around 5 kilograms, delivering a heavy sense of pressure in his grip. He waved it casually. A surge of exhilarating excitement rushed to his head, reminiscent of the howls of zombies, as the muscle memory of wielding a knife in his past life awakened fiercely. Cautiously, he ran the pad of his thumb along the edge, testing it lightly. In an instant, the outer layer of skin on his thumb was sliced open, revealing an almost invisible white line. There was little pain until the underlying tissue was exposed to the air, yielding a slight sting. The tips of the 5 spearheads emanated an even more chilling aura. He praised sincerely, "Excellent. This sharpness may not slice through hair, but it is more than capable of effortlessly cutting through tough leather. This 25,000 is well spent." He prepared to stow away the spearheads and knife, but abruptly froze. No, something was amiss. He picked up the 5 spearheads again, bringing them close to the glow of the furnace to examine each one closely. The flickering flames revealed distinct blue and purple spots on the sides of 3 of the spearheads. These spots, this coloration, was identical to those on the spearhead that had been launched at him during the last moments before the time machine activated. A chill swept over him, overpowering the furnace's heat. Grasping the spearhead tightly, he inquired coldly, "What is this?" Old Zhang, bent over tidying his tools, paused and leaned in closer, squinting at it. "Oh, that? It's the tempering color, made from old car leaf springs. That material was quenched before leaving the factory, and during tempering, the temperature and time aligned just right, resulting in this colorful pattern on the surface. It's flashy but doesn't affect functionality." Chu Yan's gaze remained fixed on those spots, as if intent on burning through the metal. "Who else has forged something like this?" Old Zhang straightened up, raising an eyebrow, his wrinkles deepening. "The design was yours. This spearhead shape is being forged for the first time. Only specific brands of leaf springs from ages past bear such colorful patterns. After being used on a vehicle, they wear away quickly. For the spearheads to retain such a vivid marking, well, that's quite rare." A deeper chill enveloped Chu Yan's heart. Rare? The spearhead that had attempted to assassinate him had appeared prematurely. What a coincidence! How many more spearheads could be forged from that pattern spring? He pressed on with his questioning. Old Zhang chuckled, as if finding the question naive. "How many more? After making these 5 for you, that material is completely exhausted. Not a scrap left." He patted his oil-stained chest confidently, asserting, "Rest assured, these 3 spearheads in your possession are the only ones in the world with that unique pattern. Absolutely one of a kind." Chu Yan fell silent for a moment, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on half of his face. Slowly, he nodded, uttering no further words, and placed the remaining payment of 12 500 yuan on the workbench. Old Zhang received a stack of red banknotes without paying much attention. Instead, he bent down and rummaged through a filthy wooden box at his feet, retrieving a similarly greasy toolbox. Inside lay a hand-crank device and a box filled with assorted spare grinding wheels. He also added a roll of cloth and some iron wire to the mix. These were merely additions, but they were necessary. This hand-cranked grinding machine has been my old companion. When you venture into the deep mountains to hunt wild boars and your blades become dull, you can use this hand grinder to sharpen them quickly without electricity. Wrap the handle with the cloth and bind the spearhead tightly with the iron wire. He nudged the battered box towards Chu Yan with his foot. Chu Yan was elated. This hand-crank grinder was truly a treasure. In a world where technological civilization has descended into the primitive, mechanical age, such a device that operates without electricity is invaluable. He loaded several items into his vehicle and, pondering for a moment, turned back to Old Zhang solemnly, saying, "The apocalypse is approaching. Stock up on food, water, and vitamins. After weathering the initial phase, make sure to bask in the sun. Meat and vitamins must be replenished." He paused, then added, "I go by the name of Cold-Faced Yama. If things get tough, seek me out." Ignoring the astonishment etched on Old Zhang's face, Chu Yan swiftly climbed into the driver's seat of the pickup truck. The engine roared like a beast, kicking up dust as he rapidly departed from the oil-scented auto repair shop. The pickup jostled along the dirt road. Yet Chu Yan's heart was in greater turmoil than the vehicle itself. Old Zhang's words pierced his mind like an unyielding iron wedge. There are only 3 spears with colorful tips in this world. And now, those 3 spearheads were in his possession. The short spear that had tried to take his life must have originated from here. Could it be someone close to him? But who? Furthermore, he had never forged a spearhead in his past life. So, from where did the spear that pierced him come? An unprecedented weapon targeting him. Why? This whirlpool of contradictions was more unsettling than the edge of a quench blade. Chapter 13. The eerie reappearance of the company. The engine emitted a ferocious roar, madly charging towards the ultimate fortress, Bison Garden 1401. He dialed home on the car phone, and his father's breathless voice came through the receiver, accompanied by the creaking sound of wooden wheels rolling over mud. "Dad, did you buy rice, flour, and canned meat?" Chu Yan wedged the phone between his shoulder and ear, his left hand wildly turning the steering wheel to avoid a red-light-jumping electric bike. "Rice? I bought some. What's it to you? Your mother loves those thin noodles." "Canned meat? What nonsense is that? I just butchered 2 wild pigs, over 100 pounds. There's enough to last until autumn." Chu Yan slammed the steering wheel in frustration, the horn startling the sparrows perched nearby. "Dad, I told you to buy canned food." "Canned food?" He groaned helplessly into the receiver. "Fresh pork goes bad after 3 days without electricity." "What do you mean, no electricity? The village transformer was just replaced last month." His father grunted on the other end, the sound of his mother chopping vegetables echoing in the background. "Did you buy multivitamins and protein powder?" "Multivitamins? I got 10 bottles. Your mother needs calcium and usually takes these multivitamins." "Protein powder? What kind of nonsense is that? We have a hen laying 3 eggs a day. Aren't they better?" Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan replied, "All right, eggs will do." It was nearly 3 o'clock. They must not venture outside now. Find some thick iron wire to lock the yard gate and seal all the window gaps. And make sure to get plenty of sunlight. Sunlight? Laughter erupted from his parents on the other end. Chu Yan's lips twitched in annoyance. Glancing at the ultraviolet index displayed on a roadside screen, an idea struck him. And he fabricated a lie. "Did you know? The sun can kill viruses. Getting plenty of sunlight can eliminate them." His parents' stubbornness felt like the gentlest of shackles in this apocalyptic world. With a resigned sigh, Chu Yan reflected on how he had tried to guide them towards the secrets of evolution 3 times, yet they remained obliviously entrenched in the shell of the old world. After hanging up, he glanced at his phone screen, cluttered with missed calls and unread messages. Calls from a phone, friends, family, and a barrage of delivery drivers filled the list. He had no time to respond. Instead, he quickly redialed the steel shop owner, the supermarket owner, and bawled oldly, learning that the goods had already been delivered. Chu Yan absently assured them, "I'll be there soon. On my way," pressing the accelerator further down. The pickup's engine roared as it weaved through traffic, running 2 red lights in quick succession, the tires screeching against the pavement. He was racing against time, against the last vestiges of order before chaos descended. At 2:50 p.m., an abrupt halt at Hilux brought 2 black streaks across the concrete beneath the Bison Gardens Building 1. At the entrance of Unit 1, the steel shop owner and his workers stood guard, where 101 5-meter long silver-gray rebar rods were neatly stacked, along with 5/2 section rods with threaded joints. Chu Yan directed them to load 80 of the rebar rods onto the back of the pickup, while the remaining 20 rods and the 5 long spear rods would accompany him upstairs in the elevator. As he bolted upstairs with bags in hand, the sight before him eased his taut nerves. At the entrance of 1401 lay a mountain of supplies: rice, bottled water, oil, canned food. With the stout owner of Fuwang supermarket wiping sweat from his brow while counting with several movers. Bald, old Lee from the door and window processing shop was directing two workers as they maneuvered a heavy security door into the elevator. After a quick inventory, he noted that only the compressed biscuits, canned meat, and medicines were yet to arrive. The phone at the Rongjuan Service Center went unanswered, and he had not received any notification regarding the delivery of medicines. As he greeted a few people, he fished out his keys to unlock the door. The moment the metallic key slid into the lock, his fingertips trembled. After 20 years, he was back in his cozy little nest. The room still bore the lingering scent of spring festival couplets, with a jar of pickled vegetables from his parents sitting atop the shoe cabinet and an old, dusty sweater draped over the armrest of the sofa. This two-bedroom apartment, bought with his parents' hard-earned savings for their wedding, was now destined to become the first stronghold in the apocalypse. With a meow, a plump, golden-furred cat leapt onto his lap. Dun-dun. Chu Yan bent down to embrace the cat, its softness making his nose tingle, and he murmured, "I almost forgot to buy you cat food." In his previous life, this cat had followed him out during the disaster, only to vanish amidst the chaos of the zombie horde, leaving no trace behind. Ignoring the cat's struggles, he turned and stuffed it into the bedroom. With the living room in disarray and the front door wide open, he could not afford to lose it again in this life. As he turned to exit the bedroom, his feet froze in place. On the bedside table lay his employee ID badge. The words photon technology appeared unremarkable, but the line below sent chills down his spine. Employee ID 108. Indeed, he was the 108th employee of the company. He recalled a phrase from that morning in his boss Tang Guang's office. Our unicorn company of over 30 people is not easy. At that moment, he had sensed something amiss, but now he realized the source of that unease. It was the mention of over 30 people. He distinctly remembered that the company had far more than that number. His employee ID was 108, on the day he joined 2 years prior. The HR manager had patted him on the shoulder, laughing. "Chu Yan, you're just in time. We have 108 good men in the company." But why did Tang Guang say over 30? Along with the various oddities surrounding the company, he felt an inexplicable eeriness. The vanished 18th floor. Colleague Lao Liang asserts that the building stands no taller than 17 stories, and there exists no trace of an 18th floor on the stairwell or the elevator's button panel. Yet he distinctly recalls having seen the button for the 18th floor within the elevator itself, its emerald hue almost blinding. Furthermore, the southern proprietor, Tang Guang, who has always held a superstitious aversion to the number 14, has inexplicably chosen room 14 as his office. He is certain that Tang Guang has a fondness for the auspicious number 18, particularly favoring room 1818 on the 18th floor, with its expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, where he would often gaze down upon the city amidst swirling cigar smoke. Curiously, Lao Yang insists that Tang Guang has never touched a cigar. Additionally, the iconic purple sandalwood cigar box has vanished from the office, and the grand windows seem to have never existed at all. Who is concealing the truth? What secrets lie hidden? Such ponderings weigh heavily upon his heart. He closed the door behind him and exited the bedroom. In the living room, movers were busily transporting supplies. As Chu Yan was about to bend down to shift a box of mineral water, a voice laden with dissatisfaction and reprimand echoed from behind him. "Xiao Chu, what do you think you're doing?" Chapter 14, Troubles Abound. Turning around, Chu Yan beheld Teacher Zhang from apartment 1402, standing at her door with a furrowed brow, her thick glasses magnifying her disapproving gaze. She pointed at the bags of rice, boxes of mineral water, and stacked cans that nearly blocked the corridor. "Look at you, purchasing such an excessive amount of goods. Rice, flour, oil, mineral water, canned goods. Are you attempting to empty the supermarket? The government has issued stern orders against malicious hoarding and price gouging. It is people like you who stockpile recklessly, causing panic in the market and disrupting social order." Her agitation grew as she pulled out her phone, swiftly scrolling. "See here, the city has just released the latest announcement. In response to the irrational hoarding of essential goods by some citizens, they reaffirm that market supplies are ample and call for rational consumption. Hoarding and spreading rumors are strictly forbidden, and violators will face legal consequences." The words were stark and clear on the screen. She thrust her phone almost into Chu Yan's face, displaying the urgent notice from the government of Tanzhou City, its stern wording evidently aimed at curbing societal panic. Chu Yan regarded her with an impassive expression, his eyes betraying no emotion, only a cold indifference akin to that reserved for a fool. He recalled Zhang's past endeavors. When stray cats and dogs plagued the neighborhood, she vehemently opposed their removal while urging everyone to show compassion, yet never took responsibility for the aftermath. When a neighbor upstairs was involved in domestic violence, she reported it, but then went on to counsel the woman to endure for the sake of the children. A quintessential example of misguided altruism. perpetually oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Moreover, in this life, he harbored a deep-seated aversion to such hypocritical sanctimony. In a previous existence, he had once devoted himself wholeheartedly to a friend, only to be betrayed at a critical moment by that very friend, who, cloaked in a facade of moral righteousness, acted out of self-interest. That betrayal had left him severely wounded, stalling his evolution at the second realm, forcing him to struggle at the bottom for 20 long years. Meanwhile, that friend ascended to great heights, thriving at his expense. "Excuse me, you're blocking the way," Chu Yan muttered, disinterested in offering an explanation, as he sidled past her and the pile of supplies, bending down to lift another bag of rice. His dismissive demeanor incensed Teacher Zhang. "What's your attitude? You are breaking the law and disrupting the market. I will call the police to see what you intend to do with all this hoarding." Zhang's face turned pale with fury, her hand trembling as she reached for her phone to dial 110. At that moment, the door to apartment 1402 opened a crack, revealing a small boy of about 8 years, Zhang's son, who peered out with a serious expression. His face was taut, devoid of the usual exuberance found in children his age, and he gently tugged at his mother's clothing. "Mom, let's go home." His voice possessed a peculiar, soothing quality. Zhang's fiery indignation and sense of justice were stifled by her son's timid plea. She glanced between her son and the oblivious Chu Yan, who continued to transport supplies without a care. Finally, she shot a fierce glare at Chu Yan's retreating back, muttering words of incredulity and threats. Yet was half dragged back into apartment 1402 by her son, the door slamming shut behind them. The corridor fell silent, save for Chu Yan's hurried movements as he continued with the task at hand. He simply had no time to engage with such trivial matters. The movers gradually departed. Boss Li, balding and carrying a power drill, was drilling holes into the doorframe, the noise reverberating through the walls and causing bits of plaster to fall, even making the motion sensor lights in the hallway flicker. Just then, a young man in a blue property management uniform approached with a stern expression. A name tag clipped his chest and a notebook in hand. "You're the owner of 1401, correct? I am Xiao Wang from the property management. What's going on here? There are piles of rebar blocking the corridor, and you are altering the security door without permission. Who authorized this? The fire escape is blocked. Cease all construction immediately. All rebar must be removed from the building at once." A sense of dread washed over Chu Yan. Trouble had arrived. He understood that halting construction was out of the question, and there was no time to move the rebar downstairs. He stepped forward, donning a conciliatory smile. The rebar was ordered long ago. The property management had no such regulations before. "Who is this? Could it be?" Xiao Wang scoffed. "Manager Kai saw you bringing several truckloads of supplies and specifically instructed me to come up and put stop to this. You need to halt work immediately and have the rebar taken down, or else I will be in a difficult position." Manager Kai? Suddenly, it dawned on Chu Yan that the sole convenience store in the community was run by Manager Kai's nephew. Given the substantial amount of rice, flour, and oil piled at his door, the delivery personnel had likely mentioned the convenience store to the security guards. Manager Kai must have sensed competition and deliberately sent someone to stir trouble. Chu Yan's smile widened as he pulled out some cash he had just withdrawn, smoothly approaching Xiao Wang while subtly blocking the corridor's surveillance angle. "Brother Wang, thank you for your hard work. Just a small token of appreciation, perhaps to buy some cigarettes for the team." He swiftly stuffed a stack of approximately 1,000 yuan into Xiao Wang's uniform pocket, pressing down firmly with his fingers. Xiao Wang's demeanor stiffened momentarily, his fingers instinctively feeling the pocket's thickness. The pretense on his face softened considerably, his voice lowering, though still tinged with an official tone. "Mr. Chu, this puts me in a tough position. Manager Kai is personally overseeing this. He says it reflects poorly. Brother Wang, please help me out," Chu Yan implored, his tone earnest, tinged with a hint of desperation. "The rebar belongs to a friend, and I promise to have it all moved out before 5 o'clock. As for the door, you see, the workers are already halfway through installation. Stopping now would leave the doorway unsecured, wouldn't it? I assure you, by 5 o'clock, I will go to the property management to complete the necessary paperwork. Could you speak to Manager Kai and make an exception? I promise, just this once. I will make a habit." He emphasized the deadline of 5 o'clock. Xiao Wang felt the reassuring heft in his pocket once more. He feigned writing in his notebook, then turned to the workers with a stern face. "Hurry up and keep the noise down. The rebar must be cleared by 5 o'clock. As for the door, the paperwork must be completed this afternoon. Otherwise," he shot Chu Yan a warning glare, "the consequences are yours to bear." With that, he turned on his heel and quickly departed. Watching Xiao Wang disappear towards the elevator, Chu Yan exhaled a long breath of relief. He glanced back at the drill, still boring into the frame, and the supplies stacked in the corner. Only the compressed biscuits and canned goods have yet to arrive. The electronic clock on the wall, with its crimson digits, ticks away second by second, currently displaying 15:05. In just 1 hour, the asteroid is set to explode in near-Earth orbit. At that moment, a powerful electromagnetic pulse will surge forth, plunging the power grid into chaos, severing communications, and rendering all electronic devices obsolete. Humanity will irrevocably enter an era reliant solely on mechanical gears. Chapter 15. The Apocalypse Plan of the Time-Worn Ghost. In his previous life, Chu Yan witnessed all of this unfold with his own eyes. This potent electromagnetic pulse marked the first wave of devastation for human civilization, with civilian smart devices turning into mere scrap metal. Chu Yan's objective is crystal clear: to utilize this last golden hour to preserve as many functioning electronic devices as possible. The alien microorganisms present in the meteor dust will, propelled by the stratospheric jet stream and aided by air currents, unleash a global zombie frenzy approximately 1 hour later. The two calamities are spaced by about an hour, leaving only this limited time for additional protective measures. Chu Yan disregarded the security door and hurried into his study, swiftly powering on his computer and rapidly switching between search engines and technical forums. Keywords: electromagnetic pulse protection, EMP. The information that surfaced was monotonously repetitive: Faraday cages, continuous metallic enclosures. These all necessitate specialized tools and materials, making completion within a short time frame utterly impossible. Some articles mention the trope from disaster films about hiding in refrigerators, labeling it a complete misdirection. The rubber and plastic seals of refrigerator doors would leave lethal gaps under a powerful electromagnetic pulse, EMP. Flipping through web pages with trembling fingers, he finally struck gold. On a popular radio enthusiast forum, a newcomer with the ID Time-Worn Ghost had posted a few hours earlier, affirming with certainty: EMP apocalypse emergency. Microwave cavity, removed turntable, metal box, matte finish, aluminum foil tape, conductive backing. Any seam over 3 millimeters is a total failure. Curiously, this post repeatedly emphasized keywords such as EMP family emergency plan and electromagnetic pulse emergency protection, seemingly tailored for users like Chu Yan seeking such information. With no time to dwell on these details, he read through the plan and his eyes lit up. It was rudimentary and homely, yet it contained the foundational principle of multi-layered metallic enclosure. He swiftly grabbed his phone and dialed the number for Fu Wong's supermarket, speaking rapidly as if firing a volley. "Boss, I need you to deliver a batch of goods, doubling the shipping fee. 10 of the cheapest microwaves. Yes, right now. Also, metal boxes. Oh, you don't have those? Do you have those old military tin lunchboxes? Excellent. How many do you have? I'll take all 20. Also, 10 rolls of tin foil. No aluminum foil tape? That kind used for heating pipes and chimney seams, with a silver metallic backing. Yes, that's the one. The hardware store must have it. Please rush next door to Old Lou S. Hardware Store and to give me 10 rolls on credit. I'm counting on you for my life here, please. Deliver it immediately." After hanging up, Chu Yan wasted not a moment. On his computer screen, he quickly logged into several major mapping applications, downloading offline map packages for dozens of key cities across the country onto his phone. The phone was plugged in, charging to full capacity. He then dashed into the bathroom and kitchen, gathering every container capable of holding water, buckets, basins, even large soup pots, and filled them to the brim from the faucet. The post-disaster municipal water pressure would plummet or become contaminated, making it unsafe for drinking, but washing and cleaning would still be necessary. The browser windows flickered as he savagely searched for knowledge on firearms, automobile repair, and composite bows, opening and downloading files onto his phone. If the food he had stockpiled over the past few hours represented his lifeline, the weapons he forged were his bargaining chips for survival, and the protective gear he acquired served as his armor. Then the knowledge stored on his phone became his trump card for navigating the apocalypse with greater composure. He recalled a drifter in a refuge from his previous life, who reminisced about how a few paper books had been invaluable during the early days of the apocalypse. He hurriedly entered the titles into the search box: 8th Section Brocade, 1957 edition, and Research on Tai Chi Chuan, 1964 edition. Fortune smiled upon him, as he found scanned versions on a reputable ebook website. Without hesitation, he clicked to download. The former was an official publication on Qigong, while the latter was the first scholarly work analyzing Tai Chi theory from historical, mechanical, and physiological perspectives. Only books published in the early days of the Republic contained true wisdom. He swiftly saved both PDF documents to his phone. The owner of Fu Wong's supermarket arrived promptly, bringing the aluminum foil tape as well, much to Chu Yan's delight. He glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. 15:18. Time was of the essence. He seized the aluminum foil tape, tore open the packaging, and got to work. He meticulously followed the instructions from the forum post. He swiftly removed the antennas from 4 walkie-talkies, detached the solar controller, and powered off his phone. Next, he wrapped these 3 items in layers of tin foil, sealing them tightly with the aluminum foil tape as if applying bandages. before carefully placing these metallic bundles into a Type 65 military lunchbox. After securing the latch, he affixed several layers of aluminum foil tape along the seams of the box lid. Still feeling uneasy, he stuffed the 3 lunchboxes into the microwave, sealing the door's gaps with aluminum foil tape, and finally crammed the microwave and solar battery into a metal filing cabinet in his study. He obsessively taped over every gap in the cabinet door and drawers until the entire unit was enveloped in shimmering silver patches, nearly exhausting the 10 rolls of tape in the process. Upon completing this frenzied task, Chu Yan's fingers trembled slightly. The workload wasn't excessive, but it left him in a heightened state of tension. He leaned against his knee, catching his breath, looking at the large metal cabinet covered in silver tape before him. He contemplated the microwave, the lunchboxes within, and the tin foil packages and phone inside. A 4-layer nested defense. According to the Post, this level of protection was on par with industrial-grade EMP shielding. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling slightly reassured, estimating his chances of success at 70 to 80%. Still not entirely at ease, he called for the bald-headed old Lee, who was installing the security door, and had him weld several rebar rods into the floor, providing a grounding wire for the metal cabinet. As the installation of the security door approached completion, Chu Yan asked Old Lee to drill holes in several locations in the corridor, securing 12 expansion screws. Old Lee, puzzled by the need to drill expansion screws in the empty corridor, nevertheless complied, while Chu Yan merely smiled in silence. This would be necessary for him when he occupied the rooftop after the disaster, a detail he could not disclose to Old Lee. As Old Lee tightened the last expansion screw, he could no longer resist the urge to wipe his dusty gloved hand across his shiny bald head, lowering his voice to ask, "Brother, are you preparing for war?" Gathering so much food and supplies, and even steel bars and iron doors, Chu Yan pondered for a moment and decided to speak truthfully. Perhaps a warning would help someone. His tone turned serious. "Old Lee, heed my advice. This isn't about fighting. It's far more troublesome. A great calamity is approaching. Once you finish here, hurry to the supermarket and stock up on food and water. Then go straight home." He emphasized, "Lock your door and prepare some handy weapons. We'll see how it goes in a few days." Old Lee's hand froze mid-screw. He instinctively switched off the power to the impact drill, and the corridor fell into a chilling silence. He gazed blankly at Chu Yan's exceptionally serious eyes, devoid of any hint of jest, and felt his throat tighten as he muttered, "Alas, is the world truly about to change?" The electronic clock on the wall ticked to 15:35. Old Lee, bald and hasty, hurriedly wrapped up his work and departed. Seizing the fleeting moments of electricity, Chu Yan resolved to first weld together the spear, and with the remaining time, reinforce the corridor using steel bars. The 5 spearheads were fashioned in a pyramidal shape. In terms of weapon classification, the pyramid form qualifies as a spear, while the sharpened edges on both sides denote a lance. However, to distinguish it from the firearms categorized as guns, Chu Yan adhered to the conventions of the post-apocalyptic wasteland and referred to it as a spear. One by one, he meticulously welded the 5 detachable steel spear shafts onto the spearheads. The welding torch emitted a blue flame, and the scent of molten metal permeated the air. As he worked on the 3 spearheads adorned with blue and purple spots, his fingers hesitated imperceptibly beneath the cold metallic touch. The questions surged anew. Into whose hands had the spearhead that once pierced his throat fallen? An almost absurd thought emerged. What if he were to destroy these 3 unique spearheads right now? What would become of the weapon that had once inflicted such harm upon him? Would it vanish into thin air, or, upon completing the final weld, a new wave of concerns rushed forth? He surveyed the supplies stacked in the corner, and his heart sank. The medication, compressed biscuits, and canned goods had not arrived. Dialing the number for the Veterans Service Agency, he was met with silence. No one answered. Even more despairing, upon opening the medical app, an alert popped up. The order, which included antibiotics and other prescription medications, had been automatically canceled due to the expiration of his real name verification. Damn it! Chu Yan slammed his fist against the doorframe, never expecting to stumble here. 2 decades into the apocalypse, names had long since become mere titles. After his rebirth, who would recall that an app required real name registration? Yet, these items contained key medicines vital for his evolution. Without them, his path to advancement would be utterly obstructed. What to do? He rummaged through his pockets, discovering a mere 3,500 yuan remaining. Chapter 16. The mysterious robbery by the enigmatic figure. With only half an hour left on the countdown, he had to acquire these crucial supplies. Chu Yan had no choice but to take a risk. He donned a vintage mechanical watch and dashed downstairs. His vehicle, Helix, roared forth like an enraged buffalo, tires screeching against the concrete as it left black marks in its wake. 10 minutes later, the pickup truck screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Veterans Service Agency, nearly colliding with the steps, while the 80 steel bars rattled in the truck bed. The roll-up door of the agency stood wide open, revealing a scene of chaos. The gaunt old Joe, dripping with sweat, struggled to push a heavy military green metal box onto a small truck, its surface emblazoned with a conspicuous label of 90-style compressed rations. He frequently glanced anxiously toward the side door of the store. Young Zhao was assisting, but his movements were noticeably sluggish. His left shoulder was wrapped in thick bandages, blood seeping through, and his pallor was alarming, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Upon spotting Chu Yan leap from the vehicle, old Joe's wrinkled face flushed crimson with urgency and guilt as he stammered an explanation. "Young brother, I sincerely apologize. We encountered a bit of a situation." While young Zhao was tallying the supplies in the back, a thug suddenly appeared and attempted to steal our goods. He recounted with a hint of trepidation. If it weren't for young Zhao's quick thinking to shout a warning, I would have rushed in without a second thought. That bastard almost got away with it. Young Zhao took a hard hit to the shoulder. We didn't lose anything, but it cost us precious time, and my phone got smashed. Chu Yan paused, intrigued. What sort of person was he? Old Zhou described him. He wore deep brown clothing, moved in a bizarre manner. While not particularly strong, his strikes were swift and cunning, targeting vital points with deadly precision. Simplistic yet insidious. Old Zhou gestured toward young Zhao's shoulder wound, his beard trembling in anger. If it weren't for my skills honed on the battlefield, we wouldn't have stood a chance against him 2-on-1. That fiend took a blow from me and vanished faster than a rabbit, leaving no trace behind. It's downright sinister. Deep brown clothing? Chu Yan glanced at young Zhao's injury and a few bloodstains on the ground. Was it that mysterious stalker again? What was his motive for stealing compressed rations? Glancing at his watch, he realized he had no time for details. He urged, "Load the goods into my truck bed. 5 minutes. Regardless of how much you can load. I need to leave." He pointed at his modified pickup, armored like a tank. Old Joe hesitated for a moment before barking. "What are you waiting for? Hurry. Load it onto that pickup." He and young Zhao scrambled to unload the boxes of compressed biscuits from the small truck, hastily tossing them into Chu Yan's truck bed. The heavy metal boxes thudded into the bed with a dull clang. Each time young Zhao lifted a box, he winced in pain, cold sweat streaming down his face. Chu Yan did not wait for them. His eyes scanned the area and landed on an electric bicycle parked at the store entrance, keys still in the ignition. "This bike is mine," he yelled, leaping onto it without waiting for a response. The electric bike whirred to life and sped toward the nearest pharmacy. Inside the pharmacy, he frantically tossed 20 bottles of multivitamins and 10 tubs of whey protein powder into his shopping basket, also grabbing some adhesive bandages, mupirocin ointment, and sterile gauze for emergency wound care. Although antibiotics and antipyretics had gradually lost efficacy for Revolve survivors in the wasteland, they were crucial in the early days of the calamity. Unfortunately, procuring them now was impossible. Prescription medications require prescription, and the process was far too tedious. Time was running out. Anxiety gripped him as he pondered the potential risks of failing to acquire these essential medicines. After 5 minutes, he returned to the Veterans Service Agency, breathless, only to find his pickup truck bed brimming with supplies. "I apologize, young brother. We managed to gather 50 boxes of compressed rations and 25 boxes of Mei Lin canned goods," Old Joe panted, wiping his brow, his face filled with regret. "Thank you. We shall meet again." Chu Yan interrupted, leaping into his truck. "Please send my regards to Commander He." Old Joe, perplexed, remarked, "Commander He? I haven't seen him in over a decade." "You will see him soon," Chu Yan replied, rolling down the window. Old Joe opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to convey more. But the diesel engine of the pickup roared to life, spewing black smoke from the exhaust as the tires screeched onto the road. The vehicle sped away, the speedometer needle climbing rapidly. The afternoon sun streamed through the windshield, blinding him somewhat. The shops, pedestrians, and traffic along the street appeared unchanged, eerily calm. A mother led her bouncing child across the crosswalk. Several students in uniforms bought grilled sausages from street vendor. And the bus stop was crowded with people waiting for their ride. All seemed tranquil to the point of being uncanny. Only Chu Yan, gripping the steering wheel, felt his palms slick with cold sweat. He could distinctly hear his heart thudding against his ribs, each beat counting down. "Hurry! Faster!" As the vehicle turned into the Bai Chui Yuan community entrance, the radio announced the time in a sweet voice. Beijing time, for a clock sharp. The final 5 minutes. He scanned for a parking spot but found none, his eyes landing on an empty space at the nearby Huiman convenience store, occupied by a red and white striped parking cone. This spot was intended for communal use, but since Manager Kai's plump nephew opened the convenience store, he had monopolized it with that cone, permitting only his own deliveries. Without a second thought, Chu Yan jerked the steering wheel, and the sturdy bumper of his pickup crashed into the obstruction, sending the cone flying as he parked decisively at the store's entrance. He turned off the engine and swiftly removed the key. He knew that if the engine continued running when the electromagnetic pulse struck, the electronic control unit would likely be fried, rendering the vehicle useless. Just as he leaped from the truck and opened the back door to retrieve the heavy boxes of Mei Lin luncheon meat, the glass door of the convenience store burst open, crashing against the wall with a resounding clang. A rotund figure clad in a greasy jacket burst forth, his belly quivering with each movement. His round, glistening face flushed crimson with anger, and he nearly poked Chu Yan's nose with his finger, exclaiming, "Hey, who allowed you to stop here? You think you can seize my parking space just because you're running a convenience store? Hurry up and move that dilapidated vehicle of yours, welded together like a prison transport. Otherwise, I'll summon security." Saliva sprayed across Chu Yan's face. It was none other than Manager Kai's nephew, Kai the Fat. Chu Yan regarded the corpulent man with a cold stare. In his past life, this very individual had nearly dealt him a fatal blow. In a moment of desperation, he had approached the fat man at the supermarket, pleading for some instant noodles and water, only to be met with obstinate refusal. Left with no choice, he had snatched a few bags of noodles and 2 bottles of water, fleeing for his life, only to be pursued and slashed by the fat man with a knife. Had he not been fleet of foot, he would have surely perished. However, this was not the time for settling scores. Chu Yan hoisted the cardboard box and made his way towards the unit's entrance, the cans within clattering noisily against one another. The rapid sound of polished shoes echoed from a distance. Manager Kai, clutching a briefcase, jogged over, his slick hair slightly disheveled. His face was stern, his gaze directed sharply at Chu Yan and the pickup truck obstructing his nephew's store entrance. "Chu Yan, it's you again. Blocking the hallway this morning and now parking recklessly. Move your vehicle immediately. Otherwise, I will have security tow it, impose fines, and cut off your water and electricity." His voice dripped with an overbearing, bureaucratic tone. Following closely behind Manager Kai was an elderly gentleman with slicked back hair, dressed in a garish old man-esque jacket, who ambled over with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyelids drooped, and his mouth habitually turned downwards, exuding an air of officialdom. This was Lu Fuchuan, the head of the community committee. Before retiring, this old man had held a minor position as a section chief, and after his retirement, unwilling to fade into obscurity, he had orchestrated his election as the committee head by rallying support from longtime residents and the property management, ultimately siding with the latter to exploit the community owners. He often wielded his authority within the owners group, reprimanding dissenters and expelling troublemakers, behaving as if he were a lord governing thousands rather than a mere servant. Indeed, this is unacceptable. Lu Fuchuan halted beside Manager Kai, clearing his throat with a tone that dripped with authority, his languid eyes scrutinizing Chu Yan and the box he held. Young Manager Kai is correct. There are regulations in the community prohibiting parking in fire lanes and in front of merchants' entrances. Your vehicle, welded together like a tortoise, is obstructing Boss Kai's store. How can that be tolerated? Did you sign the owner's agreement in vain? Move at once. Otherwise, the committee will support any punitive measures taken by the property management. A cold laugh echoed in Chu Yan's heart. How delightful that you have emerged. I had almost forgotten you. On the 8th day after the catastrophe in his past life, during the Lantern Festival, the Soul Rescue vehicle managed to reach the community's entrance with great difficulty. It was this hypocritical Lu who, in a bid to secure extra space for his so-called connections, had callously pushed Chu Yan off the vehicle, claiming that the wound on his back inflicted by Kai the Fat posed an infection risk that could endanger the entire group. That duplicitous and cold visage remained etched in Chu Yan's memory until his dying day. Even more despicable was the fact that as he shoved Chu Yan aside, he had also roughly expelled a little girl clutching a rag doll and her limping grandmother from the vehicle, hollering that he had seen someone in their household infected. In the wake of the apocalypse, the depths of human malice were laid bare. A reckoning would surely come for these wrongs. But for now, Chu Yan could not be bothered to engage in verbal sparring with these wretched souls. Suddenly, without warning, the western sky erupted. Chapter 17. The abrupt halt of human technological civilization. First came a piercingly cold and sharp blue lightning, dazzling in its purity, as if it were a shard of ice encapsulated from the remnants of stars, instantly piercing the heavens, leaving only a searing void upon the retina. Before one could fully comprehend the spectacle, a cataclysmic crimson tide followed. This was not the afterglow of sunset, but an overwhelming sea of red, engulfing the fading twilight, saturating the thin clouds, devouring the silhouettes of returning birds, distorting the outlines of all it touched, tinged with ominous purple. The cold lightning cleaved through the dusk, tainting the remaining light with tainted blood. All gazes turned skyward in stunned disbelief. It has come. Chu Yan stood frozen in place, the weighty box of cans in his arms seemingly devoid of warmth. He understood that this was the explosion of an asteroid above the Americas. The initial blue-white flash was the Cherenkov radiation produced by gamma-ray burst, while the subsequent dark crimson sky was the result of high-energy particle flows and secondary particles inducing a massive atmospheric ionization and fluorescence phenomenon. This marked the abrupt end of human technological civilization. Almost simultaneously, within the community and along the streets, every illuminated street lamp, neon sign, and window light extinguished abruptly. It was as if an invisible giant hand had severed the power supply. Half of the world's light was suddenly snuffed out. What had been a reasonably bright afternoon was plunged into oppressive darkness. Chaos enveloped the human realm. Crash. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. On the main thoroughfare outside the community's gates. The shrill screech of tires against the pavement pierced the air, accompanied by the thunderous collision of metal and the shattering of glass, creating a horrific symphony. An SUV, like a blinded beast, suddenly rear-ended the taxi in front of it, which in turn slammed into the bus that had halted ahead. Further down, a runaway van careened onto the sidewalk like a drunken reveler, toppling a row of bicycles. What is happening? A collision. The lights. Why are they all gone out? My phone. There's no signal. The screen is black. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Panic-stricken screams and chaotic shouts intertwined, as terror surged like a tide through the suddenly dimmed city streets. People poured out of shops and paralyzed vehicles like ants from a disturbed nest, bewildered by the lifeless electronic specters, the frozen torrents of steel, and the crumbling semblance of the orderly world they once knew. In the unfathomable depths and distances beyond human perception, death descended with an even more profound silence. A subway train, fully loaded, abruptly fell into darkness and silence deep within its tunnel, the lights and ventilation ceasing in an instant. The carriages transformed into dark coffins, passengers frozen in their seats, their screams swallowed by the thick darkness. High above, the twinkling silver dots suddenly froze, only to plummet earthward like wingless metal birds. Silently descending towards the suddenly dull and lusterless earth below, a cold and brutal rain of metal. In the vast ocean, grand vessels, once ablaze with light, extinguished in an instant, their massive forms awkwardly gliding with inertia, soon engulfed by the currents, transforming into drifting graves. There were no explosive roars, no tearing cacophony, only the silent drift propelled by immense inertia, ultimately surrendering to a quiet oblivion. The modern marvels of human ingenuity now became floating metal sarcophagi. The wind suddenly strengthened, howling through the buildings, stirring a piece of litter and creating a sound of desolate friction. In the distance, a solitary cry from an unknown bird pierced the stillness of the sky. Chu Yan once again bore witness to the arrival of the apocalypse. According to the trajectory established in his past life, in 2 years hence, the surviving human population would dwindle to less than 5 and would continue to decrease. Under the threat of zombies and other evolved creatures, the restoration of a complex industrial system would become impossible. Reliance on electricity would render precise equipment obsolete. In 2 years, the remaining fuel would rapidly deteriorate and be depleted, leading to the complete disappearance of automated production. The struggle for survival in the 3 years following the catastrophe would rely solely on reserves, simple machinery, and modified steam and internal combustion devices. In the 5th year following the catastrophe, vital resources such as fuel, high-grade components, and batteries had been utterly depleted. The drastic population decline and the complete destruction of electronic records had caused a severe rupture in knowledge. Industrial capabilities had regressed to a stage reliant solely on mechanical transmission and primitive iron smelting. In a previous life during the same year, the last operational nuclear power plant in Canada, the Bruce Nuclear Generating Station, succumbed to corrosion leaks in its cooling system, thereby heralding the demise of industrial civilization and ushering in the era of gears. Humanity was thrust back into an age of barbarism, reliant on brute force for survival. At the entrance to the community, the hum of the convenience store refrigerator and the clamor of the television had faded into silence. Kai, the stout proprietor, let out a mournful wail and dashed back into the store. Director Liu stood in a daze, muttering to himself, "Divine retribution, divine retribution." Manager Kai stood agape, his briefcase clattering to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He had no inclination to retrieve it. His gaze was fixated on a vehicle fortified with a lattice of steel rebar and a robust crash beam at its front, surveying the sudden descent into darkness and chaos, a scene of wreckage from a collision just outside. Coupled with Chu Yan's serene demeanor, as if he had anticipated this very moment, he recalled the young man's earlier erratic behaviors, hoarding supplies, reinforcing doors and windows, and stacking rebar in the hallways. A chill ran down Manager Kai's spine. Everything this young man had done was clearly not for the purpose of merely running a convenience store. Could it be that he had foreseen this calamity? With a profound gaze at Chu Yan, as if having made a fateful decision, he turned and sprinted towards the convenience store. Chu Yan did not spare them another glance. Cradling a box of canned goods, he bolted toward the entrance of the building. His heart raced, not from fear, but from adrenaline surging through his veins. It was happening. 4:05. The global electromagnetic pulse, triggered by fragments of an asteroid exploding over North America, was merely the clarion call of disaster. Greater horrors were yet to unfold. Arriving at the base of the building, he looked up. The hallway was engulfed in darkness. The elevator's indicator lights were extinguished, as expected, and it had indeed halted. 14th floor. He inhaled deeply, leaping up 3 steps at a time, finally transporting the heavy box into the living room of apartment 1401. After several trips back and forth, he found that his pickup truck's bed still held 40 boxes of compressed biscuits, but he could move no more. He hastily covered the biscuits with plastic sheeting and secured the rebar cage in the truck bed with a U-shaped lock. At the very least, he aimed to prevent easy theft. Once accomplished, he leaned wearily against the cold railing of the helix, gasping for breath. He glanced toward the Huiman convenience store at the community entrance, where the outer shutter had been pulled halfway up. In the dim light, Kai's anxious visage, glistening with sweat, was evident as he positioned himself protectively in front of an elderly woman with graying hair, who was incredulously pointing at the shelves. "Boss Kai, how can instant noodles cost $30 a pack? They were only 3 this morning." Kai shot a nervous glance at the chaotic street outside and barked. "Do you not see the situation? The power is out. It's pandemonium out there. Who knows if any more goods will arrive? This is the price. Take it or leave it." Though his tone was fierce, there was an unmistakable flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, clearly testing the limits of this crumbling order. At that moment, a cacophony of urgent squabbles and scuffles erupted within the store. Near the rice shelf, a middle-aged man in a suit and a young woman carrying a shopping bag simultaneously grasped a 5 kilograms bag of vacuum-sealed rice. "I got to it first," the man growled, veins bulging on his forehead as he clutched the bag tightly, leaning forward in an attempt to wrest it away. "Nonsense. I placed it in my basket first." The young woman shrieked in protest, her long nails digging into the plastic wrapping, while her other hand struggled to pry his fingers loose. The two were entangled in a fierce struggle in the narrow aisle, the bag emitting a strange sound as it neared its breaking point. Nearby shelves rattled ominously, and the elderly woman recoiled in fright. Seeing this, Kai's face flashed with panic. He swiftly pulled down the shutter, leaving only a narrow gap, and shouted, "Don't fight in my store. Take it outside. If you break something, can you afford to pay for it?" Chu Yan observed this familiar yet absurd scene with a cold detachment. Though order had not completely disintegrated, the pressure of survival had already begun to tear apart the fragile veneer of civilization that held humanity together. Silently, he averted his gaze and turned toward the entrance of the building. He climbed back to the 14th floor, breathless, and secured the heavy steel door and the wooden door beyond it, locking them tightly with all bolts engaged. He held his breath, scattering a thick layer of mixed pepper and chili powder along the crack beneath the wooden door, the pungent scent stinging his eyes. The hands of his vintage mechanical watch pointed steadily to 4:30 in the afternoon. Leaning against the cold iron door, he slid to the ground, listening to the escalating chaos outside. Images of his parents' wrinkled faces floated before him from hundreds of kilometers away in the countryside. His father always placed a jar of pickled vegetables on the windowsill, while his mother planted rows of perilla beside the sun-drying field. On the 20th day of the 12th month, during a phone call, his mother had mentioned preparing chopped chili for him, while his father spoke of repairing the leaky shed come spring. These memories suddenly brought a sting to his eyes. Were his parents safe now? In his previous life, he had barely made it back to that small courtyard, only to find the collapsed gate and shattered doors forced open from the outside. This signified that at the onset of the disaster, his parents had been among the fortunate survivors. They had lived, yet they could not withstand the subsequent onslaught of the undead. A surge of fiery determination dispelled his fatigue. He clenched his fists, fixating on the cityscape, sliding into oblivion beyond the window, igniting a fierce resolve within him. "Come forth," he bellowed at the burning apocalypse outside, his voice deep and resonant like the beating of a war drum, imbued with the sharpness and indomitable spirit forged over 2 decades. This time, it was his turn to rewrite the ending. Chapter 18. Kill He Tian. The chaotic footsteps and terrified screams echoing in the hallway gradually gave way to distant thuds and cries. Chu Yan felt no further turmoil within. He retrieved 3 weapons from his stockpile of supplies in the living room. The first was a manganese steel knife, its entirety cloaked in a deep, matte black. The blade substantial and ruggedly simple, glimmering with a cold, hard sheen. Seated on the sofa, he wrapped strips of cloth around the hilt. Just as he had in his previous life among the ruins of the city, silently binding the steel knife that had never left his side. He approached the birchwood dining chair in the living room. Without ostentation, he wielded his wrist to guide the blade, which precisely sliced into the joint connecting the chair's backrest and seat. With a crisp snap, the sturdy birch back separated. The knife flashed again. With a flick of his wrist, the blade carved a smooth arc, releasing a sharp whistle as it sliced through the air. Crack, crack, crack. The heavy wooden chair was instantaneously reduced to a pile of uniformly sized firewood pieces, the cut ends polished to a mirror finish, with shavings swirling like snow. He shook his wrist. The 5-pound cleaver felt somewhat heavy for his current unrefined state, lacking the finesse for complete mastery. The second weapon was a set of 5 rebar spears, fashioned from 15-meter long silver-gray, threaded rebar, topped with a manganese steel spearhead crafted by Old John, glistening with a cold metallic sheen akin to a serpent's fawn. The threaded sleeve in the middle allowed the spear to be easily disassembled into a 75-centimeter short spear and an equally long baton for convenient transport. Chu Yan wrapped the tail of the spear with non-slip fabric. Grasping one, he felt his arm muscles tighten. The spear transformed into a streak of silver-gray lightning, piercing through the fabric of the air with a sharp crack, thrusting forth with ferocity. A dull thud echoed as the spearhead effortlessly pierced through the wooden backrest of the sofa leaning against the wall, emerging from the other side with a glimmering tip, having embedded itself deeply into the cement wall behind, producing a muffled thump as it vibrated incessantly. The third item was a compound bow, entirely matte black, with robust limbs and a heavy pulley system that exuded a sense of latent power, akin to a dormant beast. Chu Yan grasped it, knocking a carbon aluminum arrow with a tungsten steel tip. With all his strength, he drew back the string, the 80-pound draw weight feeling like 2 invisible titans tugging at his shoulder muscles, his deltoids tightening like iron. A distinct tingling sensation coursed through his arms. He held his breath, his gaze sharp as an eagle S, calibrating his muscles with memories from his past life, aiming at a discarded plastic soda bottle cap in the corner. Thwack! The bowstring released with a resounding crack, the arrow transforming into a blur, almost imperceptible to the naked eye as it shot forth. With a crisp pop, the bottle cap was instantly pierced, shattering into fragments. The tungsten steel tip, propelled by immense kinetic energy, embedded itself deeply into the cement wall, the arrow's tail shaking violently, producing a continuous buzzing hum. The 850-grain arrow, equipped with a tungsten steel tip, was crucial for penetrating the tough skulls of zombies. Chu Yan slowly lowered the compound bow, shaking out the fatigue in his arms. The 80-pound draw weight was the bow's limit. Each full draw equated to lifting a weight of 37 kilograms. With his current strength, he would be exhausted after 3 draws. Yet, precision was an instinct ingrained in his bones. In a world ravaged by scarcity, the bow was the most commonly wielded weapon among survivors. In his past life, he had fortuitously rescued an elderly man who claimed to be an expert archer, learning the art of archery from him for several months until he mastered the skill of hitting a target at 100 paces. Gazing at the shattered cap, a wild thought struck him. What if on April 1st, he could shoot through Tian's head with a single arrow? Would there still be a time machine for the subsequent chase? Would he be able to return to the present? If he could not return to the present, then who would be the one to kill Tian? Chu Yan's thoughts suddenly spiraled, trapped in a loop. The notion of killing Tian bewildered him. Yet it brought an exhilarating thrill. A low growl from his stomach interrupted his musings, protesting against the pangs of hunger. He realized he hadn't eaten lunch. Chu Yan turned his gaze toward the kitchen. The gas stove? No, that wouldn't he do. In the early days of the catastrophe, too many had perished attempting to ignite damaged gas stoves, leading to catastrophic explosions as gas leaked. The haunting echoes of destruction became the soundtrack of the apocalypse. He dragged a toolbox from the cabinet, rummaging through it to find a roll of thick iron wire, wrapping it around several rebar pieces to fashion a rudimentary firewood stove. He used the splintered remnants of a wooden chair as kindling, igniting a few sheets of newspaper to spark a flame. The fire quickly stabilized. Licking at the bottom of the iron pot perched on the rebar frame, the pot bubbled, gradually revealing a glistening sheen upon the broth. Chunks of pork tenderloin unfurled in the boiling water, their juices resembling shards of gold as they floated atop the soup, while carrot pieces absorbed the broth, radiating a honeyed orange hue. A sprinkle of salt transformed the dish, merging the rich aroma of meat with the sweet freshness of the carrots in a fragrant dance. The setting sun filtered through the balcony slats, casting warm golden rays across the floor, as if soft silk had glided over the creamy white tiles. Chu Yan sat on a stool, cradling a coarse earthen bowl. Blowing away the steam, he took a spoonful of the honeyed carrot, which melted in his mouth. The tender core enveloped in the richness of the meat broth and sun-kissed sweetness. The morsels of pork dissolved upon the slightest pressure, their savory essence gently caressing his palate. He ate with focus, each bite carefully savored, feeling the warmth of the food transform into a comforting flow, filling his hollow stomach inch by inch while solidifying his spirit. The light streaming through the window wove a tapestry of comfort into his empty belly, while the shadows of the curtains soothed his restless mind. This simple stew, within the remnants of civilization's twilight, offered a profound sense of peace that bordered on the sacred. At some point, Dung Dung had snuggled up beside him, its soft tail brushing against his ankle, emitting a contented purr. Chu Yan scratched its chin with his fingertips, and the little creature squinted its eyes, blissfully motionless. The afternoon sun poured through the balcony glass, warming his back with a rare touch of comfort and tranquility amidst the apocalypse. Sated and refreshed, Chu Yan did not linger. He approached the iron filing cabinet wrapped in aluminum foil tape, resembling a silver mummy. Carefully peeling away the layers of protection, he retrieved the items within: a mobile phone, a solar controller, 3 solar batteries, and 4 Motorola walkie-talkies. Taking a deep breath, tinged with anxiety and anticipation, he pressed the power button on the phone. The screen lit up. The familiar boot-up screen appeared. He exhaled a long breath, his heart easing. The phone was operational. The data was preserved. He immediately attempted to make a call, but as expected, the screen displayed no service. The signal had completely vanished. The phone was now merely an electronic notebook storing offline maps and survival information. Next, he picked up a walkie-talkie, inserted a battery, and pressed the power button. Beep! A crisp startup sound rang out. The screen illuminated, displaying the channel and battery level. The walkie-talkies were functional, ensuring short-range communication. A rare smile spread across Chu Yan's face. The global electromagnetic pulse had obliterated the power grid and electronic devices, leaving communications satellites inoperative. In the aftermath of the catastrophe, only a few military and research devices with excellent EMP protection remained operational. These 4 walkie-talkies would prove invaluable. While others relied on manual labor to relay delayed and perilous messages, Chu Yan could simply press a button, transmitting information instantly across several kilometers. Avoiding ambushes, coordinating hunts, and executing emergency retreats, the undeniable advantage of information transfer would translate into strategic superiority on the battlefield. These inconspicuous devices represented 4 lifelines in a voiceless world, crucial for the survival of his team. Chapter 19, Old Wong. Have you lost your mind? Finally, he picked up the solar controller. This key component connecting the solar panels to the batteries was crucial at this moment. He carefully connected the controller to the solar panels. Yet the indicator light showed no response. His heart sank. Undeterred, he tried the 2nd and 3rd solar panels, but still, there was no sign of life. The solar panels were broken. Chu Yan felt a chill settle in his heart. This meant that those 3 precious solar panels had become mere decorations for the time being. His hope of harnessing solar energy to sustain power had been utterly dashed. Clinging to a flicker of optimism, he picked up the 3 matching batteries. The first, no light. The second, still dark. Finally, the 3rd battery lit up. It flickered weakly before stabilizing at about half capacity. Only 50 charge. Chu Yan's heart soared like a roller coaster, pulling back from the depths momentarily. Though the solar panels were currently unusable, at least he had 1 battery with 50 charge. He began to sort through the supplies that filled the living room. With each item he picked up, he silently calculated its weight and how long it would last. 10 heavy bags of 25-kilogram rice, 25-liter buckets of Jinlongju cooking oil, over 40 cases of 24 bottles of Nongfu spring mineral water, and 20 boxes of assorted canned goods nearly filled half the living room, enough for 1 person to last a year and a half. In the bathroom and kitchen, every container capable of holding water, the bathtub, buckets, large soup pots, even basins, was filled to the brim with tap water. Short-term water needs were secure, but it had to be boiled and was not potable. After the catastrophe, if water sources come into contact with zombies, there exists a possibility of viral contamination. Until purification occurs, even boiling the water for consumption carries a slight risk of infection. This is common knowledge. Several dozen bags of salt lie piled together, resembling a small white mound. Nearby, 10 neatly arranged bags of granulated sugar, each weighing 10 pounds, constitute the entirety of the supermarket stock, 20 bags in total. Additionally, 30 bottles of honey have been scavenged. In the apocalypse, sugar is an essential commodity, a veritable hard currency. He has deliberately procured plastic bags, and by singeing the edges of these bags with a lighter, he can create homemade sealed containers. When time permits, he plans to portion the sugar and salt into smaller bags, sealing them in layers to preserve them for over a decade without any issues. As for chocolate and sugary snacks with a shelf life of only 2 or 3 years, they're not the preferred choices for stockpiling in the end times. Conversely, honey is a remarkable find. He had witnessed bottled honey remain unspoiled even before his rebirth. It is said to have the potential for eternal preservation. He possesses 10 boxes of 10-pound replicas of the 90-style compressed rations and 25 boxes of 10-pack luncheon meat cans, both high-calorie, long-lasting survival food sufficient to last several months. He recalls the 40 boxes of compressed biscuits and 80 anti-seismic steel bars locked in the steel cage of the pickup truck downstairs, a treasure trove of immense value, yet also a significant target. He finally remembers the equipment he overlooked at the International Financial Plaza, a portable outdoor water purifier capable of filtering out viruses. Fortunately, this is not an immediate necessity. Medicinal supplies are contained within 2 large plastic bags, 20 bottles of multivitamins, and 10 tubs of whey protein powder. Nearby, there are adhesive bandages, gas masks, and sterile gauze bandages among other first aid supplies, but time is insufficient, and a collection of medicines remains inadequate. There are 4 protective suits available. Ideally, he should have secured 8 or 10, but financial constraints prevail. Out of the 4, he must reserve 2 for his parents, leaving himself with only 1 spare. The Swarovski STS-80 HD. This birdwatching telescope is a strategic asset in the apocalypse. Its 85mm objective lens outperforms many military night vision devices, allowing observation of zombie movements up to 500 meters away under moonlight. More significantly, its eyepiece can be detached and adapted into a sniper scope, while its heavy-duty tripod provides an exceptional stable platform. In the corner, a hand-cranked grinder, angle grinder cutting machine, and handheld welding gun sit alongside 20 large animal traps and a bundle of steel wire, as well as a bag of nails. A canvas bag holds 50 heavy arrows made of carbon aluminum tungsten steel, a folding tiger claw, 50 magnesium fire starters, 5 spools of number 8 fishing line, and 10 spools of regular fishing line. The delivery bag from the supermarket contains a collection of dry batteries, candles, flashlights, bleach, drain cleaner, alcohol, super glue, mosquito coils, and 20 small mechanical alarm clocks, along with a large bundle of glow sticks for children's play. This is sufficient, completely sufficient. A profound sense of security surges within Chu Yan. This stockpile surpasses what he possessed 10 years after the disaster in a large shelter in his past life. This is the result of 6 hours of frantic effort. This is the value of his rebirth. Unit 1401 in Bikwi Garden will serve as his base for survival supplies in the apocalypse. Everything will commence from here. The mechanical watch on his wrist points to 5 o'clock. The golden rays of the setting sun adorn the buildings with a fluffy halo. Leaning against the balcony window, a fleeting sense of relaxation washes over him after completing the inventory. His fingers unconsciously caress the metallic edge of the window frame. Dun-Dun, curled up at his feet, dozes peacefully. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream shatters the oppressive dusk, sharp enough to split the air. It is not one of terror, but rather a cry of inconceivable agony. The sound is alarmingly close, emanating from the adjacent apartment 1404. Old Wong, have you lost your mind? Old Wong, it is Sister Lee from across the hall, usually fashionable and often exchanging nods of greeting with Chu Yan. At this moment, her voice is filled with a heart-wrenching despair. Chu Yan's body tenses, all traces of languor dissipating. He strides to the door, peering through the peephole of his security door, only to witness Sister Lee burst from her apartment, pursued by her typically jovial husband, Old Wong, who now resembles a frenzied beast. Sister Lee's high heels barely carry her a few steps before Old Wong pounces upon her, pinning her to the floor of the corridor. His movements are disturbingly awkward. His neck jerks at unnatural angles as his mouth gapes wide, teeth sinking into his wife's shoulder. Blood erupts instantly, staining Sister Lee's pale yellow silk nightgown. She struggles desperately, pushing and kicking, her other hand futilely attempting to cover her husband's mouth, only to have her palm bitten fiercely. Old Wong emits guttural, inhuman growls, saliva mingled with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. He seems entirely oblivious to his wife's resistance and excruciating pain, fixated solely on tearing into his chosen prey. Help! Help me! Sister Lee's voice shifts in pitch, rife with hopelessness. With a sudden surge of strength, she pushes her husband away, stumbling toward Chu Yan's door at 1401. The back of her nightgown is torn, revealing a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Bang! Bang! The security door rattles violently as she pounds against it. Chapter 20. Zombie Old Wong breaches the door. Chu Yan lets out a resigned sigh, silently retreating to the center of the living room. The doorframe is already dusted with pepper and chili powder. He is not concerned that the zombie will detect his scent. Almost simultaneously, the anguished screams, crashing sounds, and frantic cries from various corners of the city erupt in a cacophony. Chu Yan swiftly grabs the birdwatching telescope resting beside the sofa, pressing the cold rubber eyepiece against his eye as he peers down from the balcony. Below, the street resembles a paused, silent film. Cars are strewn haphazardly across the road, their windshields reflecting the overcast sky. A woman in a floral dress collapses on the crosswalk, her bloodied high heels caught in the drainage ditch, trailing a serpentine path of crimson behind her. In the distance, the glass door of a bakery shatters, and a man in a baking uniform lurches towards screaming pedestrians. The air filled with heart-wrenching cries. From the shattered car windows, pale arms occasionally reach out, while scattered takeout boxes and overturned strollers litter the ground, transforming the earth into a hellscape. Adjusting the telescope, Chu Yan directs his gaze at the community below. The security booth by the main entrance has become a stage drenched in blood. Old Tian, in uniform, leans partially out, his neck twisted at an impossible angle, blood gushing uncontrollably from his fingers. He futilely attempts to crawl forward, each movement leaving a thick trail of blood on the concrete. His face is frozen in an expression of incomprehensible horror. Thud! He collapses at the edge of the cold flower bed, his body convulsing violently. However, before he can take his final breath, the window of the security booth, smeared with bloody handprints, is suddenly thrust open from within. And a shadow that once belonged to another security guard lunges out, roaring. Its filthy fingers dig into Old Tian's still twitching calf, dragging him back. The tattered remnants of Old Tian's coat hang from the shattered window frame. Chu Yan's gaze finally sweeps across the narrow space beneath his apartment building. A zombie clad in a faded blue delivery uniform, its spine arched at an unnatural angle, moves with a grotesque gait, dripping saliva and unidentifiable filth, relentlessly pursuing a young mother, clutching her child. The young mother, her hair disheveled, runs barefoot across the tiles, each glance back etched with profound despair. Thud! Uncertain whether it is blood or loose gravel beneath her feet, she stumbles heavily forward, the child's piercing cries erupting immediately. The young mother instinctively attempts to shield her child with her body, struggling to rise, but it is too late. The ghastly blue shadow, carried by a fetid wind, pounces upon her like a ravenous beast. Through the frigid lens of the binoculars, only two figures, entwined in despair, and their dying cries remained. Utterly submerged in the surging crimson tide below, he lowered the binoculars, the cold metallic barrel pressed against his palm. Outside lay a hellish landscape. Here was the first bastion of safety he had meticulously crafted. Yet beyond this sanctuary was the world he must confront. The air seemed tinged with a foul stench of decay. The dull thumping against the security door gradually diminished, eventually ceasing altogether. In the corridor, only the rasping breaths of old Wang remained, reminiscent of a tortured bellows. Meow. Suddenly, the cat, Dundu, erupted in a frenzy, emitting a piercing shriek before darting beneath the sofa, trembling in the farthest corner. The rasping grew louder, almost synchronously. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy thuds reverberated against the security door, far more ferocious than Sister Lee's earlier knocks. The entire formidable shield trembled, dust cascading from the doorframe. It was old Wang. The sound of Dundu had roused it. Despite their vision being clouded like frosted glass and their movements sluggish and clumsy, these creatures had not lost their hearing or sense of smell, remaining acutely sensitive to the sounds of living beings and the scent of blood. They were relentless, insatiable machines of consumption, driven solely by the primal urge to rend any flesh that moved before them. At that moment, old Wang resembled a maddened bull, intoxicated by the scent of blood, instinctively battering the iron door with a force surpassing that of a normal human. Chu Yan's heart raced, knowing he could not allow it to continue. He was not concerned about the zombies breaching the security door, but the commotion in the silent corridor served as a beacon, likely to attract the prowling monsters below. Moreover, Sister Lee's corpse could transform at any moment. Should she mutate, the entrance would be blocked by two zombies, complicating matters further. Taking a deep breath, he seized a 15-meter-long steel spear, expertly assembled. The spear, composed of cold HRB 500 rebar, bore a sharp, triangular tip crafted from 65 manganese steel by Old Zhang, glinting with a chilling sheen. Drawing from his past experiences, he knew that the spear would be the most efficient and least taxing weapon against a single zombie before he evolved to the next level. He gently removed the top latch of the door and cautiously pulled open the wooden door, leaving only the observation hole of the outer steel shield. Old Wang's grotesquely contorted face filled the peephole in an instant. Its skin was pallid, eyes murky and yellowed, veins coursing with blood, with remnants of his wife's flesh and blood at the corners of its mouth. It had caught the scent of the living seeping through the door crack, and, in a frenzy, began to ram its shoulder and head against the iron door. The iron door emitted a grating groan. Now, without hesitation, Chu Yan flung the security door open. As the door swung wide, old Wang stumbled forward due to momentum. Chu Yan moved like lightning, sidestepping its charge, and, leveraging his body's rotation, thrust the spear with pinpoint accuracy. The tip, slicing through the air with a whisper, lunged straight for Old Wong's murky left eye. With a sickening thud, the spear penetrated the fragile ocular cavity, driving deep into the skull. Old Wong's forward momentum abruptly ceased, its raspy breaths silenced, as if unplugged from a power source. Success. A wave of relief washed over Chu Yan as he attempted to withdraw the spear. Yet the tip remained stubbornly ensnared, as if gripped by some unseen force. Old Wong's hefty body pitched forward, crashing heavily to the ground, dragging the spear with it. Chu Yan gripped the spear tightly, nearly losing his grip as he staggered. His expression darkened, cursing under his breath. His strength was still insufficient. The spearhead was lodged firmly within the rigid cracks of the skull. In his previous life, such a thrust could be easily extracted with a flick of the wrist. Now, he had to summon all his strength, even relying on his body's recoil. He was unaccustomed to this. Placing one foot on Old Wong's shoulder, he gripped the spear tightly, pulling back with all his might. With a pop akin to a cork being pulled from a bottle, the spearhead finally came free, coated in dark, viscous fluid and fragments of bone. Old Wong's body crumpled to the ground like a severed log, a wave of putrid odor wafting through the air. Chu Yan, he couldn't allow it to rot at the entrance. These monsters seemed to be sustained by some unknown force while alive, their bodies not decaying rapidly. In fact, after consuming enough flesh, they underwent bizarre transformations. However, once dead, their decomposition accelerated far beyond that of a normal corpse, the stench attracting even more trouble. He leaned the spear against the doorframe of room 1401 and laboriously began to drag Old Wong's lifeless body. The heavy corpse scraped along the ground, producing a rustling sound. The window at the corridor's end had shattered amidst the earlier chaos. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the body through the broken window. A muffled thud echoed from below. One less to deal with. Chu Yan straightened, stretching his aching arms. His gaze fell upon Sister Li, huddled in the corner. Her complexion was ashen, her shoulder and neck a grisly mess, and her chest no longer rose and fell. He sighed, preparing to dispose of her remains to prevent any mutation. Bending down, he reached for Sister Li's icy wrist. Without warning. Chapter 21. The corpse on the ground came to life. Sister Li's lifeless body suddenly opened its eyes. The pupils had dilated, now mere lifeless gray orbs. Almost simultaneously, her body emitted a cacophony of sickening cracks, akin to rotting wood under tension, as if an invisible thread had yanked her upright from the ground. Her hands, smeared with filth and blood, appeared unnaturally strong, clawing toward Chu Yan's chest and neck, emanating a nauseating stench of decay and blood. Though her movements remained sluggish overall, this close-range eruption was utterly unexpected. Too close. Chu Yan had not anticipated the corpse would mutate prematurely. In a panic, he could only retreat hastily. Her nails grazed the fabric of his jacket, tearing a gash mere inches from his flesh. Forced to backpedal repeatedly, he found his back slammed against the cold corridor wall. His escape route was blocked. The newly transformed zombie emitted a low growl, unsteadily rising to its feet, its grayish-white gaze locked on Chu Yan. Mouth agape to reveal teeth stained with dark blood, inching closer. Trapped in the corner, he could not afford to confront it head-on. As the zombie advanced, its body tilting slightly forward due to its stiffness, Chu Yan's body sprang into action like a coiled spring releasing its tension, desperately lunging sideways, executing a roll. His shoulder and elbow struck the cold, rough tiles, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. Relying solely on his muscle memory and instinct for survival, he contorted his body mid-roll, narrowly squeezing through the narrow gap between the stinking legs, akin to a passageway to the underworld. The zombie missed its attack, colliding with the wall with a dull thud. It clumsily pivoted, honing in on Chu Yan, who had rolled into the center of the corridor, rasping ominously, preparing to pounce again. An opportunity. As Chu Yan halted his roll, he stretched out on the ground, reaching desperately, finally grasping the cold spear propped against the doorframe. At the very moment he grasped the spear, the zombie had already turned around, exuding a foul stench, and lunged towards him with an eerie stiffness, mere steps away. There was no time to rise. Chu Yan half knelt on the ground, gripping the end of the spear with both hands, the tip angled skyward. The figure of the zombie seemed to transform into slow motion in his eyes, its gaping maw, reeking of blood, directly facing him. Now was the moment. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Chu Yan thrust the spear upwards into the gaping maw of the zombie, aiming for its throat. With a sickening squelch, the spearhead penetrated the oral cavity, piercing through the palate and encountering formidable resistance, yet it continued to drive deep into the brainstem. The tremendous force rendered the zombie's gnashing motion frozen in time. It emitted a gurgling sound from its throat, its body stiffening as its grayish-white eyes lost all glimmer. The zombie crashed forward, landing squarely upon Chu Yan's leg, which he had not yet managed to retract. He let out a muffled groan, gasping for breath. That last strike had relied solely on sheer determination and the instinct for survival ingrained in his very bones. The frailty of an ordinary human body was starkly exposed at that moment. Struggling, he extracted his leg from beneath the lifeless corpse and dragged this newly fallen zombie to the corridor window, pushing it downwards. Having completed this task, he leaned against the frigid wall, his chest heaving violently. He had been careless. His current physical state, strength, and reaction speed were merely at the level of an ordinary person, making even the encounter with a common zombie exceedingly strenuous. His mind could no longer linger in the past life. He could not afford to be reckless. Furthermore, based on his previous experiences, shouldn't an infected body take at least half an hour to mutate? Why the transformation occurred so swiftly? Could it be that certain unknown changes had taken place in this world? He retreated to room 1401, securing both locks. He swiftly opened a large equipment bag, revealing a matte black full-body protective suit, a Kevlar-enhanced protective ensemble. He donned it with haste. This suit was modular in design, featuring independent arm and leg guards, a metallic helmet, tactical boots, and gloves. The scales, interwoven with small alloy pieces and Kevlar fibers, allowed for agile movement without hindering vigorous actions. Once adorned, the suit fit snugly without being cumbersome. Though it weighed approximately 10 pounds, it greatly enhanced his sense of security. The store clerk had nearly been taken aback when he purchased 4 sets of this gear, which was crafted from a core protective layer of Kevlar fibers, balancing lightweight characteristics with high strength and adhering to stringent safety standards. It could withstand the full-force piercing of a standard testing knife and endure the biting tests of large canine breeds without sustaining damage. Typically, such equipment was procured for high-risk operations or training sessions by SWAT teams, with a single set priced at an astonishing 11,000 yuan. Chu Yan had not batted an eye when he requested 4 sets, deeming the price remarkably worthwhile. In his past life, he had witnessed numerous survivor squads armed to the teeth, yet they fell victim to a mere scratch from a zombie's claw, succumbing to mutation on the spot. He had seen survivors cut by rebar in the ruins, infected by zombie blood, with no hope of salvation. The cinematic portrayal of individuals in tank tops and shorts effortlessly dispatching hordes of zombies? In reality, that was akin to delivering takeout to the undead. Just as he secured the final buckle of his helmet, a cacophony of increasingly intense and frenzied banging echoed from the far end of the corridor, resembling the rapid beat of a drum. The source of the sound was the neighboring Unit 1403. A weight settled in Chu Yan's heart. Most of the doors in this building were wooden, and the ordinary door of his neighbor's unit would not withstand the relentless assault of 2 zombies for long. With 4 households on this floor, it was evident that at least 2 neighbors from 1403 had already transformed into zombies. Drawn by the earlier commotion, they were now mindlessly battering against the door, and it would soon give way. What to do? Risks must be taken. Chapter 22, A Monumental Secret on the Rooftop. Chu Yan retrieved the sole intact orange lithium battery, boasting a charge of 50, the last reserve of power. He plugged in the welding gun, the indicator light flickering to life with a faint green glow, signaling it was operational. He rummaged through the toolbox to find several stainless steel sockets. The blueprint was etched in his mind, a steel rebar fence with a simple door, to be welded at the entrance of the stairwell leading from the 13th to the 14th floor. This afternoon, when the bald Oldley had installed the security door, he had specifically requested 12 expansion screws to be drilled into the stairwell entrance. The exposed metal heads of these screws would serve as crucial anchor points for the welding. This old residential building stood 15 stories tall. On the 15th floor was a rusty yet sturdy iron door leading to the expansive rooftop terrace. Chu Yan's objective was clear: to eliminate the zombies on the 14th and 15th floors, transforming the rooftop into a secure stronghold. To achieve a head start in his evolution, he needed to seize the rooftop as swiftly as possible. In his previous life, he had considered himself fortunate. He had been visiting a client when the strong electromagnetic pulse struck, narrowly escaping the initial chaos upon his hurried return home. However, his pantry had been nearly bare, and by the 5th day, starvation had become unbearable. 3 desperate neighbors from the 8th floor had banded together, charging downwards and drawing the entire building's zombies away. It was then that he seized the opportunity to slip down the fire escape to the convenience store, gathering a few bags of food and water. Yet, while making his way back, he was relentlessly pursued by the zombies, forcing him to flee to the rooftop, where he defended himself behind that iron door. To his surprise, he discovered a monumental secret on the rooftop that expedited his evolution. This was the fundamental reason he had managed to survive for 20 years in the apocalypse. In this life, he was privy to the complete secret of evolution, and he was determined to utilize the rooftop to achieve a premature evolution. He aimed to strengthen his body before anyone else. Although he had ventured to the rooftop in his previous life, his stay had been regrettably brief. Days later, for reasons unknown, a massive wave of zombies had been drawn to the top floor, and as the iron door was shattered, his evolution was still incomplete, forcing him to flee once more. Coincidentally, a rope had somehow been tied to the window of the 15th floor, allowing him to escape by climbing down to the 10th floor window. Why had the zombies suddenly surged to the rooftop? Why was there a rope at the 15th floor window? Was someone orchestrating this? These questions had always perplexed him, and to this day, he had found no answers. Now, he had to take risks and seal off the passage between the two floors. In the hazy memories of his past life, no neighbors had survived on the 15th floor. Today was still the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Some were visiting relatives while others were at work, resulting in relatively few individuals remaining at home. Among the 4 households on the 15th floor, only 5 sluggish zombies remained. If he could successfully seal off the entrance to the 14th floor, he could transform this place into an independent fortress, focusing on the threats from above. He strapped on his compound bow, inserting 10 carbon aluminum tungsten arrows into a simple canvas quiver slung across his back, easily within reach. He then unscrewed his 15-meter steel spear at the threaded joint, separating it into 2 segments to carry on his back. Prepared at last, Chu Yan approached the door, pressing his ear against the cold metal panel, listening intently for half a minute. The corridor outside was silent, save for the steady rhythm of his own breathing and heartbeat. The earlier violent banging from 1403 had ceased. Faint sounds of zombies moving and colliding with furniture could be heard from within. After a period of losing sound and scent, zombies would begin to wander aimlessly. Slowly, he unlocked the 2 door locks. Chu Yan slipped into the corridor like a shadow. He swiftly dragged the heavy steel rebar framework to the entrance of the stairwell, aligning it with the pre-drilled holes of the expansion screws in the wall. A piercing crackle of electric current suddenly shattered the tranquility of the corridor, accompanied by the dazzling splashes of blue welding sparks. With each welding spot that fell, acrid white smoke billowed forth. The cacophony of the welding seemed akin to stones cast into a stagnant pool. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden door of apartment 1403 was violently assaulted, emitting a dreadful groan. The sound of splintering wood fibers unmistakably clear, while the door hinges creaked ominously, as if on the brink of disintegration. From within emerged the frantic scratching of nails clawing at the wooden boards, intermingled with the primal roars of beasts upon discovering their prey. Chu Yan's gaze was unwavering, his welding gun firmly poised between the rebar and expansion screws. Sweat began to bead, yet his hands moved with unwavering calm. The primary objective was to seal this exit. With a resounding crack, the door lock of apartment 1403 succumbed to the strain, ultimately shattering. The entire door was thrust inward by sheer force, 2 distorted figures roaring as they burst forth. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in wrinkled pajamas, his protruding belly and sunken eye sockets fixated on Chu Yan with unblinking, murky eyes. Following closely was a gaunt old woman, her neck twisted at an unnatural angle, arms outstretched rigidly, her withered fingers snapping like the talons of a hawk. They homed in on their prey solely by sound. Chu Yan sprang into action almost simultaneously with the door's collapse. Without a glance, his right hand shot back with lightning speed, knocking an 850-grain carbon aluminum tungsten arrow onto the Hoyt compound bow string. The 80-pound limbs of the bow were drawn back fluidly to their limits, the heavy draw weight causing his muscles to tense like steel wires. In the dim light, the 3-edged tungsten arrowhead gleamed with a cold metallic luster, steadily aimed at the forehead of the leading pajama-clad zombie. The bowstring erupted with a deep, resonant twang. The arrow transformed into a shadow of death. It struck true, piercing the forehead with precision. The tremendous impact not only obliterated brain tissue, but also sent the heavy body reeling backward, its head colliding violently with the glass of a nearby fire hydrant. With a shattering crash, the hard glass exploded, shards scattering like hail, littering the fallen corpse and splintered doorframe. The pajama-clad zombie crumpled like a deflated sack, utterly motionless, the arrows fletching vibrating against its forehead. The old woman zombie stumbled over her companion's lifeless body, momentarily thrown off balance, yet quickly regained focus on Chu Yan, lunging at him with renewed ferocity. The distance closed to mere steps, and it was impossible for Chu Yan to knock another arrow. He decisively abandoned the bow, sinking his weight back as he drew 2 short spears from behind his waist. His left spear tip tapped lightly against the tiled floor, producing a crisp chime. Using the momentum, he spun swiftly, the right spear shaft whipping through the air like a steel whip, cutting through the rushing wind with a fierce diagonal sweep. The sound of a brutal impact echoed. Crack! The sturdy spear shaft struck the old woman's knee with tremendous force. The sickening crunch of shattered joints rang out, causing the old woman zombie to lose control and tumble forward, her body slamming against the corridor wall with a dull thud, her emaciated arms flailing wildly. Shattering a plastic fire emergency light fixture hanging on the wall. Fragments of a light and its small bulb cascaded to the ground. Chu Yan stepped forward without hesitation, seizing the opportunity to connect the two spear shafts into a long spear. The spear traced a powerful arc through the air, its tip descending with the weight of his entire body and determination, plunging downwards. With a sickening thud, the specially crafted 65 manganese steel tri-edged spearhead pierced effortlessly through her temple, targeting the weakest point of the skull, the spear tip precisely entering the cranial sutures, even glinting faintly from the other side. Thick, dark blood gushed along the spear shaft, splattering against the nearby wall, creating a grotesque pattern. The old woman zombie twitched violently a few times, akin to a deflated balloon, before finally collapsing into utter stillness. Huh. A clamor erupted from above in the stairwell. The hurried, dragging footsteps echoing urgently. Not just one. The zombies on the 15th floor were roused by the fierce sounds of battle. Chu Yan immediately withdrew the spearhead and bolted back to the corridor entrance, grabbing the still sizzling welding gun once more. Zzz. The brilliant blue light flickered back to life. Beads of sweat trickling from his temples, hissing as they evaporated upon contact with the welding point. The welding points of the rebar quickly connected to the base of the expansion screws, the pungent scent of heated metal permeating the air. Several critical junctions glowed red-hot, clearly consuming the last precious remnants of power. Finally, with a soft click, the small battery indicator extinguished. Yet the task was accomplished. Chu Yan yanked on the newly welded steel door, a heavy thud resonating as the simple steel door secured firmly shut. A pre-installed thick steel pin slid through the sleeve hole with a clank, locking the door completely. Though the structure was simple, it was more than sufficient to withstand the frenzied assaults of 4 or 5 zombies concurrently. The surviving neighbors could still slide the pin to enter and exit, but the zombies, lacking the understanding of how to operate a door, would remain trapped outside this iron barrier. At that moment, a figure clad in a gray jacket, moving with a stiff gait, emerged from the stairwell corner of the 15th floor, emitting a guttural roar from its throat as it staggered toward the entrance of the 14th floor corridor. Its pace was slow, yet its strength was palpable. The heavy footfalls thudding on the steps. Chu Yan hesitated not for a moment. His right hand withdrew another arrow from his quiver, knocking it onto the bowstring and taking aim. The zombie, oblivious to the impending danger, continued its advance with a roar. However, as Chu Yan drew the bow, his arm trembled slightly from fatigue, causing the arrow to miss the head and instead drive forcefully into the right shoulder of the zombie in the gray jacket. The tremendous force sent it reeling, crashing into the stair railing. Yet, it appeared impervious to pain, merely hindered for half a second by the impact. Its throat erupting with an even more furious growl, black blood gushing from the shoulder wound, staining the gray jacket, yet it showed no sign of retreat. Lunging forward once more, the distance had closed too rapidly. There was no time to evade. Chapter 23. The Tragic Demise of Old Bear. Chu Yan's palms grew cold as instinct overtook thought, leaving no time for a graceful evasion. With a powerful thrust of his waist and legs, he swiftly pivoted to the side, a reflex honed through countless encounters with the undead, aimed not at aesthetics, but at avoiding vital areas and gaining space. However, his body's explosive power was far diminished compared to his former self, and he ultimately lagged just a moment. The zombie's filthy claws, caked in unknown grime, struck fiercely against the protective gear on his side, emitting a harsh sound reminiscent of leather being scraped by a hard object. The force, twice that of an ordinary person, reverberated through his chest. A tremendous shove knocked him off balance, forcing him to stagger back a step, his back crashing against the coarse concrete wall. A dull ache bloomed in his chest, but thankfully it was merely the pain of impact, his flesh intact. The instinct to fight surged above all else. The instant his back met the wall, his bent right knee propelled him off the ground with the force of a compressed spring. Harnessing the reaction force from a collision, he unhesitatingly and smoothly retreated to the side and back. The best strategy against a single zombie was to exploit their slower-than-human speed to quickly create distance. His backward leap continued, yet his center of gravity subtly shifted, his movements fluid and unhesitating as his right hand reached for the quiver once more, drawing an arrow, knocking it, and releasing the bowstring. The entire motion was executed in a flash. The compound bow was drawn to its full crescent shape once again, the tungsten arrowhead glinting ominously in the dim light, firmly locking onto the approaching zombie. The second arrow pierced the air with a sharper sound, striking unerringly through the gaping maw of the zombie. The arrowhead penetrated the upper jaw, embedding deeply into the cranial cavity. The zombie's forward lunge became rigid, propelled by immense inertia, as it crashed heavily against the steel door with a deafening clang. The entire metal barricade quivered slightly. The lifeless body gradually slid down the steel door, collapsing onto the ground, foul blood gushing from its mouth and the arrow wound. From above, heavy and hurried footsteps accompanied by howls echoed, evidently drawn by the commotion of a comrade's demise and the resounding impact. After unleashing 3 arrows with a powerful bow, combined with the explosive close-quarters combat, the arduous labor of heavy lifting and extreme welding, Chu Yan felt a profound ache and tremor in his arm muscles, a deep-seated fatigue surging through his limbs. He realized he had reached his limit. Glancing down at the area where he had been grabbed, he noticed several distinct dark claw marks, and the outer layer of his protective suit had been slightly torn with some indentations. Yet the resilient composite lining had successfully repelled the assault. He swiftly extracted the 3 carbon-aluminum tungsten steel arrows, wiping the sticky red and white mixture off the arrowheads against the zombie's clothing. Without pausing to observe the activity upstairs, he resolutely retreated into room 1401, locking the heavy security door and wooden door behind him. Leaning against the cold door panel, sweat finally began to uncontrollably trickle down his forehead, stinging as it reached the corner of his eye. He removed his helmet and slumped onto the sofa, his face slick with sweat and grime. Just as Chu Yan settled down for a moment's respite, he suddenly heard shouts and the sounds of conflict erupting from downstairs. He swiftly grabbed his binoculars and moved to the balcony, instantly locking onto the source of the chaos. It was the burly neighbor from Building 2, known as Old Bear, who often bulldozed through the basketball court. At that moment, he burst out from the unit's entrance, charging with determination toward the parking lot at the community's entrance. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, his massive frame was enveloped in a taut, deep blue tactical jacket, with his muscular neck and wrists on full display. Clutching a professional baseball bat wrapped in red non-slip tape, he resembled an enraged bull, his voice reverberating through the air. "Get out of the way." 3 zombies that had just risen from the ground were immediately drawn to the noise and surrounded him. Without hesitation, Old Bear swung the baseball bat with a forceful arc. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The first blow struck a zombie's shoulder, the sound of cracking bone audible. The second hit landed squarely on another's temple, sending its body tumbling sideways. The third swing spun the 3rd zombie around, knocking it to the ground. "Well done. Keep going." A few scattered cheers erupted from the neighboring buildings, as if a spark had ignited the atmosphere of despair. The muscles on Old Bear's face twitched, and a grin spread across his lips, seemingly invigorated by this brief victory. As he continued to charge toward the parking lot, Chu Yan silently shook his head from the 15th-floor balcony. While the display of explosive power was indeed impressive, the dull thuds of the bat against the zombies echoed in his ears like the tolling of a death knell. The cinematic fantasy of a lone warrior sweeping through a horde was a mere death wish in reality. In the early days of the Catastrophe, many had ventured out wielding baseball bats, only to become fodder for the undead. The post-disaster statistics were grim. It required 400 to 700 kilograms of force to shatter a zombie's skull, while an average male could only muster 150 to 300 kilograms at full strength, and even professional athletes could merely fracture the skull, needing to strike the same area repeatedly to ensure the zombie's demise. Blunt weapons had only a 60 chance of knocking down a zombie, but after 3 consecutive strikes, their effectiveness dwindled, with a staggering 40 chance of being clawed in return. Just as Old Bear charged out less than 10 meters, 4 more zombies flanked him from the side, and shockingly, 2 of the previously knocked down zombies staggered back to their feet. 5 contorted figures instantly blocked his path. Roaring in anger, Old Bear swung his bat once more, but his strength was evidently waning. The heavy bat struck a zombie's blocking arm with a resounding crack, the forearm bending at an unnatural angle, its white bone piercing through flesh. Yet the tremendous recoil jolted Old Bear's arm, nearly causing him to lose grip of the bat. As blood seeped from his torn palm, the ferocity on his face was swiftly replaced by fear, clearly startled by the overwhelming strength of this creature, and even more so by its disregard for pain and relentless ferocity. This creature was exceedingly difficult to kill. Realizing the peril, he attempted to retreat back to the unit's door, but it was too late. One of the zombies he had initially struck, its shoulder caved in, surged forward with an unnatural power, suddenly pouncing from the side, its decayed claws digging deep into his broad back. Old Bear let out a pained roar as the thick fabric of his jacket tore alongside his flesh, his massive frame pushed forward by the brute force, nearly toppling over. Before he could regain his balance, another zombie lunged at him from the front, its rotting arms tightly wrapping around his waist, the immense force driving both of them crashing to the ground. Their bodies hit the tiled floor with a heart-stopping thud. Old Bear's scream barely escaped his throat before he was engulfed by several rotting maws, ravenously tearing and biting at him. Crimson blood blossomed on his bronze skin, quickly tainted by murky saliva. He futilely swung the bat, the hollow thuds echoing as it struck the zombies, but he could no longer dislodge them from his body. His robust form was entirely submerged beneath a writhing mass of decayed heads and heaving backs, his anguished cries fading into a haunting wail that echoed through the community, soon to diminish into a chilling silence, leaving only the horrifying sounds of gnawing and tearing. The brief cheers from above abruptly ceased, replaced by muted gasps of shock and the slamming shut of several windows. Through the cold lens of the binoculars, only the bloodied baseball bat remained, forlornly lying on the ground, not far from where Old Bear had been overwhelmed. In the sunlight, the red non-slip tape glimmered like congealed blood. Chu Yan slowly lowered the binoculars, the tube icy to the touch. In the fight against zombies, the choice of weapon is paramount. Blunt instruments merely shatter hope, while sharp weapons can pierce despair. In the aftermath of the disaster, scientists had reported that the initial wave of infected individuals constituted only a quarter of the global population. Yet within days, humanity's numbers would plummet to 30%. The first 72 hours would be a hellish ordeal, driven by the primal hunger. Zombies would exhibit a frenzied aggression toward the living. Their vision would deteriorate to that of the severely nearsighted. Yet their hearing and sense of smell would remain as acute as ever, moving slower than humans overall, but possessing double the strength. Even more terrifying, they would feel no pain and know no fatigue. Unless their brain tissue was entirely destroyed, they would not perish. In densely populated areas, human casualties would be the greatest, with the unprepared serving as lambs to the slaughter. As the daylight gradually faded, the room descended into a dim and tranquil stillness. Chu Yan groped for a candle and ignited it with a lighter. The tiny flame flickered momentarily before stabilizing, casting a soft, warm orange glow that elongated a shadow against the wall, illuminating the neatly stacked food boxes and bottled water in the corner. The candlelight dispelled the scent of blood and death from outside, bringing an almost surreal sense of tranquility. He tore open a package of 90-style replica compressed rations and swallowed it down with cool water. The coarse texture scraped his throat, yet was a taste of life. Dun, unbeknownst to him, had slipped out from beneath the sofa, gently brushing against his calf while emitting a faint purring sound. Chu Yan exhaled a long breath, feeling his taut nerves finally relax for a fleeting moment. Outside the window, the sky had succumbed to complete darkness, punctuated only by distant, muffled cries and the whimpers of cats and dogs. Today had been exhausting. He extinguished the candle and buried his head in sleep. Tomorrow, everything would change. He would seize the rooftop and embark on his evolution plan. This was one of his greatest sources of confidence in this new life. Chapter 24. In this world, one must learn to survive independently. In his dreams, he found himself standing beneath the gnarled old locust tree at the entrance of his ancestral village, his feet planted on the cracked cement road of his memories. He stumbled into the courtyard, where the wooden gate hung askew on its hinges, marred by deep brown claw marks, clearly forced open from the outside. The wooden door to the main room had also collapsed halfway. The interior was barren, with the rice jar nearly empty, the ceramic pots devoid of contents, and even the iron pot on the stove had succumbed to rust, containing only a layer of dried black grime. He staggered into the vegetable garden behind the house, where winter greens, radishes, and mustard greens that should have carpeted the ground in vibrant green had been replaced by nothing but turned earth, stripped clean of even their roots. Scattered in the courtyard were fragments of a tattered blue cloth shirt, the very one his father often wore. The most striking sight, however, was a red cloth bag hanging on the clothes rack by the door, emblazoned with the yellow words Harbin Institute of Technology Science and Future Experience Camp. Swaying gently in the wind, glaringly conspicuous amidst the desolation. Father, mother. His voice felt like it was choked by scalding sand, hoarse, and unrecognizable. In response, only the wind moaned through the empty house. Suddenly, countless zombies surged from the direction of the village entrance, howling and dragging their broken limbs. He saw his father's hunched figure mingling among them, and his mother's floral dress fleeting past in the throng. Their eyes were clouded, shambling toward him, emitting raspy growls. No! With a shout, he bolted upright in bed, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. The morning light seeped through the curtains, carrying a chill. Chu Yan rolled out of bed, taking a few strides to the balcony, gripping the icy railing as he peered down. Below, it seemed as if time had been paused. The cars, twisted and tangled from yesterday afternoon's collision, lay still under a layer of gray frost. A solitary, broken high heel sat starkly in the center of the road, an especially glaring sight. The wind whistled through the building's crevices, carrying the earthy scent of soil, the acrid odor of charred debris, and a faint whiff of decay. The sky, however, was excessively blue, with clouds as thin as shredded cotton, so pristine that it sent shivers down his spine. Absent were the chimneys and vehicles, rendering the air remarkably clear. He shut the balcony door, cutting off that indescribable stench. In the corner of the living room, the makeshift stove, crafted from thick rebar, still retained the warmth from last night. He rummaged through the last few pieces of frozen pork, wilted carrots, and potatoes. The limp carrots were carelessly tossed into the basin. He pinched the most unappealing part and tore it off with a swift motion. As his wrist flicked, grains of salt cascaded onto the cutting board, and the frozen meat rolled over the salt before plunging into the cold water basin for defrosting, the proportions and timing coming to him with effortless ease. As the oil in the iron pot began to release fine bubbles, he promptly added the ingredients, the sizzling sound echoing as the rawness retreated, the edges of the meat turning a delightful golden brown. Water was poured in to cover the ingredients, simmering gently as the rich, aromatic fragrance gradually filled the air. He felt a moment of disorientation. In his previous life, foraging for food in the wilderness had always resulted in a haphazard stew, with companions remarking on how dreadful it tasted. How could this be? Had he perhaps awakened a culinary talent? He quickly dismissed the thought with a chuckle. This was not a film, and there was no such thing as a culinary genius. The few extraordinary abilities that emerged among the rare, evolved humans after the catastrophe were merely adaptations stemming from evolved senses. He shook his head, casting aside the notion, and added another ladle of water. The simple ingredients, under his deft hands, transformed into something unexpectedly enticing. He filled a bowl to the brim and savored the warm meal. Just as he set down the bowl, Dun trotted over, sniffing around the pot. Chu Yan tossed a small piece of lean meat his way. The cat's nose twitched as it sniffed, before disdainfully turning away to bury its head into the corner where the cat food was stored, munching away happily. Chu Yan laughed and scolded. Still picky, are we? Once the cat food is gone, let us see you gnaw on the wall. He reached down to scratch its chin. Lowering his voice, today I'll take you to the rooftop for a stroke of luck. In this damned world, you've got to learn to fend for yourself. He recalled the beasts of his previous life. Forest wolves the size of bison, bizarre plants lurking in mines that could drain a person dry. The cataclysm had changed more than just humanity. Having eaten and replenished his strength, Chu Yan dug out supplies bought from the supermarket, commencing the familiar task of crafting rudimentary weapons. He first gathered the glass bottles used for soy sauce and fruit preserves, over a dozen in total, pouring in bleach or drain cleaner, then stuffing them with iron nails before sealing them tightly. For those with loose caps, he added a layer of strong adhesive, thus creating a batch of highly corrosive projectiles. He then found coffee cans and other metal containers, layering them with nails, covering them with flour, soaking the flour with alcohol, and finally wrapping the can openings with alcohol-soaked cotton string for fuses, completing several makeshift explosive devices. Using transparent plastic bottles, he filled them with cut sections of glow sticks, adding a bit of water and bits of aluminum foil to mix. The glow sticks could emit light for 4 to 6 hours, and the water and foil would enhance the light's reflective range, creating several glowing bait bottles to attract zombies. Once these tasks were completed, he donned his protective gear, the weight of over 10 pounds settling comfortably on him. He slung an 80-pound compound bow over his back, the manganese steel knife securely inserted into a specially designed sheath at his waist. He left the spear behind. The stairwell was too narrow, and it was intended for open spaces. Stuck in a corner, it would be a dead end. The faint creak of the security door opening echoed loudly in the quiet hallway. The air was thick with dust and the lingering metallic scent. He pressed against the cold wall, his tactical boots cautiously navigating the edge of the stairs as he made his way to the 15th floor. The steps and railing were smeared with large patches of dried, dark stains. Each floor had an L-shaped corridor, and he paused at the stairwell, holding his breath to listen intently. He could discern the shuffling footsteps of 4 zombies, their positions obscured by the corridor's turn. He tossed out a glowing bait bottle, which landed silently and emitted a soft light near the corner. Before long, a zombie in a faded blue work uniform was drawn to it, slowly shuffling around the corner, its legs dragging heavily on the ground, producing a shuffling sound. Chu Yan unstrapped his compound bow. The 80-pound draw weight tightened his shoulder muscles, a tingling sensation creeping down his arms, steadying the slightly quivering arrowhead. He aimed at the slowly swaying head. With a thud, the bowstring vibrated dully, the heavy arrow piercing through the air, striking the target's forehead with a sharp, audible thump as the arrowhead penetrated flesh and bone. The shaft burst forth in the back of the skull. The corpse crumpled backward, crashing against a discarded paint can in the corner, creating a cacophony as it tumbled down the stairs. Damn! Chu Yan felt cold sweat bead on his brow. The clattering of the paint can sounded like an explosion, triggering a chorus of roars from the 2 doors adjacent to the 15th floor corridor. 3 distorted figures burst forth, The first being a young zombie clad in gray athletic wear, the fastest among them, its throat emitting a guttural roar as it lunged forward. Following closely were two slower zombies, a short, plump woman in a floral nightgown and a middle-aged man with graying hair, moving sluggishly yet roaring even louder. In the narrow corridor, the athletic-clad zombie lunged forward with its menacing claws, leaving no avenue for escape. With a surge of determination, Chu Yan forcefully propelled himself off the wall, twisting his body to retreat swiftly, narrowly evading the lethal grasp aimed at his chest. A sharp sound resonated as the claws grazed his left arm guard, leaving behind a deep gash. However, in that moment of evasion, the overwhelming inertia of the charging zombie caused it to lose its balance, tumbling down the stairs with a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yan quickly withdrew an arrow with his left hand while drawing his bowstring with his right, executing the motion fluidly. The reverberating sound of the bowstring intertwined with the echo of the zombie's descent. With a resounding thud, the heavy arrow transformed into a streak of ominous black light, piercing through the decaying mouth of the athletic zombie at the precise moment it lifted its head, emerging from the back of its neck and spilling forth a torrent of dark blood and shattered bone fragments. The immense force of the impact sent the tumbling corpse rebounding half a foot upwards before crashing down onto the staircase edge with a deafening thud. Having dispatched one foe, Chu Yan barely had time to catch his breath before two more zombies, trailing closely behind, made their entrance. A stout female zombie clad in floral pajamas snarled fiercely, lunging at him with claws poised to strike. The distance was too short. He abandoned his bow. Chu Yan twisted his waist to evade, retreating several steps down the staircase, his right hand drawing his blade with lightning speed. The blade sliced cleanly through the ankle of the stout female zombie. With one leg compromised, she faltered, losing her balance and crashing to the ground, emitting a beastly roar. Before he could sheath his knife, a gaunt male zombie with grizzled hair lunged forward with a low growl, its skeletal claws slicing through the air towards his helmet. Chu Yan's right arm felt heavy and numb, his block slightly delayed, forcing him to tilt his head aside in avoidance. Another sharp sound echoed as the icy claws scraped against the resilient fabric of his protective gear, leaving several distinct deep scratches. The brute force of the assault staggered him backward. Seizing the moment, he retreated down the stairs to the 14th floor landing, striving to create distance. The strength of the zombies was now twice his own, impervious to pain, relentless in their pursuit. He could not afford to be ensnared in close quarters. The male zombie's murky eyes glinted with ferocity as it descended the stairs with an unnatural gait. Now, it was a one-on-one encounter, and Chu Yan felt no fear. Gripping his manganese steel knife tightly, he harnessed the momentum of the zombie's charge, driving the blade deep into its gaping, blood-stained maw. The downward force drove the blade through the soft palate, embedding it into the upper jawbone. The male zombie collapsed with a thud on the 14th floor landing, motionless. As Chu Yan withdrew his knife, he discovered that the blade was firmly lodged between the male zombie's hardened jawbone and vertebrae, ensnared by powerful masticatory muscles and torque. With a forceful tug, he found it would not yield. At that moment, the stout female zombie, now missing a leg, had clawed her way down several flights, howling in desperation as she scrambled towards him, her hands flailing wildly. The knife was stuck. In a critical moment, Chu Yan roared, "Get back," and delivered a fierce kick to her shoulder. The impact sent the stout zombie tumbling sideways, her yellowed claws raking against his shin guard, leaving a scratch in their wake. Channeling every ounce of strength into his grip, he did not merely pull the knife, but twisted it. His wrist and forearm spiraled downward in a vicious motion. The sickening sound of shattering bone reverberating as the male zombie's cervical vertebrae were brutally torn apart. Withdrawing his knife, he swiftly aimed it at the struggling stout female zombie and brought it down with precision, slicing into her neck. She toppled, but did not succumb. Her mouth gaped wide as she continued to howl, attempting to rise once more. He shouted, and with a forceful downward strike, he cleaved through her neck once more, her head rolling away as her cries ceased abruptly. Leaning against the wall, Chu Yan gradually slid down to the ground, taking several minutes to regain his strength before starting to push the corpses from the 2 floors out the window. The muffled thuds of their descent echoed faintly moments later from below. From the 13th floor came the sound of violent banging against a wooden door as zombies, alerted by the commotion, sought to break free. Chu Yan hurried back inside, retrieving pepper and chili powder, and liberally sprinkled a thick barrier around the corridor entrance. After a brief period without a target, the zombies would eventually settle into a calm. He took a moment to clean his protective gear, knife, and arrows. His left arm guard, chest, left ribs, and shin guards bore numerous deep scratches and abrasions. It was imperative to evolve and enhance his physical capabilities swiftly. This tattered protective gear would not withstand the rigors of the challenges ahead. At last, he cleared the pathway to the rooftop terrace. After a brief respite, Chu Yan hoisted his bow, arrows, and knife, ascending the final steps toward the rooftop. In his past life, years after the catastrophe, scientists had painstakingly unraveled the reasons behind the survivors' varying degrees of evolution. The virus, brought forth by extraterrestrial microorganisms, acted as the key that unlocked Pandora's box, ushering in devastation while inadvertently loosening the ancient genetic shackles hidden within humanity. The potential for individual evolution and the heights one could ultimately attain hinged upon three primary factors. Firstly, the inherent genetic differences among individuals, akin to varying blueprints at the foundation of life, determining the starting point and possible limits of evolution. Secondly, the vast and diverse nutritional support required during the evolutionary process, particularly abundant high-protein sustenance, such as meat and eggs, and comprehensive vitamins, in a world ravaged by scarcity. This requirement was nearly tantamount to a luxury. Without sufficient foundational support, even the most potent latent genes could not transcend their constraints. The most critical factor was the golden window of opportunity during the early days of the catastrophe. The sooner one attempted evolution, the higher the likelihood of success and the greater the potential for the future. As time progressed, the human immune system would relentlessly consume and eliminate the foreign viral keys, rendering the activation of genes increasingly challenging. The key to early evolution lay in sunlight, in being fully exposed to the intense rays of the sun. Sunlight serves as the most efficient catalyst, dramatically stimulating viral activity and awakening dormant genes at an astonishing pace. Regrettably, this hard-won understanding was only pieced together by the remaining scientists 5 years after the catastrophe. For the majority of survivors struggling on the brink of existence, it was too late. They had already lost the invaluable guidance. In the initial days of the disaster, fear gripped everyone, forcing them to cower in the shadows of crumbling walls, desperately clinging to life. Who would dare risk prolonged exposure to the deadly sunlight? In this life, Chu Yan was fully prepared. The rooftop terrace lay vast and silent, the sunlight pouring down without obstruction, searing in its intensity. The iron door behind him was firmly locked, providing a temporary sanctuary. Chu Yan shed the heavy protective outerwear and settled comfortably onto the cold, rough concrete floor. The scorching sunlight enveloped his exposed skin, eliciting a slight sting. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his energy, striving to sense the subtle tremors and tumult deep within as his genes were violently stirred awake beneath the ice. After approximately an hour, a peculiar sensation awakened deep within him, as if something dormant had been roused by the sunlight, beginning to surge restlessly. Accompanying this was the emergence of another force, as his body seemed to undergo some indescribable, subtle adjustment. A surge of joy filled Chu Yan's heart. It had truly begun. The sunlight had stimulated the virus within him, accelerating the onset of evolution. In the 20 years following the disaster of his previous life, various organisms underwent varying degrees of evolution. Some post-apocalyptic scientists proposed the theory that organisms, freed from the constraints of modern civilization, could activate their latent natural evolutionary processes through solar radiation, allowing their bodies to revert to a state that harmonized with the principles of nature, guided by light. Return to the essence. He hesitated no longer, swiftly shedding all his garments and lying bare on the concrete floor, striving to bask every inch of his skin in the sun's embrace. In his previous life, he had never experienced such unbridled exposure to the sun's rays. In this world, perhaps he was the only one so audacious. In the aftermath of a cataclysm rife with zombies and lurking dangers, it was astonishing that someone would dare to sunbathe in such a manner under the glaring light of day. Although the chill of early spring still lingered in the southern air, he felt no cold. Rather, waves of warmth surged within him, radiating outward. This was not merely the warmth of sunlight, but an almost searing heat coursing through him from the depths of his being. The flow of his blood seemed to quicken, a rhythmic thrum echoing in his ears, the veins beneath his skin slightly engorged, pulsing distinctly. Soon, a subtle, tingling sensation began to spread along his nerve endings, particularly in sensitive areas such as his fingertips, palms, and soles. It felt as though countless minute electric currents were darting beneath his skin, conducting a slow, silent reorganization of his very essence. After lying there for over 3 hours, his body felt transformed into a chaotic battleground, energy depleting rapidly. A profound hunger, originating deep within his cells, surged forth. Finally, it had arrived. He hastily donned protective gear and rushed back to room 1401. He understood that this hunger, stemming from the very core of his being, could not merely be satiated by food. He first grabbed a hefty handful of multivitamins and swallowed them, followed by several spoonfuls of whey protein powder. The path to evolution hinged upon comprehensive vitamin and high-protein intake. Otherwise, the sun's earlier catalysis and the activation of latent genes would have been in vain. The hunger persisted. He could hardly wait for the food on the stove to fully heat, tearing open a pack of emergency rations and prying open canned meat, devouring it ravenously. Half a kilogram of rations, a half box of canned goods, and a pot filled with rice and meat later, the gnawing hunger finally subsided. Just as he prepared to ascend the stairs again, hesitant yet urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. Simultaneously, a voice emerged, Teacher Zhang, deliberately lowering her tone, but unable to mask her frailty and anxiety. Xiao Chu? Xiao Chu, are you home? I saw you return through the peephole. Please open the door. It's your neighbor, Teacher Zhang. Chu Yan furrowed his brow, moving to the door and peering through the peephole. Teacher Zhang's face appeared pale, her hair somewhat disheveled. Thick glasses fogged with anxiety, her expression a blend of fear and urgency. Behind her stood the quietly pallid figure of Manya, tightly clutching her mother's clothing. Chu Yan cracked the door open slightly, his icy gaze locking on a Teacher Zhang's face, remaining silent. Upon seeing the door ajar, Teacher Zhang grasped at the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Xiao Chu, please help us. We have nothing to eat at home, and our water is almost gone. She took a breath, striving to straighten her posture, attempting to reclaim her accustomed moral high ground. I know you stockpiled a lot of supplies. In times like these, we should embody the spirit of mutual assistance. Everyone has a social responsibility. We cannot think solely of ourselves. Especially for my son, he is just a child, part of a vulnerable group. We should prioritize. Chu Yan brusquely interrupted her, his voice frigid. Silence. Teacher Zhang, spare me your self-righteous rhetoric. My stockpiling is my own affair. I do not require your directives. While I risked everything, exhausting my savings and racing against time to prepare, what were you doing? Condemning me for disrupting the market? Reporting me to the authorities? Now that you are out of supplies, you suddenly recall social responsibility and mutual aid? Each of his words struck like a hammer against Teacher Zhang's face, transforming her pallor to crimson, her lips trembling, unable to muster a retort. Chu Yan's gaze shifted past her, landing on the silent, slender figure of Manya, who was watching him with calm, eyes devoid of plea, only a weariness and resignation towards his mother's actions. Drawing a deep breath, Chu Yan turned and swiftly grabbed a 5-kilogram bag of flour, a vacuum-sealed pack of ham, and 2 5-liter bottles of mineral water from the food stash behind the door. He did not hand them to Teacher Zhang, but placed them in front of Manya. His voice was devoid of emotion. Take this back. It's for Manya, not for you. Let him eat his fill. Teacher Zhang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively pulling crumpled bills from her pocket, attempting to thrust them towards Chu Yan. Here, I'll pay you. Chu Yan didn't even glance at the money, coldly dismissing her with a sharp retort. Save it. This stuff wouldn't even be fit for wiping. With that, he closed the heavy, solid security door with a resounding thud, severing all connection to the outside world and ending all pretense of moral obligation. Outside, Teacher Zhang stared at the provisions in her son's arms, then at the firmly shut metal door, her cheeks burning with shame as she realized how laughably futile her ideals of compassion in peaceful times were in the face of the apocalypse's harsh realities. Meanwhile, Manya silently tightened his grip on the life-saving food, bowing his head. In the afternoon, Chu Yan decided to take Dung Dung along with ample food, water, and cat supplies, as well as vitamins, back to the rooftop, under the influence of extraterrestrial microbial radiation affecting the globe. Did Dung Dung also adhere to the natural laws of evolution driven by sunlight? No one could answer this question. Yet, it was clear that in winter, cats preferred basking in the sun. One human and one cat, one bare and the other sprawled on its back, lay on the sunlit concrete for the entire afternoon. This time, Chu Yan felt the sensations more acutely, as if a bustling factory within him had resumed full operation. Sunlight scorched his skin, the sting quickly overshadowed by the relentless heat coursing through him. The ache in his muscles became more pronounced, as if countless tiny needles were piercing through the fibers. That unsettling sensation of mini-electric currents was pervasive. Finally, the insatiable hunger returned, gnawing at him like a ravenous parasite. Chu Yan consumed another half-kilogram of 90-style compressed rations and half a box of Mei Lin luncheon meat. Zoom zoom, tu, esibit a hearty appetit, devouring half a bag of cat food, yet disdainfully ignoring the vitamins. Chu Yan sensed subtle changes within his body. He attempted to quietly clench his fist, finding his joints seemingly more agile, the force transmitted through his muscles feeling subtly more resilient. For over 5 hours, the human and cat basked in the sun. As evening approached, they hurried back to room 1401 for a hearty meal. Dung Dung swiftly finished the remaining cat food, even leaping onto the stove to snatch the morsels of meat that Chu Yan had yet to consume. I've eaten less than you. Chu Yan pushed the cat's head away, scolding with irritation. From now on, catch your own mice. As night fell, dim candlelight flickered sporadically throughout the community. On the balcony of room 1401, Chu Yan coolly observed the wavering yellow lights in the darkness. Fools, he silently cursed. That meager light in the still night is a living target, attracting not only zombies, but also those desperate and ravenous. Darkness was the finest armor in this moment. Hello, is anyone there? A sobbing female voice abruptly broke the silence. It seemed to drift from a dark window in the opposite building. I'm in building 3, room 602. Can someone help me? This cry resonated like a stone cast into still waters. Moments later, more voices erupted from various directions. We have no food left. Who has food? I'll pay a high price. When will help arrive? Is anyone even responding? I'll pay 10,000 for a box of instant noodles. Can any kind soul spare a bit of water? My child has a high fever, please. Cries for help, complaints, and desperate wails reverberated, amplifying in the empty buildings, shattering the silence entirely. As if answering a summons, a chilling howl suddenly erupted from all directions. This was soon followed by the frenzied sound of pounding on doors. Bang, bang. Bang. The sickening crack of splintering wood rang out sharply, and after a brief chorus of gasps and screams, the community fell silent once more. Chu Yan withdrew his gaze and tightened the balcony door. The first lesson of the apocalypse is that some will never learn. The rescue they eagerly awaited would indeed arrive on the Lantern Festival days later. At the onset of the catastrophe, though communications had been severed, the various levels of government did not falter. After a brief period of chaos, a large-scale rescue and collective relocation swiftly commenced, with the grassroots government demonstrating crucial organizational strength, becoming a vital pillar in stabilizing the situation. However, the torrent of disaster was ultimately insurmountable, as second and third-level zombies, capable of collective control, surged forth in vast numbers. The tide of the undead began to emerge, breaching one bastion after another, leading to a drastic reduction in survivors and the complete collapse of social order. At this moment, thoughts were of no use. He lay down early, conserving his strength. Night belonged to the zombies, their murky eyes indistinguishable between day and night, while humans, completely blind. In his dreams, Chu Yan found himself transformed into a small white mouse, confined within a cage. In that familiar yet strange laboratory, a white-haired figure pointed at him, laughing maniacally. Look at you, nothing more than a mouse, yet you wish to change your fate? Ha ha! He wanted to scream, but only emitted a faint squeak. Suddenly, Chu Yan bolted upright from the bed, cold sweat trickling down his back. His heart raced, the anger from the dream still surging within him. Am I a mouse? Do you take me for a mouse? He clenched his gradually strengthening hands. Then let me shatter this sky. Let us see who the real mouse is. Chapter 27. Someone takes advantage of the chaos. On the third day after the catastrophe, as the morning light barely broke, with the horizon just beginning to blush, Chu Yan and Dun Dun returned to the cold concrete rooftop. They had amassed sufficient provisions, food, water, vitamins, to last a day. Without hesitation, Chu Yan stripped off his protective suit and all clothing, lying bare on the ground, allowing every inch of his skin to greedily bask in the imminent sunlight. At this moment, amidst the jungle of concrete ruins beneath him, all surviving life curled up in the shadows, on high alert, while he alone embraced the deadly sun with such madness. The searing wave of heat from yesterday had diminished. The restlessness within him felt more like a steady, soothing spring washing over his limbs. The deep ache in his muscles persisted. The tingling sensation of electricity followed closely behind. Yet the hunger pangs were no longer as frantic as the day before. The combination of protein powder and multivitamins could not be neglected. It was one of the keys to his evolution. The ample supply of compressed rations and canned meat needed to keep pace with caloric and nutritional demands, ensuring a solid foundation for his body post-evolution. Dun Dun remained quietly basking in the sun, its pose alluring, lying on its back with limbs splayed in a star shape. Even its usually alert tail relaxed against the ground. Under the direct sunlight, a fine sheen of oil seeped from its fur, transforming its once fluffy golden coat into a sleek, waxy finish. Day by day, they toiled and rested, a cycle repeating. On the fourth day after the catastrophe, Chu Yan felt that he, the office pretty boy, had darkened from the inside out. Yet change was accumulating. He distinctly sensed that the Kevlar-grade enhanced protective suit, once weighing over 10 pounds, felt much lighter now, allowing for easier movement. The 5-pound manganese steel knife sheathed at his back felt lighter in hand, the whoosh of its swing sharper. Dun Dun spent most of its time sleeping, seeming to have gained a bit of weight, with no other noticeable changes. It continued to disdain the multivitamin tablets and whey protein powder Chu Yan had prepared for it. As dusk fell on the fourth day, Chu Yan stood at the rooftop's edge, stretching against the wind. His strength, speed, and senses had undeniably improved. Yet a weight pressed upon his heart. The rate of food consumption exceeded his expectations. The 40 boxes of compressed rations locked in the pickup truck below must be moved up quickly at the first opportunity. He recalled clearly that on the 5th morning of his previous life, 3 starving neighbors from the 8th floor had recklessly charged down, creating such a commotion that it attracted all the wandering zombies in the building. That would be the moment of safety. On the 5th day, just before dawn, Chu Yan and Dun Dun once again made their timely appearance on the rooftop. As usual, he stripped down and lay down, while Dun Dun habitually positioned itself beside his legs. Not long after he settled, the urgent sounds of running, shouting, and the frenzied howls of disturbed zombies echoed up from below. Those 3 frantic neighbors from the 8th floor were indeed charging down. A spark ignited in Chu Yan's heart. The opportunity had come. Once the commotion below subsided, he could go down to retrieve those 40 boxes of compressed biscuits. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden change unfolded. An invisible shackle deep within him seemed to shatter with a thunderous crash. A force far more intense and scorching than any previous experience surged through him, his own heartbeat thundering in his ears, blood rushing through his veins in a deafening roar. His skin felt as though it might ignite. This sensation was familiar. It marked a critical moment of evolution, the breaking of shackles. In the struggle for survival during the apocalypse of his past life, this profound leap in bodily evolution, achieved after reaching the pinnacle of physical potential, was referred to as breaking through the realm. Each breakthrough signified a comprehensive enhancement of physical abilities, strength, speed, resilience, along with significant improvements in sensory perception, such as sight, hearing, and touch. The feeling of breaking through was extraordinary. It felt as if some invisible, evolution-obstructing chains within his body had been shattered. And every individual who had experienced it could clearly sense that critical point being breached, though articulating precisely what had broken through was elusive. Scientists in his previous life post-catastrophe believed this to be the activation process of dormant genes. This time, the breakthrough came far too swiftly. In his past life, although he had soaked in the sun during the initial half-month, constraints of food shortages and the lack of desperate nudity for maximum efficiency meant that it took nearly a month after the catastrophe to achieve his first breakthrough. This time, the breakthrough not only arrived quickly, but also with overwhelming ferocity, surpassing his comprehension and the adaptability of his body. Just as the immense surprise began to surface, it was swallowed by an even stronger wave of pain. His body felt as if it were being torn apart and reassembled, every bone and muscle groaning under the unbearable strain. Worse still, an irresistible heat followed, spreading a sensation of weakness throughout him. Oh no! Chu Yan. An emergency response from his immune system had kicked in. In his past life, during 2 previous breakthroughs, he had also experienced a fever accompanying the process. But it had never been this intense. He felt as though he had plunged into a furnace, the heat suffocating him, his vision blurring and darkening, his throat parched and dry. He must take antipyretics, an abundance of them, but he and team managed to procure any before the catastrophe. He could no longer remain exposed to the sun on the rooftop. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yan hastily donned his protective suit, using the last of his strength to stagger back into room 1401, locking the door behind him before collapsing into the familiar living room, losing consciousness. In his dreams, he felt as if he were submerged in lava, floating and sinking, unaware of how much time had passed, in a daze. He sensed Dun Dun desperately scratching at his hand. Struggling to open his eyes, he could barely see clearly, his entire body still burning with heat, his limbs weak and unresponsive. A sense of urgency gripped Dun Dun as he anxiously gnawed at his fingers, emitting muffled whimpers. Gradually regaining his senses, he strained to listen. There was movement beyond the door lock. A chill coursed through his spine. Someone was attempting to pick the lock. With great difficulty, he retrieved his compound bow from behind. But as his fingertips brushed against the cold bow arm, a sharp ache shot through his arm muscles like needles. His body felt utterly weakened, rendering him incapable of drawing the bow. His heart plummeted into an icy abyss. Chapter 28. Struck by a nail gun. Outside room 1401. The desolate corridor echoed only with heavy breaths and the faint sound of metal scraping. A burly young man, glistening with sweat, was using a red spare key to open the top-tier security door. He wiped his brow and began to pry open the lock of the second wooden door with his tools. Behind him stood a slightly, portly middle-aged man, gripping a peculiar-looking nail gun with his thick hands. 2 stout black hoses extended from the rear of the gun, connecting to 2 heavy fire extinguisher canisters strapped to his back. A shiny bald head reflected dim light in the shadowy corridor. It was the owner of the security door processing shop, Bald Lee. "Hurry up, Juicy. Stop dawdling." Bald Lee's voice was tinged with the impatience of a ravenous wolf. I'm about to starve. That brat inside has enough rice, flour, and oil to build a mountain. I saw it all being moved in, enough to last us a year. No, 2 years. His labored breaths echoed in the narrow space. Juzi swallowed an imaginary lump in his throat, licking his cracked lips. Water, boss, is there really no one inside? It seems like there is some movement as he spoke. His hands continued to work cautiously, the key turning in the lock with a faint click. There's no movement. You fool. Bald Lee growled impatiently, his spit nearly hitting Juzi's neck. That scrawny kid looks like a stick. He probably ran out to feed those man-eating monsters on the first day and got himself killed. Listen to me. When the door opens, rush in without hesitation. If you see a shadow, just shoot. This gun ISNT for show. He hefted the rugged nail gun in his hand, its weighty body made of a thick steel pipe. Polished smooth, the dark muzzle ominously pointed at the door. With a clenched jaw, Juzi put his strength into the lock, and with a sharp crack the lock shattered, the wooden door swinging open a crack. Darkness enveloped the interior, obscuring everything. Damn it, who closes curtains in broad daylight, making the room so tight? Juzi muttered under his breath, drawing a short knife from his waist, its blade gleaming coldly in the dim light. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, one hand instinctively reaching for the light switch on the wall, while his foot, clad in cheap sports shoes, tentatively stepped onto the icy tiles of the entrance. Oh, my foot. Something clamped onto it. Juzi let out a piercing scream, his body convulsing as if struck by a high-voltage shock. His ankle, which had crossed the threshold, was caught in a cold, hard steel trap. A shadow darted quickly through the room. Juzi. Bald Lee's voice was filled with a pitch of terror as, reacting instinctively, his calloused hands squeezed the trigger of the nail gun with fervor. A dull, frantic bang echoed in the confined space, 3 sharp concrete nails shooting forth, embedding themselves into the opposite wall of the living room. A shattering sound of glass followed, reminiscent of a television being smashed. Meow. A faint cat's cry resonated from another corner of the living room. Damn. Cut. Bald Lee, taut nerves momentarily relaxed, only to be interrupted by a dark object hurtling toward him with a whoosh. It struck precisely against the door frame on the left side of Bald Lee's head, exploding upon impact. A pungent, acrid liquid mingled with shards of glass splattered across Bald Lee's head and face in an instant. My eyes! Bald Lee screamed in agony. The excruciating pain drove him into madness, his grip on the gun slipping as he pulled the trigger uncontrollably. The gunfire erupted in a frenzied barrage. Nails rained down like a metallic storm, bombarding the sofa, walls, and heaps of supplies. Wood shavings, cotton fluff, cardboard fragments, and the muffled sounds of punctured cans intertwined chaotically. The entire living room seemed to be torn asunder in an instant. Amidst the chaos, a muffled groan, desperately suppressed, echoed from behind the sofa. I hit him. Boss. I hit someone. Juzi, gritting his teeth against the pain, howled to encourage himself, summoning all his strength. He gripped the short knife tightly and brought it down fiercely onto the cold, bloodthirsty steel trap on his ankle. Clang, clang, clang. The blade struck against the hardened steel teeth, sparks flying in the dim light. The short knife was sharp, and it seemed close to cleaving the large animal trap in two. At that moment, a small cluster of orange flames flickered to life in the darkness, illuminating a hand clutching a simple match, only to extinguish almost immediately. A tin can containing an unknown mixture rolled ominously to Juzi's feet, accompanied by a sinister, gurgling sound. The can's opening featured a burning cotton wick that was rapidly shortening, emitting a faint, sizzling noise. The pupils of both Juzi and Bald Lee dilated in sheer terror as time appeared to freeze at that moment. Boom! A sound far more thunderous than the nail gun's report erupted with a cataclysmic force. Flour and alcohol exploded within the sealed tin can, enveloping the area in a cloud of pink fire mist. Searing gusts carrying countless tiny metal fragments shot forth like a hellish steel rain, indiscriminately raining down around them. My face! The overlapping screams of agony reverberated amid the aftermath of the explosion. Juzi bore the brunt of it, his face and chest riddled with scalding debris as he rolled back in torment. Blood streamed from Bald Lee's hands as the nail gun slipped from his grasp. Amidst the chaotic smoke, a threaded steel spear shot forth like a venomous snake, punctuating the air with 2 muffled thuds. The bodies of the 2 writhing and moaning men froze in silence, utterly lifeless. The balcony curtain was drawn back. Chu Yan, leaning on the spear, panted heavily. The fever and struggle had nearly drained all his strength. He removed his helmet, observing a concrete nail embedded in his metal mask. A shiver of dread coursing through him. How close he had come to injury. Sustaining an injury at this juncture would indeed be a troublesome affair. Outside, the sun shone brightly. and his mechanical wristwatch pointed to 11 a.m. He had been unconscious for nearly 4 hours. Dun mewed and pounced at his feet, and Chu Yan managed a weak pat on his head. Well done. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed onto the battered sofa, slipping into a deep slumber. When he next opened his eyes, the watch's hands indicated 2:07 p.m. The sunlight streaming in was at its most resplendent. Golden orange beams infused with the unique warmth of early spring, cascading in slants. Chu Yan sprang up in surprise, astonished to find that the fever and weakness had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. An abundance of energy surged within him, his breath deep and steady, indicating a remarkable increase in lung capacity. He felt invigorated, as though he had been reborn. Experimenting with a fist, a torrent of explosive strength coursed through his muscles. Grabbing the spear that leaned against the sofa, its hefty weight of 7 or 8 pounds felt as light as a mere clothesline in his grasp. Focusing intently on the transformations within his body, he swiftly arrived at an assessment. Due to his inherently frail physique, the enhancements in strength, speed, and agility were rather limited, only marginally surpassing those of a sports specialist. However, his senses had undergone a profound metamorphosis. The faint sounds emanating from downstairs alerted him to the shuffling footsteps of a zombie dragging itself across the shards of glass. His gaze fell upon a corner of the room, where a green bottlefly buzzed around the corpse of bald-headed old Li, its wing beat frequency and the intricate patterns on its wings appearing strikingly vivid in his sight. He had successfully broken through. A surge of elation filled Chu Yan's heart. In this apocalyptic world, he had finally acquired a modicum of leverage. He harbored a flicker of anticipation within, pondering whether he might possess some latent talent concerning his heightened senses. It was said that only after evolving to the 5th realm would an individual awaken their innate abilities. Thus, those who advanced beyond this point were referred to as awakened. Yet, even before reaching the 5th realm, latent talents could begin to manifest. In his previous life, he had failed to fully exploit his physical potential, remaining indistinguishable from masses. He cast aside his black-framed glasses, deeming them utterly useless. First, he dragged the pillar and old Li's corpse to the broken window in the corridor and disposed of them. He then commenced the arduous task of tidying up the chaotic living room, the remnants of materials strewn about like a war zone, ravaged by a barrage from a pneumatic nail gun, causing him great distress. The bags of rice, flour, sugar, and salt that had been perforated were somewhat salvageable. He could simply seal them with transparent tape after collecting the spilled contents. The dented cans, even those with minor tears, could still be consumed as long as they weren't completely emptied. However, what truly pained him was the loss of over a dozen cases of mineral water, reduced to a honeycomb structure, with clear water cascading across the floor, saturating it. His bottled water reserves had dwindled by a staggering third. Upon examining the weapons left behind by the two, he was pleasantly surprised. The short knife belonging to the pillar was remarkably sharp and well-crafted, which he decided to keep. His gaze shifted to old Li's uniquely designed homemade pneumatic nail gun. It appeared to be a treasure. Chapter 29. This was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Chu Yan meticulously scrutinized this handcrafted instrument of destruction, appreciating its crude yet efficient design. The barrel was ingeniously fitted with a trigger mechanism modified from a high-pressure wash valve, providing effortless operation. The bold assembly featured a push rod made from a motorcycle chain, rough yet functional. What captivated him most was the feeding mechanism that could hold 50 concrete nails, fashioned from stainless steel railings repurposed from security window frames, ensuring smooth ammunition delivery. The dual gas canisters, ingeniously modified from a CO2 fire extinguisher, connected via a sophisticated lever valve to the gun body. The motorcycle chain push rod? The modified wash valve trigger, designed for ease of use. Chu Yan's fingers caressed the intricately modified components of the trigger, feeling a surge of appreciation for this raw ingenuity. His eyes sparkling with excitement. Truly a genius. The design of dual gas canisters with a lever valve allowed for the rapid firing of 3 concrete nails or the discharge of 18 nails within 3 seconds. Although the power was somewhat diminished and the accuracy lacking, rendering it ineffective for killing zombies, it was exceptionally suited for dealing with human adversaries, especially in close quarters and indoor clearance scenarios. It was undoubtedly a significant weapon. Chu Yan weighed the rough yet cleverly crafted weapon in his hands. Admiration mingled with a sense of deep regret. What a pity, he murmured softly. This gun was evidently the rushed product of old Li's frantic efforts. The chain push rod's connection to the rail had evident friction, and the welding points were crude. Prolonged use would inevitably lead to wear and malfunction. While the soft hose connecting the gas canisters was hastily tied with wire, making leaks under high pressure only a matter of time. If only he had been granted more time to refine it, to enhance the materials, and to polish the critical areas. He shook his head. This device had immense potential, precisely because it was constructed from readily available materials. Concrete nails were ubiquitous, and fire extinguisher canisters could be found everywhere. More importantly, operating it required no knowledge of firearms. Simply pick it up and pull the trigger, making it a rough gem yet to be polished. While its power was certainly inferior to that of conventional firearms, and it could not deliver precise long-range kills against zombies. In the chaotic early days within confined spaces and narrow corridors, a weapon that could be mass-produced with easily obtainable ammunition and immediate usability was invaluable. It represented a possibility for instant firepower without high barriers to entry. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from his stomach, protesting its neglect. The relaxation that followed his brush with death, coupled with the exhilaration of his transformation, was abruptly supplanted by more primal physiological demands. Chu Yan then realized that after transitioning from unconsciousness to the struggle for survival, he had become ravenously hungry, a deep, almost hollow sensation of hunger emanating from within, as if every cell in his body was screaming for sustenance. He wasted no time, swiftly preparing a large pot of rice, devouring alongside a can of meat with great urgency, even scraping the grain stuck to the pot until it was spotless. Yet, this was insufficient. The breakthrough not only brought forth an elevation in strength and sensory perception, but also hinted at the excavation of his physical potential and the preliminary activation of certain dormant genes. This transformation necessitated a vast amount of energy and specific nutrients as its foundation. Chu Yan immediately retrieved the multivitamin tablets he had previously set aside, pouring out a dozen or so and swallowing them with a gulp of cool water. Next, he opened a large container of whey protein powder, generously scooping several heaping tablespoons and mixing it with warm water to create a thick slurry, which he then consumed in great gulps. His stomach felt distended, yet the primal hunger emanating from the depths of his cells finally began to abate. Leaning against the wall, he felt the surging warmth within him and the nutrients being rapidly absorbed and transformed. The vague understanding from his past life crystallized into clarity. Each breakthrough was a rigorous extraction of physical potential and a profound optimization at the genetic level. The first breakthrough had merely opened the first door. Each subsequent one would require increasingly greater energy and more refined materials to solidify the foundation, supporting the further awakening of genetic sequences, ultimately leading towards the legendary path of talent. He realized he must cease the reckless exposure to activate the virus. The immediate priority was to stabilize his foundation. An unstable foundation would not only limit the enhancement of his physical capabilities, but also sow the seeds of peril for future breakthroughs, risking failure at critical moments. In his previous life, he had been thwarted by a lack of resources, failing to achieve the desired enhancement during his second breakthrough, a regret that lingered to this day. Ultimately, he had been halted at the second realm, betrayed by a so-called friend, which prevented him from ever reaching the threshold of the third realm, leaving him to wander in the apocalyptic wasteland as a desperate survivor. Chu Yan recalled the near-fatal fever he had experienced during today's breakthrough, cold sweat soaking his back. In his former life, the scarcity of resources made each breakthrough feel like building a tower on shifting sands. Limited physical enhancement had fortuitously allowed him to evade this deadly fever response. Yet now, with his foundational physique vastly superior to that of his past, a high fever during the second breakthrough would surely feel like being engulfed in flames. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Antipyretics, especially potent ones, were essential for surviving the next breakthrough. He must acquire them as soon as possible. Gazing at the damp floor of the living room, the dozens of cases of mineral water, perforated like a sieve, silently reminded him of the significant loss. The sharp decline in bottled water reserves was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Water sources would pose a significant challenge in the aftermath of the disaster. Preparation was imperative. "I must venture out," Chu Yan murmured to himself, his expression turning serious once more. Seizing the opportunity while his body was in optimal condition and with the three oblivious individuals on the 8th floor drawing the majority of the zombies, this was undoubtedly the perfect moment to replenish his water supply and search for medicine. He cast a glance out the window. The sun was shining brightly, and time was of the essence. He promptly donned his protective gear, securing his bow, knife, and spear to his back, and, after a moment's consideration, strapped the pneumatic nail gun along with the dual gas canisters onto himself. The short knife left by the pillar was tucked into his tactical boots. A canvas bag hung from his waist, filled with provisions, water, homemade weapons, and a myriad of assorted items. Tools from the household toolbox, including pliers, wrenches, and hacksaws, had also been extracted and stowed away. This was a habit cultivated in the harsh reality of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Each venture outside the shelter demanded utmost diligence, preparing for the possibility of never returning. Fortunately, after breaking through his limits, his strength had significantly increased, and carrying equipment weighing 20 to 30 pounds did not hinder his movements in the slightest. Before departing, Dun Dun gazed at him with wide eyes, and Chu Yan chuckled. Then you should come along. In his previous life, it was on this very day that Dun Dun had wandered off while they were searching for food, and this time, he was determined to keep it safe. However, a certain degree of training was indispensable. In chaotic times, one must ultimately rely on oneself. This held true for both humans and cats alike. With a soft meow, Dun Dun leapt gracefully off the sofa, its tail held high, following Chu Yan's pace leisurely. Chu Yan was somewhat taken aback. Despite his own evolution, the cat showed no signs of transformation, except perhaps appearing a tad more astute. A thought flickered through his mind. Chapter 30. The Incident with the Pickup Truck. Upon his rebirth, he had harbored a question. During the early days of the apocalypse, ordinary animals seemingly did not undergo the same widespread mutations as humans under the onslaught of extraterrestrial microorganisms. Most simply perished gradually or struggled to survive. Those like Dun Dun, brimming with vitality, were already a rarity. A sudden thought crossed Chu Yan's mind regarding the theories surrounding the emergence of certain entities in the latter stages of the Gear era, where those despairing individuals placed their hopes on the development of carbon-based biological technology utilizing mutated biological materials. Could the source of such advancements lie hidden in inconspicuous, early undetected rare variants like Dun Dun? Years after the apocalypse, humanity began to discover and appreciate those peculiar mutations buried deep within the ruins. Aberrant plants that could absorb soil toxins, and beetles with exoskeletons as tough as steel. They were as scarce as gold dust, yet became the cornerstone of carbon-based biotechnology. Chu Yan silently tugged at the corner of his mouth, realizing he was overthinking. Presently, it was merely wild grass wilting by the roadside, and the initial primal beasts were just beginning to reveal their ferocity. As for Dun Dun, the roads of the apocalypse were fraught with thorns. For a cat to acquire genuine self-defense capabilities, the time required would likely be far longer and much more arduous than he had initially estimated. Its current cleverness was merely a flicker ignited by the instinct for survival. There lay a long journey ahead. He ceased his contemplations and stepped outside. At the 13th floor corridor, the steel bar gate was tightly locked, and 3 zombies, drawn by the earlier explosion, were futilely battering against the barrier, producing dull thuds. Chu Yan did not falter, his footsteps steady as he approached. He opened the steel gate, and before the zombies could lunge, his spear thrust with fluid precision, the sharp sound of slicing air barely audible as it penetrated the eye socket of the nearest creature. A twist of his wrist completed the kill, the corpse collapsing lifelessly. With a sweeping motion, the spear followed through, accompanied by a muted gust, striking the temple of the second zombie with a resounding thump. The sharp crack of splintering bone echoed clearly as the zombie crumpled silently, as if its spine had been severed. At that moment, the third zombie howled and lunged forward, but Chu Yan had already lifted his foot, his tactical boot delivering a powerful kick squarely to its chest. The force sent the zombie crashing against the stair railing with a dull thud, its spine contorting grotesquely. Before it could rise, the spear had pierced its skull. The entire process unfolded in mere seconds, clean and decisive. Chu Yan flicked the blood from the spear tip, savoring the exhilaration of controlling the rhythm of battle after breaking through his limits. Enhanced hearing allowed him to discern the faintest sounds of zombie joints creaking, enabling him to anticipate their attack trajectories. His keen vision effortlessly locked onto the bizarre angles of the zombies' distorted forms due to skeletal misalignment, as well as their unsteady centers of gravity. Each change in their movements became a coordinate for a lethal strike. The palm gripping the steel spear felt every rough texture and cold sensation of the metal, each exertion seeming to impart an absolute sense of control. These sensations raced through his nerve endings, melding with the surging power within him, harmonizing with the combat skills honed in his previous life. Reborn, he finally rediscovered the thrill of fighting in the wilderness. "Let us go down the stairs," he called out, his figure blending into the shadows of the stairwell. Dun Dun followed closely, its ears swiveling, golden eyes scanning the dimly lit stairs and every corner with alertness. As they reached the 10th floor corner, Dun Dun suddenly halted, its back arching slightly, emitting a low, urgent growl of warning from its throat. Its gaze was fixed intently on the corner of the stairway below. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed, locking onto the direction of Dun Dun's warning. Almost simultaneously, a previously dormant, emaciated zombie lunged from around the corner. Zombies, after losing their target for a period, have a certain probability of entering a dormant state akin to human sleep to conserve energy until awakened by external sounds or odors. Their hearing and sense of smell are no different from those of ordinary humans. This silent, Dormant zombie is the most challenging to detect and often poses a significant danger to survivors. Chu Yan's body reacted faster than his thoughts. The spear shot forth, as if an extension of his will. With a sickening squelch, the spear tip pierced through the zombie's gaping maw, vibrating slightly as it damaged the fragile tissue of the brain. The body collapsed, making only a faint sound upon hitting the ground. Good, Chu Yan muttered in approval. As the fur on Dun Dun's back slowly smoothed down, continuing to scan the surroundings with vigilance. The synergy between the man and the cat was gradually becoming instinctual. They encountered two more zombies resting near the stairwell and fire escape entrance, and each time, Dun Dun's acute instinct captured the slightest movements ahead of time, granting Chu Yan precious seconds of advantage. Chu Yan, in turn, wielded the spear with utmost precision and simplicity, avoiding any unnecessary flare. Each strike was a deadly blow, honed through countless battles. Every attack was as precise and effective as a surgeon's scalpel, completely avoiding any noise that could attract a horde. Descending the stairs, his heightened senses allowed him to clearly perceive the muffled sobs and cautious breaths coming from behind tightly shut doors, indicating survivors hiding within. More ominously, the jarring sounds of zombie claws scraping against wooden boards, mixed with guttural growls, echoed continuously from behind the doors. The scene in the courtyard below was even bleaker. Scattered, incomplete corpses lay abandoned on the cold ground, unclaimed, as a dozen zombies aimlessly shuffled between flower beds and twisted vehicle wreckage, their movements stiff and mechanical. Besidan uvetuniet sedan. Several zombies were hunched over, tearing at something, the air thick with an unbearable stench of decay. As the man and cat stealthily approached the entrance of a convenience store on the ground floor, Chu Yan's gaze fell upon the parking space, and in an instant, a surge of anger surged to his head. The truck, his modified Hilux diesel pickup, it was nowhere to be seen. Accompanying its disappearance were the 40 boxes of military-grade, 90-style compressed rations and 80 20mm HRB 500E seismic steel bars in the truck bed. Chu Yan's eyes fixated on the ground. Several distinct tire tracks cut through the dust, leading toward the exit of the community. Nearby lay a few military-green cardboard boxes for the 90-style compressed rations, some packaging paper from ham sausages, and a crumpled plastic bag from Huayman convenience store. Quietly resting beside the tire marks, he turned to the shattered glass door of the convenience store, stepping inside. The shelves were in disarray, items strewn about, leaving only remnants of trampled packaging paper. At the back, the cigarette and liquor counter remained relatively intact, its contents largely untouched. In the early days of the apocalypse, everyone scrambled for food and drink, while cigarettes and alcohol became unwanted. At the back of the store, the cashier clad in a convenience store uniform and the security guard lay lifeless on the floor, their skin a pallid gray. Notably absent was the corpulent figure of Kai, the greasy man. A chilling wave of murderous intent surged within Chu Yan's chest. The vehicle was the lifeblood of his return home, and the 40 boxes of compressed biscuits locked in the truck bed were his assurance of survival. Without the car, what would follow? Gritting his teeth, Chu Yan made his way toward the door, catching a glimpse of a few boxes of cigars atop the liquor cabinet. Suddenly, he recalled the missing cigar box from Tang Guang's office, and as if compelled by an unseen force, his fingers reached out and seized a box. The excitement lies ahead. These chapters are crucial to laying the groundwork for the subsequent plot, so please bear with me until the end. Chapter 31. Something is amiss. There's a trap. On the desolate main thoroughfare of Wui Road, a deep blue pickup truck, modified to resemble a mobile fortress, sped recklessly. Its welded steel mesh vibrating ominously against the bumps of the road. Inside the cab, Kai gripped the steering wheel with both hands, the flesh on his face jiggling with the motion of the vehicle. He broke into a wide grin, revealing teeth stained yellow from smoke, and erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! I never expected this old heap could still move. That fellow Chu must know something. This modification and this old diesel engine have their merits, rugged as they are. Ha! It's all thanks to you, Xiao Wang, for your mechanical prowess. In the back seat, property manager Xiao Wang, hands still smeared with grease, chuckled. His body swayed with the truck, and he gestured proudly. It's purely mechanical, none of that delicate computer nonsense. But unlike gasoline vehicles, you can't just short the ignition wires like in the movies. This one requires hardwiring a few lines and manually priming the fuel for the old diesel engine. That's the trick. Seated beside Xiao Wang, property manager Kai wore a grim expression. He cast a glance at the ruins, swiftly receding in the rearview mirror. Thank goodness for that hot-headed Zhao Jun from Unit 803, who charged out with 2 reckless youngsters, making enough noise to lure away a good portion of those man-eating creatures. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to get this truck moving. Kai spat derisively, saliva splattering onto the steering wheel. Zhao Jun, no matter how capable he is, how far can he really run? Without a vehicle, it's a dead end. He slowed the truck slightly, turning to glance at the back seat. Uncle, isn't it good to have food and drink at the convenience store? Why go through all this trouble? Fool, you're wasting your breath. Manager Kai retorted coldly. The convenience store is just a target. Starving people will come in waves to rob us. How many can you fend off? Those monsters will eventually catch our scent and close in. In this world, if you don't act ruthlessly, you 1T stand a chance. He fixed his steely gaze ahead. First, let us head to the nearest police station. See if we can score some weapons. Without firepower, everywhere we go is just delivering ourselves to the slaughter. Kai swallowed hard, gripping the steering wheel tighter. Guns and then what? Manager Kai's gaze drifted toward the desolate end of the street outside the window. Fill up the tank and grab a few extra barrels of fuel to stash in the truck bed. Then we leave this cursed place. Head out to the countryside, to areas where there are fewer people. The pickup truck's engine let out a deeper roar, the exhaust spewing black smoke as it suddenly accelerated, carving a path down the empty street toward the nearest police station. It was imperative to find another vehicle that could start, and quickly. Chu Yan mentally sifted through the vehicles he remembered from the garage, formulating a plan. He cautiously evaded the zombies and located a few damaged bicycles, removing the brake lines and steel wires, sawing off several sections of iron pipes, and using pliers to cut some L-shaped metal pieces to construct a few rudimentary mechanical devices. In the underground garage, a man and a cat stealthily approached an old BJ 212 Jeep, Chu Yan's objective. The garage was eerily silent, likely due to the strong electromagnetic pulse that had prevented any vehicles or personnel from entering, thus keeping the zombies at bay. After confirming the area was safe, he signaled to Dun Dun, who nimbly darted beneath a nearby Tesla's chassis to keep watch. Chu Yan, well practiced in his movements, pried open the hood. Starting a diesel vehicle without keys was a skill Chu Yan had honed to perfection in the apocalypse. He unscrewed the thick red wire and the thin green wire connected to the starter motor, the lifeblood linking the battery and ignition switch. He brought the copper cores of the two wires together, and at the moment of contact, the starter motor emitted a faint click but failed to ignite. One more time. Buzz, click, 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 hiss. The motor groaned intermittently in a desperate attempt to start. Chu Yan's gaze sharpened as he pressed the two copper wires together with all his might. Buzz. Tot, 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 tot. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After a violent coughing fit, tremors, and a series of explosive sounds, the old carbureted engine finally erupted into a deep, powerful roar, mixed with thick exhaust fumes, as black smoke billowed from the exhaust pipe. The deep growl of the diesel engine shattered the silence of the underground parking lot. Nearby, a green metal garbage can suddenly rattled, its lid flying off as three enormous brownish-gray rats burst forth, their beady red eyes gleaming with malice. The largest among them, resembling a rat king, was half the size of Dun Dun, its fur slick and filthy with exposed sharp teeth. Chu Yan was momentarily startled. These were rats that had undergone preliminary mutation. A wave of disorientation washed over him, and a fragment of a twisted memory ignited in the depths of his mind. A white-haired man's maniacal laughter echoed in his ears. Rats. We are all rats. Ha ha. Look at the lab over there, the white mice in their cages. What distinguishes us from them? Just a bunch of rats. Ha ha ha. The image of the white-haired man overlapped with Tian's tortured visage as he clutched his head. Failed. The volunteers in the time machine experiment all failed. He covered his head and let out a wretched cry, shaking his head vigorously. Cold sweat dripped down his brow as his blood-stained vision gradually refocused and clarity returned. Meanwhile, before the three rats could flee, Dun Dun had swiftly leaped from beneath the Tesla, pouncing like lightning and pinning the Rat King to the ground with a paw. Yet the Rat King's strength exceeded expectations, thrashing and biting madly, while the other two rats, far from fleeing, squeaked as they charged into attack, their sharp teeth targeting Dun Dun's vulnerable midsection. Dun Dun found itself in a precarious 1-against-3 situation, dodging and weaving amidst the chaos. Chu Yan, having caught his breath by the car door, finally reacted, drawing forth a spear. Seeing the Rat King fully occupied with Dun Dun, he seized a moment and thrust the spear forward. The glint of metal flashed as it pierced the Rat King's skull with a satisfying squelch, ending its life. With the pressure lifted, Dun Dun swiftly dispatched the remaining two rats. It then immediately lunged at the Rat King's carcass, its sharp claws shredding through the fur as it voraciously tore into the flesh, devouring it with audible slurps. Chu Yan frowned, silently turning away to refocus on his task. He retrieved the makeshift mechanical device he had previously crafted, using the bicycle brake line to control the connection of the red and green wires on the motor. After securing it, he fed the brake line into the cab and fashioned a control handle beneath the steering wheel using iron pipe, creating a mechanical bypass ignition device. In the absence of a key, this simple apparatus could replace the electronic switch, allowing for ignition without the need to open the hood again. He tested the device, gripping the iron pipe handle and pulling it back felt akin to cocking an old-fashioned rifle. The metal hook pressed down tightly with the pull of the line, and the roar of the starter motor reverberated through the floor as the diesel engine sputtered to life, releasing a plume of black smoke before settling into a steady hum. Effective. He congratulated himself silently. His skills from the apocalypse were still intact. He casually tossed the cigars pilfered from the convenience store onto the dashboard of the cab. As Doduin swiftly returned to the driver's cabin, the Jeep emitted a low growl and surged forward onto the surface. A cacophony of roars erupted from nearby zombies, stirred from their stupor as they followed the noise. The Jeep did not decelerate. Its tires crushed the dust with a resounding thud as it smashed through the leaning parking barrier, charging onto the chaotic street with a furious roar. Inside the cabin, Chu Yan warily scanned the rearview mirror, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Not only on guard against the zombies, but also with a lingering sense of dread that the mysterious figure in brown would reappear. That enigmatic bracelet might manifest again. What perplexed him the most was the purpose behind this shadowy pursuer's fixation on him. He was, after all, merely an inconspicuous office worker, devoid of any significant value. What warranted such a high-level stalking? The aging Jeep navigated laboriously through the abandoned vehicles and heaps of refuse, relying on his memory and the road signs. Chu Yan finally arrived at his destination, the nearest large chain pharmacy. The glass facade facing the street lay shattered. He extinguished the engine, gripping a large knife, and cautiously stepped inside. The pharmacy's shelves were toppled, and the spaces once occupied by medicines were starkly empty. A few corpses lay sprawled on the floor, remnants of pharmaceuticals mingling with shards of glass, clearly indicating the aftermath of one or more fierce battles. His eyes were drawn to the iron door leading to the storage room, slightly ajar, where more medicines might still be found. However, something felt amiss. The corridor near the storage door was relatively clean, and several nearly invisible transparent fishing lines were cleverly connected to an air conditioning unit on the left of the entrance. With a concealed plastic bucket perched precariously above, its opening slightly tilted, revealing a faint hint of ghastly quicklime powder. A trap. Chapter 32. A deadly chain of murder. The rudimentary nature of this trap was evident, yet its practicality was undeniable. Chu Yan understood immediately. He halted at the entrance and called out into the depths of the storage room. "I'm coming in to take a few antipyretics. I will leave immediately after." Without any conflict, a muffled voice responded from within, heavy with labored breathing. "Speak and mean it. Take what you need and get out." The voice trembled, betraying fear and struggle. Chu Yan acknowledged with a grunt and stepped over the tripwire into the storage room. Inside, the light was dim, and he paused, sensing another hidden fishing line. With a calm demeanor, he approached the prescription cabinet against the wall, his movements swift yet composed. He grabbed 5 boxes each of ibuprofen and acetaminophen, stowing them in the side pocket of his backpack in under 10 seconds. "Time to go," he murmured, pivoting to retreat towards the door. Just as his front foot crossed the threshold, a barely audible sound of a fine line being swiftly drawn alerted him. Another mechanism, releasing the bucket of lime, suddenly swung down, aimed directly at him. Simultaneously, a cold glint sliced through the air, descending from above. A heavy, sharp fire axe aimed straight at the nape of Chu Yan's neck. A deadly double assault, yet it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Like a specter, he sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the cascading quicklime. In the same motion, he wielded his manganese steel knife, twisting with force to counterattack. The movement so swift it left only a shadow in its wake. The clash of metal on metal echoed painfully, as his knife met the descending axe with a resounding clang, sparks flying. Without allowing his adversary a moment's reprieve, he angled the blade to slice through the assailant's arm, eliciting a pained scream as the axe fell from his grasp. As the axe clattered to the ground, Chu Yan pressed forward, driving his knife deep into the assailant's heart. "Ugh!" the attacker wailed, collapsing to the floor, face pressed against the ground. At that moment, Chu Yan finally discerned the figure, a young man in his early 20s. Covered in grime, his cracked lips stained with blood, his gaze wild and vacant. Initially, he had only sought to preserve his life. But the young man gasped through the agony, his voice fragmented. "I saw your vehicle. It can traverse rough terrain. I thought I could return to town. My mother." Tears mingled with dirt streamed down his face, and with his remaining good hand, he struggled to retrieve a tattered photograph from his worn jacket, attempted to raise it, but his hand faltered and fell. Chu Yan's actions paused for a brief moment. He withdrew his blade, splattering blood upon the fluttering photograph. The storage room was left with only the swirling dust and the muffled thud of a body falling. Doduin, sensing the danger, scurried towards him with anxious whimpers. Chu Yan gazed at the mingled pool of blood, tears, and lime powder on the ground, murmuring, "Do you see, Doduin?" In this apocalypse, sometimes humans are far more perilous than zombies. He flicked his wrist, letting droplets of blood fall to the floor. Without looking back, he strode out of the storage room. The afternoon sun was blinding, yet it did little to warm the stagnant air. Doduan brushed against his pant leg, emitting a distressed whimper. Chu Yan bent down to scoop it up, casting one last glance at the gradually stiffening corpse and the bloodied photograph at the entrance. The blade had severed the last vestiges of hope, the blood staining the remnants of innocence. In this crumbling world, the devastation extended far beyond the shattered concrete and steel of the city. It had breached the final barriers within the human heart, those invisible walls that once distinctly separated man from beast, trust from deceit, life from consumption, now crumbled under the gnawing hunger and despair. The aging BJ-212 engine roared hoarsely, as if struggling to break free from the oppressive stillness. It carried a silent man and cat, along with life-saving medicines, and bore the harsh new laws of survival rewritten through calculation and bloodshed. Rolling over scattered medicine boxes and shards of glass, plunging once more into the desolate ruins where order had long since collapsed. The BJ-212 meandered through winding paths. Initially intended to head straight to the supermarket for bottled water, the vehicle seemed inexplicably drawn towards the office building where his company was located, the direction of the Guamao Tower. Deep down, he felt compelled to visit the 18th floor, even though it bore no relevance to his immediate survival. Before he reached the Guamao Tower, at a nearby street corner, Chu Yan caught sight of an unusual scene at the KFC. Chaos reigned beneath the KFC sign. The floor-to-ceiling windows were shattered, and tables and chairs were haphazardly piled into a makeshift barricade, blocking most of the openings. Dozens of zombies relentlessly battered against this precarious defense, their decayed arms reaching through the gaps, clawing at anything within reach. Behind the barricade, shadows moved, and muffled voices and the sounds of struggle echoed faintly. Two olive-green Toyota LC-78 vehicles were crookedly parked at the entrance, the very same off-road vehicles belonging to the company. One had already overturned, its doors twisted, while the other remained relatively intact, though its front end was dented and battered. Chu Yan's heart sank. His colleagues were indeed trapped here. In his previous life, they had only managed to reach this location 2 days later. This time, it seemed that his rebirth had quietly altered the strings of fate. He slammed on the brakes, and the Jeep glided silently to a stop several dozen meters away. He retrieved his binoculars to observe the scene. The first figure's lens captured was Tang Guang, the usually refined boss, now disheveled, his expensive suit stained, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, and his hands tightly gripping a fire axe smeared with dark blood. Moving the binoculars, he spotted Suanzi, Li Jia, Su Shui, Hu Jia, Zhang Ma, one by one, appearing in his field of vision. And there, curled behind Hu Jia, was the beautiful woman he once called his fiancée, Lu Tingyan. Many familiar faces from the company were absent. A rough count revealed around 15 survivors. In his previous life, only 7 or 8 had managed to escape to this point. Chu Yan removed the nail gun and its connected gas canister. This weapon was of no use against the zombies. He lifted the slumbering Dun Dun from the passenger seat and tucked him into a canvas bag at his waist. After consuming the Mouse King's flesh in the underground parking lot, Dun Dun began to feel drowsy. He swung open the car door, creating a gust of wind. A massive billboard advertising a real estate project flapped noisily in the breeze. Without hesitation, he tore down a half of the gaudy plastic sheet and siphoned some gasoline from the tank of a nearby, overturned vehicle, soaking the cloth before stuffing it into an empty trash bin by the roadside. Next, he retrieved a standard mosquito coil from his backpack. Cutting off a segment that would burn for approximately half an hour, he ignited the end and carefully inserted it deep into the gasoline-soaked cloth within the trash bin. A rudimentary delay ignition device was complete. Casting one last glance in the direction of KFC, he started the Jeep and turned towards a nearby concealed corner with a better vantage point. Chapter 33. Encountering the girlfriend again. Inside KFC, the air was suffused with the stench of blood, sweat, and despair. Bang! Crack! Another table blocking the door buckled under the relentless assault of the zombies, its support leg twisting and snapping, creating yet another gaping hole. A decayed foot, its nails grotesquely elongated, stepped on shards of glass and remnants of food, desperately pushing its way inside. An arm mottled with corpse-like blotches exerted strength far exceeding that of a normal human, lunging toward the opening where the young employee, Xiao Hai, was bracing against the table. "Ah, help!" A young employee barely managed to utter a half-scream before the icy hand seized his ankle, yanking him out of the makeshift barricade with tremendous force. Xiao Hai. Tang Guang's eyes widened in horror. Rescue had come too late. Xiao Hai's anguished cries were instantly drowned out by the roars and gnashing of the undead. "Shunzi, block it!" Tang Guang's voice was hoarse as he lunged toward the breach. The weighty fire axe in his hand cutting through the air with a resounding whoosh as he brought it down on the zombie's arm that had intruded. With a sickening crunch, the axe blade cleaved deeply into the zombie's forearm joint, bones splintering and dark, viscous blood spraying forth. The tremendous recoil nearly toppled Tang Guang, staggering him to the side. The already fragile opening widened by nearly half a meter. The severed arm fell to the ground, fingers twitching in a grotesque display. Shunzi's eyes were bloodshot as he yelled, lunging forward to drag a table back into position, his face turning a deep shade of purple, muscles straining, sweat mingling with blood. The breach was temporarily sealed. Sisterly huddled in the corner, her throat emitting suppressed whimpers. Lu Tingyun leaned against the freezer, the cold seeping through her thin clothing as she futilely jabbed at the approaching zombies with a steel pipe, each collision sending jolts of numbness through her hands, her expression betraying her mounting fear. Hu Jie stood beside her, wielding his steel pipe more for show than defense, his eyes flickering nervously as he instinctively shrank deeper into the freezer. The pressure at the breach intensified. Zhang Ma and Accountant Chun, a few young men, immediately stepped forward to replace the exhausted Tang Guang and Hu Jie. Panting, Hu Jie wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice urgent. Tang, this won't do. I could drive that car that still runs and get you out to find help. We can squeeze in a few more people. Saving even one is better than none. Zhang Ma, nicknamed Zhang the Flatterer, eagerly chimed in. Yes, Tang, it's better than all of us dying here. Lu Tingyun also looked at Tang Guang, her eyes glistening with a hint of pleading. No, Tang Guang interrupted sharply, deftly reloading his double-barreled shotgun, his voice resolute. We have 2 vehicles here, and there's still 14 of us. One vehicle cannot accommodate everyone. I will not abandon anyone. With a decisive click, he closed the gun chamber, addressing the group. After that day, when Chu Yan warned me, I contacted the military that very morning. A dear old friend assured me that if there were any abnormalities, he would find a way to assist. Just hold on a little longer. I will lead everyone to the military shelter. The words military shelter served as a lifeline, rekindling a flicker of hope in the eyes of the despondent crowd. Shunzi had been holding the breach for several minutes, his strength waning, his movements becoming erratic. A zombie clad in tattered security attire let out a low growl of excitement, using its head and half of its shoulder to force its way in. The wooden framework securing the breach splintered under the assault. Shunzi, eyes ablaze, roared as he swung the steel pipe down. The pipe struck the zombie's left jaw with a heavy thud, leaving a deep indentation. The zombie merely shook its head, its filthy claws shooting up with lightning speed, viciously grasping the pipe. Damn it! Shunzi felt a surge of immense strength, almost losing his grip on the pipe as he stepped into a pool of sticky oil, losing his balance and tumbling backward. Shunzi! Su Shue's heart-wrenching scream pierced the chaos. Bang! Tang Guang's shotgun roared, the zombie's head exploding like a rotten watermelon. But the gap left by Shunzi's fall allowed more zombies to surge toward the opening like piranhas drawn to blood, and the defensive line was on the verge of collapse. Lu Tingyun watched the grotesque faces of the zombies squeezing in, her terror peaking as she let out a piercing scream. In that moment of impending doom, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, akin to a clap of thunder. This was followed by the shrill sound of metal being violently assaulted, tearing through the air. A deep blue BJ-212 Jeep, enveloped in smoke and debris, charged in like a steel beast from the depths of hell, crashing into the throngs of zombies outside the breach. 2 zombies attempting to force their way in were struck head-on, their bodies twisting and contorting with the sickening sound of bones shattering, before being sent flying into the throng behind them, creating chaos. Smoke and debris erupted like a small explosion. The driver's door swung open with a resounding thud, kicked open by a foot clad in black tactical boots. Bang, bang, bang. The deep, powerful sound of bowstrings snapping drowned out the din. 3 nearly invisible bolts of black light slicing through the swirling dust, precisely finding their mark in the heads of 3 zombies attempting to surge through the opening. The arrows pierced skulls, releasing a spurt of crimson fluid, the sheer force pinning them backward. As the dust began to settle, a figure leaped from the driver's seat like a vengeful deity. Dressed in matte black protective gear, a metallic helmet concealed his entire face, leaving only his piercing gaze visible beneath the cold visor. The harsh lines of his silhouette glinted ominously in the dim light. He landed soundlessly, and with a swift motion, drew a gleaming manganese steel knife from behind him. The blade flashed, and in an instant, the head of a lunging zombie was severed like a branch, spraying foul blood in a fountain, the headless corpse crashing to the ground. Without pausing, he advanced with purposeful strides, his movements efficient, rapid, and lethal. The blade glimmered again as he severed the outstretched claws of another zombie at the wrist. Following that, the blade whirled in a downward arc, cleanly slicing through the lower limbs of a third zombie, which fell to the ground with a wail. Each swing of the knife cleaved the air, producing a deep sonic boom, each strike methodically dismantling the zombie's capacity for movement. As he traversed the carnage and fallen undead, he stepped into the KFC. The blood-soaked blade of his machete angled toward the floor, droplets of crimson slowly falling, creating a stark sound in the suddenly silent space. Plop, plop. The helmet with its cold metallic visor turned slightly, the gaze beneath it sharp as a blade, sweeping over the petrified survivors within the breach. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the eerie sounds of the zombies clawing at the freezer outside and the heavy, labored breaths of the crowd. Which divine being is this? Zhang lay sprawled amidst a pool of blood and shattered flesh, his voice rasping like a broken bellows. Lu Tingyun leaned against the freezer, the icy sensation failing to quell her body's violent tremors. She gazed at the godlike figure before her, fixated on the blood-dripping blade in his hand and the gruesome sight of the fallen zombies outside the door. Overwhelmed by a fervent excitement bordering on reverence and an ineffable sense of safety. Salvation. Truly, salvation. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Tang Guang gripped his shotgun tightly, his bloodshot eyes locked onto the shadowy figure, his chest heaving, and his hand trembling slightly on the gunstock. This sudden arrival of formidable aid, imbued with an air of lethal efficiency, far exceeded his expectations. Shunzi struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes fixed on the doorway, murmuring absent-mindedly, Sun Wukong. As he manifested, Hu Jie cowered deeper in the shadows behind Lu Tingyun, his face still etched with panic, now mingled with disbelief and a twisted sense of jealousy. Why? Why can someone achieve this? Under the watchful gaze of everyone, a soft click emerged from the clasp on the side of the black rhinoceros helmet. The metallic mask, which enveloped the figure's face, was steadily lifted by hands clad in tactical gloves, revealing a visage so familiar to all yet now serene as water, with eyes sharp as an eagle. Chapter 34. How could it be him? How is it possible? Yanzi? Shunzi's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit within. Was this truly the same pretty boy who sat at the adjacent desk? Only a few days had passed, yet he appeared transformed, as if a deity had descended from the heavens. However, it seemed that his sun-kissed skin was even darker than Shunzi's own. Chu Yan! Tang Guang exclaimed, his voice hoarse, the rock-solid composure he once held shattered by shock. Was this the same junior staff member who had once advanced his salary and incoherently warned him of the apocalypse? The excitement, admiration, and ecstasy that had surged within Lu Tingyun now felt as if she had been doused with the iciest of waters, shattering her momentary bliss. The radiant light that had just ignited within her extinguished completely upon recognizing that face, leaving only astonishment and a suffocating sense of shame. How could it be him? How could it possibly be him? The very Chu Yan whom she had struck with a frying pan? The one she had betrayed? Hu Jie's expression morphed from sheer terror to disbelief and deeper panic, instinctively retreating half a step, as if he wished to bury himself entirely within the freezer shadow. Chu Yan's gaze swiftly scanned the precarious makeshift defenses and the familiar, yet disheveled faces. Shunzi, though incapacitated, was largely unharmed. Tang Guang sat atop a metal crate, straining to support himself. Su Shui, Li Jie, Zhang Ma, Accountant Chun, Master Qi, and Xiao Lu were all still present. Chu Yan's attention momentarily rested on Lu Tingyun's bowed head and her heaving shoulders before shifting to Hu Jie, who was cowering in the shadows with averted eyes. His gaze was icy and penetrating, causing Hu Jie to shudder involuntarily, recalling the words from that fateful day. I hope you don't die too early. I will come for you. The gap was about to collapse. Chu Yan turned away from him and addressed the group. First, seal the breach, then we can discuss further. He strode towards the two commercial freezers aligned against the wall of the dining area. Without hesitation, he placed his palm on the rough, cold metallic surface of the freezer. The enhanced sensation akin to a high-precision scanner, swiftly relaying information. The minute protrusions of the rivets, the slightly rusty resistance of the wheels at the base, and most crucially, that the freezer was not entirely level, as its front right corner was ever so slightly suspended due to uneven ground. He immediately lowered himself, bracing his right shoulder against a sturdy metallic seam on the left rear side of the freezer, his left foot stepping onto a fractured tile nearby to serve as a natural fulcrum, his body taut like a drawn bow. Give me strength, move, he growled, unleashing the power within him. He leveraged the force through the meticulously constructed fulcrum, releasing it with a thunderous roar. With a resounding crash, the heavy freezer surged forward like a wild stallion, colliding forcefully with the breach. Several zombies were smashed and sent flying, their bones shattered, while the broken tables and chairs were utterly flattened. The massive freezer snugly blocked 2/3 of the opening, its metallic door indented inward with a tremendous hum. Without pause, Chu Yan repeated the feat, bellowing as he propelled the second freezer. Another thunderous sound erupted as the second freezer thundered into place beside the first, completely isolating the interior from the outside. Two cold, white steel barriers closed together, and immediately the horrifying sound of scratching and gnawing from outside erupted. The entire freezer trembled violently, but remained steadfast. The pressure dissipated abruptly. Everyone stood frozen in place, akin to lifeless statues. To push two freezers weighing over half a ton by hand? This terrifying display of strength. Was this still the same Chu Yan they had known, the bespectacled, slightly frail junior staff member? Time seemed to freeze, only the chaotic noises from outside reminding them that what had just transpired was not an illusion. Gao Go, Dan Guang Ga Pet, struggling to breathe as he suppressed the overwhelming shock. His weary face was filled with gratitude, his gaze complex. Chu Yan, we owe you another life. The word another was heavily emphasized, laden with unspoken meaning. Shunzi wiped the sweat and blood from his face, his voice choked yet infused with elation. Yanzi, it really is you. That day you spoke of zombies, we didn't believe you. Damn. He pounded the ground fiercely. Su Shui leaned in closer, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Yan, you are incredible, like a superhero from the movies. Chu Yan offered a slight smile, a semblance of acknowledgement. His gaze drifted over the exhilarated crowd, directing attention towards the street outside. To make a long story short, we have about 15 minutes. He pointed towards a street corner where a timed device had been placed. There will be a commotion over there. We need to lure the zombies away. Next, he gestured towards a relatively intact SUV and the Jeep parked not far off. We will make our escape amidst the chaos. My Jeep can accommodate 5. And if we squeeze, the SUV can fit 9. He looked at Tang Guang. When the fire starts, split up and rush. Tang, you organize the personnel, prepare accordingly. Check weapons, food, and water, and be ready to act at any moment. Understood. Tang Guang's eyes gleamed with determination as he suppressed all emotions, regaining the decisiveness of a commander. He straightened, his voice resolute as he swiftly issued commands. Zhang Ma, you are familiar with the LC-78. You will drive that vehicle. Everyone else, follow this arrangement and check your belongings immediately. Ensure you have your weapons, food, and water. Move quickly. The orders were clear and forceful, and the still-shaken group found a sense of direction, immediately springing into action, anxiously inspecting their backpacks and weapons. Lu Tingyun mechanically picked up her bag, which contained half a bottle of water and a few biscuits, her fingers icy. She dared not glance in Chu Yan's direction. His calm demeanor and the earlier godlike presence intertwined in her mind, each fleeting image bringing sharp pangs of pain and overwhelming shame. Memories of her betrayal, her earlier cries, and her adoration felt like countless needles piercing her heart. She bit down hard on her lower lip, nearly drawing blood, her nails digging into her palm as she sought to mask her inescapable regret with physical pain. Hu Jie shot a quick glance at Chu Yan, who was inspecting his bowstring, particularly noting the bloodied manganese steel knife at his waist, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. He turned to Zhang Ma, who followed closely behind, whispering, "Hand me the keys to the LC-78. I will drive it later." Zhang Ma hesitated, but isn't it inappropriate? Tang instructed us to. Hu Jie cast a fierce glare at him. I can drive my Ferrari at 200 kilometers per hour. Do you think I lack driving skills? Hurry up and hand it over. He took the car keys from Zhang Ma, his fingers trembling slightly. Chapter 35. Lu Tingyun's Despair. In the brief moment of respite, the air was thick with the stench of blood, sweat, and remnants of French fries. Chu Yan leaned against the cold metal cabinet door, twisting open a bottle of water and taking a few gulps. The cool liquid eased the burning sensation in his throat. A soft meow emanated from the canvas bag at his waist, and with a light chuckle, he stuffed a piece of compressed biscuit inside. Shunzi leaned closer, his voice quivering. Yanzi, you have no idea. That day around 4 in the afternoon, when the lights went out and the computers shut down, President Tang turned pale as a ghost. He slammed the table and shouted, "Shunzi, that kid Chu Yan was right. Something big is happening." Beside them, Su Shui hugged her knees, nodding like a chick pecking at grain, her thick glasses framing eyes filled with both fear and admiration. Yes, yes. President Tang immediately ordered driver Lao Liang and mechanic Qi to head to the underground garage to fix the cars, while he retrieved his double-barreled shotgun that he usually took hunting. We were all told to prepare, with Shunzi and me, and the other women searching for anything to barricade the doors, even dismantling table legs to use as weapons. Yingu, we were laughing at you that morning. If only we had listened to you earlier. Chu Yan listened quietly, leaning against the cold freezer, his fingers unconsciously caressing the hilt of the manganese steel knife at his waist. The cold, heart sensation somewhat steadied his nerves. The trajectory of his past life had indeed been altered. Tang Guang had prepared the shotgun in advance, and the company staff did not, as in his previous life, await their demise in the dark, but instead organized themselves promptly. Shunzi's expression dimmed. Over 30 people. After 5 o'clock, just like in the movies, the office descended into chaos. Lu Fati, Shaoli, and their group suddenly lunged at us, eyes rolling back. Thankfully, President Tang reacted quickly, firing 2 shots that took down 2 of them. With the steel pipes we had taken apart and fire extinguishers, we managed to subdue the rest. But coming down from the 17th floor, in pitch darkness, the fire escape was filled with those creatures. We lost several more colleagues. He continued, his voice dropping to a whisper, thick with emotion. The streets were littered with wrecked cars, and then there were those monsters. When we reached this KFC, Lao Yang swerved to avoid a zombie that suddenly lunged at him, crashing into a concrete barrier and flipping his car. Lao Yang. He didn't make it. His voice faltered, choked with anguish. I was such a fool that day, mocking you. If only I had heeded your advice, so many lives wouldn't have been lost. Over 30 people? 17th floor? Lao Yang is dead? Chu Yan barely registered the rest, his mind consumed by those few phrases. Just then, Tang Guang approached, wearily sitting down beside Chu Yan, his suit pants stained with grime and dark red blood. He offered Chu Yan a hamburger, his gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions as he took in Chu Yan's battered, yet formidable protective gear. Chu Yan, thanks to your warning that day, we might have perished in the company otherwise. Chu Yan waved his hand dismissively, suddenly asking a seemingly absurd question. President Tang, what is your favorite number? Do you smoke cigars? Favorite number? Tang Guang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. In the South, we certainly favor the number 8 in business. Personally, my lucky number is 18. I was number 18 in high school, and I even drew 18 for my college entrance exam seat. I often joke that I must have some connection with the number 18, allowing me to perform exceptionally on the exam and secure a spot at Zhejiang University. Cigars? You know I never smoke, he sighed. The state of the world. Now that you mention cigars, I find myself oddly tempted to take a puff. Tang Guang's voice trailed off, suddenly straightening his posture, his expression turning serious. Come with me to the military shelter. I have connections. It's safe and well-stocked. Chu Yan broke off a small piece of the hamburger and shook his head, his tone calm. Thank you, but I must go to the countryside. My parents are still in the village. He swallowed the bite, lifting his gaze to the freezer's door, marred with deep scratch marks when the fire ignites. I'll clear the path. You can follow my vehicle. Tang Guang observed the determination in Chu Yan's eyes and realized further persuasion was futile. He firmly patted his shoulder. Take care. Come back alive. At that moment, a sudden burst of orange flames erupted from a nearby trash can, thick smoke billowing into the air. Moments later, a muffled explosion echoed as the ignited diesel mixture in the trash can ignited, sending shards of burning plastic flying. The fire started. Prepare. Tang Guang shouted, springing to his feet. Outside the freezer, the chilling sounds of scratching and gnawing abruptly ceased. The horde of zombies lingering outside, drawn by the overwhelming noise and the rising flames, turned stiffly, resembling sharks sensing blood, and began to shuffle towards the light. Charge! Zhuzan Gongman! Forcefully pushing aside the corner of the blocking freezer. The scene outside was harrowing. The zombies had their backs turned to them, moving towards the flames. The nearest few only 7 or 8 meters away. Like a bolt of black lightning, Chu Yan dashed out, his spear transforming into a striking serpent, piercing through the eye socket of a zombie at the rear of the group who had turned back in confusion. The body collapsed silently to the ground, making a faint thud, swallowed up by the distant chaos. Quick, get in the car. He stepped aside to clear the path, holding his spear cautiously at the ready. The jeep was just a few steps away. Tang Guang, hefting the heavy metal box, followed Chu Yan out, agilely pulling open the passenger door. Shunzi, Li Jie, and 2 other male colleagues scrambled into the back seat of the jeep. Meanwhile, Hu Jie had already dashed to the intact LC-78 off-road vehicle, frantically pulling open the door. Zhang Ma shielded Su Shui as they hurriedly followed, while Lu Tingyun and several other colleagues desperately raced toward the off-roader. Hurry, get in. Zhang Ma yanked open the rear door, pushing Su Shui inside, just as he was about to leap in himself. The engine roared to life with a sound reminiscent of a cornered beast's desperate struggle, the heavy vehicle trembling violently before lurching forward. Su Shui, unprepared, tumbled inside, her shoulder and the back of her head colliding painfully with the hard door and seat, emitting a muffled groan as the world spun around her. Zhang Ma clung to the doorframe, leaping in, but the immense inertia nearly hurled him out. He barely managed to twist his body at the last second, crashing awkwardly onto the floor of the cab, his knees and elbows stinging from the impact. Manager Hu, there are still people outside. Zhang Ma exclaimed, panic and anger evident in his voice. Hu Jie in the driver's seat turned pale. Cold sweat beading on his forehead as he caught sight of several zombies staggering back from the direction of the flames, drawn by the engine's roar in the rearview mirror. There's no time. Are we just gonna wait for death? He bellowed, slamming his foot down on the accelerator, the off-roader roaring as it surged forward. No! The desperate cries of the colleagues left behind echoed behind them. The guttural roars of the zombies grew closer, and a zombie in a security uniform lunged like a starving wolf, tackling the last one in line, Accountant Chun, to the ground. Its decaying teeth swiftly tore into her fragile neck, dark red blood gushing forth under immense pressure, glistening ominously in the firelight. Accountant Chun let out a brief, muffled whimper, convulsed violently twice, and then lay still. Another male colleague swung a fire axe, shattering a zombie's skull, only to be viciously bitten on the arm by another that lunged from the side, his screams resonating with heart-wrenching agony. Those who had not boarded the vehicle were successively overwhelmed, their brief lives lamenting in a cacophony of extreme pain, terror, and despair, creating a symphony of hellish human cries that threatened to drive one to madness. Tian was nearest to the off-road vehicle, perilously close to being encircled by several returning zombies. Her face drained of color, she exerted every ounce of strength to sprint forward. Chapter 36. On the brink of life and death. The vehicle had barely sped off 300 meters when Hu Jie, in a panic to avoid the overturned bus wreckage, yanked the steering wheel violently. With a loud crash, the right front wheel collided with the concrete curb of the greenbelt, the chassis became lodged, and the rear wheels spun futilely on the asphalt, emitting a pungent burnt rubber smell. Damn! Hu Jie frantically shifted into reverse, stomping on the gas pedal, the engine issuing a desperate roar, the vehicle shaking violently, yet only managing to inch backward a few centimeters. A horde of zombies had already reached the side of the car, their black, sharp claws frantically scratched at the car windows, producing a nauseating scraping sound. Yellowed eyeballs pressed against the glass, staring hungrily inside. Get out! Su Shui, you need to distract them. Hu Jie twisted his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with frantic madness as he roared at Su Shui in the back seat. Hurry! Zhangma, push her out. Otherwise, we're all going to die. Su Shui, cowering in the corner of the back seat, was so terrified she was trembling, tears and snot covering her face, desperately shaking her head and clinging to the seat back. Zhangma shouted, No, manager Hu, we can't do this. Zhangma, you dare de filmer? Guiye, Sur said, leaning over, roughly grabbing Su Shui by the arm and yanking her towards the door. No, Hu Jie, you bastard. Zhang Ma's eyes were wide with fury, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged through the gap between the seats, wrapping his arms tightly around Su Shui's waist, attempting to pull her back. Get off! How dare you betray me? Hu Jie's face contorted with rage, his eyes flashing with menace. With a fist fueled by all his pent-up fury, he struck Zhang Ma hard on the side of the face, the speed and force of the blow swift and brutal. The immediate pain in Zhang Ma's nose sent stars dancing before his eyes, and the grip he had on Su Shui weakened like a deflated balloon, his hands instinctively loosening. In a sharp, piercing scream, Su Shui was flung from the vehicle like a severed kite, her slight body tumbling through the air before crashing onto the cold, hard concrete ground, perilously close to landing amidst the horde of zombies. Damn you, scum! Zhang Ma angrily wiped the back of his hand across his face, smearing the blood, his features appearing particularly monstrous under the crimson stain. He did not hesitate, bellowing as he unlatched the car door, kicking it open, and without a second thought, leaped out after Su Shui. A zombie immediately lunged at the fallen Su Shui. Zhang Ma, roaring with fury, raised the fire axe with all his might and struck down. Crack! The blade bit into the zombie's collarbone, the sound of splintering bone echoing clearly, and foul blood splattered across Zhang Ma's face. He withdrew the axe and swung it fiercely again, sending another approaching zombie reeling backward. Boss Tang, Yanzi, help! As Zhang Ma desperately swung the axe to fend off the attackers, he dragged the stunned Su Shui backward, his voice strained. A loud bang echoed as Tang Guang's shotgun fired, blowing the head off the nearest zombie. Thwack! Chu Yan's compound bow released a low thrum, a carbon aluminum tungsten arrow whistling as it penetrated the skull of yet another zombie lunging at Zhang Ma, the arrow's tail vibrating ominously. With the support of distant firepower, Zhang Ma finally managed to pull the sobbing Su Shui back through the dilapidated door of the KFC. Master Qi, who had not managed to board the vehicle, also fortuitously followed them back. Outside, only Tian stood alone. She had been closest to the off-road vehicle, nearly reaching the door when Hu Jie had started the engine, her fingers brushing the cold handle. But the vehicle had surged forward suddenly, the immense inertia knocking her to the ground, her knees striking the hard pavement with agonizing pain. As she struggled to rise, Hu Jia's vehicle had already crossed the green belt, and the returning zombies were but a few steps away. Zuya, open the door. Let me in. Lu Tingyun pounded on the tightly shut car window, her voice laced with tears, screaming in despair. Inside the vehicle, Hu Jia's face twisted with fear and madness, his eyes fixed on the swarm of zombies growing ever closer in the rearview mirror. Then glancing at the pleading Lu Tingyun outside, a flicker of ruthless resolve crossing his gaze. He rolled down the window. Lu Tingyun's heart leaped with hope, believing Hu Jia would allow her entry. Tingzun, em soda. Hu Jia's voice squeezed through the window's gap, chillingly cold. Run into the store. Distract them. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he extended his hand, pushing with all his might against Lu Tingyun's shoulder through the window. Lu Tingyun, caught off guard, stumbled backward from the force, tripping and falling to the ground again. Her palms scraped against the rough surface, stinging painfully. She looked up, incredulous, at Hu Jia's face, which had become unrecognizable, distorted by fear and selfishness. The engine of the off-road vehicle roared again, and as several zombies were momentarily distracted by Lu Tingyun's fall, the vehicle jolted, managing to free itself from the concrete curb. Hu Jia, ignoring the fallen Lu Tingyun, yanked the steering wheel and slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The off-road vehicle, accompanied by the screech of tires, careened chaotically away from KFC, disappearing around the corner in the blink of an eye. Hu Jia, you bastard! Lu Tingyun let out a shrill, anguished scream, her voice filled with the despair of complete betrayal, anger, and endless sorrow. She struggled to rise, but a cold, clammy hand, exuding a putrid stench, clamped down on her ankle. The immense force threatened to crush her bones. It was over. Lu Tingyun's heart plummeted into an icy abyss, filled with hopelessness. She could even smell the nauseating odor emanating from the zombie's mouth. Roar. The engine's growl grew louder, the jeep charging forth like an enraged bull, crashing violently into the zombie that had seized Lu Tingyun's ankle. The creature was sent flying like a sack of potatoes, colliding with a fire hydrant, collapsing in a motionless heap. The two other zombies lunging at Lu Tingyun were also knocked off balance by the brutal impact. Get in. I don't want you dying too soon. Chu Yan's cold voice called from the rolled-down window. Deep down, he felt an inexplicable urge to unravel the great mystery surrounding this ex-girlfriend. Hope ignited within Lu Tingyun, and she summoned strength from somewhere, scrambling to her feet. Dust-covered and bruised, flinging open the back door of the jeep and nearly tumbling inside, landing in the back seat. She gasped for breath, trembling like a leaf in the wind. The door slammed shut. Chu Yan shifted into reverse, the jeep swiftly retreating back to the KFC entrance. Zhang Ma and the others were quick to respond, pulling the shaken Lu Tingyun and the other occupants back inside. Tang Guang and Shunzi hurriedly moved the freezer to block the gaping hole once more. Yet the atmosphere of despair loomed like a chilling tide, threatening to drown this temporary sanctuary. They might never have another chance. Chapter 37. The blood-red setting sun and shadows of frantic flight. Outside, the flickering flames of the trash can have dimmed to a mere wisp of black smoke. The horde of zombies, briefly captivated by the light, has lost its target and begins to wander aimlessly once more, with a portion of them slowly converging once again at the entrance of the KFC. Drawn by the earlier sounds and the scent of humanity, the sound of relentless scratching and pounding from outside the freezer has intensified, more frenzied than before. Through the gaps of the freezer, shadows can be discerned, at least 20 to 30 figures moving about. We can't escape. They've circled back. Sisterly cried out, collapsing to the ground in despair. Shunzi slammed his fist against the freezer, producing a dull thud. That scoundrel Hu Jia must have been after those boxes in the truck. He came to the company for that purpose, didn't he? Su Shui hugged her knees, burying her head deeply, her shoulders trembling silently. Zhang Ma's eyes were filled with regret and guilt, unable to look up. Tang Guang's hand, clutching the metal box, was taut with veins, his face ashen. Hu Jia's selfish escape, disregarding his colleagues' lives, coupled with his earlier entrance and exit, not only led to the loss of 4 comrades, but also squandered the best opportunity to break free, plunging everyone into utter despair. Lu Tingyun leaned against the cold freezer, sliding down to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. Instinctively, she lifted her right hand to wipe away the tears and grime from her face. As her arm rose, her sleeve slipped down, revealing a glaring wound on the outer side of her forearm. The wound was not deep, but the edges were raw, with dark red blood seeping from it. The skin surrounding the injury was rapidly taking on an abnormal ashen hue, hinting at a sickening bluish tinge. Lu Tingyun's movements froze. She stared intently at the wound, her breath seemingly halted. Fragments of memory flashed through her mind. When Hu Jia had pushed her to the ground, Struggling to rise, she had felt the claws of a nearby zombie graze her arm. In the chaos and terror, she hadn't even registered the pain. A frigid chill radiated from the wound, numbing her limbs and bones. She lifted her gaze, slowly scanning the faces within the room, each reflecting despair, numbness, or suspicion, finally settling on the silent figure in the corner, meticulously cleaning his spear, his protective suit stained with filthy blood. The gaze behind his mask calm and unwavering, as if he had already seen through it all. Regret, self-reproach, fear, and unwillingness. A multitude of emotions gnawed at her heart like venomous serpents. She had betrayed him, choosing the selfish and cowardly Hu Jie in the direst moment, resulting in a deeper betrayal and destruction. And now, she was on the verge of becoming one of those monstrous beings outside, devouring humanity. Lu Tingyun trembled more violently, tears streaming silently down her face, mingling with the grime to leave a dirty trail. She bit down hard on her lip until the metallic taste of blood surged forth, barely stifling the sob that threatened to escape her throat. Bowing her head, with trembling hands, she painstakingly pulled down her fallen sleeve, covering the wound that signified her impending doom. In the brief silence, the relentless scratching and low growls of the zombies outside continued, supporting herself against the freezer. Lu Tingyun slowly and laboriously stood up. Her face was as pale as parchment, her lips devoid of color, her body swaying slightly, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Yet her eyes held a hollow calmness, a despair born of resignation. She raised her head, surveying every person in the room. Tang Guang's furrowed brow, Shunzi's reddened eyes, Su Shue's tear-filled gaze, Sister Li's desperate sobs, and the blood-stained, regretful face of Zhang Ma. Finally, her gaze lingered for a moment on Chu Yan, who did not meet her eyes, focused instead on inspecting the compound bowstring. His profile as harsh and unyielding as rock. Tang Zong, Lu Tingyun spoke, her voice imbued with a strange calm that pierced through the cacophony outside, reaching everyone's ears. That jeep, if we squeeze in, the remaining 8 of us can fit. Everyone froze, looking at her in confusion. Lu Tingyun forced a bitter smile, one more painful than tears. I cannot go on. She raised her hand, gently pointing to the location of her forearm, beneath her sleeve. The concealed wound burning like a branding iron. Like a thunderclap, an intake of breath rippled through the group. Shunzi covered his mouth. Su Shue's eyes widened in horror, and Sister Li's sobs abruptly ceased. Tang Guang's expression shifted to one of profound dismay, the shotgun crashing against his collarbone. Zhang Ma shut his eyes in pain. The motion of Chu Yan wiping the bowstring faltered imperceptibly. Lu Tingyun's eyes finally fell on Chu Yan, her gaze laden with a complexity of emotions, deep regret, boundless apology, and a hint of her final plea. Chu Yan, she seemed to be conveying with all her strength, her voice tinged with farewell, take everyone away. After speaking, she inhaled deeply, summoning every ounce of strength to create a gap through the barricading freezer. Before anyone could react, Lu Tingyun had shot out like a shadow of resolution. Don't worry about me. Go, she cried, her voice turning into a heart-wrenching scream. This cry was akin to a drop of water splashing in a boiling oil, igniting the horde of zombies outside. Their guttural roars crescendoed, surging toward her in a frenzy. Sister Tingyun, Su Shue's anguished wail pierced the air. Lu Tingyun did not look back, running towards a side street cluttered with abandoned vehicles, away from the LC-78 off-road vehicle, stumbling in her flight. She lost a shoe, her bare foot stepping upon the icy shards of glass and gravel, leaving a trail of crimson. As she ran, fragmented screams and cries escaped her lips, akin to a candle flickering wildly in the wind, exhausting its last light to draw in the moths. The waning sun cast long shadows, her solitary figure racing through the deserted streets, trailing a path of blood-red remnants. Dozens of zombies, attracted by the cacophony and the moving flesh, howled with frenzy, pivoting rigidly yet swiftly towards the frail, desperate, and madly sprinting silhouette. The suffocating scratching and growling at the KFC entrance receded abruptly, like the retreat of a tide. Outside the freezer's cracks, only Lu Tingyun's diminishing form remained, swallowed by the encroaching murky gloom. The last piercing cry, agonized to the extreme, dissipated in an instant amidst the multitude of greedy roars and the dull sounds of gnawing. Silence enveloped the room, so profound it was terrifying. Only heavy breaths and suppressed sobs filled the air. Chu Yan abruptly pulled down the helmet's visor, obscuring all expressions. He yanked open the driver's door of the Jeep. His voice as cold as iron. Get in, all of you. Chapter 38. Above the 17th floor is the rooftop. The Jeep's engine roared as it sped away, racing in the opposite direction of the horde. The undercarriage creaked under the strain, the vehicle meant for 5 now crammed with 8 lives. In the back seat, Xiao Lu was half leaning against Sister Li's legs, while Shunzi and Zhang Ma, 2 large men, were awkwardly piled together. Others sat or stood haphazardly, swaying precariously. Even the passenger seat was squeezed with 2 people. The petite Su Shui curled up in the corner beside her boss, Tang Guang, her shoulders silently trembling. The echo of Lu Tingyun's final scream lingered in everyone's ears. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, punctuated only by heavy breaths and the mournful whine of the engine. Tang Guang reached for the cigar resting upon the dashboard, exhaling a sigh. Ah, in this world, I truly yearn for a puff. Chu Yan, do bestow upon me this box of cigars. Chu Yan silently nodded, yet an inexplicable unease stirred within him. The once non-smoking Tang Guang was now poised to indulge in cigars. How much had this world transformed due to his rebirth? The sun hung low in the western sky, casting a blood-red hue, while shadows from the eastern building appeared like knives. Darkness was imminent. Within an hour, this desolate expanse would become a hunting ground for the undead. The wind howled through the gaps of the car window, and Chu Yan's index finger unconsciously tapped against his knee. He needed to find shelter for these folks quickly. If all else failed, he would have to take them back to his 14th floor, sealed off by steel bars. The vehicle lurched forward a few hundred meters. The number of abandoned cars on the main road increasing, resembling a graveyard of steel. Damn it, look over there. Suddenly, Shunzi squeezed through the crowd, pointing towards the right side of the road. Doesn't that resemble one of our company's vehicles? Leaning askew at the roadside was a dark green Toyota LC78 mid-axle off-road vehicle, its doors wide open, the driver's seat conspicuously empty. It was indeed the vehicle Hu Jie had taken. A noticeable dent marred the right side of the front, and a small puddle of bright green liquid pooled beneath it. It's our car. Where's that scoundrel Hu Jie? Zhang Ma's voice was urgent. Chu Yan slammed on the brakes, the jeep wheezing to a halt. He swiftly surveyed the surroundings. The street was relatively empty, with only a few zombies aimlessly wandering among the distant vehicle wreckage, momentarily oblivious to their presence. He pushed open the car door, his heavy tactical boots thudding against the asphalt. Tang Guang leaped from the vehicle, hastening towards the back of the off-roader, opening the trunk, and finally releasing a breath of relief. He gestured for the oldest member of the team, Master Qi, who possessed some mechanical knowledge, to step forward. His voice weary. Master Qi, please investigate the cause of the breakdown. Master Qi, stooping low, approached the front, brushing away the dust on the engine cover with his sleeve, then squatting down to inspect the undercarriage and the puddle below, dipping his finger into smell. It's coolant, Master Qi asserted. Earlier, when Manager Hu recklessly charged onto the greenbelt, he must have torn the radiator's drain pipe. With all the coolant leaked out, the engine has overheated and completely conked out. He pointed to a distinct deformation on the lower right side of the vehicle. Can be repaired? Tang Guang immediately pressed, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Yes, it'll be tricky, but it can be salvaged. Master Qi replied, swiftly opening his toolkit. He produced a roll of black 3M electrical tape and a length of thin wire. Shunzi, lend me a hand, prop the hood up. Shunzi promptly stepped in to assist. Master Qi crawled beneath the vehicle, groping around the undercarriage. Soon, he pinpointed the rupture of a rubber hose. About the thickness of a thumb, bore a 3-centimeter long gash. This is it. Master Qi's voice resonated from beneath. He first dried the area around the tear with a cloth, then tore off a lengthy strip of electrical tape, wrapping it tightly around the rupture layer by layer. Next, he secured it further with a thin wire, wrapping it several times. Finally, he emerged and opened the coolant reservoir cap. Water. Who has any pure water? Master Qi called out. Su Shui promptly retrieved a bottle of Waha purified water from her backpack and handed it over. Master Qi unscrewed the cap, carefully pouring the water into the coolant reservoir until the liquid level rose above the minimum marking. He sealed the cap, wiping away sweat. All right, let's try starting it. He settled into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine coughed weakly a few times before erupting into a deep, steady roar. It's alive. It really started, Zhang Ma exclaimed, slapping the car door in excitement. The faces of the group finally reflected a glimmer of hope after the storm. Tang Guang exhaled a long sigh of relief, turning to Chu Yan, his tone imbued with sincere gratitude and a hint of regret. Chu Yan, this vehicle is spacious. We can all squeeze in. The military refuge in the western suburbs has high walls and troops. It's far safer than city. Are you truly not coming with us? Chu Yan shook his head, his voice muffled through the mask. I must return to the countryside to find my parents. Dang. Take care. The moment of parting had arrived. Tang Guang grasped Chu Yan's hand, encased in tactical gloves, firmly. Chu Yan, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Live well. I believe we shall meet again. His gaze held a solemn promise. Others gathered around. Shunzi, with reddened eyes, enveloped Chu Yan in a hearty embrace. Yin Zi, make sure to survive. I still owe you a drink. Su Shui, choking back tears, hugged Chu Yan's arm. Yin Go, thank you. Sister Li's eyes brimmed with tears. Yin Zi, your efforts have saved all of us. From now on, you must take care of yourself. Remember to visit us. Zhang Ma, his eyes evasive, was at a loss for words. Chu Yan patted his shoulder firmly. From now on, you and Shun Zi must shoulder more responsibility among us. Chu Yan scanned the group, his voice solemn and earnest. Remember, soak up as much sun as possible and consume multivitamin tablets. It might help in staying alive. This was the most sincere advice he could offer. One by one, they climbed into the spacious LC-78. At the last moment, Chu Yan pulled Shun Zi aside. Locking eyes with him, his tone grave as he inquired, Shun Zi, tell me the truth. How many floors does our company occupy in the Guanmao building? Shun Zi, taken aback by his serious demeanor, stammered, how many floors can there be? 17. Our company is on the top floor, the 17th. Noticing Chu Yan's furrowed brow, he quickly added, Yin Zi, how could you forget? The fire escape stairway on the 17th floor, the one usually locked, has a small iron door at the end that leads to the rooftop terrace. Remember at last year's annual meeting, we snuck up there to set off fireworks, only to be caught by the property management and threatened with a fine. Chu Yan barely heard the rest of his words. His mind buzzed with a swarm of thoughts, with the number 17 echoing persistently. Unaware of Chu Yan's unusual demeanor, Shun Zi turned and climbed into the vehicle. Master Qi took the driver's seat, and Tang Guang settled in beside him. The car door was just about to close when, suddenly, wait for me. Take me with you. Tang, don't leave me behind. A piercing scream erupted from shattered bakery on the street. Chapter 39, You Don't Deserve to be a Zombie. The group turned in alarm. They beheld Hu Jie tumbling out of the bakery, his hair a chaotic mess, his suit smeared with flour and grime. Unmistakably having hidden inside after the vehicle broke down. His cries sounded like a clarion call, prompting 3 zombies to burst forth from nearby shops. Low growls emanating from their throats as they closed in. Just as Hu Jie sidestepped, one zombie blocking the path, another lunged at him from the side. Its emaciated claws, slicing through the air, ripped through his suit, 3 deep gashes appearing on his back, flesh torn. He let out a blood-curdling scream, his body lunging forward. Remarkably, he leveraged this momentum, rolling and scrambling a few steps away from the pursuing zombies, desperately racing toward the LC-78 that was preparing to close its doors. Dang, Jiangma. Save me, please. I don't want to die yet. Hu Jie was in a state of despair, his face smeared with a mixture of mucus, tears, and dirt. He struggled to reach the rear door of the LC-78, gripping the door frame with all his strength, his bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on Tang Guang inside the vehicle. His gaze was filled with a frenzied will to survive. President Tang, you know my father's methods. He will surely reward you handsomely. Inside the car, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere as everyone stared at him, observing the 3 gruesome wounds marring his back and the twisted expression on his face. A melange of fear and pleading. No one uttered a word. Only the sound of labored breathing filled the air. Zhang Ma turned his face away, while Su Shui cowered in Li Jie's embrace. Hu Jie, in a fit of desperation, pounded on the car window and turned to Chu Yan. His voice hoarse with desperation. Yin Zi, Yin Go, Yin Dad. Please, show mercy and speak to President Tang. My injuries can be treated. I assure you they can. Chu Yan regarded him coldly, remaining utterly silent. The 3 zombies that had been thrown off let out excited roars, their stiff limbs propelling them towards Hu Jie with alarming speed. The distance between them narrowed rapidly. I'm not a monster. I realize my mistakes. I implore you to speak to President Tang on my behalf. He will certainly listen to you. Hu Jie persisted, appealing to Chu Yan as he made one last attempt. Please, they are coming again. One zombie clad in a greasy chef's uniform was the fastest, its dark claws slicing through the air, aiming for Hu Jie's back. Thud! Chu Yan released his bowstring. The dull thrum of the bowstring reverberated as a carbon aluminum tungsten arrow, like a bolt of black lightning, struck true, piercing the chef zombie's forehead, the arrowhead protruding from its skull. The corpse collapsed with a resounding thud. Thud! Thud! 2 more arrows were released in quick succession, obliterating the heads of the other 2 zombies almost simultaneously. The rapid fire was so swift that it was difficult to discern the movements. Hu Jie trembled in shock at the sudden death. But soon his eyes erupted with joy as he witnessed the zombies fall. Thank you, Yin Ge. Thank you, Yin Dad. He turned back to the car, pounding on the window with renewed fervor. President Tang, open the door. Hurry, please. Yet, the occupants of the car remained silent. Tang Guang's hand hovered over the door lock button, his palm damp with sweat, yet he hesitated to press it. Chu Yan gradually lowered the compound bow in his hand. The 80-pound draw weight caused his arm muscles to ache slightly. He lifted his hand, knocking another arrow onto the cold bowstring. The ecstasy on Hu Jie's face froze in an instant. He turned to see the figure clad in a black protective suit, the eyes behind the visor devoid of warmth. "No, Chu Yan, you cannot." Hu Jie's voice quivered with fear. Before he could finish his plea, the fourth arrow was loosed. This time, the target was not a zombie. With a sickening thud, the sharp tungsten arrowhead found its mark, piercing Hu Jie's temple with unerring accuracy. His expression of terror and supplication was abruptly frozen in time, his body swaying before collapsing to the ground like a severed log, blood rapidly spreading beneath him. Chu Yan approached the lifeless body, bent down, and forcefully retrieved the blood-stained arrow. He wiped the arrowhead on Hu Jie's clothing, the sound of fabric scraping breaking the silence. "You," he said, his voice chillingly clear through the visor, "do not deserve to become a zombie." He retrieved the 3 carbon-aluminum tungsten arrows, each critical for penetrating a zombie's skull, making every effort to reclaim them. His movements were measured and deliberate as he turned to walk towards his BJ-212 Jeep. Inside the off-road vehicle, silence reigned, pierced only by the deep rumble of the engine. Master Chi inhaled deeply and shifted into gear. The dark green Toyota LC-78 growled to life, slowly moving forward with its silent passengers, navigating the blood-soaked streets as the crimson sunset painted the sky, gradually disappearing into the ruins ahead. Chu Yan settled back into the Jeep, placing his hands on the steering wheel, when suddenly the words of Shun Zi echoed in his mind. Indeed, he recalled that 2 years prior, he and Shun Zi had sneaked up to the rooftop of that building to set off fireworks. Accessing it directly from the small iron door on the 17th floor, there was no 18th floor in between. The enigma of this 18th floor had him spinning in confusion. He sighed, acknowledging that his engineering background left him utterly unprepared for such logical deductions. He pulled out a pen and notepad, intending to organize his thoughts methodically, itemizing the clues. Clues proving the existence of the 18th floor. Direct clues. Typically, when I report to Tang Guang, I go to room 1818 on the 18th floor. Tang Guang has publicly stated on several occasions that he chose this office building because of room 1818. He often smokes cigars in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in 1818, joking that the homophonic fortune of 1818 is why the company has prospered in recent years. Indirect clues. The badge number 108 and the words of the HR manager upon my hiring contradict Tang Guang's assertion that there are only 30 people in the company. Today, Tang Guang personally confirmed that 18 is his lucky number, yet his executive office is on the 14th floor, which makes no sense. Clues disproving the existence of the 18th floor. Direct clues. Old Liang explicitly denied the existence of an 18th floor, and there are no stairs leading to it. Shun Zi's reminder corroborated this. Tang Guang's current desk lacks a cigar box, and there are no floor-to-ceiling windows in his office, plus he does not smoke, all of which clash with my memory. As he wrote, Chu Yan suddenly realized that all direct clues proving the existence of the 18th floor seemed to stem solely from his own memory. What if time travel had altered his memories? No, he had seen the elevator buttons for the 18th floor twice. But what if he had misread the elevator buttons? Verification was imperative. He recalled the paper on time travel. In haste, he retrieved his phone and opened the file titled Consciousness Superposition State in Time Reversion. Ontological proof of the non-interference principle of memory. He had skimmed the introduction. It was a seminal work in the field. After some searching, he found a passage. The structure of the vacuum time machine's null hypersurface generates a quantized von Neumann detector, which automatically filters wave packets possessing complete memory NIS for directional transmission. This process adheres to the no-cloning theorem, ensuring that memories are neither duplicated nor altered. This segment explicitly asserted the non-interference of memory, indicating that time travel or rebirth under the influence of a time machine would not distort memories. This meant that while he might have lost some memories due to being struck by a spear, they would never be altered. Everything became perplexing once more. He slammed his hand against the steering wheel, cursing inwardly. Why overthink? The simplest solution is to climb to the top floor and see for himself. Clarity would ensue. He glanced at the sky, noting that darkness was imminent, and he would certainly not reach it today. A quick look at the fuel gauge revealed the needle dangerously close to the red line. His tank was nearly empty. He needed to find a gas station swiftly to fill up and return to Bickwee Garden before nightfall. As he drove, the light faded further, the wind swirling debris and dust around him. Turning a corner piled high with abandoned buses, a gas station with the Sinopec logo appeared in his line of sight. Chu Yan gradually reduced his speed, lowering the engine's roar to a whisper. He beheld it, the deep blue Hilux pickup, a formidable beast clad in a menacing web of steel reinforcements, standing sentinel by the fuel pump. In a convenience store of a gas station, a heavy stench of blood mingled grotesquely with the greasy aroma of fried chicken. On the ground lay 7 or 8 bodies in disarray, some lifeless zombies with shattered skulls, others still living, their chests gaping with wounds. Fat Kai slumped in a toppled plastic chair, his greasy jacket stained with dark splotches. In his left hand, he clutched a vacuum-sealed braised chicken leg, the packaging warped by his oily grip, while his right hand grasped a 92-style pistol, smeared with remnants of food. He bit into the chicken leg, mumbling incoherently, "If a few blind fools still think they can share with me, a few shots will clear this up." Nearby, Xiao Wang cowered in the corner by the cash register, clutching his own 92-style pistol, its muzzle trembling slightly. His face was ashen, lips quivering as he stammered. "I didn't mean to kill that guy in blue. I was just scared. My hand shook." He stared at the corpse of a middle-aged man on the floor. A bullet wound in his forehead, eyes still wide open in bewilderment. Manager Kai leaned against an overturned beverage cooler, cradling a well-maintained 79-style submachine gun. He cast a cold glance at his nephew. "You useless fool. Have you forgotten what I told you? In this world, only the ruthless stand firm. Either you die, or I live." He gestured outward with the gun. "Hurry and eat. We cannot linger here. This is the only gas station for several streets. Any functioning vehicle will soon be here, and it will bring trouble." Reluctantly, Fat Kai grunted, hastily cramming the chicken leg into his mouth, wiping his greasy fingers on his trousers before reaching for another vacuum-sealed duck neck from the shelf. Manager Kai's gaze sharpened, causing Fat Kai to shudder in fright, and he begrudgingly tossed aside the duck neck bag, wiping his mouth as he stood. "Fine, let us go. Can't you see there's hot water in that thermos? We can make some noodles." "Enough nonsense," Manager Kai barked. The three swiftly exited the disheveled convenience store. Xiao Wang was the first to reach the pickup, adeptly lifting the hood and peering inside to fiddle with the severed red and green wires. The diesel engine coughed and sputtered, finally roaring to life. Fat Kai opened the driver's door, just placing one foot on the step when bang, a low, almost muffled sound, barely audible over the engine's roar, erupted from the roadside greenery. A carbon aluminum tungsten arrow shot through the air like a black streak of death, piercing Fat Kai's ample right chest. The sickening sound of the arrow tearing through flesh and bone was unmistakable, sending him staggering backward, colliding with the car door with a resounding clang. He looked down at the quivering arrow shaft embedded in his chest, a wheezing gasp escaping his throat as blood soaked through his greasy jacket. His rotund body slid slowly down the door, eyes wide with shock and confusion. "Yankee!" Manager Kai's shout rose in pitch. Xiao Wang's spirit fled, his fingers instinctively squeezing the trigger of his 92-style pistol towards the direction from which the arrow had come. Bang! 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 The sharp gunfire shattered the evening's tranquility. Bullets tearing through the holly bushes, sparks erupting against the concrete and metal barriers. One bullet ricocheted off the gas pump's metallic exterior, igniting a shower of dazzling sparks. "You fool! Stop shooting!" Manager Kai's face paled, his voice hoarse with terror. "If you hit the gas pump, we'll all go up in flames." The assailant is over by the greenery. He dropped to the ground, aiming his 79-style submachine gun towards the point from which the bowstring had twanged. His finger poised on the trigger. Xiao Wang, startled by the shout, dropped his gun to the ground, collapsing in a heap, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Manager Kai's eyes blazed with ferocity, akin to a wolf cornered. Using the pickup for cover, he stepped into the sticky blood that Fat Kai had left on the ground, momentarily hindering his movements. He circled to the rear of the vehicle, suddenly lunging out, his 79-style submachine gun spitting forth a rapid burst of fire. Tot 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 tot. A quick succession of shots sent dense bullets crashing into the brittle holly bushes, shattering leaves and sending soil flying. The gunfire echoed deafeningly in the desolate gas station. Silence enveloped the holly bushes. An ominous feeling gripped Manager Kai. Something was amiss. It was too quiet. A low shadow darted swiftly behind the bushes, moving with a speed that belied that of an ordinary fugitive. He quickly withdrew behind the truck, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a shadow gliding silently past the other side of the pickup like a stealthy predator. Behind, Manager Kai instinctively rolled to the side. Almost simultaneously, a series of rapid, dull explosions erupted from the rear of the truck, 3 concrete nails whizzing through the air, 2 embedding themselves into the steel of the truck's body with muffled thuds, leaving 2 white dents. Another pierced through the hem of his shirt as he rolled, a sharp crack echoing as it lodged itself beneath his left shoulder blade. Ack! The searing pain elicited a howl from Manager Kai, his left arm rendered nearly useless. The 79-style submachine gun nearly slipping from his grasp. He hadn't even glimpsed the attacker's exact position, but instinctively fired 3 shots in the direction of the truck's side, all the bullets finding empty ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The sound of concrete nails ceased, and the assailant did not linger. Using the dim light of dusk to his advantage, Manager Kai caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow vanishing behind a building. He dared not remain exposed in the open air, firing a few frantic shots while enduring the agonizing pain, crawling desperately through the tempered glass door of the convenience store. A series of rapid, dull explosions erupted behind him, numerous sharp concrete nails buzzing through the air like a swarm of angry bees, striking the tempered glass with a cacophonous clatter and dazzling sparks. Manager Kai leaned against the cold beverage cooler, gasping for breath, cold sweat mingling with blood soaking his back, the wound in his left shoulder burning with agony. He fixed his gaze on the outside, where his nephew lay slumped beside the pickup, oblivious to his fate, and Xiao Wang, paralyzed with fear. Yet, he dared not reveal himself. Xiao Wang sat helplessly on the concrete ground beside the pickup, a wet patch forming at his groin, the stench of urine permeating the air. His eyes were vacant, teeth chattering, body quaking like a broken wind instrument. Just then, a figure appeared beside him like a specter, a cold rebar rod striking the back of his head with brutal force. The excitement continues. These chapters lay essential groundwork and foreshadowing for subsequent events. Please bear with me until the end. In Chapter 41, Lost and Found, great gains await. Gulp. Xiao Wang emitted a brief, strangled sound from his throat, rolling his eyes back as he collapsed, losing consciousness, the 92-style pistol clattering to the ground. Chu Yan's movements did not falter. He swiftly retrieved the two fallen 92-style pistols, extracting two fully loaded spare magazines from their persons. He turned, raising the pneumatic nail gun slung across his back, aiming it at the convenience store's spiderweb-cracked tempered glass door. Tot, 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 tot. The piercing sound of rapid-fire gunshots erupted once more as the remaining dozen cement nails surged forth like a frenzied swarm of metallic bees, crashing violently against the tempered glass. The cacophony of crackling filled the air as the already fractured glass door was pockmarked with countless snowflake-like shards, trembling violently and emitting a groan of overwhelming burden, teetering on the brink of collapse. The relentless downpour of nails forced Manager Kai, hiding behind the door, to scramble for cover behind the counter. The last cement nail missed its target, the gun mechanism clicking emptily. Without a glance at the aftermath, Chu Yan deftly tossed the cumbersome pneumatic nail gun into the bed of his pickup truck, discarding the two empty gas canisters without a second thought. This type of nail gun was simplistic in design, easily refueled with carbon dioxide fire extinguisher canisters. He had calculated that with two canisters, he could fire a maximum of 40 rounds before needing a replacement. Chu Yan's acute hearing had already detected the distant moans of zombies drawn by the gunfire, converging swiftly upon him. No longer inclined to linger, he swiftly took his place in the familiar driver's seat, retrieving the key and turning the ignition. The moment his hand graced the steering wheel, it felt as if he had reunited with a long-lost comrade. A surge of euphoric exhilaration coursed through him, far surpassing the thrill of discovering a whole crate of canned goods amidst the ruins of his past life. Just then, two zombies, attracted by the sounds of gunfire and struggle, staggered into the path of the vehicle. With no time to accelerate, a collision could easily result in being stuck. Chu Yan forcefully twisted the steering wheel to the right. The pickup truck tilted as it narrowly grazed the fuel tank, the rear wheels crunching over gravel. Tracing a wide arc rounding the back of the gas station, he slammed down on the accelerator. With a roar of the engine, the pickup surged forward. Two dull thuds resonated as the vehicle collided with the zombies' chests, sending their lifeless forms sprawling to the ground. This brief delay had allowed the approaching horde of zombies to draw nearer. Chu Yan pressed the accelerator hard, the blue pickup carving a sharp arc as it veered towards the exit of the gas station, leaving the chaos and carnage behind. Finally, he had temporarily evaded the onslaught of the undead. In the bumpy truck bed, Chu Yan glanced into the rearview mirror, noticing that the U-shaped lock had already been smashed away. The 40 precious green military boxes of 90-style compressed rations had been pried open, yet they were still filled with a bounty of instant noodles, bottled water, sausages, and even several cases of liquor. The presence of dozens of cases of bottled water alleviated his immediate concerns. Clearly, Kai and his cohorts had plundered both the gas station convenience store and his own Huiman convenience store. Remarkably, the 80 HRB 500E steel bars remained untouched, securely bound. This haul was indeed significant. Chu Yan could hardly conceal his delight. Another key acquisition was the two 92-style handguns, though he regretted that only 35 rounds remained. Gripping the steering wheel with his right hand, he couldn't resist reaching for one of the 92 pistols at his waist with his left. The cold metal sent an indescribable rush of familiarity surging through him. His fingers instinctively weighed the weapon, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the motion flowed seamlessly, as if the gun had been with him for years. A sudden chill coursed through Chu Yan. Something felt amiss. In both this life and his previous one, he had never handled a real firearm. So how could he wield it with such proficiency? Was the first stage of evolution enhancing his senses? He recalled how he had previously relied on tactile sensitivity to locate the refrigerator's pivot point. Perhaps his body had indeed become more attuned, allowing him to intuitively grasp the structure of the weapon. Lost in thought, the zombie suddenly lunged out from the roadside. Damn! Startled, Chu Yan fumbled and hastily tossed the gun onto the dashboard, gripping the steering wheel with both hands. The pickup skidded sharply across the pavement, narrowly avoiding the charging zombie. Once his breath steadied, he retrieved the weapon from the dashboard. Yet, that inexplicable familiarity had vanished, the gun now feeling as heavy and foreign as an unrecognizable hunk of metal. Chu Yan forced a wry smile. It was indeed an illusion. Having never touched a gun in either life, it would have been truly odd to suddenly become adept. In this apocalyptic world, firearms, as formidable as they were, did not garner favor among novices. Aside from the deafening noise that easily attracted swarms of zombies, the primary issue lay in their difficulty of use. Data from initial live-fire tests conducted on use, military recruits indicated that the hit rate on chest targets from 10 meters was merely around 30, and under 10 for head targets, even against stationary targets. For an ordinary person to strike a moving zombie in the head was akin to attempting to catch a snowflake with chopsticks. Furthermore, ammunition was exceedingly scarce, particularly as humanity descended into a gear-driven age where bullets could no longer be manufactured. Consequently, without sufficient ammunition for practice, mastering firearm skills was nearly impossible. In contrast, cold weapons such as bows and arrows were favored due to the ability to repeatedly craft and recover arrows, while archery required greater strength and precision. It posed no issue for evolved survivors. Bows and arrows allowed for continuous practice with ample ammunition, making them more accessible to novices. Thus, firearms could only serve their maximum potential in the hands of trained marksmen. Clearly, Chu Yan lacked such proficiency. Manager Kai and his companions were in the same boat. Otherwise, it would have been Chu Yan lying lifeless on the ground by now. He pressed the accelerator with determination, the pickup roaring over the scattered debris on the road as it sped towards Biqui Garden. The sky had completely darkened. The pickup surged into the Biqui Garden community, the engine's noise resonating like stones cast into a still pond, awakening the tranquility of the area. 3 zombies, adorned in tattered garments of varying styles, were drawn by the cacophony and the moving metal beast, emitting excited groans as they ambled from the shadows of different building corners, their stiff forms lunging towards the source of light and sound. Chu Yan leaped from the vehicle, his gaze sharpening. With lightning speed, he drew the manganese steel machete from his back, its blade slicing through the dimness with a frigid arc. A series of sharp cracks echoed as the legs of the 3 zombies shattered, causing them to tumble to the ground. He discarded the knife for a spear, swiftly dispatching the 3 zombies with a series of precise thrusts, all completed in no more than 5 or 6 seconds. Chu Yan did not ascend the building immediately. He quickly removed the steering wheel and placed it into a canvas bag. Now, without the steering wheel, who could drive this vehicle away? Having completed this task, Chu Yan produced 2 mechanical alarms, tossing them onto the ground beside the truck. In the depths of the community, the awakened zombies began to howl, their sound drawing ever closer. Chu Yan wasted no time and dashed into the entrance of Building 1. The stairwell was darker than outside, the stench of decay almost palpable. As he reached the 3rd floor, a dormant zombie was startled awake by his footsteps, suddenly lunging from behind the fire door. Chu Yan was prepared. He angled his body slightly, the heavy rebar spear striking with lethal precision beneath the zombie's ear. The sound of its neck snapping was unmistakable. The zombie crumpled to the ground. Without breaking stride, Chu Yan ascended further. On the 5th floor, then the 7th, more startled zombies lunged from corners or behind doors, each swiftly dispatched by his knife or spear, executed with the utmost efficiency. The experience of being reborn, combined with his enhanced strength and speed, transformed him into a specter of death, reaping lives within the narrow, shadowy corridors. At last, he ascended to the 14th floor, firmly slamming shut the heavy steel door with a resounding clang, securing it tight against the unsettling echoes of distant howls from below. Safety at last. The sound of an alarm clock reverberated from downstairs. He hastily returned to room 1401. On the balcony, he directed his binoculars toward the pickup truck below. A dozen zombies, each with distinct forms, were converging from all directions, drawn inexplicably toward the alarm's clamor. They circled the cold, metallic vehicle, emitting anxious hisses, bewildered and aimless. Keep a vigilant watch over the supplies in the truck bed, Chu Yan muttered to himself. He turned away from the balcony, drawing the heavy curtains to shut out the chaotic and perilous world outside. The room was engulfed in darkness, save for the soft snoring of Dun Dun nestled in the corner. Chu Yan groped to find a candle and ignited it. The flickering, amber flame dispelled a small patch of darkness, illuminating his face, which bore a blend of exhaustion and exhilaration. Now, it was time to chart a perilous route back home. Chapter 42, Priceless. Is it worth the risk? The morning light of the 13th day of the Lunar New Year pierced through the characteristic mist of this southern city, Tian's, bringing a hint of warmth to the old wicker chair on the balcony. In the desolate community below, a few resilient winter holly bushes had bravely sprouted new buds, hinting at a fragile vitality amidst the drabness. The sky in the distance was a pristine blue, resembling a vast, unblemished piece of glass. The dawn light chased away the cold of the night, while the new shoots heralded the return of spring. Chu Yan inhaled the cool air deeply, a tumult of indescribable emotions swirling within him. Hope was akin to these tender shoots of early spring, delicate yet tenacious. Today, he would embark on the blood-soaked path toward his homeland. He first utilized a handheld grinding machine to meticulously sharpen his blade and spear tip. Then, he retrieved his phone, which served merely as a digital notebook, and opened the offline map. The journey stretched over 500 miles, and he must avoid the highways, which would undoubtedly be a graveyard of piled-up vehicles. His hometown lay to the west of Tian's, but he could not traverse the city's west side, as the commercial pedestrian street and several large schools were located there. In his previous life, the zombie outbreak had initially erupted from that very area. The southern part of the city was also off-limits, as he recalled that two main thoroughfares had been completely blocked by abandoned cars. He meticulously devised a route. He would first exit the city from the eastern outskirts, taking the old national road westward. Beyond the western suburbs lay a vacant factory area, dormant for the spring festival, which was relatively safe, and within it, there was someone he needed to locate without delay. Subsequently, he would switch to the provincial road, entering the hilly terrain, where villages scattered like isolated islands, minimizing risks. Finally, he would connect to County Road X058, traversing the edges of the mountainous area to avoid densely populated regions as much as possible. Although this route was longer, it offered concealment, with sporadic small gas stations along the way, serving as lifelines for his diesel pickup. More crucially, this path would lead him past Luome Lake and Tongwan Kiln, especially Tongwan Kiln, which concealed an opportunity he had missed in his previous life. This time, he could not afford to let it slip away. He sketched a simple map on an A4 sheet, then powered down the phone. Battery life was too precious after the electromagnetic pulse outbreak. The charging port in his vehicle had become unusable. Contemplating his imminent departure from Tian's, he hesitated, then flipped the A4 paper over. With his pen, he inscribed a message on the reverse side. 18th floor, Guamao building, Tian's home in the south of the city. After writing, he stared at the words for a moment, then gripped the pen tightly and circled the text fiercely, the ink deeply embedded in the paper. He silently vowed, "When I return to Tian's, I must uncover every inch of these locations. I will ensure that all hidden malevolence is exposed to the light of day." Time waits for no one. Chu Yan swiftly commenced his plan. He quietly descended the stairs, treading lightly in the empty stairwell. His evolved physique allowed him to move almost silently, with only Dun occasionally darting past his feet, serving as a sentinel. He stealthily made his way downstairs, employing the same tactic as before. Avoiding the scattered zombies, he located several empty garbage bins at a distance from the Helix pickup truck, stuffing them with old cotton clothes soaked in cooking oil and igniting them. The flames leapt up swiftly, igniting the remnants of plastic waste within, sending a plume of smoke mixed with the crackling of burning grease into the air. This commotion acted as a beacon in the darkness, instantly attracting the nearby zombies, who, with hoarse cries, stumbled toward the burning bins with unwavering purpose. The perimeter around the pickup truck was now clear. Chu Yan promptly returned to the 14th floor. For the next hour or so, he transformed into an indefatigable laborer, hauling various tools, daily necessities, medical supplies, for spare spears, 3 sets of protective gear, and the 3 solar panels damaged by the electromagnetic pulse, along with 3 lithium iron phosphate batteries. Every essential item he deemed necessary for his journey home had to be carefully carried down and meticulously stacked in the back of the pickup truck. On his third trip downstairs, he securely placed 2 large cardboard boxes filled with bleach, alcohol, strong adhesive, mosquito coils, and dry batteries into the Helix pickup truck's bed. As he straightened up to catch his breath, his gaze instinctively swept across the silent community. Suddenly, from a window on the 3rd floor across the way, a clothesline protruded, prominently displaying a vivid red garment that swayed violently from side to side. A signal for help. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed as he focused on that window. Sensing his gaze, the clothesline quickly retracted, followed by 2 large sheets of A3 paper, hastily taped together, which were raised high against the glass. In bold red marker, several lines of neat handwriting read, "I am a neighbor from 303. My child has gone 2 days without food. Please help us escape. We will reward you handsomely." It appeared to be a plea from a survivor who had been observing him for some time. Chu Yan's expression remained impassive as he regarded the glaring distress signal, his heart devoid of any stirrings. 303? He scoffed inwardly. The first building was relatively clean because the ruckus caused by 3 young men fleeing from the 8th floor had drawn most of the wandering zombies to the eastern side of the community, allowing him a window of opportunity to transport supplies. But who knew what state the 3rd building was in now? It might be teeming with zombies that hadn't been lured away, or worse. A family of 3 and a child? Chu Yan's gaze turned colder. Take them with him? Where would they escape to? His own goal lay hundreds of kilometers away from home, fraught with unpredictable dangers. Every step was a matter of life and death. Bringing along a child who had gone 2 days without food and 2 adults whose backgrounds were unknown, that would be akin to binding himself to a trio of potential liabilities that could scream at any moment and attract a horde of zombies. In this apocalyptic world, unwarranted kindness was a death knell. He would not allow himself to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. He coldly averted his gaze, as if the glaring red letters did not exist, and turned back toward the entrance, preparing for another haul. The weight of survival was already burdensome enough. He had no strength to spare for others, especially not for such an evident encumbrance that would jeopardize his core objective. On his 6th trip, laden with the angle grinder and various tools, as he stepped out of the building toward the pickup truck, he noticed new activity at the 303 window. The previous A3 paper had been removed, replaced with a new sheet of white paper, and a message had changed, written in bold, forceful letters that exuded a military-like firmness. I am a neighbor from 303, willing to exchange police shooting manuals for food and water. Internal shooting tutorial of the police station. Chu Yan steps toward the pickup truck momentarily faltered. The contents of the white paper ceased to mention elusive rewards and unattainable escapes, transforming instead into a harsh pragmatism. Moreover, the terms of exchange resembled a finely tuned key, effortlessly unlocking the defenses surrounding his heart. A firearm. In his previous life, he had scarcely laid hands on such an object. The rationale was painfully straightforward. A novice wielding a handgun had a lamentably low probability, perhaps a mere 5%, of striking a zombie's head within a 10-meter range. After civilization crumbled into a gear-driven era, ammunition became a non-renewable rarity. Where would one find enough bullets for practice? Unless one awakened a shooting talent akin to the legendary sharpshooter, Chow Egoin. The 2 Type 92 pistols nestled in his possession contained a total of only 35 rounds. This paltry supply was scarcely sufficient to familiarize himself with the grip, let alone engage in systematic training. Furthermore, zombies, humans, and even animals were evolving, their speeds increasing exponentially. If he failed to deliver a lethal blow from 30 meters away, he might never have the chance to fire a second shot. This posed a challenge even for seasoned marksmen, let alone a novice. In contrast, the advantages of a bow and arrow were glaringly evident, inherently silent. Arrows could be manufactured or even recycled in a gear-driven world, allowing for substantial practice to hone accuracy. The physical exertion required by the bow, it paled in comparison to the capabilities of an evolved being. Thus, in his previous life, bows and arrows were the preferred weapons of wilderness wanderers. However, the internal tutorial at the police station was rumored to offer systematic training methods using empty firearms. Chu Yan's heart raced. If such a resource existed, the situation would transform entirely. This indicated he could train his shooting stance, firearm control, and muscle memory systematically without expending a single bullet. Such an opportunity was priceless. The other party clearly recognized this as well, abandoning unrealistic escape requests in favor of survival supplies. This shift and the proposed bargaining chips swayed Chu Yan. Was it worth the risk? Chapter 43. The Yellowed Notebook. Chu Yan evaluated the situation swiftly. The unknown circumstances surrounding Building 3 posed the greatest risk. Yet, the allure of the tutorial was too compelling. And the mention of a child on the brink of collapse perhaps suggested that there was currently no zombie threat within apartment 303, or at the very least, that this family retained some capacity for movement and concealment. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan retrieved a 20-pound bag of flour and a case of mineral water, securing them with a rope in his left hand. After a moment's thought, he added a 15-meter steel rebar to his back. Drawing his manganese steel knife into his right hand, he crouched low, adopting a combat stance, and swiftly and silently maneuvered through the abandoned vehicles and greenery of the community toward Building 3. Dun Dun stealthily slipped into the dark entrance of the unit first. As Chu Yan followed suit, the stench of blood assaulted his senses, and he spotted Dun Dun bristling at the corner of the staircase, signaling a warning. It appeared that indeed, a dormant zombie lurked around the corner. Chu Yan crept forward soundlessly and beheld a zombie clad in a security uniform, standing motionless with its back to him. Springing into action, he swung his left-hand knife, which glinted ominously and precisely struck the zombie's nape, severing its spinal cord. The head of the security zombie drooped lifelessly, and its body collapsed to the ground without a sound. Chu Yan swiftly ascended to the second-floor platform. Before Dun Dun could issue a warning, he had already heard the shuffling footsteps of an approaching zombie. To deal with the oncoming threat, thrusting a spear into the eye socket or mouth would effectively disrupt its brain tissue. He promptly sheathed his knife in his back, grasped the spear in reverse, and expertly pierced the eye socket of the pajama-clad zombie charging toward him. The zombie fell lifeless, and, as it crashed to the ground, Chu Yan adeptly placed his foot to muffle the dull thud. Extracting the spear, he flicked off the blood and signaled Dun Dun to maintain vigilance as they ascended further. The third-floor platform was relatively quiet, yet the door to apartment 301 was severely damaged, emanating low, guttural growls from within. Any further sounds or scents could provoke the zombies inside to burst forth. He held his breath, becoming a silent shadow as he pressed against the wall, gliding swiftly yet lightly to the security door of apartment 303. Leaning against the cold metal door, he could clearly hear the muffled breaths from within. He curled his fingers and lightly rapped 3 times on the door. Instantly, silence enveloped the interior. Moments later, a narrow crack opened in the wooden door from the inside. A square-faced man appeared behind the small window of the security door. He appeared to be in his 30s, with deep-set eyes, yet his gaze remained resolute, bearing the distinctive uprightness of a military or police officer. He cautiously glanced behind Chu Yan, particularly toward the direction of apartment 301. Before swiftly fixing his eyes on Chu Yan, exchanging no words, their gazes briefly meeting to a firm intent. A bony hand quickly extended through the small window, presenting a thin booklet. Chu Yan seized it swiftly. The cover was a simple blue hardback, emblazoned with a few characters in Song font. Practical Shooting Training Manual for Law Enforcement Officers. Upon opening the cover, the words Internal Tutorial leapt out at him. Flipping to the table of contents, he found Chapter 5, Core Stance Training. Body control in the absence of ammunition clearly delineated there. An uncontrollable thrill surged within him. What a treasure! Without hesitation, Chu Yan tucked the manual into the innermost pocket of his clothing. Simultaneously, he gently placed the bag of flour and the case of mineral water by the door. He then retrieved the 15-meter HRB 500E rebar from his back, propping it against the door. This 20mm thick rebar could serve as a club, and with a slight sharpening of the tip, it could function as a spear, one of the most effective melee weapons in the apocalypse. The man behind the security door nodded firmly, his eyes filled with a mix of relief and gratitude. He scarcely had time for another glance at Chu Yan before swiftly shutting the wooden door. Chu Yan descended the stairs with even greater speed than before, nearly flying back to the pickup truck, continuing his task of hauling supplies. On the final trip, he carried a thick quilt and some old clothing, while the box in his hands contained an iron tin once used for mooncakes, filled with old identification photos, faded tickets, letters, and worn trinkets. He rummaged through it, finding a collection of seemingly useless yet sentimental items, among which were several oddly shaped old keys. He knew not to what they belonged, yet he decided to keep them. There was also a yellowed notebook, which he brushed the dust off and casually opened. As he flipped through a few pages, he couldn't help but chuckle. It contained doodles from his elementary and middle school days, such as, Major Decision, Li Wei is a traitor. He secretly told Zhang how my sailor account. Arch enemy, with an explosion symbol drawn beside it. Another entry read, Confidential. The math teacher must be related to Wang Tingting. She always favors her. Followed by an abundance of exclamation marks. Further down, he found notes about QQ signatures proclaiming him a cold-blooded prince, non-mainstream. There were also awkwardly penned verses declaring him the guardian of the stars. A few pages later, he hastily copied the lyrics to Love for Sale, adorned with sketches of Naruto and musings about his crush on a classmate. She is like an angel. A glance steals my heartbeat. He let out a laugh, reminiscing about that foolish youth while feeling a flush of embarrassment at his past naivety. Flipping to the last few pages, he discovered that the final page was filled with large letters proclaiming, Prince NATO is a traitor. He burst into laughter. Prince NATO? Chu Yan could no longer contain his amusement. Was it a classmate's nickname or the name of an old gaming friend? He had forgotten entirely. Upon turning to the last 2 pages, he was taken aback. Instead of mere doodles, he found 2 rather earnest pencil sketches. One depicted a sleek, fierce-eyed anime character with pointed ears and a billowing cape, while the other illustrated undulating mountains and rivers, composed with a certain strategic finesse, resembling a kind of tactical map. Ah, how he had once been enamored with the world of anime. Yet this map bore a striking resemblance to a game map. Which dungeon could it belong to? He could not recall its origin at all. Gazing at these doodles and the earnestness of his past entanglements in the martial world, a wave of foolish seriousness washed over him. He chuckled softly, though a gentle pang struck at his heart. He solemnly placed the old notebook, brimming with youthful memories, into the box. At last, everything that needed to be moved was securely stowed in the truck bed. Even the 4 carbon dioxide fire extinguishers found in the hallway were loaded into the truck, serving as the energy source for the nail gun. However, he had only packed a meager supply of food. The truck bed still contained 40 boxes of 90-style compressed rations and a substantial quantity of instant noodles contributed by Fat Kai. Back in room 1401, Chu Yan conducted a final inventory of the supplies within. 10 bags of 25-kilogram rice, 25 boxes of bottled nongfu, spring mineral water, 10 barrels of 5-liter cooking oil, 20 boxes of assorted canned goods, and 200 pounds each of sugar and salt, which were as precious as gold in this apocalyptic world. There was no time to move these supplies today, so he decided to leave them at this temporary base. Little did Chu Yan know, the delay in relocating these post-apocalyptic provisions would ultimately lead to significant troubles for him. Chapter 44, The King of Cold Weapons. Before departing, Chu Yan meticulously arranged his equipment. A short knife securely sheathed in his boot, 2 handguns neatly fastened at his waist, while long sword, spear, and bow were each ensconced in custom-made sheaths of canvas and steel wire, slung across his back. To conceal this armament, he had draped a black cloak over his shoulders. This cloak, pieced together from old garments, was intentionally cut into a jagged hem. He left half-foot-long fabric ties on either side of his waist, making sure to leave a half-inch gap when tied in a knot, allowing the cloak to fall naturally and cover all weapons behind him, while enabling a swift release of the knot with just a thumb, thus not hindering the speed of weapon retrieval. He adjusted the hem of the cloak in front of the mirror, confirming that from the side, he appeared as a disheveled vagabond, effectively obscuring his protective gear while ensuring that the lethal instruments concealed beneath the cloak revealed not even a hint of their outline. This was the survival wisdom he had accumulated over 2 decades of struggle in the apocalypse, when human adversaries could not discern the weapons one bore. It became exceedingly difficult for them to gauge one's true strength. Dun Dun followed closely behind him. Ever since its last meal of Rat King meat in the underground parking lot, it had dozed off for an entire day. Upon awakening, there seemed to be something different about it, though he could not quite pinpoint what had changed. Subsequently, Chu Yan knocked on the door of room 1402. The door opened swiftly. This time, Teacher Zhang appeared, her face devoid of the anxiety and sanctimonious lectures from previous days, replaced instead by a weariness tempered by reality and a subtle resilience. Her hair was simply tied back, and her eyes behind the glasses held a glimmer of vigilance and inquiry. Pack your things and come with me. In a few days, the rooftop will be swarming with zombies. Chu Yan stated succinctly, without pleasantries. I'll take you to an empty room on the first floor to hide. In a couple of days, a government rescue team will pass nearby. This is your chance. You have 3 minutes. To Chu Yan's surprise, Teacher Zhang offered no objections, complaints, or superfluous moral declarations. Her gaze sharpened, and she nodded decisively. All right. She immediately turned and nimbly began to pack a pre-prepared backpack, stuffing in the remaining food, water, and a few warm garments. Her swift and efficient movements were a stark contrast to her demeanor from just days prior. The harshness of the apocalypse had finally stripped her of her unrealistic naivety. Chu Yan's gaze fell behind her. Man Air was also shouldering a backpack not much smaller than his own. In her hand, she tightly clutched something, a long spear crudely fashioned from a clothes drying rod and a kitchen knife. The blade was tightly wrapped with cloth and wire at the tip. Though it appeared laughably rudimentary, the straight shaft and the sharp point exuded a nascent aura of lethal intent. Clearly, this child had been observing Chu Yan's actions through the peephole, even attempting to imitate him in secret. When Man Air caught Chu Yan's scrutinizing gaze, her small face remained resolute, devoid of fear. Rather, she gripped her weapon tighter, her eyes flashing with a hint of stubbornness and perhaps longing. Chu Yan felt a stir in his heart. This kid was quite intriguing. Let's go. Chu Yan secured the steel-barred door of the 14th floor, placing 2 mechanical alarms in the shadows behind it, setting them to ring 10 minutes later. The crisp chimes would attract the remaining zombies in the building, potentially creating an opportunity for other trapped individuals to escape while also making it more challenging for newcomers to reach the 14th floor, thus maximally protecting his temporary base in room 1401. The trio, accompanied by Cat, made their way downward. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the zombie poked its head out. With a deft flick of his spear, Chu Yan pierced its skull, the action clean and efficient, devoid of any superfluous movements. Man Air, following closely behind, watched with wide eyes, captivated by the way Chu Yan wielded the spear and moved with purpose, her gaze filled with admiration and yearning. Relying on his memories from previous explorations, Chu Yan led the mother and child silently through the foul-smelling corridor, skillfully avoiding the few wandering zombies. ultimately arriving at an empty room on the first floor with its door wide open. It was unclear whether the previous occupant had fled or had become one of the wandering zombies outside. This room had been vacant for quite some time. It was temporarily safe and convenient for escape. He left enough food and water to last for 2 days. As for the surplus food, there was none. Survival in the apocalypse has never relied on charity. Thank you, Xiao Chu, Teacher Zhang finally spoke, her tone filled with gratitude. Stay hidden and remain silent until rescue arrives. He turned to leave, his gaze lingering on Man Air, who had been quietly observing him, fixated on the spear that embodied the child's courage and will to survive. After a moment's contemplation, he placed the still bloodied, threaded steel spear into her small hand, replacing the ludicrous clothes drying rod. He said nothing and exited the corridor. No one would have anticipated that this spear, inadvertently gifted by Chu Yan, would later become the initial inspiration and token for the renowned king of cold weapons amidst the wasteland. However, he was also unaware that the spear he had whimsically bestowed was one of the very spearheads adorned with intertwining blue and purple spots, the same type that had once been used to assassinate him in his previous life. At this moment, Chu Yan was oblivious to all of this. His mind was preoccupied with another matter. He hastened out of the building. Allowing Dun Dun to leap into the truck bed to keep watch, he did not immediately board the vehicle. He circumvented the zombies, appearing outside the door of room 201 in Building 4. He raised his hand and knocked firmly on the security door, producing a dull thud. After a few seconds of silence from within, a frail, elderly voice, filled with caution, inquired, "Who is it?" Chu Yan lowered his voice, the words emerging muffled through his protective gear, "Government rescue. Open the door, register information, and distribute supplies." Inside, there's a noticeable flurry of hurried breaths and rustling sounds, followed swiftly by the sound of a lock being turned with urgency. The door cracked open slightly, revealing half a face, none other than Lu Fuchuan, the head of the Homeowners Association. After a few days' absence, his once signature slick-back hairstyle had succumbed to disarray, with strands of white hair hanging down the sides of his forehead, which was marred by oil, sweat, and terror. The jacket, typically ironed and fitting, now lay crumpled and stained with an indiscernible substance. He huddled behind the door like a frightened rodent. "Ah, comrades, government comrades, you have finally arrived." Lu Fuchuan's voice was laced with sobs, tinged with a wild elation, as he clumsily attempted to fully open the door. "Please come in, quickly. I can hardly hold on any longer." Chapter 45, Revenge for Grievances. Chu Yan scoffed inwardly. Good men do not live long, while calamities endure for a millennium. This old fool certainly had a hard life. Just as Lu Fuchuan endeavored to step aside to allow the rescuer's entrance, Chu Yan's arm, like a vice, seized the front of Lu Fuchuan's jacket, ruthlessly yanking him out from behind the door. Ouch! Lu Fuchuan, taken by surprise, stumbled and fell directly onto the cold floor of the corridor. Meanwhile, Chu Yan raised his foot and, with a resounding crash, forcefully kicked the door of room 201 shut. "What are you doing?" Lu Fuchuan exclaimed, dazed and terrified as he regarded the bizarre actions of this rescuer. Chu Yan looked down at him, a chilling smile escaping through the protective suit. "Do you have the keys?" Keys? Lu Fuchuan instinctively reached for his pockets, his face turning ashen. "And no, I left them inside. There's no one to open the door for me. Comrade, I still need to go back in to grab my belongings, some food. What should I do?" His words tumbled out in a frantic jumble, panic clouding his mind, rendering him oblivious to the strangeness of the individual before him. "Huh." Chu Yan emitted a mocking, cold laugh. He raised his hand and decisively removed his helmet. In the dim light of the corridor, his youthful yet weathered face emerged. Lu Fuchuan's relaxed eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. "Why you're that Chu from Building 1. Recognition dawned upon him. This was the typically taciturn young resident. Once the initial shock subsided, his ingrained authority prompted him to assume a commanding demeanor. It's you, Xiao Chu. You have quite the foresight, stockpiling so much food and water. Look at me, Director Lu, I am starving. Do you desire fragrant rice and canned meat?" Chu Yan's eyes sparkled with a teasing glimmer. Lu Fuchuan involuntarily swallowed hard. Yes. Please send a few boxes over quickly. Xiao Chu, for the prosperity and development of the community. Slap. A resounding slap echoed as it struck Lu Fuchuan's greasy visage. The force was such that it silenced his remaining words, causing his cheek to swell rapidly with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Dazed by the blow, Lu Fuchuan clutched his face, incredulously staring at Chu Yan, his voice trembling. "Why did you hit me? Is this lawlessness?" Chu Yan's gaze was frigid. "That slap was for myself, for you forcing me off the vehicle." Forcing you off the vehicle? Lu Fuchuan was utterly bewildered, stammering. "When did I ever force you off?" "Xiao Chu, are you mistaken? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Chu Yan's mouth. Mistaken? You will force me off the day after tomorrow, on the escape vehicle, just because I didn't give you the leadership position. Lu Fuchuan's face fell, tears welling in his eyes. The day after tomorrow? That day has not yet come. Slap. Another, even more forceful slap landed on the other side of his face. This one is for the little girl from Building 3 who was clutching a rag doll. Chu Yan's voice brimmed with suppressed fury. The desperate cries of that girl from his previous life echoed in his ears. He would not allow such a tragedy to repeat itself in this life. Lu Fuchuan cried out, dazed and seeing stars. Slap. The third slap landed mercilessly. This one is for the limping grandmother. You pushed her off the vehicle to feed the zombies. Chu Yan's voice resonated like a judgment from hell, each word soaked in blood. The helpless gaze of the grandmother and the image of the zombies lunging at her flashed through his mind. Slap. Unable to restrain himself, he struck again. And this one? For whom? Lu Fuchuan's mouth bled, his head buzzing, utterly incoherent. This slap is for the iron tortoise that you berated on the vehicle. For slaps, rapid and fierce, left Lu Fuchuan's cheeks swollen, reduced to mere whimpers of terror and agony. He collapsed to the ground, akin to a dying fish, unable to utter another bureaucratic phrase. Only left with desperate sobs. Chu Yan showed no trace of compassion. He bent down and, as if lifting a sack of refuse, seized Lu Fuchuan by the collar, effortlessly hoisting him up. Please, Chu Yan, Brother Chu, let us talk this over, Lu Fuchuan pleaded, tears streaming down his face, his words a chaotic jumble of desperation. Chu Yan remained silent, dragging him step by step down the staircase. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the quiet corridor, reminiscent of a death knell. Upon reaching the ground floor, several zombies, drawn by the earlier sound of the kicked door and the slaps, swayed toward them, their murky eyes fixated on the fresh flesh before them. A chilling, eerie growl resonated through the air. Chu Yan hurled the terrified Lu Fuchuan away as if discarding a torn sack, sending him crashing onto the cold cement floor, mere meters from the nearest zombie. Lu Fuchuan emitted a heart-wrenching scream, scrambling to rise and flee, but overwhelming fear rendered his legs weak. Chu Yan observed his futile struggles with an indifferent gaze, akin to watching a preordained spectacle. His chilling voice sliced through Lu Fuchuan's cries and the zombies' roars. Run, Director Lu. If you can outrun them, you shall live. He paused for a moment, glancing at the encroaching, clawing, decaying figures, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips as if savoring a memory, just like my past life. Chu Yan settled into the driver's seat. Outside the window, Lu Fuchuan, in utter despair, staggered away, the growing horde of zombies closing in, soon accompanied by the sounds of tearing and chewing flesh. Chu Yan gently petted the sleeping dung in the passenger seat, casting one last glance at the tightly shut windows of the 14th floor, suppressing the turmoil within, and ignited the engine. The roar of the diesel engine shattered the community's silence once more as the pickup truck rolled over the littered, dark-stained road, heading toward a nearby street. Before exiting the city, there were two places he must visit, two locations pivotal for survival in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 46, The Ruthless Lone Wolf Squad. The wind swirled a few sheets of red-headed documents in the expansive courtyard of the People's Armed Forces Department in the Eastern District. Several figures clad in tattered military green uniforms shuffled aimlessly under the bleak winter light, their throats emitting muffled, guttural sounds. A lithe figure slinked along the shadows of the courtyard's walls, resembling a cheetah gliding just above the ground. If Chu Yan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize Zhao Jun, the neighbor he often encountered in the elevator of Bison Garden, residing on the 8th floor, room 803. At this moment, he emerged from beside a toppled military tricycle, wielding a long-handled fire axe that swung down with a dull thud. Crack! The axe blade embedded itself with precision into the nape of a solitary zombie. The sickening sound of bone snapping, sending shivers down his spine. Dark, viscous ooze splattered across the sleeves of his faded, old jacket. The zombie collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, convulsing a couple of times before falling still. Ugh! This cursed creature. Its neck is tougher to sever than the gnarled knots of an ancient tree. From behind the wreckage of a military jeep, a burly figure, as imposing as a tower, emerged, muttering curses under his breath. In his hand, he withdrew a thick-bladed entrenching tool, slick with a viscous mixture of red and white, freshly extracted from another zombie's shattered eye socket. The vines and armor of the northern Myanmar rainforest are not nearly as grotesque. He disdainfully flicked the shovel. Ostrich, quit your grumbling. As long as its brain is intact, it will relentlessly pursue you to gnaw at your flesh. A third voice emerged, deep and gravelly, imbued with an unusual calmness. He silently slipped from the shadows of the communications room, wielding a glistening, elongated triangular military dagger, its tip still dripping thick black blood. At his feet lay a corpse clad in security uniform, a bloodied hole slowly oozing filth from its forehead. He cautioned, "They are tougher than anticipated, and their strength is unnaturally formidable." The giant, dubbed Ostrich, huffed in dissatisfaction. "Old cat, you make it sound easy. That shovel struck with such force, it numbed my hand." He flexed his robust wrist. Zhao Jun unsheathed a fire axe, scraping off the congealed blood from the zombie's tattered military uniform, the sound of rustling filling the air. He glanced around. "Single ones are manageable. Do not let them surround us. If they get too close, their strength could bring down even a bull. And especially avoid getting blood on any wounds. Haven T, we learned enough from our experiences in the Golden Triangle." Ostrich's voice bubbled with excitement. "Boss, if that mutt and the baboon were here with his demolition skills, old cat, wielding the triangular dagger," licked his slightly chapped lips. "Once our lone wolf mercenary team is fully assembled, this Changzhou city will be under our command. Sao Yun Box, Les Tieta. Move swiftly. Clear the path. Target the armory." "Understood." Both Ostrich and Old Cat replied in unison. The trio darted through the small expanse of death that was the front yard of the armament department, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. The heavy fire axe cleaved, the sturdy entrenching tool struck, and the cunning triangular dagger pierced with brutal precision. Each strike rendered several wandering zombies into grotesque remnants. The duty room door was ajar. The sound of nails scraping against wood echoed from within. Zhao Jun kicked the door open, and two zombies in security uniforms lunged out, their faces contorted in rage. Ostrich executed a fierce, horizontal sweep with his entrenching tool, the blade cutting through the air with a whoosh, striking the temple of the left zombie with a resounding thud, caving in a significant portion of its skull. Old Cat, like a true weasel, crouched low, the triangular dagger striking like a viper, penetrating the right zombie's skull from beneath the jaw, driving deep until the hilt was reached. The two corpses collapsed almost simultaneously. Ostrich deftly rummaged through the bodies, retrieving two black pistols sheathed in quick-draw holsters. Modified 92. Damn, finally something useful. He skillfully detached the magazine. One fully loaded with 15 rounds, the other with only 7. Zhao Jun took one, the cold metallic touch rekindling the dormant muscle memory within him. He waited briefly before swiftly tucking it into his lower back. Having a weapon is better than being unarmed. He glanced at the fallen corpses. What a shame. He turned first, leading the way. The trio hurried through the corridor, stopping before a heavy gray alloy door. The door felt cold and heavy to the touch, with a matte finish, and was embedded with two biometric fingerprint scanners, beneath which lay a password keypad protected by cover. A robust solid steel bolt was deeply embedded into the wall at the door's edge. Damn it, it's locked tight, this iron monstrosity. Old Cat stepped forward, pushing against the alloy door with all his might, but it did not budge. He meticulously examined the dust on the fingerprint scanner and keypad cover. Fingerprint and password double verification, physically locked. This iron turtle, without a key, password, or fingerprint. Even C4 wouldn't blow it open. Ostrich, disheartened, kicked the alloy door with his military boot, producing a dull thud. Did we come here for nothing? Where's the key? Zhao Jun decisively waved his hand, directing his gaze towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Upstairs. Look for survivors. Search for the key. Ransack the place. The second floor corridor was thick with the stench of blood and excrement. Several office doors stood ajar, desks and chairs overturned, papers strewn across the floor, with large splatters of darkened blood decorating the walls. Adjacent, a door marked political affairs section was firmly shut. Sao Yun signaled. Old Cat immediately pressed against the door, straining to listen. Within, muffled, intermittent whimpers could be heard. Zhao Jun exchanged a glance with Ostrich. Taking a deep breath, Ostrich raised his foot and brutally kicked the door at the lock. Bang! Wood splintered, the lock shattered, and the door swung open. Behind a large office desk, two young officers in civilian attire cowered in fear, their faces pale as paper, trembling like leaves in the wind. Upon seeing the three blood-soaked figures, particularly Zhao Jun with his fire axe dripping with black blood and Ostrich with his blood-stained entrenching tool, one officer collapsed in a heap, while the other let out a short, startled scream, desperately covering his mouth. "Don't kill us. We're alive. We're alive," the officer on the ground cried, tears streaming down his face. Zhao Jun strode in, his icy gaze fixed on the two. "Comrades?" The standing officer stammered, his teeth chattering, as he recognized the tactical traces and fierce aura surrounding Zhao Jun and his companions, a glimmer of wild joy igniting in his eyes. You're also from the military? Here, to rescue us?" "Outside, it's filled with monsters." His words tumbled out in a frantic rush, his voice quivering with excitement. "The armory key, the backup key, the password," Zhao Jun interrupted coldly. "The key is with the minister and political commissar. Only they know the password." They retreated under guard on the first day. The standing officer hurriedly replied, his words tumbling forth, eyes alight with a desperate will to survive. It's a dual lock system. Both keys are necessary. The door is specially designed. The physical lock is jammed, and inside, there are high-strength alloy bolts. It cannot be opened without authorization. I swear. He glanced at the bloodied attire and weapons of the three, then at the .92 pistol protruding from Ostrich's waist. His face lighting up. You're from military too? SWAT. One of us. Take us with you. We know the situation and can help. The officer on the ground nodded vigorously, forcing out a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Yes, one of us. We know all about the armed department. Take us with you. We will definitely be of use. A cold smirk flickered at the corner of Zhao Jun's mouth, as sharp as a knife's edge. He stepped forward, his towering figure casting a shadow over the seated officer. The glimmer of hope in the officer's eyes was swallowed by terror. You intend to. A vice-like hand swiftly clamped around his throat, fingers curling like steel hooks. Crack. The sound of bone fracturing echoed. The officer's face froze in a mask of desperation, his eyes bulging in disbelief, a gurgling sound escaping his throat as his body convulsed twice before collapsing. His neck twisted at an unnatural angle. The standing officer screamed in horror, losing control of his bladder as he scrambled frantically backward. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The minister's office. There might be a backup gun in his drawer. I'll tell you, spare me. Please. Ostrich swung his entrenching tool with all his might, and with a sickening thud, the thick blade sank deep into the back of the officer's skull. A dull thud resounded as the blade embedded itself into the cranium, red and white matter splattering onto the nearby filing cabinet. The scream abruptly ceased, and the body toppled forward. The office was left with an overwhelming stench of blood that was nauseating. Panting heavily, Ostrich withdrew the shovel, wiping off the congealed blood on the officer's back, muttering under his breath. Noisy. Zhao Jun, with an expressionless visage, released his grip, allowing the lifeless body to slump and fall. He did not cast even a glance towards the ground, instead turning to traverse the corridor thick with the stench of blood. Halting before the door adorned with a brass plaque indicating the minister's office. A flash of cold light glinted as he swung a fire axe, striking the lock with precision. In an instant, splinters of wood erupted as he kicked open the ornate wooden door, striding purposefully toward the redwood desk nestled in the corner. The sound of drawers being violently yanked out mingled with the fluttering of documents, as pens and paper clips rained down like a torrential downpour. Soon enough, he retrieved a chilling metallic object from the dark recess of the bottom drawer, a well-maintained Type 92 pistol, accompanied by 2 spare magazines filled with gleaming 9mm parabellum rounds. Adequate. Zhao Jun ejected the magazine for a brief inspection, 15 rounds fully loaded. He tucked the gun into his waistband and pocketed the magazine. The trio quickly retreated into the corridor, the roars of zombies from below seeming alarmingly nearer, spurred on by the potent scent of blood. Boss, should we retreat? Old Cat inquired in hushed tones, gripping a bloodied trident. Zhao Jun gazed out at the city skyline before reclaiming his focus, his voice resolute. Return to Baisewan, 8th floor. Room 803. Ostrich hesitated. 803? That wretched place? We barely escaped from that rat's nest on the 8th floor. Cao Yun replied coldly. It is the 13th day of the Lunar New Year, Ostrich. The 15th is just 2 days away. According to the old rules of the Lone Wolf Squad, as long as there is breath left, we must gather for the Lantern Festival. Room 803 is where we are to assemble this year. Doghead, Mountain Eagle, Mountain Gibbon. As long as they're alive, they will crawl to that spot. It's a hard and fast rule. Both Old Cat and Ostrich felt a simultaneous shiver. A complex light flickered in Old Cat's eyes. The gathering for the Lantern Festival, an ironclad discipline. We both arrived ahead of time. They will come. Ostrich recalled the circumstances prior to their arrival. But boss, there are plenty of zombies in Building 1 of Baisewan. The entire community resembles a zombie den. Old Cat, however, remained unfazed. Now we have firepower. We can clear out that building swiftly. Zhao Jun shot him a cold glance. Fool. The moment a gun fires, all the zombies in the area will swarm over. Bullets are precious. We cannot squander them like that. He paused before continuing. That building is 15 floors, with a rooftop terrace above. We'll lure the zombies up there, seal the terrace door, and let them linger on the rooftop, enjoying the breeze. Lure them up? Ostrich scratched his head. Old Cat interjected, his tone casual. Leave it to me. I'll bring a rope. Once the zombies are up, I'll lower the rope from the 15th floor window and drop back down to the 8th floor balcony. He flexed his wrist, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. After all, he had not earned the top spot in the rock climbing competition without merit. Cao Yu nodded. Old lights. Once everyone is gathered, we'll break into the apartment on the 14th floor. That guy, I noticed he was moving a lot of stuff home that afternoon. Trucks made several trips. The goods inside will sustain us for a while. The trio ceased their deliberations, armed with 2 newly acquired Type 95 automatic rifles, 3 Type 92 handguns, and dozens of rounds of ammunition, and swiftly exited the armory building, their figures disappearing into the depths of the street. Chapter 47. Mutant Zombies in Peril. Chu Yan was oblivious to the fact that his first supply base had already been targeted. His pickup truck was en route to a nearby street lined with window and door shops, his primary destination. His goal was clear: the old iron-grade diesel generator nestled in the small compartment of Oldley S door and window processing shop. This model, entirely reliant on mechanical structures, was among the few power sources that might still function following a strong electromagnetic pulse. The street seemed even more desolate and dilapidated than the residential area, with abandoned vehicles strewn about haphazardly. As the pickup truck passed the bearded bicycle repair shop at the street corner, Chu Yan leaped out of the vehicle. In his previous life, he had been pushed off a rescue truck by Chu Yan and pursued by zombies to this vicinity. It was this very bicycle repair shop where the bearded owner had provided him with 2 hard buns and half a bottle of water, allowing him to endure 3 arduous days amidst the cacophony of zombie roars. Chu Yan unloaded a box of 90-style compressed rations and a box of water, placing them on the shop's windowsill before tapping on the glass. The window creaked open to reveal the bearded face, scrutinizing him warily. "What is it? What is this?" Chu Yan flashed a grin. "Returning what is yours?" Before the owner could react, he turned and jumped back into his truck. The tires screeched against the asphalt, swiftly disappearing into the street's end. Most shop windows along the door and window street were shattered, the glass shards glinting dangerously in the sunlight. Occasionally, distorted corpses could be spotted. The roll-up door of Oldley S shop stood ajar, revealing a scene of chaos within. Shattered glass, scattered aluminum profiles, and pamphlets covered the floor, the scent of dust mingling with a faint whiff of decay. Chu Yan killed the engine and stepped out, his right hand gripping a manganese steel knife tightly. He and his feline companion, Dun Dun, slipped into the shadows of the entrance. Dun Dun trotted inside, quickly emerging with a languid gait, its tail flicking as it mewed softly at him. Chu Yan had developed a certain rapport with the creature, understanding its message. There were zombies, but it could easily handle them. As expected, a zombie clad in a blue work uniform crawled out from behind an overturned display counter, releasing a guttural growl as it clumsily lunged towards the scent of a living, its movements stiff and sluggish. Chu Yan was prepared, his body coiled like a taut bowstring before suddenly releasing. He propelled himself forward with a powerful push off the ground, his right arm swinging the manganese steel cleaver in a precise arc of silver. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as it struck the zombie's vulnerable cervical vertebrae. The blade met little resistance as it cleaved through flesh, cartilage, and bone with flawless precision, capitalizing on the zombie's own momentum. The zombie's head was severed in a spray of dark blood, tumbling to the dust-laden floor. The headless body wobbled momentarily before collapsing forward, clean and efficient. Chu Yan flicked the blade, the black blood splattering onto the nearby aluminum window frame. He sensed a slight tightness in his right arm. Such a powerful strike was a considerable strain on his current physique. Suddenly, a second zombie, roused by the commotion and the scent of blood, burst forth from behind the display rack, knocking over a heap of scattered plastic parts. With its drooling maw agape, it emitted a more frantic roar, its emaciated arms reaching hungrily for Chu Yan. He ducked to evade its grasp while twisting his torso, the manganese steel knife slicing once more at the side of the zombie's neck. However, this time, the blade met a jarring resistance as it struck the cervical vertebrae. The force was insufficient. This body lacked the strength. The explosive power of a second strike was markedly inferior to the first. The zombie's body lurched at an odd angle, its head precariously hanging, yet it did not sever completely. It released an even louder roar, undeterred by the grievous injury to its neck, continuing its assault with fervor, the stench of decay overwhelming. Chu Yan's gaze sharpened. He hesitated not for a moment. He decisively discarded the knife, advancing instead, driving his right knee like a battering ram into the zombie's unprotected abdomen. The audible crunch of breaking ribs echoed clearly. The zombie's body reeled backward. Seizing the momentum from the impact, Chu Yan retreated a half step, his left hand swiftly drawing forth a threaded steel spear from his lower back. With his arm muscles taut, the spear whistled through the air, piercing the zombie's gaping maw, penetrating through its fragile upper jaw, and driving deep into the brainstem. The movements of the zombie abruptly froze, the last flicker of light extinguishing in its murky eyes, its body collapsing to the ground as if all its bones had been extracted. Chu Yan gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Prior to evolving to the second realm, dispatching a solitary zombie was most efficiently achieved with a spear. A knife was more suited for severing claws and feet during a zombie onslaught. However, decapitating a zombie proved to be excessively taxing, particularly when he had nearly faced disaster while eliminating the second one. Meanwhile, Dun Dun had already made itself scarce. Darting away to frolic in the dark recesses beneath the workbench, a space it adored for its cramped and shadowy corners. Chu Yan shook off the grime from his knife and short spear, casting his gaze across the disorderly shop. Soon, he located his target in a small workshop at the farthest end, separated by shelves, the old diesel generator. This generator was enveloped in a somber iron-gray hue, its body shrouded in a heavy metallic casing, coated with a matte finish, and marred by rust spots along the edges from years of wear, revealing a deeper, more muted metallic hue beneath, exuding an air of rugged antiquity. Most prominent was the olive-green fuel tank, squarely embedded in the center of the machine, its surface bearing a faded white nameplate, indicating the model as Serval Machinery SW300ACY, a model entirely reliant on mechanical structure for operation. Chu Yan approached and attempted to pull the starting rope. With a sputtering sound, the generator emitted a dull wheeze, releasing wisps of black smoke from the exhaust. Yet the engine stubbornly failed to ignite. After several attempts, he met with no success. The tank still contained fuel, suggesting that the issue lay with the spark plug or fuel line, but there was no time for repairs now. This beast weighed over 200 pounds, a veritable hunk of iron. Taking a deep breath, he crouched, wrapping his arms around the cold iron shell of the generator. Gritting his teeth, he exerted force with his waist and legs, every muscle in his body tightening to the limit as he gradually maneuvered the heavy apparatus from its corner. Half dragging and half lifting, he managed to extricate it from the workshop, traversing the debris-strewn shop floor. Sweat rapidly soaked through his undershirt, droplets cascading down his cheeks. As he struggled to roll the generator onto the bed of his pickup truck, he felt his arms and back muscles trembling, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath like a bellows. The labor of transporting this machine had consumed nearly half of his stamina. After securing the generator in the truck bed, Chu Yan returned to the shop, intent on searching for usable fuel or tools. He scanned the small workshop, and his attention was drawn to an old wooden table piled high with clutter in the corner. The surface was strewn with meticulously drawn blueprints. Approaching, he picked up the top few sheets, which were covered with a flurry of hasty lines and cross-sectional diagrams. Gas chamber, striker, trigger assembly, magazine. These were the detailed design schematics for the CO2 powered nail gun he had previously utilized. Adjacent to them were rough sketches labeled with concepts for dual gas chamber pressurization and striker heat treatment. Chu Yan's eyes brightened. With these blueprints, he could endeavor to improve or even mass-produce this formidable weapon from the early days of the apocalypse, once he acquired suitable materials and tools. Without hesitation, he rolled up all the blueprints and stuffed 3 packs of sharpened cement nails from the table into his canvas bag. After completing these tasks, he finally exhaled slightly in relief. Just as the fleeting joy of obtaining the blueprints began to rise, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged forth without warning. It was not through hearing or smell, but an instinctual intuition honed over 20 years of life and death struggles against malice. Dun Dun's hissing warning echoed from the depths of the corner. Reacting instinctively, he dove to the right. A claw, abnormally sharp and skeletal, swiped through the air with a whoosh, nearly grazing his left shoulder's protective gear and viciously raking across a nearby aluminum window sample. The jarring sound of metal scraping echoed as deep gouges were carved into the hard aluminum profile. Chu Yan rolled to his feet, his manganese steel knife now poised defensively across his chest. It was then that he caught sight of his assailant, a gaunt male zombie clad in a tattered security uniform. However, what truly unsettled Chu Yan was the creature's eyes. No longer the murky gray-white of ordinary zombies. They glistened with an eerie, viscous crimson hue. Even more alarming was the flicker of faint, yet undeniably present, awareness within those blood-red orbs. It had just demonstrated the capacity to lie in ambush in the shadows behind a shelf. This was bad. In a flash, Chu Yan's mind raced, and he comprehended what this creature was, a mutated zombie. From his past experiences, he knew that zombies were not static entities. During their relentless consumption of flesh, there existed a minuscule probability of evolutionary mutation. In the aftermath of the disaster, humanity had crudely categorized zombies into 9 levels based on their mobility and intelligence. The primary subjects formed during the initial wave of infection were termed Level 1 zombies. They moved sluggishly, staggering as if severely nearsighted, primarily relying on their auditory and olfactory senses to track prey. They possessed twice the strength of an average human, but were devoid of pain or fear, driven solely by the instinct to consume flesh, lacking any intelligence. Level 2 zombies emerged from Level 1 zombies that had devoured sufficient flesh. Their mobility significantly increased, nearly matching that of elderly humans, and they could even sprint short distances, albeit typically not exceeding 10 meters. Their vision improved markedly. While still inferior to that of a normal person, it was comparable to that of an ordinary nearsighted individual, enabling them to discern targets at moderate distances. The most lethal transformation for level 2 zombies was the awakening of rudimentary intelligence, akin to that of a 1 or 2-year-old child. They began to understand the use of shadows and corners for simple ambushes, learned to avoid obvious traps, and could even emit specific calls to summon companions when faced with a formidable prey. The creature before him was precisely a freshly evolved level 2 zombie. Chu Yan's heart sank. His current state was exceedingly disadvantageous. The enhancements brought by advancing to the first realm primarily focused on heightened sensory acuity and combat awareness. With limited physical fortification, his strength and speed were merely a notch above that of a physically adept individual. Having just transported a nearly 200-pound generator, he had depleted almost half of his stamina, significantly diminishing his explosive power and endurance. Confronting a nimble, ambush-savvy level 2 zombie would undoubtedly require substantial energy and time expenditure, even if he relied on his extensive combat experience to eliminate it. Moreover, that earlier roar was not merely an expression of anger. Level 2 zombies had begun to develop a modicum of intelligence and a sense of collective leadership. Indeed, chaotic footsteps and the familiar, guttural groans of ordinary zombies echoed from outside the shop, at least 2 of them lured by its summons. They blocked the doorway, though their movements were sluggish. They completely sealed off Chu Yan's escape route. Chapter 48. The 18th floor has collapsed. The blood-red eyes of the level 2 zombie fixated intently on Chu Yan, its throat emitting a threatening low growl, its emaciated body slightly crouched, poised to pounce at any moment. It seemed to sense that this prey was not to be trifled with, refraining from the mindless charge typical of a level 1 zombie. Chu Yan's mind raced. A direct confrontation? The risks were too great. He could not afford the toll, especially with more zombies potentially encroaching from the entrance. A swift resolution was imperative. He glanced behind the level 2 zombie, where several empty fuel barrels and discarded tires lay stacked. A thought flickered through his mind. Chu Yan suddenly sprang into action. But rather than charging directly at the zombies, he veered sharply towards the right side, darting behind the shelves. His pace was not swift, yet it was imbued with palpable panic, as though he sought an escape route from that direction. The crimson pupils of the second-tier zombie flickered with instinctual excitement. It emitted a sharp, piercing shriek from its throat, propelled by its emaciated limbs. It surged forth with a speed that far surpassed that of a first-tier zombie, intent on intercepting its fleeing prey. Just as it was about to pounce around the corner of the shelf, Chu Yan's figure abruptly reversed direction, akin to a specter, having never truly ventured deeply behind the shelves, merely executing a convincing feint. At that moment, a few stacked, empty oil drums and tires lay between him and the lunging second-tier zombie. Caught off guard, the zombie collided with the oil drums. Clang! Crash! The empty barrels tumbled and scattered, producing a cacophony of noise. This was precisely the moment of delay and chaos that Chu Yan sought. He paid no heed to the second-tier zombie ensnared by the oil drums, instead propelling himself forward like a cheetah towards the store entrance. At the doorway, 2 ordinary zombies, having just arrived, clawed and grasped, attempting to force their way in. Undeterred, Chu Yan lowered his body as he neared the entrance, swinging his manganese steel knife horizontally. Swish! Swish! The blade gleamed as it severed the ankles of the 2 zombies with a sickening crunch. They fell to the ground, howling in agony, temporarily incapacitated. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yan bolted out of the store, sprinting towards the deep blue Hilux parked a short distance away. The enraged roar of the second-tier zombie echoed from within the store. It had struggled free from the pile of oil drums and was pursuing him with even greater speed. Chu Yan yanked open the car door, and he, along with his feline companion, leaped into the driver's seat. The keys were already in the ignition. The pickup roared to life like an enraged bull, its tires screeching against the pavement as it surged forward. Bang! Bang! 2 zombies, just managing to rise from the ground and lunge toward the front of the vehicle, were brutally struck by the heavy steel hood, their bodies twisting as they crashed into the wall by the roadside, instantly rendered harmless. Through the rearview mirror, Chu Yan saw the blood-eyed second-tier zombie reach the center of the street, issuing a furious, resentful howl at the departing pickup. Nearby, several other zombies, drawn by the roar of the engine, gathered in confusion. Chu Yan gripped the steering wheel tightly, breathing heavily. The appearance of the second-tier zombie was like a bucket of cold water, dousing his spirits. The pace of the catastrophe was swifter than he had anticipated. The path home was fraught with peril beyond his imagination. He stole a glance at the curled-up, dozing Dundu in the passenger seat, then felt the substantial stack of blueprints in his pocket. He revved the engine, heading straight for his final destination, the International Financial Plaza. As he passed by the familiar office building near the Guomao Tower, he instinctively glanced over. His gaze swept past the structure, but halted at the top floor. Something was amiss. He pressed the brakes, stopping the vehicle at the street corner, 200 meters away from the Guomao Tower. It was inadvisable to approach any closer. Beneath the building, zombies swarmed like a tightly packed barrel. Grabbing the binoculars from the passenger seat, he adjusted the lens, bringing the scene into sharp focus. The mottled gray building stretched skyward. Yet his vision froze at the rooftop, which should have been level, now revealed a massive gaping hole. The entire top floor appeared to have been shattered and collapsed, leaving only fractured walls standing, with a solitary window precariously hanging at the edge of the ruins. The glass long gone, leaving behind a dark void. Had the top floor collapsed? His heart raced. Just days prior, he had encountered numerous colleagues fleeing from the company at KFC, and none had mentioned such a calamity. Moreover, if the top floor had indeed caved in, how could the people within the company have escaped unscathed? Wait, the sign for photon technology remained firmly affixed on the floor beneath the top level. This indicated that the 17th floor, where the company resided, had not collapsed. It was the 18th floor above that had given way. A chilling sweat instantaneously drenched Chu Yan's entire being. Trembling, he adjusted the binoculars, forcing himself to remain composed, counting layer by layer from the bottom. First, second, fifth, 10th, 15th, 17th. Upon reaching the 17th floor, the view through the lens fragmented. Above the 17th floor lay the horrifying ruins. Chu Yan's fingers clenched tightly around the binoculars, the cold metal pressing painfully against his skin. The image within the lens wobbled slightly. The 18th floor. He held his breath, quickly recounting once more. Indeed, the collapsed, shattered apex was the 18th floor. This building truly had an 18th floor. His heart thundered within his chest, his limbs growing cold and weak. He released the binoculars, letting them fall onto the steering wheel, producing a faint clinking sound. Stiffly, he retrieved the crumpled note from his pocket, filled with previously organized contradictory clues. The edges of the paper were slightly damp from his grip. Flipping to a blank side, he poised the pen above the page, trembling uncontrollably. He inhaled deeply, his hand unsteadily inscribing. Evidence for the existence of the 18th floor. Direct evidence. Multiple reports to room 1818 on the 18th floor. Tang Guang publicly stated that he chose room 1818 for its auspicious homophony, often smoking cigars by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Indirect evidence. Discrepancy between ID badge 108 and the company SIs of over 30. Tang Guang claims 18 is a lucky number, yet his office is in room 14. Latest evidence. Binoculars confirm that the collapsed top floor is indeed the 18th floor, exists in reality. Evidence disproving the existence of the 18th floor. Direct evidence. Old Liang denies the existence of an 18th floor. The stairwell has no passage. Shunzi confirms there are only 17 continuous floors. He has set off fireworks on the top floor without passing through the 18th floor. Real-world contradictions. Tang Guang's office lacks a cigar box, no floor-to-ceiling windows, and he doesn't smoke. As he reached the line detailing the latest evidence, his pen trembled, ink forming a small blot on the paper. He stared at that line, particularly at the words within parentheses, exists in reality. A chill coursed through him. Reports, cigars, floor-to-ceiling windows, auspicious words, ID badges. These so-called irrefutable pieces of evidence all stemmed solely from his own memory. Yet now, the binoculars did not lie. They coldly revealed to him. The 18th floor had indeed existed and had just vanished in a cataclysmic manner. The thoughts surfaced again. What if his memories had been distorted? What if that so-called rebirth had tampered with them? No. The moment that notion arose, he hastily dismissed it. 3 reasons dictated his denial. First, the authoritative research from a Tsinghua University professor had informed him that time travel could not alter memories. Second, the elevator buttons. He had seen them twice with his own eyes. The number 18 was clearly engraved on them. Third, today's first-hand observation. The 18th floor undeniably existed. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel the suffocating web of contradictions. The memory upon which he relied for rebirth and the cold reality before him had split into an unfathomable chasm. The collapsed 18th floor loomed like a silent, colossal question mark against the shadowy sky. Chu Yan slowly folded the note filled with questions. Perhaps the truth lay buried beneath that very ruins. In the distance, the horde of zombies below emitted a series of oppressive low growls, the wind whistling through the holes in the ruins like a faint sigh. Before him, beneath the Guomao Tower, the mass of zombies was so dense it resembled a barricade. Today, lacking both strength and time to ascend the 18th floor. Once he rescues his parents, he must return to Tanzhou City. Climbing it is imperative. Since the 18th floor undeniably exists, He is compelled to uncover the secrets it conceals. Who is deliberately concealing the truth? He has an inkling that the mystery of the 18th floor is likely intertwined with the enigma of his rebirth. He must unveil this shrouded reality. Chapter 49. Fragments of Civilization. The pickup truck continued its journey, heading toward the city's final essential destination. Upon finding what he sought, he would promptly evacuate the urban area and retreat to his rural hometown. The Hilux pickup truck rolled over scattered car parts and unidentified debris on the road, emitting a piercing screech. Straggling zombies, lured by the roar of the engine, stumbled forward in an attempt to approach, only to be mercilessly knocked aside by Chu Yan. The dull thuds and the sound of shattering bones drowned by the engine's growl. The towering glass facade of the International Financial Square, IFS, reflected a cold light beneath the overcast sky. Chu Yan maneuvered the vehicle into a relatively secluded unloading passage on the building's side, halting in a corner piled high with discarded cardboard boxes. This location was discreet, making it difficult to detect. Chu Yan leaped from the vehicle, landing lightly on the ground, tail erect as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The air was permeated with a grotesque mixture of decaying refuse and blood. He and his feline companion swiftly slipped through a half-collapsed fire door nearby. With unwavering determination, Chu Yan headed directly for the high-end water purification store on the 7th floor. He sought an outdoor water purifier that required no electricity and could eliminate residual viruses from water, far exceeding the capabilities of the ordinary products priced in the hundreds. Such premium items could only be found in the commercial landmarks of the city. Bottled water would eventually run out, while an outdoor purifier could significantly enhance survival odds during his wanderings in the wasteland. Ensuring a reliable water source post-disaster remained an urgent challenge, a concern most people had not yet grasped in the early days of the calamity. As time passed, this issue would become increasingly pronounced. In rural areas, one could rely on existing deep wells and uncontaminated mountain spring water for supply. However, in urban regions and the outskirts, bottled water, purification agents, and purification devices were often necessary to meet basic water needs. Dust and a faint odor of decay lingered in the fire escape, the emergency lights long extinguished, with only a glimmer of light filtering through the high ventilation openings, faintly outlining the staircase. The duo stealthily approached the 3rd floor platform. Suddenly, Dun Dun halted, arching its back, emitting a low growl of warning as its keen eyes fixated on the staircase leading to the 4th floor. Chu Yan immediately paused, straining to listen. Dense and dragging footsteps, along with muffled growls, echoed from the stairwell above, reminiscent of a dull tide. At least a dozen zombies were blocking the way. A reckless assault would be unwise. Chu Yan decisively retreated a few steps, his gaze shifting to a tightly shut window beside the 3rd floor fire door. He approached, wrapping the handle of his knife with cloth, and forcefully shattered the glass, carefully clearing away the shards. Outside lay the cold, smooth glass facade, nearly 5 meters below the 4th floor window. Leaning out, he spotted a sturdy central air conditioning platform jutting from the exterior wall a few meters below. Chu Yan swiftly opened his heavy canvas backpack, whispering to Dun Dun, "Get in." Dun Dun obediently squeezed into the breathable opening reserved in the backpack. After zipping it up tightly, leaving only a small gap for the cat's head to peek out, Chu Yan secured the backpack firmly against his chest. He pondered for a moment, deciding to improve his visibility by removing his helmet and stowing it in the bag. Taking a deep breath, he climbed onto the windowsill, cautiously shifting his weight outward. The cold metal frame pressed against his palm. He aimed for the air conditioning platform below, bending slightly before leaping down. His feet landed on the platform, covered in dust and bird droppings, the immense impact nearly causing him to collapse to his knees, but he steadied himself with core strength. The platform emitted a disquieting metallic groan, yet held firm. Dun Dun meowed in discontent from within the backpack. Regaining his balance, Chu Yan looked up. His target was on the 7th floor. He unfastened a side clip on his backpack, retrieving a coil of Kevlar climbing rope and a foldable tiger claw. This was one of his acquisitions during a shopping spree at an outdoor supply store. The claw forged from high-carbon steel with a 3-pronged barb structure, capable of withstanding a tensile strength of up to 50 knots. He flexed his somewhat numb wrist, the muscles in his arms taut, and hurled the tiger claw upwards. The claw latched onto the air conditioning support bracket beneath the window of the 5th floor with precision. Chu Yan tugged firmly to ensure its stability. He quickly wrapped the rope around his waist, tying it in a makeshift seat harness, then alternated his hands and began to climb, pushing against the cold, smooth glass facade with his feet. Each exertion strained the sore muscles from hauling the generator, sweat quickly soaking through his undershirt, his breath becoming labored. The frigid air stung as it filled his lungs. Dun Dun observed quietly from the backpack as it swayed with his movements. One floor, then another. Every new foothold, every throw of the tiger claw, drained his energy. When he finally reached a larger air conditioning platform on the 7th floor, the muscles in his arms and back trembled uncontrollably. Leaning against the cold facade, he gasped for breath, white mist swirling in the frigid air. Once he calmed slightly, he straightened up and gazed below. The once bustling heart of Tianzhou, the International Financial Square, IFS, now lay in eerie silence. The vast glass walls resembled shattered ice, reflecting the overcast sky and the lifeless streets below. The vibrant neon signs had become hollow skeletons, shattered glass scattered across the pavement like diamond dust. The once crowded square was hauntingly desolate, dotted only by a few wrecked luxury cars and the occasional rigid figures of wandering zombies. Most storefront windows were shattered, high-end merchandise strewn across the ground, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. A gust of cold wind swept through, lifting a few tattered promotional posters, twirling them as they drifted away. The neon lights extinguished, civilization reduced to fragmented remnants. The clamor of the past faded, and the apocalypse began to reveal its claws. This steel forest, once a symbol of Tianzhou City's wealth and order, now stood as a mere cold skeleton amidst a silent wasteland, silently heralding the end of an era. Chu Yan averted his gaze, feeling little tumult within. He pried open an unlocked window on the 7th floor and climbed inside. This was the high-end water purification store, Net Source International. The interior was in disarray, display racks overturned, purifiers scattered across the floor. A zombie clad in a store employee uniform faced away from him, futilely scratching at the wall in a corner. Chu Yan stealthily approached, his spear piercing accurately into the back of its skull, the zombie collapsing lifelessly. He began to search swiftly through the glass display cases. Most devices required electricity, failing to meet his criteria. Finally, in a relatively intact counter, he discovered his prize, 4 gray-green cylindrical purifiers emblazoned with the MSAR Guardian logo. He picked one up to examine the label. Medical-grade hollow fiber technology, purely physical filtration, requiring no chemical agents or electricity, capable of eliminating 99.99% of bacteria, viruses, and protozoa, compliant with the U.S. military's NSFP 248 standards. Compact as a sports water bottle and of moderate weight, the label bore a price of 6,800 yuan. A splendid find. This was the key to ensuring safe drinking water during long treks. Chu Yan decisively stuffed all 4 MSR Guardian water purifiers into the canvas backpack slung over his shoulder. He recalled that the hunting Bao Society was situated on the 6th floor. Although he possessed weapons, arrows were consumables. It would be worth the risk to seek additional supplies, particularly those heavy arrows priced at 850 gold coins. After organizing his gear, he gently pressed the head of the stout creature back into the backpack and stealthily made his way towards the safe staircase. Chapter 50. Encountering the swindler again, the imposing walnut door of the hunting Bao Society on the 6th floor stood ajar, barricaded by display cases and gym equipment. The once lavish scents of leather and pine resin had been replaced by the acrid odors of sweat, decaying food, and a faint metallic tang of blood. The soft lighting no longer illuminated the space, casting a sinister shadow over the mounted North American moose head, which appeared particularly menacing in the gloom. A dozen or so survivors from this floor huddled together in a vacant practice area. Wang Xiaoya leaned against a wall adorned with an array of recurved bows, her deep blue suit stained and her shirt collar tightly strained, with the top button inexplicably missing, revealing a sliver of skin. Though her complexion was pale, her gaze remained sharp and scrutinizing, albeit laced with an unmistakable undercurrent of anxiety. Zhou Qiang, clad in a snug athletic tank top, stood beside her, having just returned from an exploration outside. His bronzed arms were muscular and sinewy, exuding an air of latent power. He casually grasped a 65-pound compound Bao displayed nearby, effortlessly drawing it a few times, the bowstring emitting a low hum. "What is the situation?" Wang Xiaoya asked in a hushed tone, her top button shifting slightly with her breath. Zhou Qiang set the Bao down, shaking his head with palpable irritation. "It's hopeless. The eastern staircase is completely blocked, teeming with those ghastly creatures. The middle escalator is a mountain of debris. I nearly got cornered by them just moments ago." He rolled his shoulders, the joints emitting a faint crack. "Damn it, I don't know if it's the protein powder I've been living off these past few days, but I feel like I could take on the world." He cast a sidelong glance at the corner where a group was nibbling on their last few crumbs of biscuits, his tone turning cold. "After all this time, there hasn't been a single sign of rescue. These people are still lingering here, and once they finish their rations, they'll likely turn to us for food." Wang Xiaoya followed his gaze, observing the disheveled survivors scattered about, some standing, others slumped in exhaustion. The recent tumult had left most wearing expressions of numbness and bewilderment. Among the crowd was a burly man in a blue jacket, silently polishing a crowbar he had extracted from a fire safety box. A middle-aged man in an electrician's uniform squatted on the ground, fiddling with a makeshift contraption. A female lawyer in a professional suit leaned against the wall, her eyes filled with despair. A portly man with a shifty demeanor attempted to engage a bespectacled elderly woman, who introduced herself as Professor Wong, likely in hopes of procuring some food. Nearby, a college-age girl in jeans sat close to a receptionist clad in a Rolex logo uniform. Both curled up with their knees drawn to their chests, distant from the throng. What do we do? Our food and water will last no more than 2 days. Wang Xiaoya said anxiously, instinctively reaching into her pocket to feel the last few water purification tablets. Zhou Qiang leaned closer, his voice steely. We can't let them exploit our resources. In a moment, let us send that old coot. He gestured towards the elderly professor, and those women down the east staircase to scout. As for the men, they should take the middle escalator. If they create a stir and draw the creatures away from the staircase, we'll seize the opportunity to escape down the small fire escape at the west side. That small fire escape is behind the Louis Vuitton store, and these refugees likely aren't aware of it. I checked earlier, it may not be entirely blocked. Wang Xiaoya hesitated, her gaze lingering on the frail, coughing old professor, but the instinct for survival quickly quelled her doubt. She imperceptibly nodded. Zhou Qiang snorted, his eyes drifting to an empty display space on the wall where the Ventum Pro 80 bow should have been. Damn it, what bad luck. This 65-pound bow feels like child-esque play in my hands, but alas, its strength is insufficient to pierce the skulls of those creatures. If only the 80-pound bow were still here, paired with heavy arrows, perhaps I could take one down with a single shot. He spat in frustration. Mention of the bow ignited anger in Wang Xiaoya's expression. Don't remind me. After that pathetic boy left the other day, I specifically called Master Lien Wujian to try to establish a connection. And guess what? He outright claimed he had no knowledge of that individual and never recommended anyone to purchase a bow. That boy is nothing but a swindler, using a name he heard somewhere to deceive us. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang's fists clenched, cracking ominously. Damn, that little scoundrel. I swear, if I cross paths with him again. He seized a solid steel rod detached from the gym equipment, striding towards the wall of recurved bows, swinging the rod through the air menacingly. His imposing figure radiated an unmistakable aura of authority as he surveyed the frightened faces huddled in the corner, bellowing, "Listen, we have a way out. The eastern staircase to the 5th floor is blocked by 7 or 8 of those creatures, but we can get past them quickly. Once we reach the 4th floor, it's clear sailing. The opportunity is right before us." A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd, faint glimmers of hope rekindling in their despondent eyes. The female lawyer in professional attire immediately chimed in. "Coach Zhou knows what he is doing. We will follow your lead." The rotund businessman rubbed his hands together, ingratiatingly smiling. "Whatever Coach Zhou says, we'll do." Zhou Qiang nodded in satisfaction, beginning to form groups. Those with quick feet and a willingness to fight, form Group A with me. We'll take the narrower middle escalator down, and once we reach the 5th floor, we need to move even faster. We'll dash across the atrium platform without stopping until we reach the next escalator, and then we'll be safe on the 4th floor. The rest of you, Group B, take the spacious eastern staircase. Don't worry, I'll cover the rear and clear any obstacles at the staircase with my bow. If we move swiftly, there is no doubt we'll succeed. Upon hearing that escape was possible, everyone nodded in agreement. Even the elderly professor in the corner straightened her hunched back with newfound determination. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from the shadows outside the door. A figure materialized in the half-open walnut door. The individual was clad in a gray-black coat, caked in dust and mysterious stains, rendering its fabric unrecognizable. Sweat-soaked hair clung to him, entangled with shards of glass, presenting a picture of exhaustion and disarray. Draped over his shoulders was a tattered black cloak that obscured his figure. It was none other than Chu Yan, who had just descended from the 7th floor. Leaning against the doorframe, breathing heavily, clearly fatigued. Another refugee barging in, the female lawyer scoffed. Ugh, what a stench. The rotund man pinched his nose, shifting away in disdain. His own designer jacket was wrinkled. Look at him. He is probably terrified out of his wits. Just look at that complexion. He is certainly no wealthy individual. The receptionist whispered to the nearby female college student, oblivious to her own disheveled state. The college student merely pursed her lips, saying nothing. Chu Yan had just completed a circuit around the outer wall, his attire appearing even more soiled than last time, rendering Wang Xiao momentarily unrecognizable. However, the instant her gaze fell upon Chu Yan's countenance, his composed and unruffled demeanor evoked memories of that insufferable swindler. Compared to their previous encounter, this little con artist's facial features had sharpened, with a more prominent nose and a jawline that exuded a sense of resolute determination. Is it you? You've returned? Wang Xiaoya's meticulously styled chestnut curls framed a face now beset by fury. Zhou Qiang also immediately recognized Chu Yan. The muscles on his bronze visage twitched as he stepped forward, his towering figure emanating an overwhelming presence. Is it you? The one who deceived us of our shop's prized bow? He menacingly thumped the steel rod he held against the floor. Chapter 51. The Bow Conceals Danger. Chu Yan was taken aback by the throng within the hunting bow society, casting a casual glance at Zhou Chang's disdainful expression, his own demeanor unchanged. I paid for it. How could I be a swindler? He then turned to Wang Xiaoya. As a valued customer, is it too much to ask for a sip of water? I am parched. I exerted quite a bit of effort just now. Upon reaching the ground floor, he added, I'll return you double. The exertion of scaling the outer wall had nearly drained him of moisture. His throat felt ablaze. Huh, exerted quite a bit, you say? Wang Xiaoya was incensed by his nonchalant tone, the collar of her shirt tightening with indignation. Double? Huh, you swindled our bow. And now you wish to deceive us for water? Do you truly think this place is your home? The realization of his true nature as a fraud spread through the nearby onlookers, their expressions mirroring disdain. Chu Yan offered a resigned smile, his gaze sweeping the room before finally settling on a girl clad in denim. The young university student leaned against the wall, sipping water. She appeared no older than 18 or 19, her fair skin and clean features making her stand out at over 1.7 meters tall, her light jeans accentuating her long, shapely legs. At that moment, she held a half-full bottle of water, and upon noticing Chu Yan's gaze, she felt a bit awkward. Hesitating, she timidly stepped forward, extending the water bottle toward him, her voice barely above a whisper. If you don't mind, you can have this. Chu Yan Pao said, his eyes drawn to the girl's delicate visage, and without hesitation, accepted the bottle, tilting it back to quench his thirst in one swift motion. The cool liquid soothed his scorched throat, and he exhaled deeply, looking at the girl. What's your name? Xia Jiyu, she replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze as she nervously fidgeted with the hem of her shirt. Xia Jiyu, Chu Yan acknowledged, crumpling the empty bottle in his hand. I will remember this. 2 bottles of water. I shall repay you. Xia Jiyu's cheeks flushed slightly, but she said nothing, merely returning a faint smile. Though she was skeptical, his calm demeanor prevented her from harboring any ill feelings. Zhou Qiang, observing this exchange, felt a surge of anger. He needed to assert his authority to regain control, and this interloper was disrupting his plans. Abruptly, he interrupted, Hey, you're also assigned to Team B. Use the eastern staircase and keep up with the others. Chu Yan casually tossed the empty bottle into a nearby trash bin, not even glancing at Zhou Qiang. I'll proceed as I wish. I don't require your directions. What did you say? Zhou Chang's expression darkened, his grip on the steel rod twitching. The hope recently ignited in the shop and the atmosphere of obedience he had cultivated were now shattered by this insolent remark. A few individuals who had been prepared to join Team B displayed signs of wavering. I must assert my dominance. Zhou Qiang roared, his eyes flaring with malice. You're pushing your luck. He stepped forward, his muscular right arm bulging, the thick veins beneath his bronze skin writhing like worms. The solid steel rod he wielded sliced through the air with a menacing whistle before crashing down heavily onto a sturdy wooden display table. With a thunderous bang, splinters and shards scattered in all directions. The robust wooden table was cleaved apart, splintered into numerous pieces, the fragments clattering to the floor, resounding in a cacophony. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their astonishment palpable. All were struck by the sheer force of his blow, their eyes darting between the wreckage and Zhou Chang's formidable, rock-like musculature. The female lawyer gasped, covering her mouth. The rotund businessman turned pale, and even Wang Xiaoya instinctively took a half-step back. Such power was beyond human capability. Chu Yan, too, was taken aback. This explosive force and the profound, lingering aura were indicative of a first-stage, evolved being. Although Zhou Chang's strength likely surpassed his own, the coordination displayed in that swing seemed lacking. His evolution of the 5 senses appeared inferior to Chu Yan's. Zhou Qiang reveled in the intimidation he had instilled, discarding the slightly deformed steel rod and brushing the dust from his hands, gazing down at Chu Yan with contempt as if he were a mere insect, ripe for crushing. Weakling, are you ready to submit? And by the way, do you have that bow? Chu Yan remained unfazed. The bow? I have it. He deftly drew forth the imposing compound bow, Ventum Pro 80, from beneath his cloak. Zhou Chang's eyes glimmered with greed, his avarice unmistakable. Hand over the bow. You, in your pitiful state, don't deserve to wield an 80-pound bow. It's a waste. Only under my command can its true potential be unleashed. Paving the way for all. My bow, why should I give it to you? Chu Yan's tone remained nonchalant. Why should you? Zhou Qiang appeared to have heard the most ludicrous of jokes, pointing at himself. Because I am a national sports champion, a silver medalist in the national championships. My archery skills far surpass yours. Do you think someone like you can draw back an 80-pound bow? Don't make me laugh. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze compelling them to agree. The portly businessman picked up on the cue, stepping forward eagerly. Little brother, it's not that we are trying to make things difficult for you. Coach Zhou is the backbone of our group, and it's thanks to him that we haven't been torn apart by the monsters outside these past few days. The best weapons should be entrusted to those who can protect us best, don't you think? The female lawyer, adjusting her glasses, spoke emphatically. From a survival perspective, optimizing resource allocation is the only rational choice. In Coach Zhou's hands, this bow maximizes our chances of survival. On the scale of survival, morality is always the lightest weight. Other survivors nodded in agreement. Over the past few days, Zhou Qiang's evolved strength had been their sole hope. For Coach Zhou to hold a rear guard, he needed a good bow. How could that be contested? The receptionist shot Chu Yan a disapproving look, perceiving him as an ill-timed intruder, shabby and ill-mannered. Only Xia Ji murmured softly, one cannot simply seize what belongs to another. Yet her voice was quickly drowned out. Did you hear that? Zhou Qiang advanced menacingly, a cruel mockery twisting his features. Be smart and hand it over or... He hefted the steel rod, its threatening implications unmistakable. Suddenly, Chu Yan laughed, his mirth laced with cold derision. Coach Zhou at the rear guard? How eloquently put. He shifted his tone. I suspect you intend for everyone to split into two paths, using the larger group to divert the zombies while you escape through the west fire escape. Am I correct? His words fell like a bucket of icy water, dousing the fervor in the room. Zhou Chang's plan was indeed frail upon scrutiny, and doubt began to surface among the crowd. The burly man in blue furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the crowbar, while the middle-aged electrician's gaze flickered uncertainly. Halting his actions, Wang Xiaoya pursed her lips, her expression a complex tapestry as she scrutinized Zhou Qiang. Even the elderly female professor ceased her coughing, her eyes, behind the lenses, fixed intently upon Zhou Qiang. You are speaking nonsense. Zhou Qiang, feeling exposed, erupted in anger, directing his steel rod towards Chu Yan's nose. Weakling, what do you know? Don't claim I'm bullying you. I'll give you a chance. Let's see whose archery skills are superior. I'll show you what professionalism entails. If you lose, you shall relinquish your bow and obediently follow my orders. Chu Yan's gaze turned icy. He discerned Zhou Chang's intent to assert dominance and swiftly calculated his options. Engaging a physically powerful first stage evolver head-on would likely result in injury, a futile endeavor. As for archery, his 85-pound bow had greater strength and the advantage of armor-piercing arrows. To confront him directly would be a poor strategy. Outmaneuvering him with superior archery would minimize costs. The ethics of the past had become obsolete, and now, physical prowess dictated the hierarchy. Without further ado, Chu Yan declared. Words are futile. He pointed towards a few indistinct zombies lurking at the distant stairway, blocking the path, an obstacle that required resolution. If you wish to prove your superiority, let actions speak. Zhou Qiang raised an eyebrow, surprised that this seemingly frail youth dared to accept the challenge. How so? Quite simply, let us see who can eliminate 5 zombies first. Chu Yan's eyes were as cold as ice. If you win, this 80-pound bow will be yours. If I win, 2 conditions must be met. What conditions? Zhou Qiang pressed eagerly. First, I demand tungsten steel heavy arrows, 50 of them as before. Chu Yan's gaze swept over the gathering, pausing briefly on Xia Jiyu. Second, you shall not impede anyone who wishes to leave with me. Haha, you don't know when to quit. I accept your terms. Zhou Qiang replied without hesitation. Wang Xiaoya shot a surprised glance at Chu Yan. Changing carbon aluminum shafts to tungsten steel tips requires tools, and there's no electricity right now. She retrieved a bundle of hunting arrows from within, stating, this is all I can provide. Chu Yan accepted the arrows, inspecting them. Though not entirely satisfactory, they would suffice. For him, until he mastered firearms, archery was far more intuitive and precise, and arrows were indispensable. Let us commence. Zhou Qiang laughed maniacally, grasping a spare 65-pound compound bow with practiced ease, knocking an arrow and drawing the string. His robust arms effortlessly bent the bow into a perfect arc, exuding an aura of strength. With a sharp command, he focused, and the bowstring thrummed as the arrow shot forth, vanishing like a fleeting shadow. 30 meters away, a zombie's left eye socket exploded, and it collapsed, motionless. Excellent marksmanship, truly deserving of the championship runner-up title. Coach Zhou is formidable. A single shot kill. Remarkable. The store erupted into a chorus of awed exclamations. Wang Xiaoya's previously tense expression softened into one of shared pride. Xia Jiyu, however, clutched her clothing nervously, casting anxious glances at Chu Yan. Chapter 52. Competing in archery against the national runner-up. Zhou Qiang, reveling in his triumph, shot a sidelong glance at Chu Yan and knocked another arrow. Yet, The sound of the first zombie collapsing and the ensuing gasps of astonishment had already attracted the attention of nearby zombies. They began to emit guttural growls and moved erratically, abandoning their previous stillness. A light sheen of sweat broke out on Zhou Chang's forehead. He had only practiced against stationary targets, and he had yet to shoot at moving ones. However, as an experienced marksman, his hands remained steady. His second arrow was released. Its trajectory awkward, yet it grazed the corner of another moving zombie's eye, bringing it down. But the third arrow faltered as a middle-aged zombie charged at him with a piercing scream, fear tightening his grip. The arrow veered slightly, embedding itself deep in the zombie's forehead. The creature staggered momentarily, its skull fractured, black blood oozing forth, yet it did not fall. It shook its head, letting out an even more ferocious roar, and lunged towards the source of the noise. Damn it! Zhou Chang's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Moving targets and stationary ones are entirely different, especially in the face of these grotesque creatures. Primal fear disrupted his muscle memory. At that moment, Chu Yan began to draw his bow, his movements fluid and rapid. Eschewing any flamboyant gestures, he simply stood firm, feet slightly apart, 3 fingers gripping the string, calmly pulling back the daunting 80-pound bow. The bow creaked ominously as it drew tension. His arm muscles bulged, a slight tremor visible. Far from the effortless grace Zhou Qiang exhibited with his 65-pound bow. His aiming speed was slower, and his form appeared rather amateurish. Many spectators began to show disdain and anticipation of a spectacle. The female lawyer and the rotund businessman even let out derisive chuckles. Then came the 5 resounding twangs of the bowstring. Thwack, 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 thwack. Chu Yan's draw speed was not swift, yet it was remarkably steady. Each release accompanied by a peculiar rhythm. He did not aim for the diminutive eye sockets. Instead, his arrows flew directly toward the zombies' heads, a target magnified many times over. He smirked and muttered, "Who said I need to match your precision as the national runner-up?" Thwack, 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 thwack. 5 consecutive deep, tearing sounds erupted, as 5 heavy arrows crashed through the air like battering rams. The first arrow plunged fiercely into the temple of an approaching zombie, sending its body careening sideways. The second struck another zombie's cheekbone, collapsing the entire left side of its face, causing it to fall limply. The third hit a staggering female zombie's nasal bridge, the arrow piercing straight through. The fourth arrow targeted a bespectacled zombie, now within 10 meters, the stench of its foul breath wafting toward Zhou Qiang, who had already discarded his bow and held his steel rod, hands trembling slightly. Chu Yan remained steadfast, his expression unyielding, and released an arrow that pierced through the center of the approaching zombie's forehead, pushing through and emerging from the back of its skull. The fifth arrow targeted the middle-aged zombie Zhou Qiang had previously struck, now charging with sharpened claws extended within 5 meters. A chorus of screams erupted from the onlookers. Chu Yan stood immovable, his gaze unwavering, and released the heavy arrow, which collided forcefully with the rear of Zhou Chang's previously embedded 65-pound arrow. Crack! The sound echoed. Zhou Chang's inadequately embedded arrow was shattered by the impact of Chu Yan's heavy arrow, which continued its momentum and plunged deep into the fractured skull of the zombie. The creature's advance halted abruptly, and it collapsed, twitching momentarily before lying still. 5 arrows, 5 kills. Not a single arrow aimed for the meticulous precision of the eye socket. All were propelled by the terrifying force of the 80-pound bow and the devastating penetrating power of the 850-grain heavy arrows with tungsten tips, executing brutal and effective headshots. Inside the hunting club, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Only the fading resonance of the bowstring and the distant growls of approaching zombies remained. Everyone seemed to have been cast under a spell. The female lawyer's mouth hung open, her eyes wide with disbelief. The businessman's flesh seemed frozen in shock. The elderly professor trembled as she adjusted her glasses. The burly man in blue exchanged a stunned glance with the middle-aged electrician. The front desk girl looked on in astonishment, suddenly appreciating the rustic appearance of Chu Yan, which bore an unexpected resemblance to Parisian fashion, his tattered black cloak reminiscent of a collection from Yoji Yamamoto's Autumn-Winter series. Wang Xiaoya fixated on the black giant bow in Chu Yan's hands, still trembling slightly, then glanced at the 5 incapacitated zombies on the ground. For the first time, earnestly re-evaluating this con artist she had once held in great contempt. Beneath his seemingly clumsy, bow-holding posture lay an unsettling calmness and lethal efficiency in the face of deathly monstrosities. Such composure is not easily feigned. Zhou Chang's face turned a deep shade of puce, cold sweat trickling from his palms down the bow grip, staining the leather bracers with dark impressions. Embarrassed and enraged, he found it hard to believe this was reality. His once proud archery skills felt like a mere jest against the brute force and unflinching poise of his opponent. "You," Zhou Qiang stammered, lips trembling, desperate to salvage his dignity. "You have lost." Chu Yan's voice remained eerily calm as he slung the bow over his shoulder, casting not even a glance at Zhou Qiang. At that moment, the horde of undead, incited by the relentless twang of bowstrings and the thud of bodies hitting the ground, surged forth like a disturbed beehive, more hissing sounds converging from all directions, their footsteps rapidly closing in. The zombies were upon them. A terrified scream pierced the air. "Quick! According to plan, Team A, Team B, charge!" Zhou Qiang awoke from his stupor, bellowing in a desperate attempt to regain control of the situation. The crowd hesitated. Faced with the advancing horde, none dared to charge headfirst. The eastern stairwell was teeming with zombies, while a considerable number also gathered at the central escalator. "What a bunch of useless fools!" Zhou Qiang cursed vehemently. With so many zombies converging, the store was undoubtedly lost. Ignoring the others, he grasped a steel pipe and a composite bow, sprinting towards the unassuming narrow fire escape to the west, which at that moment was eerily quiet, devoid of any zombies. Most of the terrified individuals instinctively followed the strongest Zhou Qiang, including the female lawyer, the portly businessman, and even someone assisting the elderly professor, all chaotically surging towards a narrow fire escape. "It seems there are indeed no zombies blocking that way." Chu Yan's voice cut through the chaos, pointing towards the escalator piled high with debris. "Follow me up the escalator, quickly." The majority did not pause, following Zhou Qiang towards the fire escape, believing it to be the safest route. Yet the echoes of Chu Yan's divine archery lingered, and after a brief moment of hesitation, 6 individuals made the fateful decision to rush towards Chu Yan. Xia Zhiyu instinctively ran towards a man who had just consumed half a bottle of her water. The burly man in blue growled, "Damn it, I'll trust you this once," and followed suit, while the middle-aged electrician, his eyes flickering, also grabbed a metal pipe to join. To Chu Yan's surprise, Wang Xiao bit her full lip and, in her high heels, staggered towards him as well. The other 2 followers were the elderly professor and the receptionist clad in a Rolex uniform. "Let them go seek death over there. It'll serve to divert the zombies." Zhou Qiang roared back at the fire escape, his face contorted with twisted delight. "Follow that fraud to your demise." After uttering this, he ignored them, swiftly vanishing into the darkness of the fire escape with his throng of followers. It's over. There were clearly no zombies that way. The receptionist glanced back at the disappearing crowd at the fire escape, then at the shadowy figures of 7 or 8 zombies converging from the escalator, her frustration palpable. "What good are these complaints now?" The burly man spat, tightening his grip on the crowbar, nervously watching the encroaching horde. The stench of decay assaulted their senses. Grotesque faces and outstretched claws drawing perilously close. Chapter 53, Breaking Through the Siege. Chu Yan's gaze sharpened, banishing any trace of his earlier indifference. He swiftly withdrew the ominous dark manganese steel knife from beneath his cloak, its blade radiating a menacing aura. "Sever their legs. Do not engage," he commanded, his form akin to a coiled leopard ready to pounce, brandishing the knife towards the oncoming swarm of zombies. When dealing with the undead, a knife is far more effective than a spear. He avoided the exhausting endeavor of piercing their hardened skulls. The blade transformed into a chilling arc of silver, sweeping horizontally close to the ground. 3 sharp cracks echoed as the knife's edge expertly sliced through the ankles of the foremost 3 zombies. The sickening sound of shattered bone sending chills down their spines. The 3 zombies collapsed like marionettes with severed strings, howling as they lost their ability to move swiftly, flailing uselessly on the ground. A female zombie clad in a waitress uniform lunged at him from the side, its decaying claws reeking of rot, reaching for Chu Yan's face. Without a glance, he flicked his wrist, the blade arcing upward, severing the withered arm at the wrist, dark, viscous blood spraying forth. The zombie lost its balance and fell headlong. Chu Yan did not pause to observe the aftermath. His steps were relentless, the knife flashing once more, cleaving through another zombie's legs below the knee. "Assist! Do not let the down ones get close." Chu Yan's voice was chillingly calm. The burly man reacted first, roaring as he swung his crowbar with force, crushing the skull of a struggling zombie attempting to rise. The middle-aged electrician followed suit, bringing the iron pipe down upon another fallen zombie's head. Wang Xiaoya screamed, snatching a broken aluminum profile from the ground, eyes shut as she stabbed randomly at a dismembered zombie reaching for her ankle. Xia Zhiyu supported the elderly professor, both of them trailing closely behind the receptionist in terror. Chu Yan resembled a ruthless and efficient reaper, the manganese steel knife dancing in his hand, each swing accompanied by the sickening crack of bones or the tearing of limbs. He did not seek to slay with a single blow, but rather aimed for maximum efficiency in crippling the zombie's mobility. Those zombies whose ankles or arms he severed became as harmless as beasts with their teeth pulled and legs broken. Their threat significantly diminished, while those behind swiftly delivered the finishing blows. The debris-strewn escalator passage transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse, filthy blood soaking the dust, severed limbs strewn across the ground. Under the near-cold efficiency of Chu Yan's blade, 7 individuals miraculously carved a bloody path through the encirclement of 7 or 8 zombies, rushing towards the escalator leading to the 5th floor. Quick, down to the 5th floor. Chu Yan back, go. Reversing his knife to send the last zombie lunging at the escalator tumbling down. The 7 of them scrambled down the already non-operational escalator steps. Behind them, more zombies, drawn by the scent of blood and the commotion, were hissing and surging towards the escalator's entrance. The receptionist, who had previously regretted her decision, gasped for breath, glancing back at the densely packed silhouettes of zombies at the 6th floor escalator, then towards the fire escape, which appeared to remain eerily silent. Unable to contain her resentment, she muttered, I should have listened to Zhou Qiang. They must have already made it to the 4th floor. Unlike us. Chu Yan was the last to leap off the escalator, landing firmly on the relatively open atrium of the 5th floor. He shook the blood from his blade, gazing towards a fire escape, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Running fast? In a hurry to meet your maker? Before anyone could comprehend his intent, the disconcerting hissing intensified. On the 5th floor atrium, over 20 zombies were shambling towards them from 3 directions, their throaty growls growing louder, tightening around them like a constricting net. Wang Xiaoya twisted her ankle, nearly collapsing, while the elderly professor's teeth rattled and the burly man gripped his blood-soaked crowbar tightly, his palms trembling slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yan swiftly unstrapped his backpack, retrieving 2 heavy tin cans. These were round coffee cans filled with flour, soaked in alcohol, the openings tightly wrapped with coarse cotton soaked in alcohol, forming makeshift explosive devices he had prepared earlier. Striking a match, he lit one in each hand, aiming for the areas where the zombies were clustering more densely, unleashing his full strength to hurl them. The tin can spun through the air, soaring over a distance of several meters before crashing onto the marble floor with a dull thud. Duck! Chu Yan back, go! Immediately crouching low while retrieving a palm-sized mechanical alarm clock from his bosom, he wound the clock and placed it at his feet. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous explosion erupted. 2 blinding orange fireballs detonated on either side, followed by an ear-splitting roar. A searing shockwave surged outward, scattering shards of iron nails and burning flour in a frenzied spray. The nearest zombies were thrown backwards, impaled with nails and engulfed in flames, writhing frantically on the ground. This makeshift explosive device was not particularly lethal to the undead, but its purpose was evidently not to slay them. A multitude of zombies, drawn by the sudden cacophony and blinding light, turned their murky eyes towards the source of the explosion, their guttural growls escalating in volume, filled with disturbed rage as they staggered towards the still-burning fireballs. Most of the zombies were temporarily diverted. Now's our chance. This way. Chu Yan go thou. Forcefully pushing open the partially ajar glass door of the nearby Cartier store. 7 individuals tumbled inside in a chaotic scramble. Chu Yan slammed the heavy glass door shut with a resounding crash, hastily dragging a hefty wooden display case to barricade the door. Just as the cabinet was positioned, a few alert zombies lunged at the door. Their withered claws pounded against the tempered glass, producing jarring thuds, their contorted faces pressed against the glass, leaving behind trails of repulsive slime. Outside, more figures were drawn to the commotion and began to amass slowly at the entrance of the Cartier jewelry store. The interior was in disarray, jewels scattered across the floor, reflecting a faint light from the dim rays filtering through the windows. The terrified group collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, the air thick with the odors of sweat, blood, and the stench of decay wafting in from outside. Suddenly, the sharp, piercing chime of the alarm clock rang out, without warning from the very spot they had just rushed into. It was the mechanical alarm clock that Chu Yan had left behind, signaling that the timer had expired. The pounding outside diminished as the zombies, enraged by the noise, began to shuffle towards the sound of the ringing clock. Their vision was severely impaired, akin to profound myopia in humans, yet their hearing remained acute. Move! To the back door. Chu Yan's voice rose above the din deep within the jewelry store. A small door leading to a staff corridor stood slightly ajar. Chu Yan dashed over and pulled it open, revealing a narrow passage cluttered with cleaning supplies and cardboard boxes, culminating in a dust-laden window. Smash it! He ordered the burly man in blue. Without hesitation, the man swung a crowbar with force against the glass. The shattering sound echoed as shards flew everywhere, allowing a gust of cold air, mingled with dust and the distant stench of garbage, to rush in. Chu Yan was the first to lean out, casting a rapid glance. Outside lay an even narrower maintenance passage, strewn with discarded boxes and air conditioning units, leading to the side of the building. He gestured for the others to follow, and they poured out, stepping carefully on the shards of glass, pressing against the cold, rough wall, holding their breath as they moved swiftly within the shadows of the corridor. Behind them, the relentless pounding and growling at the jewelry store entrance, along with the incessant, death-like ringing of the alarm clock, began to fade away. The maintenance corridor led to a relatively concealed, unloading platform on the side of the building. The group had barely caught their breath when a gut-wrenching scream suddenly echoed from another direction within the building. "Help! Help me! Stay away! Get away! That zombie! Its eyes are red! It's hiding here! Zhou Qiang, you used us!" Chapter 54. It turns out you knew all along. The chilling screams reverberated through the vast, silent interior of the building, filled with utmost fear and despair, emanating from the direction of the west fire escape that they had previously abandoned. The faces of everyone turned pale as paper. Xia Zhiyu covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, while the receptionist crumpled to the cold ground, her legs giving way. Wang Xiai bit her lip hard, her eyes filled with dread and an indescribable tremor. The burly man in blue swallowed hard, his gaze towards Chu Yan transformed entirely. All previous doubts evaporated, leaving only conviction. The old professor looked at Chu Yan with admiration and gratitude. The receptionist suddenly felt that a darker complexion added a certain rugged charm. "The fire escape is narrow and may be ambushed. You knew all along," murmured the middle-aged electrician, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Chu Yan leaned against the frigid wall, adjusting his breath slightly, seemingly indifferent to the screams. Only he understood that lurking in the shadow of the fourth-floor fire escape was a blood-eyed level 2 zombie, which had been pre-warned by Dun Dun. That creature was adept at ambush and surprise attacks. Escaping in such a confined space would be exceedingly difficult. "I'm impressed. Brother, I truly respect you now." The burly man in blue gasped, nodding appreciatively at Chu Yan. "From now on, if you say east, I want to go west." Wang Xiai took a deep breath, straightened her back, and walked towards Chu Yan in her high heels, her eyes locking onto his as she spoke with a barely perceptible tremor. "Thank you for bringing us out. From now on, we will follow your lead." Chu Yan nodded, remaining silent as he glanced at the escalator leading to the 4th and 3rd floors, where dark figures of zombies swayed ominously. His gaze shifted to the previously silent middle-aged electrician. "You are the electrician here. Besides these visible staircases, are there any other passages leading down?" The electrician's face contorted in distress, sweat trickling down into the collar of his greasy work shirt. He rubbed his rough fingers, as if attempting to massage the answer from his mind. I handle high-voltage power. Only specialized maintenance workers know the routes through those obscure repair passages," he replied, shaking his head in despair, his shoulders slumping. Despair washed over the group. Chu Yan furrowed his brow. Escaping alone was easy. He could leap down with a few agile bounds. The challenge lay in getting this burdened group to safety. "Wait." An aged voice broke the tension. It was the old professor, adjusting her glasses that had slipped down her nose. According to the design specifications of this international financial plaza, especially for a complex of this scale, there should be independent vertical passages for equipment and utility shafts. All eyes turned towards her in an instant. The professor ignored the skeptical or hopeful glances and pointed towards an inconspicuous door at the edge of the atrium, marked with a sign indicating the staff lounge. She traced a line in the air with her finger. Behind that door, based on structural mechanics and the conventional layout of mechanical and electrical lines, there should be a non-load-bearing, lightweight partition wall. Behind this partition, adjacent to the core zone, lies the elevator machine room directly below. This structure must have reserved a dedicated vertical passage for maintenance personnel, akin to the building's veins, leading straight to the underground equipment layer. She paused, noticing the lingering confusion among the group, and added, "I am a professor in the architecture department at Tianzhou University. I attended the design proposal meeting for this building. The blueprints indicate a dotted line here." Without further explanation, she turned her gaze to Chu Yan. "Please trust me," like a stone cast into stagnant waters of despair. Her words stirred a flicker of hope. The burly man in blue's agitation transformed into urgent anticipation. The electrician opened his mouth, seemingly ready to contest some technical detail, but swallowed his words instead. Xia Zhiyu gently squeezed the professor's hand, reinforcing her support, with a glance directed towards the ordinary door indicated by the elderly professor. Chu Yan rose and moved with a singular determination, his action as swift and decisive as a blade drawn from its sheath. No one hesitated. The burly man in blue was the first to charge forward, prying open the half-closed door of the staff lounge with a crowbar in a brutish manner. Inside, they indeed found a cramped space cluttered with cleaning tools and discarded promotional boards, pervaded by a pungent amalgamation of dust and low-quality disinfectant. The old professor, supported by Xia Zhiyu, hastily made his way to the innermost part of the room, confronting a stark wall painted in common white latex. Here, she pointed to a section of the wall that appeared slightly darker, approximately a human height and half a meter wide. Upon closer inspection, one could discern exceedingly subtle rectangular seam marks, almost indistinguishable from the surrounding wall, detectable only through deliberate searching. At the base of the wall, an inconspicuous, rust-covered small padlock was embedded, its keyhole nearly choked with dust. The electrician leaned in, exclaiming in astonishment, "A secret door? It truly exists?" Without a moment's delay, the burly man raised his crowbar, ready to smash it open. "Don't act rashly," Chu Yan admonished sharply, halting him. He crouched down, retrieving a slender steel awl and a bent thick wire from his canvas tool bag, and approached the rusty lock. His fingers moved with such speed that they were almost imperceptible. The steel awl gently probed the keyhole, and the wire swiftly followed. Moments later, a faint click echoed from within the lock. Grasping the edge of the darker section of the wall, Chu Yan pressed firmly, and a cleverly disguised metal cover sprang open, revealing a narrow entrance shrouded in darkness, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. A stronger scent of dust and oil assaulted their senses. Bathed in the feeble light filtering in from outside, they could see a narrow metallic grating platform inside, with a grime-covered metal ladder affixed beside it, extending vertically down into unfathomable depths. On the wall adjacent to the entrance, faded painted words were barely discernible. Equipment passage. Strictly prohibited to enter. Heavy breaths echoed through the small lounge. The burly man in blue was the first to break into a silent grin. Wang Xiaoya exhaled a long, tremulous breath. Xia Zhiyu, holding the old professor's hand, sensed the tension in his body finally ease slightly. Chu Yan was the first to turn sideways and unhesitatingly slip into the narrow darkness. 7 individuals traversed the dimly lit corridor inside the building, filled with dust and a musty odor, each step taken with utmost caution. Dun Dun nimbly darted ahead, ears perked, tail flicking slightly, resembling a silent scout. Chapter 55, Professor Wang's Clue. Xia Zhiyu supported the old professor at the rear, who followed with labored breaths. To alleviate the stifling silence that threatened to drive them to madness, Xia Zhiyu softly inquired, "Professor Wang, we owe this to you. Have you drawn the blueprints for those large buildings in the city?" The old professor chuckled softly, self-deprecatingly replying, "Draw blueprints? Not all. The Design Institute merely invited me to serve as a consultant. However, for some significant and prestigious projects, I do take a look at the materials they send." She paused, seemingly lost in recollection. "I would mostly just ensure they met the standards." Ahead, Chu Yan's footsteps produced a sharp sound on the metal grating, abruptly halting. He did not turn back, his voice steady as he asked, "Have you seen the Guomao Tower? How many floors was it designed to have?" The question struck as peculiar, causing faint smiles to flicker across the faces of the group, who assumed Chu Yan was merely attempting to lighten the suffocating atmosphere. Only the old professor remained solemn, as if laboring to sift through dusty memories. "Guomao Tower," she murmured, her voice tinged with distant nostalgia. "It was the most prestigious office building in Tanzhou in its early years. I was involved in its construction design." Chu Yan paused slightly in the darkness. The design had a total of 17 floors, the old professor stated confidently, before adding, "However, there seemed to be some complications in the middle. I ended up handing over all the specific work." She shook her head slightly, as if lamenting, yet reluctant to delve deeper. "It was my student, Ouyang Hai, who took over. Now, he is the deputy director of the Tanzhou Architectural Design Institute." 17 floors in total? The knot in Chu Yan's mind became even more tangled. Tanzhou Architectural Design Institute, Ouyang Hai. Chu Yan repeated the name to himself, continuing to move forward as if the previous pause had never occurred. Soon, a T-junction appeared ahead, with 2 narrower, darker passageways leading into the unknown depths. The old professor stopped, pointing at the 2 shadowy entrances. "This is it. According to the design, only one door is open for maintenance, while the other end is locked." The implication was clear to everyone. If they chose incorrectly, they would find themselves in a dead end. The return path could potentially be blocked by zombies pursuing them from behind. The choice was critical. All eyes turned to Chu Yan, breaths held in anticipation. The 2 nearly identical dark passageways loomed like the open jaws of a monstrous beast. Choosing wrong could lead to a dead end. Chu Yan furrowed his brow, scanning the 2 pitch-black entrances in search of any subtle differences. There was no wind, no sound, only the scent of dust. The burly man in blue impatiently stamped his foot, while Wang Xiaoya's palms glistened with sweat. Just then, a timid voice emerged, "Choose the left." It was Xia Zhiyu, standing at the edge of the crowd. Her delicate fingers instinctively tugged at the seam of her jeans. her pale cheeks appearing somewhat tense in the dim light. Upon feeling the collective gaze upon her, she seemed startled, her petite nose crinkling slightly as she anxiously explained. I just have a feeling that the left seems more right. I have no basis for it. A feeling? Wang Xiaoya could not help but interject, skepticism lacing her tone. In a life-and-death situation, what good is intuition? Trust her. Chu Yan interjected firmly, his eyes shining as they met Xia Zhiyu's. Without a hint of hesitation. We'll take the left. He stepped forward decisively, unflinchingly entering the left passageway, which appeared to swallow all light. Left with no other choice. The others had no option but to follow suit. The passage was so narrow that only one person could pass through at a time, the air thick and oppressive, with a layer of dust and unknown debris underfoot. The darkness was so dense it felt palpable, with only the oppressive sound of breathing and the rustle of clothing against the walls. Damn it, this cursed place, the burly man in blue muttered under his breath. Just as Chu Yan was about to pull out a magnesium stick to ignite a spark, a faint yet steady light flickered to life, dispelling a small patch of dense darkness ahead. It was the middle-aged electrician. He had, unbeknownst to them, produced a rudimentary contraption made from clockwork and old gears from his pocket, vigorously cranking a handle. With the rapid motion of his arm, a small LED bulb at the front of the device emitted a bright white light. Although the illumination was limited, only reaching a meter or two around them, it was sufficient in the enveloping darkness. Hey, this contraption really works, even if it's hand-cranked. The electrician's voice held a note of pride as it echoed in the darkness. He continued to turn the handle, producing a faint creaking sound. The precious glow steadily illuminating the path beneath them and the rough walls adorned with pipes and cobwebs. Silence enveloped the air. Yet the taut atmosphere seemed to ease slightly due to the sudden illumination and the electrician's modest invention. The corridor, though not overly lengthy, exuded a stifling sense of oppression. The electrician's hand-cranked generator flickered its light for about 5 minutes, and, as the glow began to wane, a rusty, spiral staircase, marked on the electrician's map as a maintenance access, finally appeared, sloping downward. It was a staircase. The burly man in blue was filled with a euphoric sense of survival. With the light streaming in, Chu Yan noticed that Xia Zhiyu, who was supporting the old professor, subtly exhaled a sigh of relief, the corners of her tightly pressed lips curving upwards ever so slightly. This girl had chosen to believe in him from the very beginning at the Hunting Bough Society and had steadfastly supported him. She either possessed remarkable insight or an extraordinary instinct far beyond the ordinary. Such individuals often manage to choose the right path amidst significant decisions in a post-apocalyptic world, which is why Chu Yan was inclined to trust her intuition this time. Of course, he had no better options himself. With a collective effort, they scrambled up the narrow and steep iron staircase, the metal groaning underfoot as if protesting the burden. When they finally emerged through an inconspicuous maintenance door on the side of the building, partly concealed by trash bins and breathed in the outside air, though tainted, it was free. Everyone felt a wave of weakness wash over their legs. They found themselves in a secluded alley behind the building, cluttered with garbage bins. Chu Yan signaled for silence, pressing against the wall and cautiously peering out. Not far ahead was the exit of the western fire escape. The scene before him was chaos. Several disfigured corpses lay scattered on the ground, remnants of a female lawyer's signature professional attire and the crumpled jacket of a rotund businessman. Only 3 figures staggered out of that hellish exit, tumbling and crawling. Chapter 56. Whom to choose. The one leading the charge was none other than Zhou Qiang. He was in a disheveled state, his athletic tank top torn in several places, blood smeared across his face, yet he sprinted with astonishing speed, his explosive energy propelling him forward as he dashed around the corner without a glance back. The 2 others who followed him were far less fortunate. Clearly injured, they stumbled, fearfully glancing over their shoulders. A guttural roar, brimming with violence, erupted from the fire escape, as a lean, swift figure of crimson suddenly lunged forth. Its withered claws, sharp as scythes, pierced the chest of the last man in an instant. The victim let out no scream, his body propelled forward by the tremendous force. The first man, terrified beyond measure, had barely taken 2 steps when the bloodthirsty figure pounced, sinking its teeth deeply into his neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground in a gruesome display. The sounds of despair and grotesque chewing echoed ominously. In the alley, the few individuals behind Chu Yan clamped their hands over their mouths, bodies trembling uncontrollably, their faces ashen, witnessing the brutal demise of fellow survivors, whom they had evaded alongside these past few days, was far more devastating than they had ever imagined. Wang Xiaoya shut her eyes tightly, her body shaking like a leaf caught in the wind. Xia Zhiyu's complexion turned pale, yet she bit her lip, forcing herself to watch. Her her clear eyes reflecting the hellish scene at the alley's mouth. Chu Yan withdrew his head, leaning against the cold, filthy wall, his voice abrupt. We are temporarily safe. Let us part ways. He pointed toward the direction Zhou Qiang had fled. There's a Gao supermarket over there. The door is ajar. And there should still be food inside, with few zombies around. He scanned the faces of the shaken crowd. Take care of yourselves. A brief silence ensued. I'll go with you. The burly man in blue was the first to step forward, his voice rough yet resolute, his crowbar thudding against the ground. Zheng Dainiu. I may lack other skills, but I possess strength. Killing zombies, moving things, just point me where to strike. He thumped his sturdy chest, adding. The middle-aged electrician remained silent, shoving the dimly glowing hand-cranked generator back into his arms, silently stepping forward. Wang Xiaoya and Xia Zhiyu also moved closer. The three gazed at Chu Yan with fervent eyes, their intentions clear. The receptionist stepped back, anxious to return home. The old professor, with a kind expression, understood she could not be a burden to Chu Yan. I can only take one, Chu Yan contemplated. He did not reject loyal followers, but only if they offered value. Who would he choose? The eager gazes from several individuals awaited his decision. The burly man was strong and willing to fight. He could be groomed as a valuable aid. The middle-aged electrician had skills and practical abilities, making him a rare asset in this harsh world. In a time when life was as disposable as that of a dog. Whom should Chu Yan choose? Naturally, the one with the long legs. In this rebirth, he must live for himself. His eyes shifted to Wang Xiaoya and Xia Zhiyu. Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath, straightened her back, and approached Chu Yan, her soiled high heels crunching against the debris. Her chestnut curls were slightly disheveled, yet her gaze exuded a resolute determination. She tilted her face slightly upwards, her ample bosom rising and falling with each breath, and declared unabashedly, Take me with you. I could do anything for you. Her eyes were candid, even laced with a hint of reckless temptation. Xia Zhiyu, who had been quietly standing by, seemed taken aback by this overt competition. Her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson that extended to her slender neck. She cast her gaze downward, her long lashes trembling. After a few seconds, as if steeling herself, she lifted her head, her clear eyes meeting Chu Yan's gaze, her voice resonating with unwavering courage. Echoing through the narrow alley. I can also do anything for you. As soon as the words left her lips, perhaps sensing it was insufficient, or perhaps driven by some instinct, she almost stammered, her voice as soft as a whisper, yet strikingly clear, adding, I am 19 this year and have never had a boyfriend. Upon uttering this, her entire face, along with her ears, turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she quickly lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothing, wishing desperately to disappear into the ground. The alley fell silent, save for the distant, faint groans of zombies. The burly man in blue gaped, glancing between Wang Xiaoya's mature, seductive curves and Xia Zhiyu's innocent, blushing visage, his expression a tapestry of complexity. The electrician remained impassive, as if he had not heard a thing. Wang Xiaoya narrowed her eyes slightly, the corners of her full lips curling into a mysterious smile. Chu Yan's gaze darted between Wang Xiaoya's alluring features and Xia Zhiyu's blood-red, pure profile. Even a fool could discern the choice. His lips seemed to twitch slightly upward, so subtly that one could easily mistake it for an illusion. In the next moment, without hesitation, he reached out and seized Xia Zhiyu's delicate wrist, pulling her to his side. You come with me. His words were succinct. As for why he did not take Wang Xiaoya along, he was somewhat driven by instinct. But it was not that he had lost his mind. He could manage one companion with some effort, but two would be a burden. A flicker of disappointment and confusion crossed the burly man's face. The middle-aged electrician remained calm. Wang Xiaoya's eyes flashed with shock, quickly followed by resentment. She fixed her gaze on Chu Yan's hand gripping Xia Zhiyu's, yet ultimately said nothing, merely turning her head away with force. Chu Yan paid them no mind and bent down to swiftly draw a short knife from the sheath strapped to his tactical boot. With a flick of his wrist, the short knife sliced through the air with a resounding crack, plunging firmly into the earth at the feet of the electrician, its hilt quivering slightly. Chu Yan's gaze settled upon the seasoned electrician's face. You, take them away. To the supermarket. He gestured toward the direction in which Zhou Qiang had fled. The middle-aged electrician silently bent down to retrieve the short knife, its weight and a cold metallic touch invigorating him. He nodded, uttering not a single word of inquiry. Thank you. Take care. Chu Yan no longer regarded them, instead grasping the still dazed and blushing Summer Zhiyu, turning on his heel and swiftly vanishing behind a towering pile of refuse. The middle-aged electrician swung the short knife, supporting the elderly professor as they led the way toward the supermarket. The burly man in blue sighed, hoisting the crowbar, and in a deep voice, addressed Wang Xiaoya and the receptionist. Let us go to the supermarket. Damn it, it's better than feeding the zombies. Wang Xiaoya cast one last glance at the direction where Chu Yan had disappeared, gritting her teeth and following in the footsteps of the electrician and the burly man in blue. Even a clever rabbit has 3 burrows. How can a person lack an escape route? In this world, survival is the only truth. No one anticipated that with Chu Yan's arrival. The fates of the 6 who followed him would take a dramatic turn. From then on, each would embark on a uniquely extraordinary life. Among them, 2 would stir up a storm in the era of gears that began 5 years later. Perhaps this is destiny. As Chu Yan pulled Summer Jiyu along, they navigated swiftly through the labyrinthine alleys and among abandoned vehicles. Upon passing the former location of a Shiji Sand Cafe, he suddenly froze. To his right was the Cha Yin Guansei bubble tea shop, and to his left, the unparalleled duck neck establishment. But in between, the Shiji Sand Cafe was conspicuously absent. A chill ran through him, and shaking his head, he pointed across the street, asking Summer Jiyu, "Where did the Shiji Sand Cafe go?" Summer Jiyu looked astonished. "It's never been here. I often shop and drink bubble tea with my classmates. And I've never seen any Shiji Sand Cafe." Noticing Chu Yan's troubled expression, she tilted her head thoughtfully and asserted, "Right next to Cha Yin Guansei is the unparalleled duck neck place. There is no other shop in between. Besides, cafes would tea open here anyway." A frigid sensation gripped Chu Yan, and he felt as though he was spiraling into an endless vortex. Not daring to linger, he urged Summer Jiyu to run alongside him. Before long, they came upon the Hilux pickup truck, fortified with steel mesh like a metallic beast. Chu Yan opened the door and helped the still-dazed girl into the passenger seat. Meow. From within his backpack, Dun Dun, who had remained quiet, leaped out upon seeing the new passenger, nuzzling against her dusty jeans and emitting a comforting purr. This aloof creature, typically indifferent to anyone but Chu Yan, showed unexpected warmth. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan hesitated no longer, igniting the engine as the diesel motor roared to life. With one hand on the steering wheel, the truck rolled over the debris-strewn pavement, exiting the alley and merging onto the more desolate urban streets. Chu Yan fixed his gaze ahead, his voice steady. "Where are you heading? What are your plans?" Summer Jiyu, cautiously extending her hand to stroke Dun Dun's smooth fur, looked up at his question. The lights streaming through the window illuminated her profile, rendering it particularly gentle. Without a hint of hesitation, her clear eyes locked onto Chu Yan's chiseled profile, her tone resolute, conveying an unbreakable determination. "I will follow you. From now on, I am yours." Chapter 57, A Respite by the Roadside. The diesel engine rumbled deeply as the Hilux, encased in HRB 500E steel mesh, surged forward like a steel giant breaking free from its cage, racing toward the outskirts. Chu Yan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression serious. In his line of sight, a few scattered zombies wandered aimlessly along the asphalt road. "Hold on," he barked, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The massive truck crashed into a blocking zombie without any embellishment. Summer Jiyu instinctively shut her eyes, gripping the armrest tightly. Bang! The dull thud reverberated through the vehicle, akin to rolling over a bag of soaked mud. Gathering her courage, she opened her eyes to see the distorted figure reduced to a grotesque puddle beneath the wheels, flung far behind. No slowing down, no evasion, only the primal force of steel crushing decayed flesh and blood with brutal pleasure. Another zombie, dragging a severed leg, lunged from the roadside greenery. Chu Yan couldn't be bothered to adjust his course. The truck's massive front tires rolled over it. Splatter. The dull crunch was drowned by the roar of the engine. The vehicle merely quaked slightly before returning to stability, continuing its frenzied pace along the dilapidated highway. Summer Jiyu's heart raced. Each collision sent tremors through her, causing her delicate nostrils to flare involuntarily, her clear eyes reflecting a blend of lingering terror and an odd thrill. Stealing a glance at the man beside her, she noted his taut profile, intently focused ahead, commanding the steel fortress as it crushed every rotting obstacle in its path. A sense of safety, previously unknown, mingled with near admiration, quietly blossomed within her. This feeling was 100 times more exhilarating than watching any thrilling movie. Chu Yan's voice remained even, his gaze fixed ahead. "Don't be afraid. These kinds of creatures, just hit them." He maneuvered the steering wheel, avoiding a small car blocking the road. The rugged, off-road tires of the pickup rolled over the adjacent greenery, the vehicle swaying slightly before stabilizing back onto the asphalt of the old highway. The truck surged onto the ramp leading to the old national road, the vista suddenly expansive. The industrial clamor had vanished, and the vitality of the countryside quietly revived. In the abandoned farmland, the winter sun generously spilled its warmth, untainted by industrial pollutants, rendering the air unexpectedly crisp. The fields stretched wide, distant mountains cloaked in indigo, and the withered wild grasses swayed in the gentle breeze, exuding a serene tranquility reminiscent of a rain-cleared sky. It was the afternoon of the 13th day of the Lunar New Year, a time that should have been filled with festive cheer and bustling traffic. Yet only the sound of the wind and the engine accompanied them. The unique lightness of breaking free from confinement, combined with the faint scent of the girl beside him, mingled with the aromas of sweat and dust, silently permeated the cabin. As the truck rolled over the national road boundary marker, Chu Yan felt a slight relaxation in his taut nerves. He cast a glance at the girl in the passenger seat, whose exhilaration was barely masked by her recent shock. Annette Dun, lazily yawning on her lap. Feeling a pang of hunger after the release of tension, Chu Yan slowed the vehicle, scanning the sides of the national road. Soon, he identified a gentle slope near the river. The water glimmered in the sunlight, and sparse trees along the bank formed a natural shelter. Confirming that there were no moving figures within sight, he deftly turned the steering wheel, guiding the pickup smoothly off the national road, rolling over the soft grass, and quietly halting in the densest shade of the trees. Get out, rest, replenish, Chu Yan succinctly instructed, turning off the engine. The door swung open, and Summer Ji-yu nearly stumbled as she jumped out of the vehicle. She stretched her somewhat stiff limbs from the prolonged confinement, shedding her dust-laden bulky jacket, revealing a snug light gray knit top beneath. The afternoon sun poured down on her unreservedly, outlining the vibrant curves of her youthful form. Her rounded, sturdy legs encased in light jeans, the slender waist, and the full, heaving contours of her chest creating a silhouette bursting with youthful vitality amidst the dappled shadows of the trees. She inhaled deeply, filling her lungs with the sweet essence of river water and the verdant scent of grass. Unable to resist, she twirled lightly on the spot, her hair dancing in the breeze, her face aglow with the joy of liberation. Chu Yan, meanwhile, hastily shed the cumbersome protective suit, the metallic components clinking with a crystalline sound. With the heavy burden lifted, he exhaled a long breath, easing the tension in his sore shoulders and neck. Then, with deft movements, he unlatched the back compartment and rummaged through it, retrieving several packs of compressed biscuits, a few bars of chocolate, several bottles of mineral water, and 2 hefty cans of meat, which he placed in a relatively clean patch of ground beside the vehicle. Eat, he instructed, handing some chocolate, a biscuit, and a can of meat to Xia Jiyu, while he tore open another biscuit, washing it down with the cold mineral water, chewing vigorously. Dun nimbly leapt from the vehicle, meowing at Chu Yan's feet. Skillfully, he pried open a can of meat, pouring half onto a clean piece of wrapping paper, where Dun immediately began to feast. The sensation of hunger consumed all their senses. Xia Jiyu, disregarding her image, mimicked Chu Yan, taking small but rapid bites of biscuit paired with water. The greasy, savory flavor of the luncheon meat exploded in her mouth, presenting an unparalleled delicacy at that moment. The trio, a girl, a boy, and a cat, sat by the tranquil riverbank, the only sounds being the crunching of food, the swallowing of bites, and Dun-Dun's contented purring. Like a tempest, they devoured their meal, with their stomachs now content, warmth spread through their bodies. Xia Jiyu sighed in satisfaction, stealing a glance at Chu Yan, who was tilting his head back to drink water, the taut line of his jaw exuding a sharp, chiseled elegance. A peculiar sense of tranquility enveloped her, as if the outside world, a realm of voraciousness, had momentarily receded. However, Chu Yan's voice, as frigid as the river water, extinguished that fleeting ease. This meal counts against that half bottle of water you had. He tightened the cap on the mineral water bottle, his gaze fixed on Xia Jiyu's frozen expression. From now on, no meal could be consumed for free. In this apocalyptic world, everyone must hold their worth. To survive, one must prove their value for the rations. The smile on Xia Jiyu's face faltered, her bright eyes quickly misting over, only to be stubbornly held back. So, that was how it was. The earlier lightness and warmth evaporated without a trace. She lowered her gaze to the half-eaten biscuit in her hand, her long eyelashes casting shadows over the tumultuous emotions beneath. Was it grievance? Disappointment? Or the awakening from shattered illusion? Silently, she stuffed the remainder of the biscuit into her mouth, chewing with fervor, as if battling some unseen force. She said nothing, picking up the soiled protective suit that Chu Yan had discarded, trudging to the riverbank and kneeling by the water's edge, beginning to scrub it vigorously. The river water was icy cold. A mix of grievance and bitterness lodged in her throat, yet she bit her lip, remaining silent. Chu Yan observed her from the rocky shore, her knitted sweater sleeves dampening, clinging to her slender arms, accentuating their graceful lines. As she bent to scrub, the curve of her back extended elegantly, tightening at her waist, her jeans sculpting a robust, rounded silhouette that showcased the vitality and resilience of youth. He did not intervene. He simply approached the river, squatting beside her to wash the blood and dirt from his hands and face. There's a certain probability that the river water was contaminated. It cannot be consumed without purification and should never touch an open wound. As he scrubbed the grime from his arms, he spoke, his tone still devoid of warmth. Even if filtered through a purifier, it must be boiled before consumption. That is an ironclad rule. Xiaojiyu's movements hesitated for a moment, responding with a subdued as she scrubbed even harder at the stubborn stains on the suit. Water splashed on her fair wrist. Once finished, Chu Yan casually hung the protective suit on a nearby branch to dry. He then sought out the softest patch of grass. Shedding his shirt as he beckoned to Xiaojiyu. "What are you waiting for? Soak up the sun, come lie down with me." "Ah, right here." Xiaojiyu's face flushed crimson, even her neck taking on a rosy hue. She cast a frantic glance around, the barren shrubs offering no real cover, while the abandoned skeletal structures across the river seemed to possess countless prying eyes. Even the wind carried an air of intrusion. "What else? Hurry up." Chu Yan had already settled back into the soft grass, his tone urging like a whip against her heart. "Can't we wait until evening?" The girl's voice was barely above a whisper, tears welling in her eyes. She lay rigidly, her back pressed against the unyielding pebbles, too ashamed to move, letting the feeling of humiliation creep up her spine, nearly forcing tears to spill. "When will the sun be out at night?" Xiaojiyu dared not speak further. The soft rustle of fabric beside her made her eyes flutter shut, her lashes trembling like the wings of a startled butterfly. Even her breathing became delicate, awaiting that moment that both terrified and bewildered her. Chapter 58. The Value of Talent. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated touch never arrived. Instead, a rhythmic snoring filled her ears. Gathering her courage, Xiaojiyu opened her eyes, hesitantly turning her head, only to find Chu Yan deeply asleep. His bare chest rising and falling with each breath, sunlight dancing across his collarbone, even the stray hairs on his forehead glowing warmly. So it truly was just sunbathing. Xiaojiyu released a long-held breath, her tense body relaxing, as tears rolled helplessly into the grass. The river breeze, laden with moisture, caressed her cheeks, transforming the once blinding sunlight into a gentle embrace, while the little birds in the branches resumed their cheerful chirping. Dun-Dun, tasked with vigilance, was busy digging in the shade of a nearby tree, its tail stirring up tiny clouds of dust. She gently closed her eyes, warmth seeping into her skin, bringing with it a near-tingling sense of comfort. Uncertain of how long she had been lying there, she was suddenly jolted awake by Chu Yan turning over, glancing at his watch. "For hours, that's enough. You can't stay too long on your first time." He swiftly donned his shirt, then put on the protective suit that had been hanging on the branch, piece by piece. This Kevlar-grade suit had excellent waterproof properties. After being washed and dried in the sun, it was now completely dry. "First time?" Xiaojiyu quickly sprang up. An awkward expression crossed her face. Chu Yan chuckled. "Are you hungry?" Xiaojiyu nodded shyly, as if it were far from mealtime. "No worries, I'm hungry too. This meal will go on the tab." During this meal, Xiaojiyu felt particularly ravenous, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum, as she indulged heartily in chocolate, compressed biscuits, canned meat, and multivitamins. She even consumed several cans of protein powder that Chu Yan offered, mixed with mineral water. After their rest, Chu Yan returned to the pickup truck, pulling out an A4 sheet inscribed with 18th floor, Guanmao building, Tian's home in South City. He added another line below, Shiji San Cafe. He glanced back at the city of Tanzhou, silently vowing, "Wait for me, I will return. Watch how I unveil your secrets. See how I shatter the sky." The engine roared to life, the pickup truck crunching through a carpet of dry twigs and leaves as it resumed its journey down the dilapidated old national road. The afternoon sun began to tilt westward, no longer glaring, but lazily spilling warmth onto the road. On either side, resilient little grasses pushed through the cracks in the asphalt, sprouting tender green shoots, intermingling with the withered leaves, casting a mottled shadow beneath the long tree line. A faint, refreshing scent of disturbed earth lingered in the air, cool and inviting. Having driven for less than 10 minutes, the road ahead abruptly ended, splitting into two diverging paths. The asphalt road is riddled with cracks, and the sun casts small patches of light upon the puddles formed by the rain of days gone by. The greenery on either side is a chaotic mess. The trimmed shrubs that once formed a neat hedge have long since been trampled and torn apart, their branches pointing haphazardly towards the sky. The road seems to vanish into the silhouettes of buildings and distant mountains. Both paths appear similar, dilapidated and silent, stretching towards an unknown horizon. Chu Yan halts the vehicle, retrieves his phone, and powers it on, the screen flickering weakly to life. He swiftly opens the offline map application, zooming in for a closer look. His brow furrows as he examines the screen. Both routes, according to the map, can lead to the western outskirts of Tanzhou, but the conditions remain unclear, and the distances are nearly identical. Which one to choose? He inquires without lifting his gaze, his finger poised on the map. Xiaojiu leans in, her expression bewildered, scrutinizing the intricate maze of lines and place names on the small screen. Ah, I don't know, she stammers, a hint of panic in her voice, feeling as if she were a useless fool. Chu Yan raises his head to look at her. What about your intuition? Don't you possess that inexplicable feeling? Xiaojiu fumbles that feeling, it's not always there. Her voice drops. Sometimes a vague thought might suddenly surface. But it's so indistinct that I can't grasp it, and I can't predict when it will come. Chu Yan silently observes her flustered demeanor. The flicker of expectation sparked by her unique gift quickly extinguishing. He emits a barely audible sigh, realizing that it is not an extraordinary talent, but merely a capricious sensation. Its value seems to have diminished. With an impassive expression, he shuts off his phone and meticulously rewraps it in aluminum foil. It appears unnecessary to keep her with him for long. She must learn to fend for herself. With a deft turn of the steering wheel, Chu Yan veers onto the left road. The map indicates 2 more gas station icons on the left and on the right. At this moment, the diesel gauge of the pickup truck has plunged into the red zone. He needs to refuel urgently. From now on, I must find time to bask in the sun for 2 to 3 hours daily, Chu Yan states, his gaze fixed ahead. The brief respite by the river seems to have revitalized the faint warmth within him. This practice must be maintained. Xiaojiu, gently stroking the pudgy cat resting on her lap, is taken aback by his words. Huh? For that long? Then, I need to apply sunscreen. I forgot to put it on earlier, she mutters softly, her fingers instinctively brushing against her sunburned cheeks. No. Chu Yan's voice is resolute, as unyielding as stone. Xiaojiu's eyes glisten with unshed tears, her voice tinged with a sense of injustice. If I don't apply sunscreen, I'll get tanned. Tanned? Chu Yan scoffs. Becoming a zombie is far worse than that. You'll be completely blackened and rotting. Xiaojiu is silenced, her tears welling in her eyes, which she bravely holds back. She lowers her head, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the fur of the pudgy cat, which meows in discontent and flicks its tail. Outside the car window, withered yellow grass rushes by, and the distant mountains remain mute. The pickup truck travels along the old national highway, with fields gradually replaced by sparse villages and abandoned factories. The first gas station icon appears on the horizon. Just as hope begins to rise, it is extinguished by the sight before them. The gas station is engulfed in thick smoke, flames raging fiercely, with several charred car skeletons blocking the entrance, the blackened traces extending to a nearby small shop. The air is thick with the acrid scent of burning and a faint whiff of barbecue, inducing nausea. Scattered nearby are several indistinguishable charred corpses. Chu Yan merely glances before pressing the accelerator, the pickup truck speeding past without hesitation. Half an hour later, the second gas station stands lonely at a fork in the road. There is no fire, yet sends a chill down the spine. A dozen desolate figures wander stiffly between the fuel pumps, their guttural growls mingling with the overpowering stench of decay and gasoline. Chu Yan slows the vehicle, allowing it to glide closer, hoping for a chance. Suddenly, from the edge of the horde, a particularly tall figure violently shoves its way through its kin, moving with a strange coordination despite its stiffness, charging directly towards the pickup truck. Its grayish-green skin resembles mold, and its bloodshot eyes, with 2 dark red points akin to glowing embers, fixate intently on the driver's cabin. A growl rolls from its throat, low and viscous, overpowering the cacophony of the undead. Gray-green skin, dark red eyes, its speed nearly matching that of an ordinary person, its short distance sprint akin to that of an athlete. Chu Yan gasps softly. It's a level 3 zombie. How can there be a level 3 zombie now? First, the neighbor sisterly S corpse mutated ahead of time. And now a level 3 zombie appears prematurely. What on earth has transpired? A cold sweat breaks out on Chu Yan's brow. There's no time to ponder. Being ensnared by this creature would spell disaster. Level 3 zombies possess the intelligence of a 3 or 4-year-old child and can command other zombies to surround their prey. Chapter 59, Blood Trail and Oil Tracks. Hold on tight. The low growl synchronized with the flooring of the accelerator, the diesel engine erupting in a roar reminiscent of a cornered beast, the heavy pickup lunging forward. Xiaojiu is pressed firmly against her seat, the scenery outside blurring in an instant. The tires screech against the pavement, narrowly avoiding a lunging ordinary zombie. In the rearview mirror, the gray-green level 3 zombie is on the move. Unlike ordinary zombies that howl and chase in a straight line, it crouches low, its limbs on the ground, resembling a beast that has spotted its prey, exploding forth with astonishing speed. The gray-green figure rapidly enlarges in the mirror, moving so swiftly that it leaves an afterimage. In just a few bounds, it closes the distance of several dozen meters. A filthy, claw-like hand, covered in grimy, hardened skin, swipes viciously at the steel guardrail of the pickup's bed, producing a deafening screech that sends shivers down the spine as sparks fly. It's chasing us. Xiaojiu's voice quivers into fragments. Silence. Chu Yan grits his teeth, gripping the steering wheel with all his might, flooring the accelerator to its limit. This old diesel vehicle accelerates slowly, the body jolting violently as the speedometer's needle struggles to rise. 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds to hold on. The level 3 zombie will exhaust itself after a short sprint. As expected, the gray-green figure halts in the middle of the road, unleashing a howl filled with frustration directed at the retreating pickup, shaking the branches and leaves of the dead trees along the roadside. Chu Yan exhales in relief. The pickup, now at its maximum speed, careens down the dilapidated national highway for several hundred meters before rounding a bend and preparing to decelerate. Yet, before he has the chance to relax, a new threat emerges ahead. A sturdy old tree lies across the road, its branches entangled into an insurmountable barrier. Damn it, such a rudimentary trap. Had it not been for the chaos caused by that level 3 zombie, he would have detected it in time. The pickup swerves violently amidst the ear-piercing screech of brakes and tires grinding against the asphalt, coming to a precarious halt with its back still skewed. Suddenly, a rusty old van, caked in mud, bursts forth from behind the wall of an abandoned farmhouse, colliding violently into the steel guardrail at the rear of the pickup. The tremendous force causes both vehicles to jolt violently, the metallic groan of twisted metal piercing the air. The pickup is pushed sideways several meters, its front completely wedged between the tree trunk and the van, leaving it trapped and immobile. Chu Yan's head strikes the steering wheel, and stars fill his vision. Damn! These thieving scoundrels have timed this perfectly. It seems this isn't their first attempt. The van door swings open with a loud bang, and 3 men leap out. Leading them is a burly, bald man with a face full of flesh, clad in a filthy leather jacket, wielding a makeshift double-barreled shotgun. Behind him trailed 2 lean accomplices, one sporting slanted eyes and the other missing half an ear, each brandishing a makeshift shotgun. The 3 dark muzzles of the weapons were firmly aimed through the windshield at Chu Yan in the driver's seat and Xiaojiu in the passenger seat. "Get out! Hands on your head! Get the hell out!" bellowed the bald, burly man, his voice a grating roar that seemed capable of spitting saliva through the glass. He grinned widely, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his gaze slicing through Chu Yan and Xiaojiu like a knife, lingering particularly on Xiaojiu, whose chest rose and fell slightly in fear. Chu Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the surging bloodlust and murderous intent. He gestured for Xiaojiu to remain still, slowly pushed open the car door, and stepped out with his hands raised. Were it not for Xiaojiu's presence, he could have attempted to counterattack the moment he exited the vehicle. Now, all he could do was assess the situation as it unfolded. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the icy barrel of a gun pressed against his lower back and forehead, the cold metal and the acrid scent of gunpowder unmistakable against his skin. "Brother, your hands are quick. I almost let you slip away," the bald man remarked, eyeing Chu Yan up and down, taking in his scuffed protective gear and the ragged cloak that concealed his back. He chuckled, his tone infused with a rough camaraderie. "They call me Boss Wu around here. This world is chaotic, and it's tough for a lone wolf. You seem like a tough one yourself. How about it? Bring this little lady along and join us for some fun, food, drink, and merriment." He gestured greedily towards Xiaojiu. Chu Yan replied in a toneless voice, devoid of emotion, "Thank you for your kind offer, Boss Wu. We have urgent matters to attend to and won't trouble you any further." He subtly shifted his body to block Wu's view of Xiaojiu. The forced smile on Boss Wu's face vanished in an instant. His slanted eyes narrowed as he pressed the gun's muzzle firmly against Chu Yan's temple. "In a hurry to leave? Running low on fuel, are we?" He pointed his chin toward the truck bed. "There's plenty in there, right? Share a bit, and we can be friends. We have fuel, genuine diesel. A fair trade." After a moment of silence, Chu Yan surveyed the positions of the 3 men and the crude yet deadly shotguns they wielded, particularly noting that Wu's double-barreled shotgun was already cocked. He spoke slowly. "Boss Wu, your generosity is noted. We can exchange some supplies for a bit of diesel." "Half." Boss Wu extended his stubby finger, gesturing emphatically. "Half of what you have for a barrel of diesel. Fair trade, so let's be quick about it." He signaled his 2 henchmen. The one with slanted eyes and the one missing an ear stepped forward, guns trained on Chu Yan, indicating he should open the truck bed. Chu Yan understood that this was blatant robbery, but he had no other choice. The 3 shotguns, especially Wu's double barrel, could easily turn him and Xiaojiu into a sieve at this range. He gritted his teeth and walked to the rear of the vehicle, opening the lock on the truck bed under the watchful eyes of their guns and pulling back the heavy tarp. A mountain of compressed biscuit boxes, bags of instant noodles, barrels of water, and neatly stacked cans of meat were revealed. The eyes of the 3 bandits widened in greed, heavy breaths escaping their lips. "Damn, a fat sheep." The one with slanted eyes licked his cracked lips, voice hoarse. Move it. Hurry up. Boss Wu growled excitedly. Chu Yan silently began unloading boxes of biscuits, bags of noodles, and barrels of water being moved to the roadside. Xia Zhiyu was roughly yanked from the passenger seat by the one with half an ear, shoved aside. Trembling in fear, her face pale, she tightly hugged her arms, looking helplessly at Chu Yan. Hey there, the one with half an ear whistled, the barrel of his gun lewdly pointing towards Xia Zhiyu. Boss, this little lady is quite the looker. Just look at that figure. The one with slanted eyes grinned foolishly. She's a gem, much better than those in a beauty salon. Just eating and drinking isn't enough fun, this girl. He nudged Boss Wu with a wink. Boss Wu, pleased, patted a box of biscuits, his gaze now fixated on Xia Zhiyu like a venomous snake, appraising her youthful, taut form, those long legs encased in denim, and a delicate waist that trembled slightly in fear. He smacked his lips, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. Little brother, there's quite a bit here, he said, stepping toward Chu Yan, the gun nearly poking his nose. But this much for a barrel of oil seems a bit unfair. He shifted his gaze to the cowering Xia Zhiyu. How about this? Let me borrow your little lady for a bit of fun in exchange for a barrel of oil. What do you say? Fair enough. I promise to leave you breathing. Chapter 60, The Three Thieves. Ha, the boss is brilliant. The one with half an ear immediately leered, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Xia Zhiyu. This little lady is soft and delicate. You can tell she's a thrill. Exactly. What future can you have following this coward? The one with slanted eyes chimed in, lewdly whistling at Xia Zhiyu. Stick with Boss Wu, and you'll have all the food and drink you want, plus plenty of fun at night. Xia Zhiyu, sheltered in her ivory tower, had never encountered such vile language. Her body shook violently, tears finally breaking free and cascading down her pale cheeks. She bit her lip fiercely, stifling her cries, her tear-filled eyes reflecting despair and the last flicker of hope as they turned to Chu Yan. Chu Yan, however, responded with a casual smirk. You think I can trade a girl I've had for a barrel of oil? Now that's a bargain. Does Boss Wu keep his word? As he spoke, he casually took half a step forward, his body slightly angling towards Xia Zhiyu. Huh, now that's straightforward. Boss Wu laughed heartily, signaling his two henchmen with satisfaction, as if the prey was already caught. When I say something, it's as good as done. Brothers, go check the goods. Laughter erupted, filled with cruel derision. Did you hear that? Your man sold you out. They jeered. Coward. Softy. Following him. You won't even get the warm leftovers. The one with slanted eyes spat, almost poking his gun into Chu Yan's nose. Continue unloading. Little lady, come over here. The one with half an ear eagerly reached for Xia Zhiyu's slender arm. In despair, Xia Zhiyu closed her eyes. Just as his fingers were about to touch her, thud, thud, Chu Yan suddenly pointed behind the three, his voice filled with panic. Wolf. There's a wolf. What? Boss Wu and the one with slanted eyes spun around in shock. A flash of orange fur erupted from beneath the pickup truck, a furious growl tearing through the air as a wolf lunged, its target the one with half an ear, whose attention had briefly wavered. The wolf is here. Chu Yan shouted that. The three men were startled, scrambling to evade. In that fleeting moment of chaos, Chu Yan's body, like a taut bowstring suddenly released, surged forward with ghostly speed. His right hand swiped behind his back, the cold manganese steel dagger transforming into a streak of chilling light, aimed directly at Boss Wu's throat. No frills, just the pure, killing technique honed from 20 years of combat experience. Boss Wu, realizing too late, turned in horror, only to feel a chilling sensation at his neck. The world spun and rose around him. The last thing he saw was his own headless body collapsing in a spray of crimson. His severed head soared high, tracing a blinding parabola through the air before crashing down onto a fallen tree trunk, rolling into the dust, frozen in a final expression of shock. A fountain of blood erupted 2 meters high, warm and sweet with the scent of iron. Half an ear was startled by Dun Dun, recklessly firing a shot into the ground. A thunderous crack resonated, steel pellets flew in all directions, and dust swirled into the air. Yet, Dun Dun had long since vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing the grim demise of Big Wu, a wave of horror washed over him. Chu Yan, with his left hand, had already unsheathed the steel spear from his back. Seizing the moment of half an ear's panic, he pivoted, twisting his waist, his arm muscles bulging like iron. The spear transformed into a streak of gray lightning, hurtling towards him with deadly precision. A sickening thud echoed as the spear pierced through half an ear's chest, accompanied by the grotesque sound of flesh tearing. The force of the blow was so tremendous that it lifted him off the ground, pinning him violently against a camphor tree as the spearhead embedded deeply into the trunk. Vibrating with a menacing hum, half an ear dangled from the spear, his limbs convulsing, blood gushing from his mouth and nose as he succumbed to immediate death. The camphor tree trembled violently, shedding a cascade of withered leaves. In a swift, brutal moment, 2 lives were extinguished. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air. The remaining triangular-eyed man was utterly paralyzed by the sheer brutality of the scene. His hand trembled like a leaf in the wind, the color draining from his face as he staggered backward, the gun barrel aimlessly pointing at Chu Yan, who was drenched in blood, resembling a deity of death. Don't come any closer. The triangular-eyed man's voice cracked, a desperate plea laced with fear. You can go, just go. I don't want anything. The oil is yours. Let me go. I beg you. His words tumbled out incoherently as he collided with the Van S door, retreating to a point of no return, his eyes wide with sheer terror. Chu Yan's gaze remained icy. To let him go would mean inviting endless trouble. Who could tell if he had accomplices? He could not allow him to reach the vehicle. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan, ignoring the fatigue from the 2 intense kills, surged forward. Instead of a straightforward sprint, he zigzagged unpredictably, closing in at a rapid pace, each step calculated to exploit the opponent's fraying resolve. The triangular-eyed man, driven to madness by the pressure, pulled the trigger. Boom! The deafening gunshot unleashed a torrent of scorching iron pellets, raining down like a storm. In a split second, the muzzle flared. Chu Yan twisted his body at an extreme angle, throwing himself to the side to evade the oncoming barrage. However, the proximity was too close. A jarring impact struck his left shoulder, akin to a searing iron brand. The excruciating pain momentarily clouded his vision. The outer layer of his Kevlar protective suit tore, the inner fibers ensnaring the iron pellets and most of the steel balls, yet the terrifying force still penetrated, leaving his shoulder blade feeling as though it had shattered. A few stray pellets found their mark, piercing through the vulnerable spots, causing blood to instantly soak through his torn clothing. The agony ignited a ferocity deep within Chu Yan. Leveraging the momentum from his fall, he rolled onto his feet like a wounded beast, disregarding the pain as he lunged toward the triangular-eyed man. The manganese steel knife sliced through the air with a chilling whistle, carving a lethal arc. In a flash, the arm still gripping the gun was severed at the shoulder, a spray of crimson erupting forth. The shotgun clattered to the ground. The triangular-eyed man emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, blood gushing from the stump of his arm, the dual torment of agony and terror rendering him utterly limp, trembling as he gasped. Don't kill me. I know a great secret, the bullhead cave. Chu Yan's eyes burned with fury, his strength nearly depleted, and the pain had dulled his blade's edge. Yet, he did not falter. In a life-or-death struggle, he could not afford mercy. Who could say if that so-called secret was merely a stalling tactic? He could not show leniency to his enemy. This was an ironclad rule of survival in the apocalypse. With a final surge, he lunged, channeling every last ounce of strength into his right arm, pressing down the knife's blade against the exposed neck of the triangular-eyed man with the weight and force of his entire body. Dare to touch my woman, he thundered, the blade sinking into flesh, severing the windpipe, and breaking the vertebrae. The expression of sheer horror froze on the triangular-eyed man's face. The last half-formed words eternally trapped in his throat. His head lolled to one side as blood erupted from the gaping wound, splattering Chu Yan in crimson. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground. Chu Yan leaned on his knife, kneeling in the pool of blood, gasping for breath as sweat mingled with blood trickled down his brow. This close-quarters combat hinged upon shattering the opponent's will to resist. Had he encountered a true desperado from the wasteland of his past life, it would have resulted in mutual destruction. Silence fell, leaving only heavy breaths and the sound of dripping blood. Yan Yi, Xia Zhiyu cried out as she rushed over, her gaze locking onto the blood-soaked figure of Chu Yan, her hands trembling uncontrollably. I want to die. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, pushing her away. Move the supplies. The oil. He struggled to stand, staggering toward the off-road vehicle. Xia Zhiyu wiped away her tears with determination, surveying the corpse lying in the blood-soaked earth and Chu Yan's bloodied silhouette, a newfound resilience igniting within her. No longer weeping, she turned and dashed toward the scattered supply crates, gritting her teeth as she pulled with all her might. Chu Yan flung open the back door of the off-road vehicle, discovering what he sought, 2 30-liter barrels filled with diesel. The greatest surprise lay in the corner, a green manual piston oil pump, complete with a filter and hose. This vintage tool, simple and reliable, contained no electronic components and could function in the post-apocalyptic era. In the future, he could swiftly siphon fuel from other diesel vehicles. This was a treasure for replenishing diesel in the apocalypse. Excellent. Chu Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly lifted it, along with the 2 barrels of diesel, into the vehicle. He also scavenged 3 shotguns, though regrettably only 5 rounds of homemade shotgun shells remained. Better than nothing, he thought. Xiaojiu had already returned with the supplies to the pickup truck. Despite the excruciating pain, Chu Yan and she worked together to clear the obstructing tree trunk, creating a passageway. "Get in the car," Chu Yan barked, the distant sounds of the approaching horde echoing ominously. The pickup truck surged through the gap, escaping the scene of carnage. The setting sun bled into the desolate road. The vehicle jostled along the path, traveling 7 or 8 kilometers before Chu Yan veered onto a narrow, overgrown trail. After more than 10 minutes, they came across a mud brick farmhouse with its door wide open. Dun was the first to dart inside, quickly returning with a meow to signal safety. Chu Yan parked the vehicle in front of the house, inspecting the surroundings. The earthen walls were mottled, most of the window glass shattered, and the interior was stark and empty, with valuables long taken by fleeing owners, leaving only a few crude ceramic bowls. Behind the house, an old well still held clear water. In the apocalypse, this was a rare refuge. Chu Yan released a sigh of relief. He retrieved the makeshift medical kit he had procured from the pharmacy, along with some alcohol, and then removed his blood-stained protective suit. The shirt, now dark brown with dried blood, was torn away with a swift motion, the fabric ripping against the scabs, exposing the wound on his left shoulder. A few rusted steel pellets were embedded in the flesh, the surrounding skin swollen and shiny, with bruises of purple and blue spreading from the collarbone toward the neck. Xiaojiu helped him pour the cold alcohol over the wound. The sharp pain made Chu Yan's back tighten like iron. She bit her lip, stifling her cries, though tears glistened in her eyelashes. With trembling hands, she used tweezers to extract the 2 steel pellets. Each drop of blood that fell on her hand felt like fire. She squeezed out some mu-puricin ointment, clumsily applying it to the wound, the sterile gauze slipping from her fingers 3 times before she managed to hold it in place. The bandaging was as awkward as learning to tie shoelaces for the first time, yet her gaze never strayed from the injury, oblivious to the tears that fell onto her hand. Chu Yan sighed softly, reflecting on how things could go awry so unexpectedly. The individual, who has spent many years navigating the wilderness, was nearly ensnared by a sudden ambush from a level 3 zombie, only to be further attacked by a band of opportunistic thieves. In his previous life's understanding, level 3 zombies were not expected to emerge until at least 3 months had passed. Yet, the catastrophe had only unfolded a week ago. What unprecedented calamity could have precipitated such a drastic anomaly? Regrettably, he was in a hurry and, given his current limited strength, could not contend with a level 3 zombie. Returning to the gas station would be tantamount to courting death. Otherwise, he would have certainly investigated further. Thus, he would have to wait until the journey back. Fortunately, the homemade shotgun, crafted from iron sand, steel balls, and black powder, while possessing a wide range at close quarters, delivered relatively minor force. The titanium alloy and Kevlar fibers had absorbed most of its lethality, leaving only superficial wounds from a few steel balls that had penetrated weak points, insufficient to damage bones. Merely flesh wounds. After evolving to the first stage, his metabolism had accelerated, allowing old scars to fade and skin injuries to heal more rapidly. With his body now evolved to the first stage, as long as he refrained from exertion over the next few days, he would recover from these injuries. The searing pain in his shoulder persisted, and as Chu Yan turned his head, he caught a glimpse of Xiaojiu hastily wiping away tears from her cheeks, her tweezers trembling in midair. Alas, time was still short, and her loyalty remained to be tested. He contemplated that once her loyalty was confirmed, he must quickly arm her. He still had 2 92-style pistols and 35 rounds of ammunition to allow her some practice, ensuring she had at least a modicum of self-defense in close quarters. The next time a gun was pointed at his head, he could not afford to have only a burden beside him, someone needing protection. As he gazed at her, Xiaojiu could no longer contain herself, crying like a fragile flower. "Thank you for saving me." Chu Yan abruptly interrupted her. "Incorrect. I would have acted regardless of you." He paused for a moment before continuing. Those people would not have left any witnesses upon seeing what was in the truck bed. He turned his gaze to the window where the sun was sinking, leaving a trace of dark crimson on the horizon. The image of Lu Tingyun sprinting down the street flashed before him once more, solitary and resolute. Perhaps, in an era of peace, she truly would have been more suited for Hu Jie, especially as she had chosen to lead the zombies away in the opposite direction of Hu Jie's escape. Loyalty was a luxury in the apocalypse, while betrayal never came at a discount. He stared at the last sliver of crimson, his voice cold, when faced with true danger. "The first to be abandoned will be you." He regarded the astonished girl, speaking with an unruffled demeanor. "What are you staring at? Go boil some hot water." After a brief pause, he added, "My hand is injured and immobile. You will bathe me." The warm water flowed over his skin, washing away blood and dirt, seemingly dissolving the exhaustion that had accumulated over 20 years. Xiaojiu, her cheeks flushed, awkwardly yet diligently scrubbed his entire body, attempting to avoid his wounds. Chu Yan leaned against the rough wall of the wooden tub, exhaling deeply. For the first time in 20 years since the catastrophe, he felt like a human again, rather than a taut bowstring or a frantic beast. The water temperature was just right, soothing his aching muscles and the injury on his shoulder. Taking advantage of the remaining twilight, Chu Yan resolved to fill the diesel tank completely and thoroughly inventory the supplies in the truck bed. Xia Zhiyu followed silently behind, her blush still evident. The pickup truck sat quietly in front of the mud house. Chu Yan opened the fuel tank, and Xia Zhiyu instinctively assisted in lifting the barrel of diesel that had just been confiscated from the off-road vehicle. He picked up the manual piston oil pump, inserting the suction hose into the barrel and aiming the discharge pipe at the fuel tank opening. Operating with one hand, he pressed down on the piston repeatedly, the diesel being extracted clearly and then poured into the tank. The oil pump emitted a faint puffing sound, audible in the dimming dusk. Xia Zhiyu watched quietly from the side, striving to memorize each step. Once the diesel tank was full, Chu Yan secured the cap. Xia Zhiyu's gaze shifted to the truck bed, which was now brimming with supplies. Her eyes lit up with wonder and excitement. So many things, she exclaimed softly, her tone betraying her evident joy. It seemed that organizing supplies held an innate allure for women from any background. Chapter 62. War Meals on the Unknown Road. Perfect. You count, and I'll record, Chu Yan said, pulling out a small notebook and a pen. Xia Zhiyu immediately perked up, carefully climbing onto the edge of the truck bed, counting each item as she meticulously noted them down, her excitement reminiscent of discovering hidden treasures. The food was neatly categorized: 49 boxes of 90-style replica compressed rations, 23 boxes of Mei Lin luncheon meat, and 30 bottles of honey. Additionally, there were 42 boxes of mineral water contributed by Fatty Kai, 5 bags of 5-pound rice, 6 bags of 3-pound flour, 15 packs of ham sausages, 20 bags of salt-baked chicken legs and phoenix claws, along with 25 packs of chocolates and colorful candies. In one corner, there are 8 boxes of various brands of liquor, including a box of Mao Tai. Chu Yan suspected it was Manager Kai's personal stash. The bulk of the supplies consisted of survival gear: 79 rods of 15-meter long HRB 500E rebar, a heavy Seville SW300 ACY diesel generator, and 2 barrels of diesel. Tools were piled together: an angle grinder, a cutting machine, a handheld welding gun, a simple toolbox brought from home, a hand-crank grinding machine gifted by old Zhang, and the recently confiscated manual piston oil pump. Additionally, there were 4 MSAR Guardian outdoor water purifiers. Several large boxes contained daily necessities: bleach, drain cleaner, alcohol, strong adhesive, mosquito coils, batteries, flashlights, candles, and steel wire. There were also 50 magnesium fire starter rods, 5 spools of number 8 fishing line, 10 spools of regular fishing line, 13 mechanical alarm clocks, a pack of glow sticks, and 22 large animal traps. In the present circumstances, all of these had become essential survival equipment. As for weapons, aside from the 80-pound Ventum Pro compound bow, manganese steel knife, and the bloodstained steel spear that Chu Yan carried, there were 3 spare spears, a set of pneumatic nail guns, 2 92-style handguns, and 3 homemade shotguns. Originally, there had been 5 spears, one of which, adorned with colorful spots, had been given to the child. Now only 4 remained, of which 2 had spearheads marked with intertwining blue and purple spots, and Chu Yan was determined to guard these 2 carefully. In assessing the ammunition, there were 50 ordinary hunting arrows for the compound bow, 44 tungsten carbon steel heavy arrows remaining from the original 50, as he had managed to recover some after each use, but 6 had been expended, along with 35 rounds for the handguns and 5 for the shotguns. The power source for the pneumatic nail gun, the fire extinguisher canisters, had yielded 4 from the corridors of Bickwey Garden, along with 3 packs containing about 200 sharpened cement nails, which could be partially recovered. Communication devices included 4 walkie-talkies. In terms of energy, there were 3 sets of solar panels damaged in the electromagnetic pulse, along with 3 200 lithium iron phosphate batteries. A separate box contained the old clothes and a thick quilt that Chu Yan had brought from home. In the early spring nights of the South, when the cold could pierce through, this quilt was indispensable. There were also 3 unopened sets of Kevlar-grade enhanced protective suits. Chu Yan picked one up and handed it to Xia Zhiyu. Try this on. The helmet is too heavy and obstructs your vision, were it only in emergencies. Xia Zhiyu immediately accepted it, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. Awkwardly yet earnestly, she donned the slightly heavy protective suit and zipped it up. Her once youthful and vibrant form was largely concealed, revealing only a delicate face tinged with novelty and nervousness. She moved her limbs, feeling somewhat restricted, yet grounded. Learn how to use this. Chu Yan handed her the gas nail gun, briefly explaining how to load the cement nails, connect the fire extinguisher canister, aim, and fire. Xia Zhiyu attempted a shot at the earthen wall not far away. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted in the tranquil evening, the recoil causing her shoulder to jolt, the cement nail embedding itself deeply into the wall. The immense noise made Xia Zhiyu's face pale momentarily, and she instinctively covered her ears. Chu Yan immediately intervened. Enough. The sound is too loud. He pointed to the fire extinguisher canister. One canister can only fire about 20 shots. We cannot afford to waste it. He hesitated to let her try again, fearing unnecessary trouble might arise. Next came the spear training. Chu Yan handed her a plain spear and demonstrated the fundamental thrusting technique. Feet positioned apart, center of gravity lowered, strength emanating from the waist and legs, arms extending forward. Xia Zhiyu practiced earnestly, gripping the spear tightly, thrusting toward a small tree with a wrist-thick trunk. Ha! Ha! She uttered short, encouraging shouts, her ponytail bobbing with each movement, exuding a tenacity amidst her awkwardness. Soon, sweat began to dampen her forehead. Chu Yan did not linger, turning to carefully secure the tarp over the back of the pickup truck and locking it tight. He circled the earthen house, setting up 2 layers of simple tripwire alarms with ordinary fishing line along critical pathways and beneath the windows, connecting them to empty cans inside the house. He also discreetly placed several large animal traps in hidden corners and entrances. Such caution was a habit ingrained from 20 years of surviving in a post-apocalyptic world. One could never be too careful. He then retrieved a hand-cranked grinder. After a day of continuous battles, both the manganese steel blade and spear tip had dulled. He meticulously sharpened them with the grinder, ensuring they were in optimal condition for the next encounter. As darkness fell, the two prepared white rice using the wood-burning stove in the house. Just as the water reached a rolling boil, Chu Yan casually sprinkled the rice into the pot, his knuckle inadvertently tapping the edge to gauge the water level. The can of meat opened with a satisfying hiss as it slid into the boiling pot, releasing a rich aroma of meat. He casually picked a handful of frostbitten mustard greens from behind the house, carefully stripping away the tougher outer stalks and washing them. However, he did not rush to add them to the pot. Instead, he waited for the broth to reach a delicate point just before thickening, then swiftly slid the tender tips of the greens into the simmering liquid, giving his wrist a gentle twist to coat the leaves in the hot broth. In just a few seconds, the vibrant green turned tender yet remained crisp, perfectly offsetting the richness of the meat broth. The series of actions flowed effortlessly yet precisely. Xia Zhiyu watched in awe, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yengu, could it be that you are a chef? A chef? Chu Yan found it amusing, having never had any connection to culinary arts in his 2 lifetimes. Inside the small earthen house, a makeshift oil lamp made from a cloth wick soaked in diesel and a mineral water bottle cast a flickering golden glow. They sat at the small wooden table by the stove, 2 steaming bowls of white rice before them, with a pot of glistening meat and mustard green soup in the center. The rising steam blurred Xia Zhiyu's delicate features and softened the usual hardness between Chu Yan's brows. From the back of the truck, Chu Yan retrieved a bottle of Maotai liquor, twisting off the cap, and an aromatic richness immediately filled the air, entwining with the sense of their meal. He poured 2 cups, tilting his head back to drink one in a single gulp. The spicy liquor slid down his throat, bringing a warm sensation that spread through his body, easing the pain in his shoulder. After 20 years of struggle in a post-apocalyptic world, he had long forgotten the taste of alcohol. At this moment, the spicy yet smooth liquid not only dispelled his fatigue, but also evoked fleeting memories of peaceful times gone by, momentarily loosening the tension in his heart. He offered the second cup to Xia Zhiyu, who shook her head repeatedly in refusal. Chu Yan took a sip from his cup, casually inquiring, "You've never had alcohol, have you? What do you usually drink?" "Ming de." As he spoke, he picked up some of the oil-glossed mustard greens with his chopsticks, savoring the sweet and slightly bitter flavor mingling with the meat aroma on his palate. The steaming rice warmed him from within, driving away the last remnants of chill in his body. Xia Zhiyu softly replied, "When I go shopping with my classmates, besides drinking tea, we occasionally have coffee." "Coffee?" Chu Yan was slightly puzzled. In his understanding, not many students favored it. "Well, during the 6 months of preparing for the college entrance examination, my mom bought me canned coffee for the entire semester to keep me awake during late-night study sessions. I got used to the bitterness and began to like it." Xia Zhiyu explained, taking a small sip of soup before adding, "When you mentioned the Times Sand Cafe the other day, although I have never seen it, I felt a sense of anticipation. I really want to go in and have a cup." "Times Sand?" Chu Yan suddenly recalled the mysteriously vanished cafe with the giant gear at its entrance. Silence enveloped them, interrupted only by the subtle sounds of chewing and the occasional crackle of the burning firewood in the stove. Xia Zhiyu secretly glanced at the silent man across from her. Under the dim light, his lowered brows seemed less sharp, revealing a hint of handsomeness. Her large eyes involuntarily curved into crescents. Quickly, She lowered her gaze, focusing intently on her bowl of food, cherishing this fleeting yet genuine tranquility. She felt that this moment of peace, simple and warm, was a rare luxury in a world turned upside down. As the night deepened, the cold seeped through the cracks in the earthen walls. The makeshift wooden bed inside was layered with 2 worn garments, topped with a thick cotton quilt. Beneath the quilt, Xia Zhiyu lay stiffly beside Chu Yan, her body taut with tension, afraid to move, even her breathing deliberately softened. In the darkness, she could hear her heartbeat thundering in her ears, her cheeks burning fiercely. Chapter 63. The Bamboo Grove Retreat. Chu Yan naturally sensed her nervousness. He found it somewhat amusing, but chose not to comment. After enduring 3 life-and-death battles that day, each more intense than the last, the final encounter had nearly cost him his life, and the wound on his shoulder still throbbed. Both mentally and physically exhausted, he thought, how can one possibly get drunk on just 1 bottle of Maodai? It's best to savor it slowly. Closing his eyes, he quickly sank into the abyss of darkness, his breathing becoming deep and steady. Hearing the rhythmic sound of breathing beside him, Xia Zhiyu's tense body gradually began to relax. In the dark, she lay with her eyes wide open, listening to the occasional whispers from outside, unsure whether they were the wind or something else, feeling the warmth radiating from him. She had never imagined sharing a quilt with a stranger. Yet, at this moment, the warmth beneath the rough cotton fabric became her only source of safety in the darkness. Cautiously, she pressed her cold toes, chilled from the day, against his warm calf, drawing a bit of heat before finally drifting into a deep sleep. Before dawn, Xia Zhiyu was roused from her slumber. She still lingered in dreams, envisioning a bright university lecture hall, where the professor droned on about hidden symbols and meridians, while her deskmate, Xingzi, poked her arm with a pen cap. Annoyed, she mumbled, "Xingzi, you go ahead. I don't want to attend today's traditional Chinese medicine chemistry class." The hard wooden board beneath her pressed painfully against her waist, and her consciousness struggled to surface. A layer of grayish light filtered through the window. Under the dim glow of the oil lamp, Chu Yan silently changed the ointment and bandages, then donned the scratch protective suit, the metallic clasps clinking softly. Dun Dun squatted beside the extinguished stove, eagerly licking the last remnants of warm meat broth from the ceramic bowl, emitting satisfied little sounds. Xia Zhiyu suddenly sat up, the remnants of sleep scattering instantly. She scrambled to her feet in a flurry, hastily splashing her face with the frigid well water and rinsing her mouth. The remnants of last night's white rice and a smidgen of meat broth were hastily reheated, and she devoured them with fervor, the warmth of the grains soothing her stomach. Chu Yan had already placed a handful of multivitamin tablets and a bowl of whey protein powder, faintly scented with milk, before her. Why so early? The girl swallowed the last morsel, her voice laced with the hoarseness and bewilderment of someone just roused from slumber. The chill of the morning air seeped through the crack of the door, causing her to huddle her neck. Chu Yan adjusted his cloak, ready for their journey, traveling from dawn to dusk, allowing time to bask in the sun at noon. He rolled up the blankets and old clothes. Time to get in the car. The pickup truck roared to life, its engine growling like a waking steel beast, crushing the overgrown grass as it surged back onto the dilapidated old highway. Perhaps the trials of the previous day had exhausted their bad luck, for this journey was remarkably smooth. Occasionally, a few tattered zombies staggered along the fog-laden roadside. Upon hearing the engine's growl, they sluggishly turned, their grayish eyes barely catching sight of the approaching vehicle before the heavy pickup barreled into them with a fierce gust. The truck shuddered slightly as the filthy remains were cast aside, left in the dust kicked up by its wheels. At first, Xia Zhiyu instinctively closed her eyes, but after a few encounters, she dared to open them wide, watching as the decaying bodies were ground into dust beneath the steel, and oddly, a sense of twisted safety burgeoned within her. The sun climbed higher, nearing noon. Chu Yan cast a glance at a crooked boundary marker by the roadside, the faded red characters spelling out Tianzhou. A few dozen kilometers ahead, they would need to turn onto the provincial road, entering the undulating hills, away from the concrete jungle. The density of zombies would surely lessen. Just then, a weathered sign caught his attention: Chuizhu Xian Yuan Farmhouse. Beneath the sign, a fork in the road extended into the greenery. What truly captivated Chu Yan's gaze was the vibrant vegetable patch beside the fork. Morning dew still clung to the green radish tops, crowded together, tinderbok choy unfurling its leaves, and a patch of fresh chrysanthemum greens swayed gently in the brisk spring breeze. The memory of last night's bowl of sweet yet slightly bitter rapeseed and meat soup stubbornly lingered on his palate, a tantalizing reminder for him, a reborn soul who had subsisted on compressed biscuits and expired canned goods for 20 years, that this verdant bounty was more enticing than gold. The pickup truck slowly turned off the highway, its wheels crunching over the gravel. The farmhouse courtyard was serene, surrounded by several single-story houses with white walls and gray roofs. The gate wide open. Chu Yan parked the vehicle in the yard and turned off the engine. Once the roar of the engine faded, the only sounds were the whispers of the wind through the bamboo grove, creating an oddly eerie silence. He opened the car door, a manganese steel knife hanging readily accessible at his waist, and scanned each window with keen eyes. With a creak, the wooden door of the main house opened a crack, revealing the wrinkled, alarmed face of an elderly woman. Soon after, the door swung wider to reveal an equally gray-haired, stooped old man, his eyes filled with weariness and fatigue. Passing by, the old man inquired in a thick local accent, sizing up Chu Yan and the freshly disembarked Xia Jiyu. Seeing a man and a woman, especially the young, clean face of Xia Jiyu, his tense demeanor seemed to ease slightly. Something big must have happened in the city, right? No broadcasts, no phone calls? Yes, something has happened, Chu Yan replied tersely, his eyes still scanning the courtyard, seeking a place to rest and some water. Come in, please. The old woman exclaimed eagerly, her face lighting up with a warm smile as she stepped aside to allow them entry. It's chaotic outside. We've been hiding inside, feeling utterly anxious, just the two of us, along with a silly child. Before she could finish, a loud thud echoed from the back room, followed by a muffled squawking. The old man's expression shifted, and he hurriedly shouted toward the back, "Dinyo, stop the noise and behave." After shouting, he turned back to Chu Yan, his face covered in age spots and filled with regret as he nervously rubbed his hands together. "I apologize. Did we frighten you? My child has been a bit slow since birth, strong but clumsy. I fear he might scare the guests, so we usually keep him in the back." He sighed, genuine helplessness and affection evident in his aged eyes. "My poor child." The old woman also bore a pained expression but swiftly changed the subject, following Chu Yan's earlier glance toward the vegetable garden. "Do you like fresh vegetables? Just wait a moment, I'll go pick some for you." She moved briskly toward the garden. The old man nodded repeatedly, glancing at their mud-stained, blemished pickup truck, his gaze filled with curiosity rather than greed. He quickly walked to a corner of the yard, where a high-pressure water gun and hose were fixed to a cement post, connected to a plastic water tank on the roof. "Let me wash your vehicle. It's filthy," he declared, turning on the faucet without waiting for a reply. The powerful stream of water shot forth with a hiss, vigorously washing away the dried mud from the truck's heavy tires. Xia Jiyu stood beside Chu Yan, observing the old woman bustling in the vegetable garden, the old man diligently cleaning the vehicle, and listening to the sound of water mingled with the occasional cries from the back, her earlier tension dissipating. She even began to perceive a pastoral tranquility in the farmhouse courtyard. "They're quite nice," she whispered to Chu Yan. Chu Yan remained a cool observer. The old woman's swift movements were the hands of a seasoned laborer, and the radishes she handed over carried the earthy scent of soil, her gaze untainted. The old man scrubbed at the crevices of the truck bed, washing away the dark red stains, revealing the mottled metallic color beneath. He focused solely on the grime, not once glancing at the neatly stacked boxes of compressed biscuits and supplies in the truck bed. Their enthusiasm and sincerity seemed to spring from the heart. The old man's gaze was also open and honest towards Xia Jiyu, pausing only momentarily on her slightly unusual protective attire before shifting away. With Chu Yan's keen senses, he discerned that the elderly couple was frail and posed no threat, which eased his mind. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the muddy ground at the entrance, where besides a clear track of tire treads, there were several indistinct footprints. These footprints varied in size and depth. Yet all the footprints pointed in one direction, into the yard, with none leading out. The sunlight streamed into the courtyard, yet the wind seemed to have been abruptly stifled, and the rustling of the bamboo forest ceased without his notice. A peculiar chill hung in the air. Chapter 64. The Farmhouse Backyard. Xia Jiyu was captivated by the array of herbs displayed on the eastern side of the courtyard, drying on an old bamboo rack. Dried roots, leaves, and flowers lay spread across the bamboo trays, exuding a mixed, slightly bitter aroma of herbs. Curiously, she turned to the old man. "Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" The old man, who had been bent over cleaning the tire crevices, straightened up, a complex expression crossing his wrinkled face. "Yes, indeed, a lifelong practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine." He gazed towards the closed wooden door leading to the back courtyard, his voice lowering slightly, tinged with a subtle sorrow. "But alas, I cannot even heal my own child." The old woman nimbly gathered a bunch of fresh white radishes and vibrant greens in her arms and hurried back to the main house to wash them. Chu Yan followed her into the house, where he noticed a coarse ceramic incense burner in the corner, with a thick, coiled mosquito repellent burning within. A slender plume of white smoke wafted upwards, exuding a potent aroma that mingled herbal notes with inferior spices, somewhat acrid to the senses. "Isn't it a bit early to be lighting mosquito coils, even before summer has truly arrived?" Chu Yan inquired casually, his gaze fixated on the unusually straight line of smoke. The elderly woman, placing vegetables into the sink, stiffened slightly at his words, her head remaining downcast as she hurriedly replied, "Out in the countryside. It's not as clean as in the city. Running a farmhouse, there are plenty of flies and mosquitoes. If we don't keep it clean, how can we expect guests to come and enjoy their meals?" She turned on the faucet, the sound of rushing water filling the air. Chu Yan not that, refraining from pressing further. Outside, an elderly man shouted through the window, "Old woman, what is taking so long? Serve the guests some tea, don't dawdle." I know. The old woman responded quickly, drying her hands in haste. She retrieved 2 white porcelain cups from the cupboard and filled them with something from a ceramic jar on the stove. Soon, she presented 2 steaming cups of tea. At the bottom of each cup lay roasted yellow soybeans, sesame seeds, and finely sliced ginger. As the boiling water was poured in, a unique roasted fragrance blended with the scents of sesame and bean wafted through the air. "It's soybean sesame tea," Xia Jiyu exclaimed in delight, a long-lost smile gracing her face. "It smells wonderful. I haven't had this in ages." She reached out to grasp a cup. Chu Yan lifted his own cup, blowing gently at the foam before bringing it closer to his nose. His heightened senses, significantly sharpened after advancing a level, immediately detected a faint and peculiar bitterness hidden within the rising steam, a flavor not characteristic of the tea itself, in addition to the spicy notes of sesame, beans, and ginger. He discreetly set the cup down and calmly advised Xia Jiyu, "It's quite hot. Let us wait a moment before drinking." Xia Jiyu paused, meeting his gaze, and her outstretched hand veered off course, merely brushing against the scorching cup's edge before retracting. "Oh, it is rather hot," she concurred. Chu Yan's eyes scanned the interior. The door leading to the backyard was tightly shut, secured by an old iron padlock. Beside the door was a small vent, covered with translucent plastic. At that moment, a plaintive meow sounded from outside, where a chubby orange cat named Dun Dun was frolicking in the grass. Chu Yan approached the door and called softly to the cat, "Dun Dun." The plump feline halted its play, its tail erect as it trotted inside. Chu Yan pointed to the small window's gap. Dun Dun tilted its head as if understanding, gracefully leaping onto a nearby low cabinet and effortlessly clawing a hole through the plastic, swiftly slipping inside. "Oh no, don't, come back," the old woman exclaimed, her face draining of color, her voice turning shrill with alarm. However, it was too late. A moment of silence enveloped the small window before Dun Dun let out a heart-wrenching yowl, as though its tail had been stepped on. Instantly, the orange blur shot out from the opening. Its fur bristled as if it were a spooked hedgehog. It landed on the ground, arching its back with a puffed tail, issuing a low, threatening growl at the firmly locked door, its bared teeth glistening and its amber eyes filled with terror. A strange, foul odor finally pierced through the haze created by the burning mosquito coil, surging forth from the window as breach. Chu Yan's expression darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, he drew a manganese steel knife from behind his waist. The cold gleam of the blade traced a swift arc in the dimly lit room, decisively cleaving towards the old iron lock. Don't open the door." The old man's terrified shout echoed from outside, his voice laced with despair. The lock snapped with a clang and fell to the ground. Chu Yan kicked the wooden door open. A wave of putrid air, mingled with the stench of blood, decaying flesh, and excrement, surged forth as if it had been festering in hell for eons, assaulting his senses. The abhorrent aroma instantly overwhelmed the fragrant notes of beans, sesame, and incense wafting through the house. Sunlight streamed into the backyard, illuminating a nightmarish scene. In one corner lay a mound of feathers and fur, remnants of chickens and a yellow dog reduced to mangled bones, with bloodied remains scattered about, innards strewn across the ground. The dark red blood having long soaked into the earth, forming thick, viscous clots. Even more revolting, several human corpses lay sprawled in the center of the yard, their flesh mostly devoured, revealing stark white bones and dark, decaying insides as flies buzzed incessantly and maggots wriggled in the rotting flesh. The air felt thick and suffocating, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Beside the grisly remains, an exceptionally tall and robust figure crouched with its back turned to the entrance, its shoulders heaving as it emitted disturbing chewing sounds that sent chills down one's spine. The sudden intrusion of the doors creaking and the influx of light appeared to disturb it, causing the figure to freeze mid-chew and slowly turn its head. A young man's face came into view, bearing a resemblance to the elderly couple, presumably the simple-minded son they had spoken of Dainio. His eyes were glassy and unfocused, the whites clouded with blood vessels, his skin pallid and tinged with an unnatural gray. His lips curled into a grotesque grin, drool mixed with blood trickling down his chin. This was not the vacant stare of a zombie, which typically harbored only hollow hunger and confusion. Instead, His gaze was rife with chaotic ferocity and a hint of disturbed rage, coupled with an almost beastly greed for flesh. People will eat people, so delicious, Dainyu rasped incoherently, his voice dry and grating. He sprang to his feet, seizing a hefty iron rod leaning against the wall, and without warning, the heavy implement sliced through the air with a thunderous crack, descending upon Chu Yan with blinding speed. The force and velocity far surpassed the clumsy lunges of ordinary zombies. This swing concentrated pure brute strength, executing a primal coordination. Chu Yan had no time to ponder. He gripped the knife tightly, raising it defensively. The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying as an overwhelming force surged through the blade, causing Chu Yan's arms to tremble violently. The wound on his left shoulder split open anew, blood gushing forth. He stumbled back 3 paces, his shoes screeching against the cement floor. A wave of nausea washed over him, accompanied by metallic taste rising in his throat. He swallowed hard, his mind racing with terror. What an overwhelming power! This force left him with an unsettling lightheadedness, as if his limbs were leaden and his muscles sluggish. It was the tea and the smoke from the incense. The two had combined to numb his nerves. Retreat. The tea and incense are poisoned. Chu Yan barked at Xia Zhiyu. He summoned his focus, wielding the manganese steel knife as a protective barrier before him. Dainyu swung the iron rod with reckless abandon, each strike landing with tremendous force, stirring the foul winds of death. Chu Yan ceased to confront it head-on, his steps becoming slightly unsteady as he dodged and weaved. With each missed strike, the rod smashed into the muddy ground, sending splatters of bloodied mud flying, and when it struck the stone mill in the yard, it shattered a piece of the hard blue stone, sending shards flying. In that moment, Chu Yan spotted an opening, as Dainyu's rod swept through the air and missed. His body leaned forward due to the momentum, exposing his back. Chu Yan seized the opportunity, advancing swiftly, no longer aiming for a lethal strike, and slashed the blade diagonally across Dainyu's back. The blade pierced flesh, and a thick, dark blood erupted forth. Dainyu emitted a cry that was far from human, his massive form swaying before collapsing to the ground. "My child," the old woman wailed, her voice laced with anguish as she rushed out from the kitchen, clutching a sharp, hefty kitchen knife, her blood-stained eyes filled with a frenzied hatred as she recklessly swung it at Chu Yan's back with an unnatural ferocity. Chu Yan was taken aback by the elderly woman's sudden ambush. He found himself at a critical juncture, his body slowed by the effects of the hallucinogenic poison. In a moment of life and death, he instinctively twisted his waist and sidestepped, narrowly evading a fatal blow. The knife's edge scraped against the armored sleeve of his left arm, producing a jarring sound as the high-strength nylon layer was torn, revealing the gray-black Kevlar beneath. The impact still penetrated, leaving his left arm numb and the injury to his shoulder throbbing painfully. A murderous intent surged within Chu Yan as he swiftly pivoted, the steel blade glinting with suppressed rage, transforming into a cold arc as he retaliated, striking the old woman in the chest and abdomen. Her forward momentum halted abruptly, and the knife clattered to the ground. She looked down, watching in horror as the vibrant crimson spread rapidly across her chest, a fatal wound inflicted just above her heart. She opened her mouth, attempting to speak, but only a mouthful of blood escaped. Without hesitation, Chu Yan delivered another strike, intent on ending her suffering. "Mother!" Dainyu, resembling a wild beast, propelled himself forward on all fours, his ashen face displaying a fleeting glimmer of confusion in his vacant eyes. He discarded the iron rod, letting out a low growl akin to a beast protecting its young, extending his arms to shield the slowly collapsing old woman. But Chu Yan's second strike had already arrived. The cold blade effortlessly sliced through Dainyu's coarse clothing at his lower back, embedding itself deeply into flesh and bone. His colossal frame trembled violently, momentarily immobilized. Gurgling sounds emanated from his throat as dark, viscous blood poured from his mouth and the wound on his back. Yet he stubbornly kept his arms open like a wall, shielding the breathless old woman. "Mother!" A muffled syllable escaped through his bloodied teeth. Leaning against the wall, the old woman's eyes shone with an eerie brightness as she trembled, reaching out to touch Dainyu's face, her voice barely above a whisper. "Old man, did you hear? Dainyu call me mother. My child has returned to humanity." A satisfied smile blossomed on her withered face. Chu Yan's blade hovered in midair, gazing at Dainyu, who was wailing like an injured beast in front of his mother's corpse, the muffled mother echoing in his ears. This moment of hesitation proved fatal. "Watch out behind you!" Xia Zhiyu screamed, her voice laced with desperation. Out of the corner of his eye, Chu Yan caught sight of a shadow lunging towards him. It was the old man, his face devoid of sorrow, now twisted with a desperate ferocity. He raised a heavy axe high, stealthily circling around to Chu Yan's side, the blade, glinting with cold light, aimed directly at the back of his head. The distance was too close. The axe's wind was already upon him. Bang, 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 bang. A series of deafening explosions erupted suddenly, as a barrage of sharp concrete nails, propelled by high-pressure gas, surged like a swarm of reapers, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric, raining down upon the old man. The dull thud of flesh meeting flesh resonated in unison. The old man's forward momentum abruptly ceased, as if struck by an invisible hammer, his body convulsing violently. The axe fell uselessly from his grasp, clattering to the ground. He looked down in disbelief at the numerous, small, bloodied punctures blossoming across his chest and abdomen, warm liquid gushing forth. His gaze rapidly dulled, and he collapsed onto the foul, muddy ground, twitching a few times before lying still. To the old man's left, Xiaji Yu clutched the cold metal body of the nail gun with her slender arms, the CO2 canister attached to it quaking violently. The immense recoil jarred her frail form, yet she gritted her teeth, her fingers firmly pressing the trigger. As she witnessed the old man fall, Xiaji Yu trembled uncontrollably. Her face as pale as a sheet, her lips devoid of color. She held the heavy weapon as if it were a searing iron, staring blankly at the old man's lifeless body on the ground, then at the puffs of white smoke rising from the gun's barrel. Chu Yan hesitated no longer. Delays could lead to disaster. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the lightheadedness coursing through him, and once more the blade glimmered. With a swift motion, he severed the neck of the still howling Dinyo, his grotesque head rolling away. Another strike pierced the heart of the old woman, whose face bore an eerie smile. All cries and murmurs were abruptly silenced. The room was left with a nauseating stench of blood and the sound of dripping. Chu Yan forcefully crushed the still-burning incense on the ground. The herbal scent began to dissipate. He shook the blood from his blade and sheathed it. As the effects of the hallucinogenic drug rapidly waned, the disorienting sensation binding his limbs began to fade, and strength surged back into his body. Xiaji Yu could finally hold on no longer, dropping the nail gun and stumbling out of the hall, collapsing against the courtyard wall, clutching her knees as she violently retched. Chu Yan did not immediately attend to her. He stood at the entrance of the blood-soaked backyard, his brow furrowed. The scene before him exceeded his previous understanding. Dinyo, the foolish son, was clearly not a zombie. Zombies lacked such expressions, could not wield tools like iron rods, nor exhibit pain or a protective instinct for their mothers when attacked. Yet he was undeniably not a normal human, consuming flesh, possessing terrifying strength, pale skin, vacant pupils, drooling, incoherent speech. What on earth was this? His gaze finally settled on a small, independent room in the corner of the kitchen. The door was tightly locked, yet a potent herbal aroma wafted from within. Chu Yan approached, employing the same method, and cleaved the lock. Chapter 66. The human heart is like a demon. The sight within the small room confirmed his suspicions. The cramped space was nearly filled with various medicinal herbs. Bags, winnowing trays, and bamboo baskets were piled high with roots, stems, leaves, flowers, and fruits of varied shapes and sizes, exuding strong scents. Leaning against the wall were several old-style Chinese medicine cabinets reaching the ceiling, with countless small drawers labeled with yellow tags. On a dilapidated desk lay several ancient texts, including on pestilence, on febrile diseases, and comprehensive acupuncture, the pages yellowed and curling, alongside several modern Chinese medicine treatises. In the corner of the desk rested a thick notebook bound in cowhide paper. Chu Yan picked up the notebook, its cover inscribed with medical case notes. He flipped through it quickly. Most of the earlier content was quite normal, documenting various cases, prescriptions, and acupuncture insights in a semi-classical language, the handwriting neat and indicative of a seasoned practitioner. His fingers halted on the page dated the 7th day of the first lunar month. 7th day, at the end of the U-hour. Dinyo suddenly exhibited symptoms of madness, his strength immense, speaking deliriously, eyes red and veins bulging, saliva flowing from his mouth, even attempting to bite. His appearance was terrifying, unprecedented. Immediately, I used a 3-edged needle to swiftly prick the 10 Xian and 12 Jing points to release blood and dispel heat, then deeply pricked Bai Wei, Feng Fu, Rinzhong, Higu, and Taichong points to open the orifices and awaken the spirit, calming the liver and quelling wind. This temporarily suppressed his frenzy. I brewed a decoction of Gaodong and Lingjiao, adding 2 taels of gypsum and 3 Qian of rhubarb, the latter added later, and 1 Qian of powdered rhino horn, administered in water, aiming to clear the heart and open the orifices, cool the liver and quell wind, and purge heat from the intestines. However, most of the medicine was vomited out. The mania slightly reduced, but he soon fell into a stupor. In Chu Yan's mind, the fragmented conclusions of scientists from his past life regarding the cataclysmic events resurfaced, Extraterrestrial microorganisms embedded in meteor dust had nearly infected all of humanity. However, only about a quarter of the population experienced a catastrophic collapse of their immune systems within an hour, transforming into the undead. The remaining three-quarters, fortified by unknown antibodies or immune mechanisms, successfully suppressed or eradicated the microorganisms, becoming immune. Yet within this vast pool of immunity, there existed an exceedingly rare anomaly. Individuals whose immune systems could neither completely eliminate nor suppress the microorganisms, yet had not entirely succumbed, resulting in a delayed transformation that could extend for a day or even longer. This foolish boy, Daniel, was likely one of those rare individuals experiencing delayed transformation. Xia Yu, having stopped her retching at some point, leaned against the desk, her complexion still pale. Chu Yan elaborated on what he had gleaned from the notes. On the 7th day of the month, Daniel suddenly fell ill, exhibiting extraordinary strength and a loss of rationality, with a desire to bite. After employing acupuncture and potent medications, they managed to subdue him, albeit temporarily. Xia Yu peered closely at the scrawled handwriting, her voice trembling. Isn't that symptomatic of the zombie virus? But it seems not entirely the same. Chu Yan remained silent, unable to divulge the scientist's conclusions from his previous life. He continued to sift through the notes, which began to reflect a frantic despair in their increasingly illegible scrawl. On the 8th day morning, Daniel's condition worsened. In a stupor, he devoured several live chickens from the yard, consuming them raw, appearing mad. However, after feasting on raw flesh, his frenzy subsided slightly, his pupils constricted, and he could recognize both me and his mother. We continued the acupuncture, targeting the same points, supplemented with a dose of Ngong Niu Huang, one dissolved in water. I perused various texts, such as when Bing Tiao Bien, Yizhen Ida, and Shu Yi Hui Bien, suspecting that a deep-seated evil energy had stirred the liver wind. I formulated a new prescription: 2 Qian of antelope horn powder, dissolved, 1 liang of hook vine, to be added later, 8 Qian of raw Romania, 1 liang of white peony, 3 Qian of whole scorpion, 3 centipedes, to be roasted and ground, 2 liang of raw stone caltrop, to be simmered first, and 5 Qian of raw rhubarb, to be added later, with 4 Qian of Glauber's salt, dissolved, to be taken at noon. By the afternoon, Daniel's frenzy erupted again. He even killed a yellow dog with his bare hands and consumed its flesh. His strength was beyond human control, and he could no longer articulate words. No longer able to call for his mother. She wept for half a day, ultimately locking him in the shed in the backyard, sternly instructing him not to emerge. Alas, could this bizarre affliction be the very poison of the undead that has been rumored throughout the city? Chu Yan's expression darkened, his fingers tracing the lines of the notes. On the 8th, the situation deteriorated further. Daniel directly consumed live chickens from the yard. After eating raw meat, he became slightly calmer. He could recognize his parents. He let out a cold laugh, yet by nightfall, he relapsed, killing a dog with his bare hands and feasting on it. His strength was uncontainable, and he could no longer articulate. The elderly couple had no choice but to confine him to the backyard. Oh my God, Xia Yu gasped, covering her mouth. Chu Yan's brow furrowed. At this point, Daniel cannot yet be classified as a zombie. He still retained some semblance of humanity, obeying his mother's commands. He continued to peruse the notes. On the 8th evening, a refugee from the city arrived, looking disheveled, claiming that the city had become a hellish purgatory, overrun by the undead. Heaven, is Daniel's affliction truly caused by this vile poison? At noon, Daniel seized the opportunity while we were preparing a meal, burst through the door, and brutally killed the guest, dragging him into the backyard to consume him. His mother fainted from despair. Such iniquity! Such iniquity! Chu Yan's countenance grew graver. On the evening of the 8th, a refugee arrived. I pointed to the notes. Consequently, while they were preparing a meal, this foolish son broke through the door, killed the guest, and dragged him into the backyard to feast. I cast a glance at the few corpses in the corner of the yard. They must be those. They just watched. Xia Yu's voice trembled with disbelief. Watched? Perhaps it was more than that. Chu Yan's voice was cold as ice as he swiftly turned the page. On the 9th. The stench of blood and decay from the backyard reached the heavens, attracting flies, which might invite external evils to spy. Recalling the Zhou Ho Bei Jifeng, it states that burning mugwort, atractylodes, realgar, and calamus can dispel filth and drive away plague, also possessing calming effects. Following ancient methods, I modified the incense coils, burning them day and night. The fragrance was pungent enough to mask the foul odors. However, the realgar and the toxic ingredients of Tian Nanxing within the incense rendered one drowsy. I had no choice but to resort to it. Daniel raged again at midnight, banging his head against the wall, howling incessantly. Eat people, eat people. His mother wept through the night, her heart wrenched in agony. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, and said, "The notes indicate that on the 9th, the backyard reeked horribly, fearing it would attract trouble." The old man recalled that ancient texts mentioned burning mugwort, atractylodes, and realgar could dispel filth and drive away plague, while also calming one's spirit. He crafted that special incense coil, burning it day and night. No wonder the strange smell assaulted us upon our arrival. The incense contained realgar and various toxic medicinal ingredients that could numb the sense of smell. Without prior antidotes, it could gradually poison and debilitate a person. Xia Zhiyu leaned in for a closer look, her stomach churning once more. Looking at the later entries, could it be that tea? Chu Yan turned to the final page. On the 10th, at noon, 2 more refugees arrived, starving and thirsty. His mother, soft-hearted, pleaded with me, stating that Denyo was ravenous and fearing further trouble, unable to withstand her insistence. I mixed mandragora flower powder and the calming medicinal powder used in the incense into the bean and sesame tea prepared for the guests. Such iniquity! Such iniquity! The notes abruptly ended here. The last few pages were stuffed with densely packed little notes, inscribed with various prescriptions and acupoint combinations, their handwriting chaotic and trembling, exuding a sense of desperate madness. Chu Yan stared at the disordered scrawl. You guessed correctly. On the 10th, 2 more refugees arrived. The old woman beseeched the old man, claiming their son was starving, fearing further incidents. Chu Yan's voice dripped with sarcasm. The old man could not refuse her. He added mandragora flower powder into the tea mint for the guests. Xia Zhiyu instantly comprehended, her face as pale as parchment. Mandragora, inducing hallucinations, stupor. They did it on purpose. Indeed, Chu Yan closed the notebook, his fingertips brushing against the coarse leather cover, which seemed to still retain the writer's desperate tremor. He silently gazed at the 2 lifeless old bodies on the ground and that foolish son who had protected his mother until death. The old woman's satisfied smile, frozen on her ashen face, was particularly jarring. In the apocalypse, humanity's hearts had turned to demons. In the pursuit of survival, for the sake of a twisted desire, one could bring hell to earth, all while deluding themselves into believing it was salvation. He picked up the notes and approached the earthen stove in the corner of the room, lifting the pot lid, intending to toss the notebook directly into the flames to incinerate it. The contents inscribed within were too sinister and perilous. Should they circulate, who knows how many tragedies would ensue. Wait, Xia Zhiyu's voice quivered slightly. Don't burn it, give it to me. The old man's acupuncture and herbal remedies have kept Denyo from transforming into a zombie for a week. I want to see. She gestured to the myriad of medicinal materials and ancient texts filling the room. And these, let us take them, too, just in case they prove useful. Chapter 67. I have killed. Chu Yan halted his movements, turning back to look at her. The girl's eyes held a mixture of fear and sorrow. But more than that was a painful clarity forged by the harshness of reality. He remained silent for a moment, ultimately casting the notebook her way. Xia Zhiyu fumbled to catch it, clutching it tightly to her chest, as if grasping a thread of understanding in this frenzied world. Chu Yan did not oppose her further, turning to search through the room. Soon, he retrieved 2 snakeskin bags. The 2 worked side by side in silence, gathering their supplies. Xia Zhiyu carefully collected the yellowed ancient texts from the table and shelves, one by one, and meticulously organized the modern medical volumes, solemnly tucking the notebook among them. Even the set of silver acupuncture needles at the corner of the table was delicately gathered, her movements gentle, as if cradling a rare treasure. Chu Yan swiftly organized the medicinal herbs from the cabinet, the dustpan, and the burlap sack, methodically stuffing them into the snakeskin bag. Angelica, astragalus, licorice, rhubarb, dried centipede, and scorpions, the pungent aroma of the herbs permeated the small space. Before long, the 2 bags were filled to the brim. They toiled to drag the heavy snakeskin bag to the pickup truck, nestling it deep within the bed and carefully covering it with a tarp. Once seated in the driver's cabin and shutting the door, they momentarily shielded themselves from the overwhelming stench of blood and the hellish scene outside. The roar of the engine erupted, and the pickup truck gradually departed from the quaint farmhouse named Suju Xianyuan. The wheels crunched over the gravel road, rejoining the dilapidated old highway. Inside the vehicle, a profound silence enveloped them, broken only by the monotonous hum of the engine. Xia Zhiyu tightly hugged her knees, curled up in the passenger seat, her face buried in her arms. Initially, her sobs were soft and stifled, her shoulders trembling slightly. Gradually, the sound intensified, morphing into an uncontrollable wail. Tears streamed down her face, instantly soaking her sleeves. She cried, gasping for breath, her body shaking violently. I killed someone. Oh, I killed him, that old man. He just fell down like that. So much blood, so many wounds, she babbled incoherently, crushed by an immense burden of guilt and terror. The composure she had feigned moments ago in the courtyard vanished, leaving only her breakdown. The pickup truck rumbled along the desolate and crumbling highway. Chu Yan did not glance at the scenery outside, but silently gripped the steering wheel. Listening to the girl's heart-wrenching cries, he eventually extended his right hand, gently clasping Xia Zhiyu's icy hand. His palm was warm and strong, exuding an extraordinary sense of stability. Her sobs softened, turning into intermittent gasps. Xia Zhiyu lifted her tear-stained face to look at Chu Yan. He continued to gaze ahead at the pockmarked road, his profile illuminated by the light streaming through the window, appearing somewhat stern. Without meeting her eyes, he held her cold hand, his fingers tightening slightly as he spoke, his voice cutting through the engine's noise and her sobs. You did not kill a human. You killed a monster that would drug innocent passers-by and feed them to its kind. You saved us. Hold tightly to your weapon. Chu Yan's tone remained calm, devoid of any comforting softness. Next time, someone may try to kill you or even me. The pickup truck jostled along the old highway for several more kilometers, each bump tugging at Chu Yan's injured shoulder. He twisted open a bottle of Maotai liquor and took a swig. The rich liquid flowed into his stomach, momentarily alleviating the pain. A glance in the rearview mirror showed Xia Zhiyu curled up in the passenger seat, her face turned toward the window, her shoulders occasionally twitching. Remnants of her tears still evident. An inconspicuous fork in the road appeared, partially obscured by overgrown winter grass. Chu Yan turned the steering wheel, and the pickup truck traversed the wild grass, entering a dirt road nearly engulfed by weeds, finally halting at a sunlit hillside. A slender stream trickled down the slope, stumbling over rocks, the water so clear one could see the pale gray pebbles beneath. Get out, Chu Yan said, grimacing as he opened the door. Feeling the tug on his wound, Xia Zhiyu silently followed him to the back of the truck. Chu Yan fetched several bottles of mineral water and a medical kit from the bed, uncapping them. The icy liquid rushed over his torn wound, mingling with dark red streaks of blood that trickled into the earth. Gritting his teeth, he applied a fresh layer of mupirocin ointment, wrapping it tightly with clean gauze. Xia Zhiyu squatted nearby, offering him scissors, her fingers cold. Go wash up, Chu Yan directed, nodding toward the stream. The water was frigid, characteristic of the south in the first month of the lunar calendar. He stripped off his blood-stained shirt, walking barefoot to the stream, scooping water to vigorously cleanse his face and arms of blood and grime, the coldness tightening his muscles. Xia Zhiyu mimicked his actions, squatting downstream, splashing water on her face. The sun generously bathed the hillside, dispelling the chill of the stream. The dried yellow grass swayed gently in the breeze. Remnants of frost long vanished, leaving only the scent of moist earth. In the distance lay the barren rice fields post-harvest, where a few leafless black maple trees stretched their branches, some with remnants of dried white seeds. The mountain was serene, with only the whispers of the wind and the monotonous gurgle of the stream. The two returned to the pickup, hastily consuming some compressed biscuits and canned meat. Xia Zhiyu's expression finally settled. Chu Yan spread his thick protective clothing on the sunlit slope and lay back. The sunlight poured onto his skin unimpeded, warmth seeping into his bones, easing the fiery pain in his left shoulder. He closed his eyes, the accumulated fatigue crashing over him like a tidal wave. Xia Zhiyu lay beside him, the sun enveloping her in warmth, dispelling the last remnants of the stream's chill. She turned her head to observe Chu Yan's sleeping profile, the lines appearing softer under the sunlight. She broke the silence softly. Brother Yan, does basking in the sun really make one stronger? Like you said, evolve? Why do I feel nothing after 2 days? I want to grow stronger too. Chu Yan did not lift his eyelids, exhaling a teasing scoff through his nose. Only 2 days? Wrapped up like a dumpling, dreaming, are you? He recalled in his past life. He had spent a week on a rooftop in a thick cotton coat, barely stepping into the threshold of the first realm after nearly a month. While nutritional deficiencies played a role, his innate talent was as ordinary as the wild grass beneath his feet. He wondered if this girl beside him might bring forth surprises. Xia Zhiyu's curiosity remained undeterred. Oh, then how did you bask before? How did you evolve to the first realm so quickly? A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Chu Yan's mouth, his eyes still shut. I stripped down completely, not a stitch on. Sunlight directly on the skin. That's what I call stimulating. Want to give it a try? Guaranteed results. His tone was lighthearted. Xia Zhiyu's face instantly flushed crimson, reaching her ears, and she grabbed a handful of dry grass, hurling it at Chu Yan. You rogue. I won't do it. Chu Yan paid no heed to her antics, focusing on centering himself and relaxing his body. The injury on his left shoulder was his most pressing concern. If he did not recover swiftly, he would struggle not only to draw the 80-pound compound bow, but even to roll over. Time was of the essence for his recovery. His breathing soon turned long and even. Xia Zhiyu watched as he genuinely fell asleep. The sun warmed her back, even making her feel slightly overheated. She gazed at his tightly shut eyes for a few seconds, then quickly glanced around. The barren slope was quiet, save for the wind. She bit her lip, as if making a certain determination, her fingers stealthily reaching for the zipper of her jacket. With a soft sound, the zipper unfastened, echoing clearly across the open slope. She swiftly removed her muddy, bulky jacket, lying back at her snug, light gray autumn top. The sunlight fell upon her unimpeded, the warmth indeed becoming direct and overwhelming. Beads of sweat soon forming on her forehead as her taut body relaxed under the warmth, outlining the youthful, vibrant contours of her frame. As Chu Yan was on the verge of slumber, a delicate fragrance reminiscent of youthful innocence, mingled with the warm rays of sunlight, wafted toward him, more pronounced than before. Instinctively, he turned his head slightly, opening his eyes just a crack. Within his line of sight lay Xia Zhiyu, clad only in a fitted autumn shirt. Reclining beside him, the sunlight sculpted the gentle curves of her youthful form, her slender waist extending upward, while the fullness of her bosom subtly rose and fell beneath the thin cotton fabric with each breath, reminiscent of an unsettled dove basking in the sun. Chu Yan's throat involuntarily bobbed. Alas, the injury on his left shoulder rendered him unable to even shift his position, let alone engage in any other activity. He inwardly cursed this ill-timed affliction and, with a stern expression, spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Lie a bit farther away. I fear I may lose control." In response, he was met with a series of laughter that chimed like silver bells from Xia Zhiyu. True to form, she clutched her jacket and shifted to the distant crest of the slope, lying down beside the dozing Dun-Dun. Chu Yan closed his eyes once more, compelling himself to drift into sleep. The warm sun enveloped him, and weariness washed over him like a tide, his consciousness gradually blurring. He floated in dreams. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. He was no longer on a tranquil hillside, but amidst a smoke-filled ruin. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and the metallic tang of blood. The sharp sound of whistling projectiles and the guttural roars of monsters filled his ears. "Chu, Chu, to the left, to the left. That tin can is charging right at you." A familiar, stuttering voice shouted behind him, breathless with urgency. Chu Yan ducked and rolled, a rusted rebar whizzing past his scalp, embedding itself violently into the remnants of a wall behind him, debris raining down around him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a small figure crouched beside a pile of burning car wreckage, hands deftly disassembling some components. The person's face was smeared with oil and soot, yet their eyes shone with an astonishing brightness amidst the smoke and flames, radiating a reckless fervor. "Stutteringly, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and run!" Chu Yan yelled, simultaneously smashing a crowbar into the knee of a zombie that lunged at him, blood splattering across him. "Just give me 3 seconds. I'll take down that big guy." Stuttering Li, without lifting his gaze, responded, his voice punctuated by the muffled explosions surrounding them. Yet his hands moved as if by magic, swiftly assembling an oddly shaped device from a few wires, a disassembled car starter, and a section of steel pipe. "It's steady. It's absolutely foolproof." At that moment, Chu Yan jolted awake, not from the explosions of his dream, but from an instinctual alertness ingrained in his very bones. Someone was approaching. He opened his eyes wide. Before him loomed the magnified visage of Xia Zhiyu, who had drawn close, curiously inspecting his sleeping face. Her sudden fright at his awakening caused her to gasp, her petite mouth slightly agape, her clear pupils reflecting the fierce expression that lingered on his face as he stirred from slumber. Chu Yan's gaze inevitably drifted downward. The thin, light gray autumn shirt was slightly damp with sweat, clinging to her form, accentuating her rounded curves, which quivered subtly with her rapid, startled breaths. The sunlight outlined her astonishing silhouette, casting deep shadows. A surge of heat rushed from his lower abdomen, swiftly overpowering the dull ache in his left shoulder. The oppressive weight of 2 decades in a post-apocalyptic world and the tension since his rebirth ignited at that moment by the unguarded vitality of youth before him. The thread of rationality within Chu Yan snapped. Without a second thought, his injured left arm unresponsive, his right arm shot out like lightning, gripping Xia Zhiyu's slender neck and pulling her down forcefully. Her startled cry was abruptly silenced. Xia Zhiyu felt an irresistible force envelop her, spinning her world around as she was yanked down onto him. A strange and heated sensation graced her lips, infused with a mingling sense of sun and gunpowder, boldly invading her breath. She tasted the remnants of compressed biscuits lingering on his lips, alongside an elusive hint of masculinity. Her mind went blank, her body stiff as a board. A sharp meow erupted unexpectedly. Dun-Dun, having emerged from nowhere, arched its back for bristling, its golden eyes fixed intently in the direction of the highway, emitting a low, threatening growl. In an instant, Chu Yan regained his composure. All lingering thoughts vanished without a trace. He released Xia Zhiyu, leaping to his feet with one hand pressed to the ground. His right hand already resting on the hilt of his knife, his gaze sharp and focused down the slope, in the direction of the highway. The sound of an engine rapidly faded into the distance. A black off-road motorcycle sped along the old highway, its matte military green gas tank particularly conspicuous. The rear wheel kicking up a cloud of dust. The rider's black helmet reflected a blinding glare in the sunlight, quickly shrinking into a vague black dot at the end of the road, disappearing beyond the undulating horizon. It was merely a false alarm. Chu Yan's tense shoulders relaxed. Yet he remained fixed on the direction in which the motorcycle had vanished, his expression somber. At such a time, anyone daring to race along the highway was certainly not of good intent. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that this motorcycle rider bore a certain resemblance to the mysterious figure in brown who had been tailing him. That disquieting bracelet he resolved to depart swiftly. Xia Zhiyu scrambled to her feet, her cheeks flushed crimson like ripe tomatoes, the color creeping down to her neck. She wiped her lips, her chest still heaving, her gaze darting nervously away from Chu Yan's eyes. Chu Yan brushed off the grass clippings from his clothes and strode toward the pickup truck. The sun would set in an hour. They needed to leave. Xia Zhiyu clutched her jacket and hurriedly followed him, her steps quickening. As they neared the vehicle, she suddenly halted, her voice as faint as a whisper. Trembling with a hint of shyness, she softly said, "Just now, that was my first O? Is that so?" He did not turn around. No wonder it felt so sweet. In the rearview mirror, Xia Zhiyu's eyes widened, and she lightly stamped her foot in response. Chu Yan silently grinned, his brows raised in amusement. In this world of desolation, each heartbeat was a glimmer of light amidst the cracks. But living, isn't it all for these fleeting moments of sweetness? Chapter 69, Zhonglian Heavy Industries. In the pickup truck, Chu Yan took a swig of Mao Tai to numb the pain from his wounds, smacking his lips delicious. It was unclear whether he referred to the liquor or something else entirely. In the passenger seat, Xia Zhiyu shot him a glare, turning her attention to her chocolate and canned meat, while flipping through the pages of the police tactical shooting training manual. The coarse pages rustled softly as she turned them. The bloody scenes from the farmhouse flashed through her mind. The old woman's butcher knife, the old man's axe, and the ear-splitting bang of the pneumatic nail gun as she pulled the trigger, blood splattering everywhere. She hastily shoved the last bit of biscuit into her mouth, anxiously retrieving the 92-style pistol that Chu Yan had handed her earlier from her bag. Holding it up with both hands, she mimicked the stance from the book. Aiming at the barren trees whizzing past the car window, her fingers hovering over the trigger guard as she silently recited, 3 points in a line, pre-pressure the trigger, breathe. Her movements awkward, yet her gaze filled with fierce determination. Chu Yan took out the A4 paper with a simple map, verifying their route. After a moment's thought, he flipped it over and added a line beneath the note stating 18th floor of the International Trade Building, Tian's house in the southern city. Sands of Time Cafe, mysterious stalker, peculiar bracelet. Xia Zhiyu leaned in closer, her hair brushing against Chu Yan's shoulder. Brother Yan, what are you writing? Zhuzan Pao Set, replying casually, writing you a love poem. Her ears flushed a deep crimson in an instant, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Really, truly? Chu Yan inwardly lamented and chastised himself for his impulsive tongue. Observing her expectant gaze, he rubbed his forehead, cleared his throat, and recited poetically to the desolate landscape outside. The world has shattered, ringing with echoes. Every step treads upon the remnants of civilization's lament. Yet with you by my side, this jostling carriage transforms into the most complete arc, carrying 2 stars toward the uncharted realms. Meow. Dun Dun poked his head from the back seat. The wind whipped up dust, battering against the car windows. Xia Zhiyu bit her lower lip, turning to glance outside, where the rearview mirror reflected her flushed ears and the barely contained arc of her lips. She suddenly felt that the lingering aroma of the Matai liquor within the cabin had a certain sweetness to it. The Hilux pickup truck returned to the rutted old highway, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chu Yan's peripheral vision caught her delicate profile alongside the dog-eared booklet. He remained silent, merely pressing the accelerator deeper. The pickup roared, violently sending a blocking zombie flying, its foul blood splattering across the windshield in a fan-shaped mark, swiftly wiped away by the wipers. The outline of the industrial district in the western suburbs emerged under the dim afternoon sunlight. Massive factories loomed like silent steel beasts, their towering smokestacks reaching for the leaden sky. The cataclysm had erupted on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, and most factories were yet to commence operations. The factory roads lay desolate, only a few zombies in work uniforms or security attire aimlessly dragging along, their hoarse growls rendered intermittent by the wind. Chu Yan tossed his phone to Xia Zhiyu. Offline map, guide to Zhonglian Heavy Industry. She hurriedly caught it, the cool, smooth sensation making her exclaim, Brother Yan, your phone still works? Ours has turned into a brick. Her voice was filled with astonishment. Chu Yan, gripping the steering wheel, kept his gaze fixed on the pitted road ahead, his lips barely moving. It's about appearances. Xiaojiyu scrunched her nose, evidently skeptical of this absurdity. Her fingertips danced across the screen, loading the offline map. Zhonglian heavy industry has so many factories. The nearest is the Tianzhou hydraulic parts manufacturing base? She inquired, raising her head. Yes, Chu Yan affirmed with a nod. Why must we go there? Xiaojiyu questioned, her fingers unconsciously curling around a lock of hair. To find someone, Chu Yan replied. A brother with whom I've shared life and death experiences, someone I could trust my back to. The tires rolled over a deep pothole, jolting the vehicle. Life and death experiences? As if you've killed someone before, Xiaojiyu muttered under her breath, pouting, clearly doubting his bravado. Chu Yan caught a glimpse of her expression, feeling a mix of amusement and resignation. The brother he sought had indeed been someone he could entrust his life to, having wandered and explored together for several years. But how could he explain this? Should he recount how, over a month after their last life, he had wandered like a stray dog into this factory district, only to encounter the same individual struggling amidst the ruins? By then, the factory had already fallen, with only 3 of them, including the 2 of them, remaining alive. That brother had sustained severe injuries, while he managed to cling to life. He succumbed to a lingering ailment that made him cough blood, ultimately passing away after 6 years. Chu Yan often pondered, had he lived longer? With his tenacity and mechanical prowess blessed by fate, he might have claimed a place among the 4 mechanical kings who stirred the winds of the apocalypse. It was imperative to find him beforehand, not for his mechanical talent, but for that bond of brotherhood that could be trusted. In the apocalypse, living humans were more perilous than zombies, and genuine hearts were rarer than gold. Xiaojiyu navigated with the map, steering clear of potentially congested main roads, opting for the quiet, secluded paths to avoid hordes of zombies. Chu Yan cautioned her against opening other applications on her phone, as battery power was precious. Ever since the strong electromagnetic pulse had erupted, the charging ports in their vehicles had become unusable. Winding through turns, the tires screeched against the cement, and the pickup finally halted before a massive iron gate. Above the entrance, the metallic characters spelling Zhonglian Heavy Industry, Tianzhou Hydraulic Parts Manufacturing Base glimmered coldly in the dusk. One side of the gate was twisted and deformed, revealing a gaping maw, while the other hung ajar at an awkward angle. The guard boost glass lay shattered, and within, a few mangled bodies clad in security uniforms could be discerned, their limbs contorted grotesquely. Without hesitation, Chu Yan slowed the pickup slightly and drove through the opening. The factory grounds were similarly dilapidated, strewn with parts and debris. Not 50 meters ahead, the road narrowed, blocked by a row of sharpened steel barricades. Behind the barricades, sandbags and large machine parts were piled high, secured with thick wire, forming a formidable temporary defense that seemed capable of withstanding a tank's charge. Almost as soon as the pickup was forced to a halt, 4 or 5 figures dashed out from a low building painted white, their movements swift and bearing the marks of training. Each wore a motorcycle helmet with a wire mesh face guard, donned in makeshift armor crafted from thick canvas and even car tires, wielding sharpened steel pipes and wrenches. One even carried a gleaming steel crossbow, its sturdy arms clearly modified from industrial machinery, heavy bolts resting steadily in the groove, aimed directly at the cabin. The chill of intent bore down on Chu Yan. Stop the vehicle. Turn off the engine. Hands on the steering wheel. Who are you? A burly man with a crossbow barked, his voice resonating with a metallic hum. The tension in the air palpable as the bowstring creaked ominously. The atmosphere instantly became taut, as if the air had solidified. Xiaojiyu instinctively reached for the 92-style pistol in her pocket, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. Chu Yan opened the car door with deliberate calmness. Standing beside the vehicle, he surveyed the disciplined yet rudimentary team before him, replying steadily, just passing through, looking for a place to rest. We shall depart by dawn. The burly man furrowed his brow, the crossbow still unwavering. Get out. No entry into the factory grounds. Immediately, his companions tightened their grips on their weapons, adjusting their angles to seal off all possible escape routes. Chu Yan nodded, refraining from further argument, turning to open the car door. Order was hard won here, and he had no desire to force his way in. Just then, a figure at the back of the guard group suddenly stepped forward, eyes beneath the helmet locking onto Chu Yan's face, incredulity spilling forth. Wait. Yin Yinzi? Chapter 70, A Peach Blossom Paradise. The individual lifted his helmet, revealing a youthful face smudged with grease, yet unable to mask a delighted grin. With a buzz cut, single eyelids, and a mouth that habitually curled upwards, he exclaimed, "No way. It's really you." Chu Yan. Taken aback, Chu Yan recognized the face, his taut nerves instantly relaxing as a rare smile graced his lips. "Zhongqi? You're still alive. Ha, it's really you." Zhongqi tucked the helmet under his arm and rushed over, delivering a playful punch to Chu Yan's left shoulder, which made Chu Yan's lips twitch imperceptibly. Oblivious to this, Zhang Qi turned to the burly man with the crossbow. Speaking in a relaxed and familiar tone, "Brother Chong, it's a misunderstanding. We're on the same side. This is my university roommate, the brother who slept on the upper bunk." He then beckoned to a younger fellow nearby. "Xiao Hu, hurry up and run ahead. Report to Manager Han. Tell him my buddy from university is here, and see if he can arrange a place for us to stay overnight." The youth known as Xiao Hu hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at his companion, a Chong, who was poised with a crossbow, and subtly nodded. Only then did he retract his steel pipe and swiftly dash deeper into the factory district. The pressure that had been blocking their path dissipated immediately. Although the other guards still clutched their weapons, their stances relaxed noticeably, their curious gazes lingering particularly long on Chu Yan and his ostentatious pickup truck. Zhang Qi, draping an arm over Chu Yan's shoulder, wore a smug expression. "No need to rush, Yin Zi, just wait a bit. Mr. Han is a person of principle. He might just agree. My standing here still carries some weight." He winked and gestured toward the pickup. "Wow, your vehicle is quite the tough one. It's not easy to find a functioning ride at this time. In our vast factory area, we only have an old diesel forklift and a tracked bulldozer operational." After glancing at Chu Yan's attire, he frowned and remarked, "And your clothes are all tattered and ugly. Where are you off to?" Chu Yan mused silently that while his protective suit bore quite a few rips, it was still far more presentable than the makeshift armor fashioned from thick canvas and old inner tubes that they wore. He refrained from engaging in Zhang Qi's banter, simply stating, "I need to head back to my hometown, and I happen to pass by here." Xia Jiyu also exited the vehicle, standing somewhat awkwardly behind Chu Yan and nodding toward Zhang Qi. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yan observed the meticulous arrangement of the steel barricades. The deployment was strategic, deliberately avoiding defenses at the main gate. The narrow passageway inside the gate resembled a maze, with guards concealed in tool sheds far from the main road, effectively evading the detection of the zombie hordes on the thoroughfare. There had been two significant population declines following the catastrophe. The first, within 72 hours post-disaster, occurred primarily due to panic and mismanagement. The second was a month later, during a small-scale zombie tide, when many of the concentrated zombie clusters had evolved into one or more second-level zombies. These entities possessed a certain level of intelligence and group dominance, leading hordes to assault human settlements, resulting in devastation for those exposed within the zombies' detection range. Clearly, this factory area remained undetected by the undead. Even if confronted with a horde, the fortifications here would suffice for defense. It appeared that this factory had an exceptional strategist at the helm. Before long, Xiao Hu reappeared at the end of the road, panting heavily as he waved his hand from a distance, calling out, "Zhang Ge, Mr. Han has spoken. Since you're Zhang Qi's roommate, you're considered a friend of our company. You can stay for 2 nights. He approached closer, catching his breath to add, "Mr. Han also said that as guests from afar, you were invited to dinner at the cafeteria. Did you see that, Yinzi?" Zhang Qi exclaimed, slapping his thigh with exuberance. He waved his hand to the guards. "Move the obstacles. Let them through. You guys have worked hard." He turned back to Chu Yan, gesturing grandly. "So, what do you think? My standing still holds some merit, doesn't it?" The guards efficiently cleared the barricades, and Zhang Qi hopped onto the step of the pickup, expertly directing Chu Yan to drive deeper into the factory area, eventually halting near a single-story building marked as the staff cafeteria. The trio disembarked. To their surprise, the factory area was remarkably clean, devoid of the ubiquitous litter and bloodstains, with the pathways evidently swept. The main factory buildings had their doors and windows tightly shut, while a few that were ajar were reinforced with stout steel bars. In the distance, a handful of individuals, similarly clad in helmets and wielding makeshift weapons, patrolled the area, casting wary yet curious glances at Zhang Qi and the newcomers. After conversing with Chu Yan for a while, the mirth on Zhang Qi's face faded, replaced by a somber expression. Is it really that grim outside? His eyes mirrored a blend of fear and confusion. "We've been holed up here. It's like watching the world from a well. Our broadcast and phones are utterly useless. We've received no news from outside. Just that smoke over to the west and the commotion." He pointed toward the distant smoke, his face darkening, before that smoke rose. There were people over there signaling for help, and then it all ended. He was lost in the terrifying imaginings of the outside world. But this heaviness was quickly alleviated by the presence of the living individuals before him. His gaze drifted once more to the quiet Xia Jiyu trailing behind Chu Yan, and a spark of curiosity ignited within him. He nudged Chu Yan with his elbow, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Hey, Yinzi, spill the beans. Is she your girlfriend? She's quite the catch. You must be quite a bit older than her." He squinted, making an exaggerated expression. Chu Yan shot him a sidelong glance, casually replying, "Indeed. Old enough for her to call me father." He calculated the age difference in his head, 25 years, certainly fitting the bill. Zhang Qi, however, immediately took it in a different direction, sporting a lewd grin as he chuckled. Well, look at you, still playing the field, huh? Quite the variety. Suddenly recalling something, he wiped his nose with the back of his hand. Oh, by the way, our class beauty, Wen Ruotang, remember her? She's here at the factory too. You'll definitely see her at dinner. He smirked, still as lovely as ever. Chu Yan was momentarily taken aback. Wen Ruotang, that stunning beauty? She had been a frequent topic of discussion during late-night gatherings in the boys' dormitory back in college. However, he had always been self-aware, harboring no romantic notions. His attention was soon captivated by the orderly environment before him. He gestured toward the tidy pathways, intact facilities, and patrolling figures. It seems like you haven't been significantly affected by the zombies here. You even have a cafeteria still operating? The contrast between this and the hellish scenes he had witnessed on his journey was stark, almost reminiscent of a paradise amidst chaos. Chapter 71. An inevitable twist. Zhang Qi's playful demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a somber countenance as he replied bitterly. How could we not be affected? There were originally over 40 of us working here before the spring festival, including those who returned early on the 7th day to prepare for work. Now, there are only 22 left. He raised his gaze, an expression of near reverence in his eyes. Thanks to Mr. Han, truly, we owe it all to him. He inhaled deeply, speaking more rapidly, as if emphasizing a profound conviction. On the day of the disaster, everything was chaos, but Mr. Han was the first to step up, organizing everyone who could still move. He led the security team and a few strong craftsmen to clear out the mutated threats in the office building and several key workshops. Then he immediately organized manpower, using everything they could find, forklift pallets, scrap metal, and the spare angle iron from the warehouse, to reinforce the main gate, set up barricades, and arrange shifts for guarding. The food and water, there were some reserves of rice, flour, and oil in the small warehouse, along with meat from the cafeteria's freezer, were all managed by Mr. Han, distributed according to headcount. Those on duty and those patrolling were all accounted for, clear and precise. Otherwise, he shook his head, leaving the implication unspoken. Without such ironclad order and distribution, hunger and chaos would have long since devoured this last bastion. Chu Yan nodded. To survive in chaotic times, a team must have a strong yet just leader. Having endured the darkest hours within the first 72 hours post-disaster, with around 50% of survivors remaining, the leadership within this factory undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. He pondered another question. Was there enough food and water? Zhang Qi's expression brightened with pride. Of course. This is a factory of a publicly listed company, being located far from the urban area. The cafeteria used to procure meat and vegetables weekly, while rice and flour were stored monthly. We stocked up quite a bit before the spring festival, enough to feed over 100 people. Now, with just our 20-odd folks rationing, we can easily last for several months. Water is not an issue either. The factory has 12 industrial water storage tanks. Listening intently, Chu Yan couldn't help but marvel at the abundant resources of the enterprise. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, leaving him with a sense of unease. Given the current food reserves and defensive measures, holding out for a few months seemed entirely feasible. However, he vividly recalled that just over a month after the cataclysm in his past life, when he wandered into this factory district scavenging for scraps, only 3 survivors remained. Moreover, his university classmates, Zhang Qi and Wen Ruotang, had never been seen in this place during his previous existence. This strongly suggested that, in his past life, this factory had already succumbed to disaster. As he pondered this, several individuals emerged from the cafeteria. The foremost figure stood tall, clad in the same deep blue work uniform as the ordinary workers, though impeccably pressed. He appeared to be around 40, with a square jaw, steady and sharp eyes, and a confident stride. Engaged in a low conversation with a middle-aged man holding a clipboard, he exuded a focused demeanor. Zhang Qi immediately straightened his back, his previous nonchalance replaced by a respectful expression as he approached swiftly. General Manager Han, this is my classmate, Chu Yan, he announced, stepping aside to introduce him. General Manager Han's gaze shifted to Chu Yan, his scrutiny neither unwelcome nor intrusive, but rather a habitual assessment, calm and authoritative. A warm smile graced his face, polite yet perfectly timed, as he extended his hand. You must be Chu Yan? Welcome, welcome. A friend of Zhang Qi is indeed a guest of ours. His hand was broad and firm, the handshake exuding a reassuring conviction. He then transitioned to a more candid tone, devoid of embellishment. For today and tomorrow, you are our guest. Meals and accommodations will be provided according to our current employee standards, with the cafeteria catering to your needs and drinking water distributed in regulated portions. His gaze flickered to the pickup truck behind Chu Yan before returning to him, eyes unguarded. If you wish to stay beyond the day after tomorrow, you will need to contribute to our work, be it patrolling, fortifying, or utilizing any specialized skills you may possess. Of course, if you have surplus supplies, you may exchange them for reasonable living rights. How does that sound? His words were clear and structured, outlining the rules with no room for negotiation, yet still allowing for a degree of choice. Chu Yan nodded in agreement, responding succinctly, "Thank you, General Manager Han. I will only stay for one night and leave early tomorrow." Han's smile remained, and he replied decisively, "Very well. You two go ahead and have your meal. Zhang Qi will make the arrangements." He turned to the middle-aged man with the clipboard, instructing, "Minister Chun, please provide 2 additional meals for Zhang Qi's friend." With that, he offered a slight nod to Chu Yan before leading his companions towards a corner of the cafeteria, where a few isolated tables were set up. However, he did not join them. Instead, he proceeded directly to the end of the line for food, retrieving his lunchbox and quietly queuing behind the workers. The chef at the serving station was evidently accustomed to the routine, dishing out a portion of rice identical to that of the others. Zhang Qi leaned in closer, a hint of pride in his voice as he whispered, "Did you see that? General Manager Han eats from the same pot as us. His name is always on the duty roster. He has never missed a shift." Chu Yan remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the cafeteria. The space was expansive, furnished with dozens of long tables. At present, roughly a quarter of the seats were occupied, most individuals clad in identical blue work uniforms, quietly focused on their meals. The queue at the food distribution window was orderly, and conversations were subdued, with no one raising their voice. A subdued tranquility, tinged with the weight of survival, enveloped the room. The air was fragrant with the scent of rice and the unique aroma of communal dishes. Zhang Qi guided Chu Yan and Xia Zhiyu to the end of the line, where they acquired the cafeteria's enamel bowls. When their turn arrived, the chef, expressionless yet efficient, promptly filled their bowls, a generous scoop of rice pressed firmly into the bowl, followed by a spoonful of mixed vegetables with potato slices and bits of fatty meat, and finally, a small portion of freshly stir-fried shredded meat, glistening with oil. Chu Yan held the bowl, his eyes widening in genuine astonishment at the sight of the glossy meat strips, truly a luxury in such times. Zhang Qi noticed his reaction and leaned in slightly, lowering his voice with a hint of smugness. "Surprised, aren't you? Fresh meat. Do you know why?" He gestured toward a few unassuming warming boxes in the corner of the cafeteria, emitting wisps of steam. "What does our factory produce? Hydraulic components. Precision machining requires cooling, and we stockpile industrial-grade dry ice in the cold storage. This stuff, at -78 degrees, preserves remarkably well. Everything in the freezer relies on it." Chu Yan realized the significance. Indeed, the industrial heritage had transformed into a substantial survival advantage in these times. Yet, he felt a deeper unease. The factory appeared flawless, entirely embodying the characteristics of a bastion in a post-apocalyptic world. What force had wrought the calamity that befell this factory in his previous life? There must be a significant variable at play. The three found a vacant table by the edge and sat down. The meal was simple and the flavors unremarkable, but it was sufficiently warm. Chu Yan ate quietly, his gaze wandering throughout the cafeteria, scanning the faces, some weary, some numb, others tinged with a hint of relief. He set down his chopsticks and voiced his intent. "Zhang Qi, among the 21 survivors here, is there anyone nicknamed Stutteringly?" Zhang Qi, struggling to swallow a piece of fatty meat, paused at the question, attempting to recall, and then shook his head definitively. "No, absolutely not. Not among those alive now. And certainly not in the entire factory before. I've never heard of anyone by that nickname." His tone was resolute. Chu Yan's heart sank, but he did not relent. "What about anyone with the surname Li? Are there any Lees still here?" Zhang Qi gestured nonchalantly with his chopsticks towards the cafeteria, his demeanor casual. "Well, there are exactly 4 people surnamed Li present. Over there, Li Jiangguo, the warehouse manager, nearing retirement, Li Chong from the electrical team, Li Weidong in quality control, and Li Wan from finance. She's the one by the window." Chu Yan's gaze followed Zhang Qi's finger, assessing the 4 faces. An elderly man with graying hair, a dull-looking middle-aged man, a bespectacled young man with a scholarly demeanor, and a haggard middle-aged woman. None bore a resemblance to the striking figure from his memories, the one with a wild spark in his eyes, perpetually smudged with oil and grime. His hopes were dashed. Chu Yan picked up his chopsticks, slowly lifting a piece of potato, the taste lost on him. In his past memories, Stutteringly had stated that he was in this factory when the disaster struck, never leaving after the spring festival until Chu Yan found him. Was the timing wrong? Or the location? Or had Stutteringly simply lied? Noticing Chu Yan's troubled expression, Zhang Qi leaned closer and asked, "What's wrong, Yanzi? Is finding this person really that important?" "Yes, a friend. I heard he might be around here," Chu Yan replied vaguely, choosing not to elaborate further. The cafeteria's dim lighting cast shadows over his expressionless face, with only a flicker of unresolved doubt lingering in his eyes. Chu Yan, is that you? A sweet, melodic voice, tinged with hesitation, suddenly pierced the air like a feather brushing against an eardrum. Chu Yan looked up to see a tall figure standing at the table's edge, blocking the soft yellow light from the cafeteria window. It was Wen Ruotang, the class beauty from university, now seemingly sculpted by time, had shed her youthful naivety, adorned in a tailored light-colored business suit that accentuated her slender waist and long legs. Her long hair was loosely pinned up, with a few strands cascading down her fair neck, her exquisite features now imbued with a serene composure. She was not clad in the factory's standard blue uniform. Standing amidst a throng of workers engrossed in their meals, resembling a white magnolia that had mistakenly wandered into a drab construction site. Chu Yan momentarily found himself at a loss for words. The memory of the girl who adored floral dresses, with eyes that curved into crescents when she smiled, intertwined and diverged from the image of the mature, capable woman before him. Zhang Qi, seated nearby, appeared to have been anticipating this moment, triumphantly slapping the table, causing the bowls to jump. Yanzi, are you dumbfounded? I haven't deceived you, have I? Our dream girl, alive and thriving, even more radiant than back in college. He winked and raised his voice deliberately, drawing curious glances from several nearby tables. Zhang Qi, Wen Ruotang's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a playful glare. Turning to Chu Yan, she remarked, "What dream girl? Chu Yan has never even cast a glance my way." At this moment, Chu Yan exhibited the emotional intelligence one would expect. He chuckled lightly. The class beauty has been the dream of every boy in our class for years. I've long been envious. I hope I have a chance this time. Women, it seems, are always fond of such flattery, and Wen Ruotang was no exception, her laughter ringing like the tinkling of bells. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation shifted to the calamity outside. A glimmer of moisture appeared in Wen Ruotang's eyes as she said, "I never imagined I would see an old classmate again." Her voice lowered, tinged with emotion. "I've heard it's terrifying out there. I wonder how many of our classmates are still alive." A tear finally escaped, rolling down her cheek. Chu Yan felt a tightening in his throat. After struggling for 2 decades in his previous life, he had dulled many of his sensitivities. Yet, this single tear shed for an old classmate sent ripples through the still waters of his heart. Just as he was about to speak, a voice laced with arrogance interrupted. "Tang Tang, have you encountered acquaintances?" This voice made Zhang Qi flinch, nearly dropping his chopsticks. Chapter 72, The Head of Security. A man in a dark blue security uniform strode over, in his 30s, robust in stature, with a baton and flashlight hanging from his utility belt. His gaze lingered on Wen Ruotang's reddened eyes, then swept over Chu Yan and Zhang Qi, finally settling on Chu Yan's face. Zhang Qi, feeling as if pricked by a needle, sprang to his feet, instinctively bending at the waist. "Minister Liu, good day." Lu Hong responded with a casual grunt, his eyes never leaving Chu Yan. "And this gentleman is?" His tone was wrapped in an invisible pressure, the haughty scrutiny evident. "I was passing through and saw Zhang Qi for a meal," Chu Yan replied monotonously. "Oh." Lu Hong elongated his tone, his gaze circling Wen Ruotang's face before returning to Chu Yan. He had heard their jovial chatter from afar, notions of lovers and opportunities pricking at his heart. Now, witnessing Wen Ruotang's tears ignited a nameless fury within him. His pursuit of Wen Ruotang had not been a fleeting endeavor. In the aftermath of the disaster, the security department wielded the strongest armament in the factory, and Wen Ruotang had long been a prize in his eyes. How could an outsider partake in the feast meant for him? Lu Hong's tone grew ominous as he reprimanded. "Zhang Qi, what are you doing bringing outsiders in? Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Are you unaware of the circumstances outside? What if they carry a virus and infect the men in the factory? Can you bear that responsibility?" 2 other security personnel clad in uniforms at his back immediately chimed in. One burly man with a buzz cut bluntly stated, "Exactly. The minister speaks the truth. Our brothers in the security department are out there fighting for their lives against zombies daily. What risks they take. Bringing in outsiders only complicates matters." Another young man with thick eyebrows echoed, "Food supplies are already scarce, water rationed. There's no surplus to feed outsiders." This unceremonious barrage of accusations intensified the murmurs within the cafeteria. A myriad of gazes converged upon them, some filled with sympathy, others with curiosity, and some with apathy. Zhang Qi, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, hurriedly explained, "Minister Liu, we checked. Truly, they bear no injuries and are in perfect health. There's absolutely no issue. They'll all stay just one night and leave by tomorrow. Normal or not, do your eyes possess X-ray vision? Can you see through the incubation period?" Yuong scoffed, his icy gaze pinning Chu Yan. "By the rules, since they are outsiders, they must undergo quarantine. For 1 day, they are not to come into contact with anyone in the factory." Furthermore, he emphasized, Every grain of rice and drop of water in this factory has been earned with the lives of the brothers in the security department. There is no surplus to feed idle people. The buzzcut man sneered. Everyone here earns their keep by battling zombies. No one is living off others. The young man with thick eyebrows added coldly. This frail figure would likely flee at the mere sight of a zombie. Chu Yan set down his chopsticks, the aluminum spoon clanging against the enamel bowl with a crisp sound. He lifted his eyelids to meet Lu Hong's gaze, which brimmed with provocation and jealousy. I've stated, we will leave by tomorrow. There is no need for your concern. That calm, undisturbed gaze seemed to regard Lu Hong as nothing more than a clown. This blatant disregard ignited Lu Hong's ire. His expression darkened as he internally seethed, then abruptly extended his arm, encircling Ruitang's slender waist and drawing her toward him. When Ruitang's body stiffened momentarily, a flicker of resistance and embarrassment flashing in her eyes. She slightly shrank her shoulders, but ultimately acquiesced, leaning into him and lowering her gaze. Lu Hong, satisfied with the softness of her waist beneath his grip, leaned closer to her ear. His voice low yet distinctly audible to Chu Yan. You'll sleep with me tonight. With that, he tightened his hold, half embracing Ruitang as he strode away, leaving behind an air of arrogance. Chu Yan remained seated, his fingers unconsciously curling beneath the table before gradually relaxing. He did not move. When Ruitang's compliance spoke volumes. In this apocalyptic reality, dependency on the strong was a survival instinct, and he had no right to intervene. Yet, in a corner of his heart, the faint echoes of youthful days spent in school shattered completely. Zhang Qi, awkwardly unsure of where to place his hands and feet, rubbed them together, his voice dry. Well, Yanzi, Minister Liu, sigh. During the Spring Festival, the security department has the most personnel on duty, and the survivors are also the most numerous. They have stab-proof vests and weapons. Now, he oversees the patrols within the factory. Even Mr. Han sometimes has to give him a bit of face. He trailed off, but the implication was clear to Chu Yan. In this small fortress of a factory, Lu Hong was the one wielding the power. Chu Yan felt a sudden stirring in his heart. The potential for catastrophe that could befall this factory might lie here. Would his two college classmates escape unscathed this time? And what of his life-and-death brother, Stutterly, from his previous life? Where is he now? When they had crossed paths in the past, he had been grievously injured. And after healing, the remnants of his wounds had led to his untimely demise. This tragedy could not be allowed to repeat. The remaining food in the cafeteria had become tasteless. Zhang Qi led Chu Yan and Xia Ji to the most secluded corner on the southern side of the factory grounds. A solitary red brick bungalow stood next to the towering warehouse wall, with a small stream bubbling past, bringing a hint of coolness and moisture to the air, which was laden with the scent of machine oil. This was the duty room for the warehouse, admittedly poor in conditions, but blessed with tranquility and independence. Zhang Qi pushed open the creaking iron door, and a wave of dust and stale air rushed forth. The room was modest, furnished with a wooden bed, an old table, and two chairs, while a tiny independent restroom nestled in the corner contained a white porcelain squat toilet and a faucet. On the floor lay several aluminum buckets and basins, their surfaces oxidized and dull. The regulations established by General Han dictate that during these extraordinary times, in order to prevent unforeseen incidents, outside personnel are prohibited from residing in the employee dormitory area. Regrettably, you must endure a night here, Zhang Qi expressed with an apologetic tone. Chu Yan surveyed the surroundings and nodded in agreement. It's quite adequate. There is water, he remarked, gesturing towards the stream outside. The water is solely for bathing and laundry. Zhang Qi promptly interjected, his expression turning serious. Do not drink it. Just the day before yesterday, two unfortunate souls fell ill, and it is suspected that the stream water was the culprit. He paused, lowering his voice. Drinking water is delivered daily, in specified quantities. Chu Yan note that, aware that any contact the stream water had with zombies, whether through blood, bodily fluids, or even a submerged corpse, would lead to contamination with the zombie virus. Even after boiling, there remains a slight chance of infection if not properly purified. Just as Zhang Qi departed, a young man clad in blue work attire approached, carrying two metal thermoses, his expression devoid of emotion. This is the allotted amount for the day, he stated flatly, placing the water bottles down before swiftly turning on his heel. Chu Yan twisted the cap off one of the thermoses, leaning in to inhale the contents, his brow furrowing slightly. We will use our own water. The pickup truck was parked conveniently outside the window. Chu Yan retrieved a lightweight MSAR Guardian outdoor water purifier from the truck bed. This device, compliant with the U.S. military's NSF P-248 standards, employs purely physical filtration to eliminate 99.99 of bacteria, viruses, and protozoa. It was a precious find from the 7th floor of IFS after the disaster. He carried the aluminum bucket to the stream, filling 2 buckets to the brim. Xiaojiu silently observed as he inserted the purifier's hose into the aluminum bucket and began to pump the handle. The stream water was drawn in, and moments later, a clear, transparent stream flowed from the outlet into another empty bucket. Chu Yan swiftly constructed a makeshift tripod with rebar and wire in the open space outside the building, then retrieved some dry, discarded wooden packing strips from under the warehouse eaves. He placed the aluminum basin over the fire, and Xiaojiu cautiously poured the purified stream water into it. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows on their solemn faces. As the water neared boiling, Xiaojiu watched as Chu Yan removed his soiled and sweat-stained shirt, revealing bandages soaked and hardened with dried blood underneath. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice became timid, resembling the hum of a mosquito. Do you want me to wash your shirt again? Or perhaps, take a bath? Chu Yan was in the midst of stretching his injured left shoulder when her words halted him. He turned his head to look at her, the firelight flickering across her delicate profile, her long eyelashes trembling nervously, her ears flushed crimson. Of course, my hand is injured, but your hand is still capable of killing. She retorted, killing is one thing. Bathing is quite another. The professions differ. Is it necessary to wash here? Absolutely. This here. Xiaojiu assisted Chu Yan with his bath and tended to his wounds, her cheeks now resembling the hues of a sunset. Warmth radiating even to the tips of her ears. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she turned and entered the bathroom, indulging in a refreshing wash to alleviate her fatigue. Upon exiting, she noticed Chu Yan's discarded clothing still resting in the basin. She picked it up, scrubbed it clean, and after hanging it to dry, retrieved his old clothes from the truck bed, meticulously laying them on the empty bed and covering them with a thick quilt. Standing by the bedside, her fingers absent-mindedly twisted the hem of her clothes, hesitating for a long moment. Should she lie on the bed dressed, as she had the night before? While she wrestled with her thoughts, her peripheral vision caught sight of Chu Yan, now fully dressed. The zipper of his protective suit pulled up to the top, a manganese steel knife strapped to his back, and, in his hand, he wielded a spear adorned with striking blue and purple patterns. He nodded towards the bed. You will sleep here with Dun tonight. I will keep watch in the pickup. The supplies in that truck are of utmost importance and cannot be left unattended. In the office building on the second floor, dimly lit, the young water delivery man stood with his hands hanging at his sides before a desk. Deshawn, has the water been delivered? A voice emerged from the shadows, revealing only the glowing ember of a cigarette. Yes, as instructed, it is from reservoir number 8. The young man, Deshawn, replied respectfully. A faint, ambiguous chuckle echoed from the shadows as the cigarette, but was extinguished in an aluminum lunchbox overflowing with ash. Understood. Keep a vigilant eye. Chapter 73, Crisis Looms. The winds of the late night whistled through the gaps in the warehouse's metal siding, and Chu Yan lay in a deep slumber in the driver's seat of the pickup. In a hazy dream, an elderly Tian sat in the mysteriously vanished time sand cafe, tapping his fingers on a yellowed test paper, frowning as he called out, "Old classmate, come solve some English problems." Startled, as if pulled by an invisible hand, he abruptly awoke. His eyes flew open, and a faint sound nearby, akin to dry twigs being cautiously snapped, caught his attention. Sliding from the vehicle like a shadow, the soft whisper of the unsheathing knife was swallowed by the wind. Beside the truck bed, two indistinct figures crouched at the edge, their hands hurriedly rummaging through a pile of compressed food boxes. Nearby sat two hand-pulled carts, indicating they had come well prepared. Had it not been for the timely discovery, they would have absconded with the entire load. With a surge of energy, Chu Yan propelled himself forward, like an arrow released from its bow, emerging from the shadows. The manganese steel knife arced in the dim moonlight, accompanied by a piercing whistle as it sliced through the air, aiming for the back of the nearest figure's neck. At the moment the blade neared its target, Chu Yan discerned the deep blue of the factory's work uniform adorning the individual. In a flash of instinct, he diverted the knife's trajectory to the right. The blade met the steel pipe that the figure had hastily raised in defense, producing a jarring clang as sparks erupted into the darkness. The hollow pipe shattered, its cut surface smooth as a mirror. The severed piece clattered to the ground, rolling far away. The two thieves, terror-stricken, were left paralyzed by the thunderous strike and the broken weapon in their hands. In a panic, they abandoned the push carts and scrambled away, vanishing into the deeper shadows of the factory. Chu Yan did not pursue them. He remained rooted in place, the knife's tip angled toward the ground, his gaze icy. After ensuring the supplies in the truck bed were merely disturbed but intact, he returned to the driver's seat, closing the door as if nothing had transpired. As dawn broke, in the warehouse duty room, Xiaojiu was jolted awake by Chu Yan's succinct words, banishing her drowsiness. Last night, someone attempted to steal supplies. Donning the factory's work uniform, while swiftly chewing on compressed food, Chu Yan gestured toward the park pickup outside with his eyes. Hurry and pack up. Be ready to leave at a moment's notice. Xia Zhiyu's heart raced, anxiety and tension propelling her into action. She quickly donned the Kevlar protective suit Chu Yan had given her, slipping a 92-style pistol into her crossbody bag. With clumsy yet determined hands, she slung the rebar spear behind her. The spearhead bore exquisite blue and purple patterns, a trade she had specifically arranged with Chu Yan. At the time, he had hesitated for but a moment. After stowing away the clothes and quilt in the truck bed, she turned back to see the two grayish aluminum buckets and the aluminum basin. After a brief moment of hesitation, she rushed back, unceremoniously grabbing one in each hand and tossing them into the truck bed with a clang. Dun, startled by the commotion, mewed discontentedly, leaping onto the seat and swishing its tail impatiently. The cafeteria serves lunch at 10. I will make another trip, Chu Yan stated, observing as Xia Zhiyu hastily completed her preparations. Xia Zhiyu tightened her grip on the strap of her crossbody bag, confused. Are we still going? Aren't we supposed to leave at any moment? Besides, last night, not for food. We need to search for more people, Chu Yan interrupted, his gaze directed deep into the factory premises. A flicker of hope still lingered in his heart, however faint. He was determined to find stuttering Li. This might be their last opportunity. Xia Zhiyu suddenly felt a pang of apprehension in her heart. She turned to Chu Yan and suggested, let us bask in the sunlight by the creek over there. It's still only a little past 8. I have an instinct, a premonition, that we should venture there. Chu Yan was elated. A premonition? Then let us hasten. Surely there lies some fortuitous opportunity. Perhaps even an extraordinary treasure awaits us. Meanwhile, the vicinity of the security department was shrouded in terror and chaos. A chilling, bone-chilling roar shattered the morning tranquility. 2 members of the security department, once vigorous and full of life, now lay with their eyes rolled back, their skin ashen and viscous saliva dribbling from their mouths as they frantically lunged toward their comrades. Hold them down. It's a corpse transformation. They have been infected. Lu Hong's voice trembled as he shouted, yet his response was astonishingly swift. He seized a solid steel rod nearby and struck fiercely at the knee of one of the mutated individuals. The personnel of the security department, renowned for their elite armament, reacted swiftly despite their horror. At Lu Hong's command, the remaining members, though horrified, allowed their training to override their fear. They quickly dispersed, utilizing the protective vests to form a loose encirclement with their sharpened steel rods. Ah Chong the crossbow, Lu Hong barked. The burly man known as Ah Chong, who had aimed a crossbow at Chu Yan the night before, wore a grim expression yet moved with steady resolve. He swiftly unlatched a heavy metallic contraption from his back, which was not a traditional crossbow, but rather the first-generation hydraulic crossbow hastily developed by the factory's hydraulic technology department. Constructed from robust steel pipes and intricate hydraulic components, it weighed over 20 pounds. Kneeling on one knee, Ah Chong steadied the front end of the crossbow against the ground, while another security officer stepped forward to firmly secure the crossbow's sides with his feet. Taking a deep breath, Ah Chong gripped the hydraulic pump levers on either side of the crossbow and began to pump with all his might. 1, 2, 3, the nearby officer nervously counted, instinctively keeping his eyes on the lunging undead. Each pump was accompanied by the distinct sound of hydraulic fluid flowing and the creaking of metal. It was said that this contraption's power was nearly comparable to a bullet, but firing it once was an arduous task. Damn it, this wretched device. It takes 60 pumps just to load. By the time I'm done, I want to be able to lift my arms. Ah Chong grumbled through clenched teeth, sweat streaming into his eyes. His companion, equally frantic, urged, hurry, Chong. A Jian can barely hold on. A Jian, the sturdy man from the previous day who had supported Lu Hong, struggled against a zombie alongside another officer, their protective vest tearing and crumpling under the creature's claws. The zombie's strength was astonishing, forcing them to stagger backward. At this critical moment, done, Ah Chong roared, having completed the pumping. He swiftly raised the heavy crossbow arm, aiming the crude mechanical sight at the back of the zombie, lunging toward Lao Wu. The bowstring released with a thunderous thud, and a specially crafted steel bolt, as thick as a finger, shot forth, piercing the zombie's skull. Blood and gray matter erupted from the wound, and the creature's body collapsed limply to the ground. Well done. The morale of the group surged. However, the crisis was not yet averted. Another zombie broke free from its struggle, roaring as it lunged toward Ah Chong, who had just fired and had no time to reload the cumbersome weapon. Stop it. Liu Hongshu dead. The remaining guards surged forward, thrusting several sharp steel rods simultaneously. Though the zombie was powerful, its movements were ultimately sluggish. 2 rods were deflected by its wild flailing, but a third pierced its abdomen with force, while a fourth grazed its shoulder, tearing flesh. The impact caused the zombie to stumble. Lu Hong seized the fleeting opportunity, pouncing like a fierce tiger. as he plunged the solid steel rod precisely into the zombie's temple. A resounding crack echoed, and the zombie crumpled to the ground like a broken sack, convulsing a few times before lying still. The battle concluded, and the members of the security department were left breathless, shaken to their core. As they gazed upon the bodies of their former comrades, a somber atmosphere enveloped them. Nearby, a young man with thick eyebrows wiped the sweat and splattered blood from his face, his voice laced with suppressed anger and fear. Brother Hong, this marks the third time someone from our department has been infected. We have already lost 5 brothers. This is not normal. The stout man, a Jian, gasped for breath, his expression incredulous. Liang is right. These 2 who transformed today never came into contact with the creek. When the zombie outbreak first began, we had 13 brothers survive. And now, counting the fallen, only 8 of us remain standing. Ah Chong, typically composed, clutched his hydraulic crossbow. We have had conflicts with the personnel from the technology department, and their deep-seated grievances. He did not finish his thought. Lu Hong, surveying the bodies on the ground and the fearful, furious faces of his subordinates, felt a surge of uncontrollable rage. He slammed his fist against a nearby metal cabinet, producing a resounding clang. He turned to the thick-browed youth, Liang, his gaze fierce. Liang, take a sharp-witted brother and investigate thoroughly. We must uncover which link in this chain has failed. After a pause, he pulled Liang close, whispering urgently into his ear. Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed the instructions, his lips quivering. Brother Hong, are we really to proceed like this? If I tell you to do it, then do it. Lu Hong growled irritably, his eyes fierce. In these extraordinary times, there was no room for hesitation. Otherwise, the next to fall would be one of us.